Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 77. Hinamori Momo calmed down after listening to Rukia Kukaki's words, and kept urging Rukia Kukaki like an old mother. Rukia Kukaki smiled happily. Now that you've decided, go and come back early. Don't forget to tell your brother and sister. Ichimarujin also nodded. Although his two apprentices are not as talented as the apprentices accepted by his master, none of them are simple. Ichimarujin is still very relieved about Rukia Kukaki. After all, this is a captain-level combat capability. He already has the strength of a whole lot of Kwangzai. The same thing happened at Kukaki's house. Hinamori was also very worried when she heard about Rukia's departure to the present world. Like Hinamori Momo, Hinamori also kept urging Rukia like an old mother. This made Rukia speechless. One of you is my best friend and the other is my sister, but you all act like you want to be my mother. Well, it's obvious that Hinamori Momo wants to be her master's wife. Everyone in Seoul society knows about this, including Ichimarujin. Maybe Aizen has a little regret now. If he was the first one to arrive at the scene, then would Hinamori Momo, the perfect tool man, be his vice-captain now? It's not that there's anything wrong with Kira Izuru, but Hinamori Momo is obviously not very smart and is better suited to execute his plan. After finally reporting to her family, Rukia Kukaki set out on her way to Karakura town. Kurosaki Ichigo is still bored in school. A dark shadow suddenly drifted past his eyes. Are you kidding? How can humans fly in the sky? Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils narrowed slightly and he murmured to himself. He seemed to see a girl with an onion head, wearing a dark kimono, a samurai sword on her waist, walking in the sky. However, when Kurosaki Ichigo blinked, the girl disappeared from him again in front of my eyes. Fellow onion lover Kurosaki Ichigo certainly captured this figure instantly. In the official novel, Kurosaki Ichigo's reaction after learning that Rukia was going to marry Abarai Renji was very interesting. Moreover, it was only after Rukia Kukaki got married that Kurosaki Ichigo got together with Inu Orium. Well, you fine product factory. 470. Maybe I saw it wrong just now. Kurosaki Ichigo blinked again and then yawned. Kurosaki-san, please try this question. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo was yawning, he suddenly heard the voice of his homeroom teacher. In response, Kurosaki Ichigo subconsciously replied, "What are you talking about? I can't understand you." Obviously, Kurosaki Ichigo's old habit has happened again. Ha ha ha. As Ichigo finished speaking, the whole class was filled with laughter. Haha, Kurosaki-san is still the same as before. Among them, a cute girl with a young face but a big heart and long orange hair murmured in a low voice while looking up and down at Kurosaki Ichigo several times. Ah! In response, Kurosaki Ichigo just yawned lightly. Ding ding ding! Kurosaki Ichigo's listless state did not improve until the bell rang and the teacher standing on the podium announced that school was over. After school, Kurosaki Ichigo, after greeting his classmates and saying goodbye, went to the flower shop, bought a bouquet of flowers, and inserted them into his car accident under a telephone pole on his way home from school. In a vase in memory of a certain girl. This is what Kurosaki Ichigo does every day. Thank you, Yin. The dead girl was lingering in the place where she passed away in the form of a ghost. When she saw Kurosaki Ichigo returning from school, she was immediately filled with smiles. The girl thanked Ichigo, but also felt a little regretful. It would have been great if she could have met Ichigo before she was alive. She would never let go of the good man in front of her who looked like a gangster. Kurosaki Ichigo has a bit of love in him, but unfortunately, whether it is Kyujo Nozomi or Akane Shizuku, the ending is not very good. After all, they are original characters, and the probability of survival is not high, but not all of them cannot survive. The three righteous souls and the princess of Seattle's family survived. Of course, there are many in comics. This is what I should do. Also, you no longer need to be afraid of the souls who died around you. They all got beaten up. If they bully you again, remember to tell me that I will beat them until they get over it." Kurosaki Ichigo gently patted the girl's soul on the little head, and then left with a smile. "Well, goodbye, big brother." The girl heard this and waved her hand in the direction where Ichigo left. Hee. In response, Ichigo just raised his hand handsomely and gave the girl a back look. But after returning to his home, Kurosaki Ichigo was dumbfounded. "I remember, I have a family, right?" Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the dark room and wondered if his family had been kidnapped. If he hadn't remembered what happened when his mother killed a giant Minos Grande. Sure enough, after turning on the light, Kurosaki Ichigo found a note on the table left by his unreliable parents. "Ichigo, when I was buying rolling papers, I happened to win the jackpot and got a 3-day and 2-night trip for 4 people to North Blue Road. When you see this note, your mother and I. Now you have set off with your 2 younger sisters, okay?" Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the note in his hand, and veins suddenly stretched on his forehead. That idiot dad! After Ichigo cursed, he threw the note on the table and left the house again, heading to a nearby convenience store. After all, his mother, Yuzu, and Xiaoli all followed his annoying father. If he was alone, there would be no point in cooking. He could go to the convenience store to buy a bento or a bowl of instant noodles, whatever he wanted. Once your stomach is satisfied, it's done. Welcome next time. Ever since, when Ichigo came out of the convenience store, he had a bento and instant noodles in his hands. So because of the half price, I bought them all. Speaking of which, that convenience store clerk is really eloquent. Ichigo murmured to himself. Unknowingly, he bought 2 things under the clerk's trick. Anyway, go back. Because there was no one at home, Kurosaki Ichigo ate the noodles, stuffed the lunchbox into the refrigerator, turned off the light, and fell asleep on the bed. Crack! It wasn't until Ichigo heard the sound of the window being pulled that he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, in Ichigo's eyes, a girl with onion hair and a black kimono broke into his room. "Ah! Are you the one who showed up at school this morning?" When Ichigo saw the girl, he frowned slightly. He sat up from the bed first, and then stared at the girl silently. Strange. The girl naturally felt Ichigo's gaze, but she didn't care at all. After all, ordinary people couldn't see their Shinigami. "Hey! Did you hear me?" Answering other people's questions is the most basic courtesy, right? Ichigo asked the girl. "Is the instrument broken?" The girl still ignored Ichigo. She was holding the instrument in her hand, detecting something. On the first day she came to Karakura town, Kyun appeared. The girl was obviously very unhappy. A good retirement plan was forced to do so. On duty. Damn it! Ichigo looked at the girl's arrogant look and couldn't help it anymore. Then, Ichigo kicked the girl's butt. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know that this kick would change his life. It hurts. The girl who originally had a serious face was kicked out by Ichigo, and her head hit the bookshelf. She then covered her red and swollen forehead and wailed in pain. "Hey! Can you hear me this time?" Ichigo asked angrily to the onion-headed girl in front of him. "Hey? You can see me?" "No. This is no longer a question of whether you can see me or not. How can you actually touch me? It's incredible. You are just a human being. Where did you get such power?" The onion-headed girl turned around, her eyes widened as she looked at Ichigo. It seemed that this was the first time the girl had encountered a human being who could both see her and touch her. "What are you talking about? You brat! Don't think that by pretending to be having a Chiyunibiu attack, I will forgive you for what you did. This is my home. And miss, you obviously came in without my permission. You are already suspected of breaking into a private house. So if you have any words of explanation, go and talk to the gentleman at the police station later. Ichigo said angrily to the onion-headed girl in front of him. That's ridiculous. Your human laws can't control me. After hearing what Ichigo said, the girl angrily yelled at Ichigo. It's going to be difficult now. Kurosaki Ichigo, on the other hand, seemed to look a little embarrassed. Ichigo discovered that the girl who appeared in front of him at this moment seemed to be in the late stage of Chiyunibiu, and she was still in the role. But speaking of it, if your brain was really healthy, you wouldn't be able to break into a private house, right? What do you mean it's not easy? Human beings. The girl at this moment, that is, Rukia Kukaki, has not noticed that Ichigo is unusual. She still looks at Ichigo with an arrogant look. Ouch! However, just when Rukia and Ichigo were about to say something, along with a hoarse roar, Rukia's expression suddenly changed. Stay here and don't move around. I'm going to kill the guys outside right now. Rukia patted Ichigo's shoulder gently, then took out the Zanpakuto and walked out. Her purpose was simple, to kill all evil spirits. Are you kidding? This is the second floor. Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils trembled when he saw Rukia's movements. Just because Rukia actually jumped from the second floor of their house. This startled Ichigo, and he immediately moved to the window of his house and looked outside. After all, if the girl who broke into the house died or was injured in their Kurosaki house, then the problem is big. What is that? However, when Ichigo approached the window, the scene in front of him shocked him. I saw a giant creature about 20 meters tall, standing in the middle of the street, looking at everything invincibly. And the girl in black kimono had her abdomen pierced by the monster at this moment. Ouch! Kurosaki Ichigo's movements seemed to directly attract the monster's attention. Hearing the monster roar, his eyes turned to Kurosaki Ichigo, who opened the window. Oops! Rukia naturally discovered at this moment that the monster had seen Ichigo. At the same time, she also knew one thing clearly. The Ryūjin she had just located was not the terrifying monster in front of her, whose strength matched Ajicha's. But it comes from this mysterious, yellow-haired boy. In other words, this boy's power is greater than the giant hollow whose Ryūjin is close to Ajicha's. Ouch! Before Rukia could think about it, she was already like a rag and was flung away by the giant. A string of blood beads was seen in the sky, and Rukia quickly smashed towards the ground. After all, Rukia is a third-class spiritual power, and was sealed before coming to the world. Otherwise, Minos Grande, who is comparable to Ajicha's, would never be her opponent. Hateful! Just when Rukia thought that she might be knocked unconscious by a blow from this giant hollow, she suddenly felt a soft feeling behind her. When Rukia opened her eyes, she saw that the young man with yellow hair had come behind Rukia at some point and jumped into the air, which is absolutely impossible for humans to jump. He picked up the injured Rukia. Hey! Are you okay? My family runs a hospital. I'm going to get you some gauze to stop the bleeding. Just hold on. Ichigo hugged the petite Rukia in his arms and couldn't help but talk. No. It's too late. If we don't kill this Su, even if you use tools to stop the bleeding, we will still die. Rukia grabbed Ichigo, who was about to get the hemostatic tool, and spoke to Ichigo seriously. Hey! Stop talking now, your face is too pale. Ichigo looked at Rukia's pale face and said worriedly. Human boy, listen to me. It's too late. You only need to answer me one question now. You want to live, right? Rukia's right hand was clenched tightly. Ichigo asked seriously as he raised his left wrist. Isn't that natural? Ichigo heard the words and answered truthfully. Then it's up to you to fight for me. Human boy, let's become a Shinigami. 0. Chapter 78. Rukia said, without any explanation, she stabbed her Zanpakuto directly into Ichigo's chest. Why? Ichigo looked at the knife that stabbed into his chest, his pupils trembling slightly. Ichigo doesn't understand why Rukia wants to kill him when he obviously saved Rukia. Ah! However, without giving Ichigo time to understand, Rukia had already transferred her spiritual power into Ichigo's body through the medium of Zanpakuto. In fact, Rukia originally didn't want to study, but from the moment she injected Ryūjin into Ichigo's body, her Shinigami power was out of control. Boom! Before Rukia could think about it, Kurosaki Ichigo, accompanied by endless waves of energy, holding a huge Zanpakuto and wearing a dark death tyrant costume, appeared on the spot. Ouch! It was at this moment that Nikatsu had already rushed in front of Ichigo. Be careful! Rukia looked at Ichigo standing in front of her and shouted nervously. Whoosh! Before Rukia could think about it, along with a bright silver sword light, the giant hollow that was 20 meters tall and nearly 50 meters long was instantly cut in two by Ichigo's sword light. Endless blood spilled into the sky, leaving only the body behind. The girl in white clothes who lost the power of Shinigami, and Kurosaki Ichigo who just became Shinigami and can kill Minos Grande with a single blow. You're lying, you killed me with one knife. Even if this strength is placed in the current Godi 13, it is the strength of a deputy captain. It is too powerful. Note, Bei Lang's reformed deputy captain is a third-class Lingwei. Rukia couldn't believe what she was seeing. Haha, I did it. After listening to Rukia's words, Ichigo chuckled lightly, then lay down on the ground with a thud, falling in front of Rukia. Of course, it's not that Ichigo fainted because he couldn't withstand Rukia's Shinigami power. It's Ichigo's own power that begins to awaken with the help of Rukia. Plop! 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 Ichigo felt as if the blood in his veins was boiling, and lines on his body continued to flash. Unfortunately, Rukia was busy repairing the site at the moment and had no time to see Kurosaki Ichigo, which had undergone major changes. The inner world inside Kurosaki Ichigo's body at this moment. Sorry, Ichigo. I didn't mean to do that. But you have to understand that once I give you all my power, you will never be able to get away from this battle again. Once your connection with Shinigami becomes too deep, then in the near future, I'm afraid I will kill you with my own hands. This is definitely not what I want to see. I want to protect you, there is no doubt in my heart. So please, please stay away from this 1000-year-old battle between Shinigami and Quincy. Only in this way can you survive. Come down. A man wearing a dark cloak and sunglasses on his nose looked at the sleeping Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him, as if he were looking at his own child, and spoke extremely tenderly. Suck. Forget about the altar. The man took a breath first, and then activated his ability on Kurosaki Ichigo. The name of his ability is the Altar of Separation, which is the ability that Waiwak uses to seize the power of others. Whoosh! At the moment when the man activates his power, deep inside Ichigo, there is a head with bull-like horns on his head. His whole body is white and covered with dark patterns. In terms of Ryūjin and power, the monster that has definitely reached the upper level Minos Grande Vasto Lord, and even is still above Vasto Lord, was just extracted from Ichigo's inner world by the man. Yes, the power of men seems to be still above this Minos Grande. You are. Nagzu was still confused at this moment. Seal it for me. The man said, without giving Kyun a chance to speak. He sealed Minos Grande and the Shinigami power that was inside Ichigo's body, mixed with the power of Kyun. The man used the power of the hollow and Shinigami in Ichigo's body to create a glowing sword. The knife just fell to the ground, waiting quietly for someone to pick it up. In this case, Ichigo should be safe. The man murmured to himself, and he also thought about what he should do if Ichigo encountered danger or needed more powerful power. When the time comes, it's better to use the Quincy's sword. For the time being, I'll lend it to Ichigo who needs strength. The man seemed to calm down a lot when he thought about this. Immediately afterwards, the man walked towards the Shinigami power in Kurosaki Ichigo's body that had been sealed by him and turned into a sword. He made a gesture to pick up the sword. Yo! What are you doing? Why whack? However, just when the man's hand was about to touch the knife, his wrist was suddenly grabbed. Under the man's surprised eyes, a man wearing the feathered uniform of the first team leader stopped him. The hand that touches the power of Kurosaki Ichigo Shinigami. Hey? Who are you? Whack was surprised when he saw this man who looked like the captain of the first division wearing a white feather cloth. He never knew that there was such a power in Kurosaki Ichigo's body. Don't be so nervous, Whack, you can call me Blade King. You are the power derived from the ancestor of the Quincy, Whack, and I am the power derived from the current Captain Beilang. That's right, the person who came was none other than the power Beilang had left in Masaki Kurosaki's body back then. The light was enough to protect Kurosaki's life, so most of the power went directly into the body of Kurosaki Ichigo, the child of destiny. Whack, Kyo's hero, and the 10 sacred blades of Blade King represent the 4 powers in Kurosaki Ichigo's body. Quincy, Hollow, and Shinigami, and most importantly, the power of the Soul King. In other words, the blade represents the power of the Spirit King. In other words, the current Kurosaki Ichigo actually has the prerequisites to be made into a wedge of the 3 realms. It's just that Beilang doesn't need Kurosaki Ichigo to sacrifice like this. Blade King Sword? It's a name I've never heard of. Whack said calmly. Don't be so nervous. We are now one force. In other words, you, Whack, are just one of the forces under my control. Blade King Sword said with a smile. Whack's face darkened. Indeed, he could target Tsubai and limit the power of Shinigami and Su in Kurosaki Ichigo's body, but facing the man in front of him, he had no choice. Instead, like Tsubai, he has become something that can be slaughtered by others. It's so unpredictable. Whack, or the Quincy power in Ichigo's body, sighed helplessly after listening to Blade King's words. It seemed that for the first time, he had doubts about the future he had seen. It seems that what happened today was something that even Whack could not have predicted 1,000 years ago. That's why I say that there is no truly omniscient and omnipotent person in this world. The 10th Blade King of Blades laughed after hearing the words of Whack's power. Whatever you say. My decision will not change. Whack said resolutely. Then let's see how this kid chooses. Blade King Kenten Holy Blade said, picking up the hollow and Shinigami power in Kurosaki Ichigo's body that was sealed by Whack on the ground. Whoosh! The moment the Blade King held the sword transformed by the power of Shinigami on the ground, a mask made of white bone material suddenly appeared on his face. Okay. The Quincy power in Kurosaki's body narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing the words of Blade King Kenten Holy Blades. After careful calculation, he nodded vigorously. Then let's wait and see. Blade King Kenten Holy Blade used a hoarse voice full of electronic sounds to speak coldly to the Quincy power in Kurosaki's body in front of him. Whack glanced at the Blade King and slowly disappeared. The Blade King smiled slightly. Omniscient and omnipotent? I have killed more than one omniscient and omnipotent one. After saying that, he also disappeared. The next day. What a dream! When Kurosaki Ichigo opened his eyes, he stretched lazily. Ichigo had a dream yesterday. He dreamed of many bizarre worlds. He dreamed of an onion who claimed to be Shinigami. He also dreamed of a monster that should only appear in tokusatsu dramas. He also dreamed of becoming a Shinigami. One knife kills his monster instantly. What are you eating today? 0, please give me flowers. Eat the food you bought at the convenience store yesterday. Ichigo was still talking to himself when he came downstairs. Until he saw the girl with short onion black hair sitting around the restaurant table, sitting in his usual dining position, wearing his pajamas, using his tableware, and eating the breakfast he bought last night. Finally, Ichigo's figure paused. So everything I dreamed about yesterday was not a dream. Ichigo looked a little pale and muttered to himself. Hey! Human boy, you're awake. Rukia said with a familiar look. Are you ready to save the world? The onion-headed girl smiled softly at Ichigo and then continued to talk to herself. Hey? Are you kidding? Hearing this, Ichigo's eyes twitched slightly. I don't know if it was his misunderstanding, but he always felt that his encounter with the girl was a mistake. The ordinary campus life he was looking forward to seemed to be over like this, maybe. I'm not kidding. You have to take over my job. Then it's time to go, the new Shinigami, the girl said, with a red glove in her hand, and she immediately slapped it towards Ichigo. What is that? Before Ichigo could think about it, his soul was taken out of his body by the girl. This is... Ichigo was stunned when his soul came out of his body. He found that his body was lying on the ground, and he was floating in mid-air, like a ghost. The only difference was that he seemed to be wearing a dark kimono and carrying a huge sword on his back. Set off. Rukia didn't give Ichigo a chance to ask or explain at all, and directly took Ichigo on patrol. It was not easy for her to meet such a powerful substitute fighter. If she didn't take advantage of it, it would be too wasteful to eliminate all the voids in this city. Although she didn't know why, as soon as she came to this city, voids started to appear. Wait! Wait! Despite Ichigo's wailing, he was taken away by Rukia. In this regard, Kurosaki Ichigo said, My name is Kurosaki Ichigo, I am male, I am 15 years old, I am a high school student, and I am a trainee Shinigami. Soul Society. Kurosaki Ichigo gained Rukia's Shinigami power as I expected. Then now, it's time to give Ichigo some ingredients. I hope Ichigo can grow up from this. Aizen sat in front of a huge screen. After watching Ichigo's performance, he showed a somewhat satisfied look. Ichigo's potential was higher than he thought. In Aizen's opinion, this is really good. Just because the stronger Ichigo becomes, the more proud he will be of the sense of accomplishment that shaped Ichigo. But he didn't know that the birth of Kurosaki Ichigo actually involved a lot of aspects. Aizen, who thought he was the founder of Kurosaki Ichigo, was actually just a few other trends. The result of the power game. No matter it is Soul King, Beilang, or Waiwak, there is a reason why Kurosaki Ichigo has to grow up. By the way, Rukia should have met Kurosaki Ichigo. Then the drama will begin at this time. I'm really looking forward to seeing you, Aizen, perform a gorgeous rebellion for me. Beilang sat in the first team, smiling. In Beilang's plan, Aizen was never his ultimate goal. The object of Beilang's game has always been one person, and that is the Spirit King. Waiwak and Aizen are nothing more than the Spirit King's pawns. The Spirit King also wanted Beilang to become his pawn, but he failed under the influence of the 10 sacred blades. This is also the reason why Beilang has confirmed his biggest opponent. Only the Soul King's omniscience and omnipotence are qualified to be cut off by the Blade King's holy blade. The omniscience and omnipotence of the Spirit King is the closest thing Beilang has ever seen to an omniscient and omnipotent existence. Of course, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo still didn't know that everything about him had been arranged by others. He is happily cultivating a relationship with Rukia Kukaki. As the biggest yellow guy in Karakura town, all I can say is, Abarai Renji is in danger. However, does Rukia really not care about Kurosaki Ichigo? Haha-san. Chapter 79. Current world, Karakura town, Kurosaki house. Different from the original work, the hollow sent by Aizen this time died too simply. After all, Rukia Kukaki's Ryūjin level was a bit higher than that of the original work. So Kurosaki Ichigo's house was spared. On the afternoon of the second day after Kurosaki Ichigo became a trainee Shinigami, Kurosaki Masaki, Kurosaki Ishin, Kurosaki Yuzu, and Kurosaki Kari, who were traveling, finally returned home. Ichigo and I brought you souvenirs. When Yuzu opened the door to the living room, rushed into the room, and went straight to her brother, whom she longed for, she was shocked to find that there was a black-haired girl in the living room. Woo 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 woo. It was at the moment when Yuzue saw the girl that her big watery eyes burst into tears. Before the girl and Ichigo could explain, Yuzue turned around and ran out of the house. Then, he shouted at his parents in front of him. Shouted, "Mother, Father, it's not good. Brother, brother," he started to bring girls into the house. Although I had expected this day to appear, it was still too early, too early. Allah! Ichigo actually got the idea, it's really not easy. That kid is so aggressive all day and night. I thought that except for Longui and Orium, no other girls would have anything to do with him. After listening to her daughter's words, Masaki smiled and stroked her left cheek. She couldn't help but sigh as she recalled the experience of her first child, Kurosaki Ichigo, from the time he was born until now. In Masaki's memory, her good son 727 Kurosaki Ichigo was naturally good everywhere when he was at home. But as soon as he walked out of the house, he seemed to be a different person and went into berserk mode. He was not fighting with others. When others fight, you are on the way to fight with others. Originally, in Masaki's opinion, a child like Ichigo would never interact with any girl except Ryuuki, a girl whose gender is pronounced as a berserker, and Orium, a cute girl. But now it seems she still underestimated the charm of her grown-up son. Mother, how can you say that? No matter how you look at it, Higo Takaya is only 5 years old. It's too early to fall in love now. After hearing what Masaki said, Yuzue retorted angrily. Really? I think it's okay. Masaki looked at the angry Yuzue and replied hesitantly. Absolutely not. Hearing this, Yuzue emphasized with all his strength. At the moment, Yuzue has initially exposed his brother-controlled nature. In fact, Kurosaki Isshin has always been extremely reassured about his 2 daughters. He never cares whether his Yuzue and Xiaoli will be snatched away physically and mentally by Huang Mao. Just because his eldest son, Kurosaki Ichigo, is the most yellow-haired person in Karakura town. Yuzue and Natsurai, who grew up together with Kurosaki Ichigo, the king of gangsters and the king of minotaurs, have no interest in other yellow hairs at all. Of course, there is a certain certainty. Huang Mao Xiaoli is indeed not interested, but it is not certain for Bai Mao. The evil consequences Kurosaki Isshin has done will always come back to him. An unknown white-haired boy captain of Soul Society sneezed and muttered to himself, "Is someone thinking about me? Anyway, let's go in and have a look. If that guy Ichigo does something unforgivable to that girl, I will never forgive him." At this time, Kurosaki Isshin spoke, his eyes were determined, revealing a trace of murderous intent. Father is right. After hearing what Isshin said, Yuzue finally showed a relieved smile. Hee. Yuxin heard the words and smiled lightly. Yes, the reason why Kurosaki Isshin said such firm words just now is because he knew clearly in his heart that as long as he said this, his daughter would definitely give him a happy smile. In one opinion, nothing in this world is more important than your daughter's smile. Then, Kurosaki house, in the living room. Kurosaki Isshin, Kurosaki Masaki, Yuzue, and Xiaoli, like the judges of Central 46, sat on the sofa in the living room. Standing in front of the 4 people were Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki. So do you have anything to ask? Ichigo put his hands in his pockets and frowned. Ichigo is still handsome today. This frown is really something that others cannot learn from. Ichigo and so handsome. After Yuzue glanced at Ichigo, little stars couldn't help but appear in his eyes. No. No. Yuzue price must be firm. You must protect your brother, don't let him make the same mistake again and again. Yuzue murmured to herself, and she decided to protect Ichigo. Just like that, Yuzue looked at Rukia Kukaki beside Ichigo with a slightly murderous gaze, and secretly said in his heart, "This is the guy, the bad woman who seduced my brother." Uncle, aunt, and Kurosaki Ichigo's sisters, good afternoon. First time we meet, my name is Rukia Kokaki. I am a classmate of Kurosaki Ichigo's class. Due to some special reasons, I plan to temporarily live in your residence today. I hope I won't cause any trouble to you. Just like a teacup dog, Yuzu used his silly eyes and tried his best to look fierce, glaring at Rukia Kokaki fiercely. Rukia introduced her life experience to Yuxin and others in a generous manner. Although Rukia Kokaki met Shiba Ishin in Seoul society, after so many years, the original handsome captain has turned into an uncle. However, for Rukia Kokaki who lived a long life, Shiba Ishin only disappeared for a short time. It's just time. It's normal for a face that has changed so much to be unrecognizable. Shiba Ishin and Rukia Kokaki knew each other. In the official novel, after Shiba Kyan died, Shiba Ishin still wanted to visit Rukia Kokaki. But considering that I didn't know what to say, I gave up. This was said by Kurosaki Ichigo to Rukia Kokaki personally. Obviously, the two knew each other. Kokaki? Rukia Kokaki-san. After hearing Rukia's self-introduction, Ishin kept moving his feet up and down, tapping the floor of the living room. He seemed a little nervous. Exist. What are your orders, Mr. Kurosaki? Rukia heard this and looked at Kurosaki Ishin who asked the question. Why do you want to live in our house temporarily? Because. Kurosaki Ishin asked Rukia. I had a quarrel with my family and am currently running away from home. After listening to Xin's question, Rukia showed a sad look, looked at everyone with tears in her eyes and said, I have no place to go except here. I don't know the kind-hearted uncle and aunt. Can you take me in? Take her in. She is so pitiful. As Rukia finished speaking, Yuzu, who had been extremely tough just now, surrendered first. She was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see others suffer misfortune with her. Yuzu, you surrendered too quickly. Xiaoli said speechlessly after hearing this. Yes, Sister Rukia is really pitiful. Xiaoli, don't you mind about Sister Rukia? Yuzu heard this and looked at Molly and said. I don't care from the beginning. Xiaoli waved her hand and punched away an undead that approached Yuzu rashly. In that case, Rukia, just stay. You can stay here as long as you want, until you make peace with your family. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ishin and Masaki looked at each other. After they understood each other's meaning, they smiled at Rukia. Thank you for your generosity. Hearing this, Rukia Kokaki smiled happily. Ha! For a moment, only Kurosaki Ichigo, who wanted to drive Rukia away, was stunned. This is completely different from what he imagined. Rukia Kokaki, if I remember correctly, the other party should be the adopted daughter of the Kokaki family, right? She is also the apprentice of Ichimaru Jin. Remember that she is from the 13th division, that is, the subordinate of that boy Kyan, et. It really scared me to death. I originally thought that with her knowledge of our Shiba family, she would directly recognize my identity. In the end, she looked at me as if she were looking at a stranger. It turns out that the adopted daughter of the Kokaki family is face-blind. This is really shocking news. I will have to find time to tell Byakuya Kokaki that someday. The boy and Ichimaru Jin, no matter what, we are companions of the five nobles, we must learn to help each other. But then again, my son's charm is quite good. He actually conquered the adopted daughter of the Kokaki family in one fell swoop. If Ichigo and Rukia get married, should their child's surname be Kokaki, Shiba, or Kurosaki, it's so nerve-wracking. But, then again, I would like to see the extremely stinky current head of the Kokaki family, Byakuya Kokaki. After seeing that my sister, who I worked hard to use the resources of the Kokaki family and cultivated, was abducted by my stinky boy. What kind of expression will he show after running away? This is really exciting. Obviously, Kurosaki Ishin has taken over. The two of them are not related yet. Now he is starting to think about whose surname his children will have in the future. 0. Abarai Renji, that's not right. This is wrong. Shouldn't the child have my last name? Kurosaki Ichigo, GGG. Abarai Renji, I'm sorry, I won't let Rukia leave me this time. Then, Rukia Kokaki successfully lived in Kurosaki Ichigo's home. What annoyed Kurosaki Ichigo the most was that Rukia lived in the closet of Kurosaki Ichigo's room. This made Ichigo feel 10,000 uncomfortable. His original private space disappeared without a trace. The next day, Kurosaki Ichigo took advantage of the fact that today was Monday, had a few bites of breakfast, and hurriedly went to Karakura Town No. 1 High School to go to school. He had spent enough time with this family and spent enough time with Rukia. He needed some free time of your own. Good morning, brother. On the way Kurosaki Ichigo went to school, countless delinquents and bosozakus showed respect to him, and then bent down and bowed to say hello, whether they were students from the school, students from other schools, or even those who had graduated from school and had half a leg. People who have entered the underworld will bow respectfully and say hello after seeing Kurosaki Ichigo. Don't ask, just ask, it was Kurosaki Ichigo who punched it out with his own fists. Morning. Ichigo carried his school bag behind his back with one hand. His eyes were equal, or in other words, he was completely arrogant. No matter who greeted him, he just nodded lightly and then said no more. In this way, Ichigo, like the big brother of the underworld, came to Karakura Town No. 1 High School amidst the praises of countless younger brothers. 5.6 Ichigo, good morning. As soon as Ichigo entered high school, some classmates ran to him to say hello. It's just that the classmate's appearance is too vulgar, so Ichigo can't. He looked at the other person and replied, Good morning Asano. Ichigo, you didn't even look at me. A boy with brown hair named Asano said dissatisfiedly to Ichigo. I don't need to look at you, it's enough to hear your voice. Ichigo returned casually, carrying his school bag. Hey, good morning Ichigo. When Ichigo strode to the door of his class, where he was in the first year of high school, he happened to arrive at the same time, a gentle man with a good aristocratic temperament who took care of his hair meticulously. The boy smiled at Ichigo. Oh, good morning, Kojima Mizuoro. Ichigo glanced at the boy in front of him and nodded gently. Immediately afterwards, Ichigo opened the classroom door and walked in. Ichigo doesn't seem to stop for anyone. Ichigo heard that your family went on a trip over the weekend. As soon as Ichigo entered the classroom, he heard the voice of his childhood sweetheart, Arisawa Tatsuki, ringing in his ears. To be precise, everyone except me has gone on a trip. Ichigo corrected after hearing this. Ha ha ha, you've been left behind again. Long Gui heard this, patted Ichigo's shoulder hard, and said with a smile. Ang. After hearing Long Gui's words, Ichigo curled his lips speechlessly, and then said firmly, I don't plan to go either. You're still as arrogant as before. Long Gui said, locking Ichigo's neck and joking. Chapter 80. Looking at the entire Karakura town, the only high school student who dared to lock Kurosaki Ichigo's neck was Ryuaki, who was Ichigo's childhood friend. After all, the two had grown up and had no scruples about each other. Nonsense. I didn't say that before. I tell the truth, and I love telling the truth. Ichigo knows Long Gui so well that he naturally knows what Long Gui is talking about. Probably when he was a child, every time he was defeated by Long Gui in karate class, he would cry and shout, I will definitely defeat you in one fell swoop. Although, Ichigo has never defeated Ryuaki, but since he entered the first grade of junior high school at the age of 12, his body suddenly began to grow uncontrollably, and his strength, speed and skills have surpassed that of normal humans. Category: sometimes Ichigo thinks, maybe even Bateman in the comics, or the failed man, won't be his opponent, right? You are so tough again. Long Gui heard this and said angrily. This guy Ichigo is very unlovable. He has never been soft even once since he was a child. Ichigo-kun, Ryuuki. At this moment, a soft and cute voice sounded, attracting Ichigo and Ryuuki. I saw a pair of plump girls who caught Ichigo and Ryuki's eyes first, and then a head of orange hair attracted Ichigo and Ryuki's eyes. Orium. After Long Gui saw Orium, he immediately let go of his arms. Then he ran to Orium's side and gave Orium a big hug. Perhaps Long Gui was exerting too much force, and Orium's proud plumpness kept jumping up and down. Of course, all of this was ignored by Ichigo. He was completely at peace at the moment. After all, that annoying guy probably wouldn't bother him today. Everyone, please return to your seats quickly. Just when Ichigo was sitting in his seat, Orium was looking at Ichigo, and Ryuuki was looking at Orium. Ichigo's class teacher Okamiyu, known as Miss Xiaomei, a woman who wore myopia glasses and whose eyes shone with wisdom. 6 entered the classroom. Okay, Teacher Xiaomei. When everyone saw Uzhamiyu, they all returned to their seats. Today I would like to introduce a transfer student to you. After seeing everyone return to their seats, Miyu smiled at the girl outside the door. Okay, you can come in. Good teacher. When Miyu finished speaking, there was a voice outside the classroom door that made Ichigo feel very familiar, and he saw an onion head walking into the classroom triumphantly. Hi everyone. My name is Rukia Kukaki. From today on, I am a classmate with everyone. Please exhibitions. Then, under everyone's surprised eyes, the onion said his name. Ha! Are you kidding? When Ichigo heard the name Rukia Kukaki, he finally came to his senses. He watched Rukia's eyes widen and said angrily. So, dear Kurosaki Ichigo, let's start our happy and wonderful school life. Rukia smiled at Ichigo and replied. You're not happy? Bastard! Watching the interaction between Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki, Inu Orium next to him suddenly felt like I was the one who came first. Between classes. Kurosaki Ichigo was leaning against the window, sulking alone. On the other hand, Rukia Kukaki was smiling and communicating with Ichigo's classmates. For a moment, Ichigo, a yellow-haired and Tauren man, had the illusion that he was being fooled by others. Obviously, those were his friends. He was the one who came first, ahem. In a sense, these two people are quite compatible. So Rukia and Ichigo are acquaintances. Orium clasped his hands behind his back, approached Rukia, and asked curiously. Of course. By the way, I'm staying at Ichigo's house now. Rukia replied with a smile upon hearing this. Although Rukia doesn't know why, she always feels that this person will be her biggest enemy when facing this big-breasted girl. Are you and Ichigo already living together? Following Rukia's answer, a group of high school students let out shocked sounds. It doesn't count if we live together. If we insist on saying so, she can only be regarded as a guy who stays in our house and eats for free. Ichigo, who had been speechless, frowned tightly after hearing what everyone said. He thought that if he didn't clarify it, the relationship between him and Rukia might be spread by these idle guys. What does it look like? Ah, Ichigo-san, that's wrong. My uncle and aunt really like me. After hearing Ichigo's words, Rukia still had a smile on her face, but there were veins on her forehead one after another. Hee. Hearing this, Ichigo just sneered. He neither refuted nor admitted. But then again, my relationship with Kurosaki Ichigo. If you insist, I'm Ichigo's distant cousin. Rukia thought for a moment and spoke out the character she had developed for herself. Because my father and mother died unexpectedly due to some accidents. For a while, I seemed to be without a trace. But fortunately, I contacted my uncle, Ichigo's father, Uncle Kurosaki Ishin. Because I found that besides my uncle Kurosaki Ishin, I seemed to have no other relatives in this world, so after careful consideration, I went to seek refuge with my uncle Kurosaki Ishin and temporarily stayed at the home of Kurosaki Ichigo. At the same time, my uncle was afraid that he would not be able to take better care of me, so he went through the transfer procedures so that I and Ichigo could study at Karakura Town First High School. When Rukia Kokaki told lies, her face was not red and her heart was not beating. She calmly explained her relationship with Ichigo, and at the same time, she thought of a very suitable reason for herself to transfer to school and live in Ichigo's home. It turns out she's Ichigo's cousin. After hearing Rukia's words, everyone suddenly shouted. If she was Ichigo's cousin, it wouldn't be surprising to temporarily live in Ichigo's home and transfer to Karakura Town No. 1 High School. At the same time, everyone also felt sympathy and pity for Rukia's experience. Thank you for your hard work, Rukia. Among them, Orium even held Rukia in his arms and said excitedly. Orium, who also lost her family at a very young age, can best understand Rukia's pity, and she is full of sympathy for Rukia. What cousin? Ichigo's eyelids twitched slightly after hearing Rukia's words. This was the first time he discovered that this guy Rukia really didn't blush when he told lies. Rukia, who was held in Orium's surging arms, seemed to feel Ichigo's gaze. She shook her fist vigorously at Ichigo, and then made a series of mouth gestures. If you don't want to cause trouble, don't expose me. And, at my age, not to mention being your cousin, even being a grandma is enough, so from today on, you brat, remember to show some respect to me in the future. So in a sense, Kurosaki Ishin is really considered a Lolita control. After all, Kurosaki Masaki is only in his infancy, whether he is a Quincy or a Shinigami. What a bastard! After Kurosaki Ichigo heard Rukia's words, he was so angry that his teeth itched. But in the end, Ichigo endured it. Does Ichigo have a cousin? Why have I never heard of it? After Ichigo's acquiescence, everyone in the class seemed to accept Rukia's identity. Only Arisawa Tatsuki, who had grown up with Ichigo since childhood, furrowed his brows and kept mumbling, seeming to still be confused about Rukia's identity. However, since Ichigo didn't say anything about Rukia's identity, she, Ryuaki, didn't bother to question anything. Since the rightful owner of the world had admitted it, she, a childhood sweetheart, would seem a bit ignorant if she continued to say random things. But theoretically speaking, the four nobles now are more or less related, just like when Kokaki Jinling wanted Byakuya to marry Yoryuaki. It is normal for the four nobles to intermarry. In a sense, Rukia Kokaki is really the distant cousin of Kurosaki Ichigo, but there is no blood relationship at all. In this way, with Ichigo's acquiescence, Rukia successfully became one with Ichigo's classmates as Ichigo's cousin. Rukia even used Ichigo's name to quickly become the first member of Ichigo's class and even the entire Karakura town. The eldest sister of a freshman in high school. This made Ichigo, who was already upset about Rukia's arrival, even more upset. The ordinary high school life I dreamed of is gone forever. Diddy. While Rukia was chatting with Ichigo's classmates, the mobile phone she carried suddenly lit up with a series of scarlet flashes, and a series of electronic notification sounds rang in everyone's ears. Ichigo. Let's go. Rukia's expression changed slightly, she immediately stood up from her seat, took Ichigo's hand, and ran outside. Is it Sue again? Since Kurosaki Ichigo's awakening, Aizen has given up his ban on Karakura town, and Hueco Mundo has begun to raid Karakura town again. Although Ichigo felt 100 reluctances in his heart, he still followed Rukia and ran out of the classroom. However, after Ichigo walked out of the classroom, he seemed to remember something again. He turned around and said to Orium and Longui, Orium, Longui, help me and teacher Xiaomei take a leave of absence. I have a small problem at home and I have something very important to do. Thank you. After Ichigo finished speaking, without waiting for Ryuaki and Orium's reply, he turned around and disappeared into the corridor. Good. Ichigo's words made Orium and Longui slightly stunned. Although they both had many questions to ask Ichigo, they still nodded lightly and agreed to Ichigo's request. It was not long after Ichigo and Rukia left the classroom that Orium suddenly saw Kurosaki Ichigo wearing a dark kimono through the window and carrying a huge zanpakuto on his back. Ah! ORI-873 looked at Ichigo dressed up like this, her eyes widened. Orium, what are you looking at? Perhaps it was because Long Gui and others had not yet met Hollow, and they could not see the spirit body at this moment, so they did not see Kurosaki Ichigo wearing the Death Tyrant costume. No, it's nothing. When Orium heard this, he immediately shook his head and suppressed the doubts in his heart. It's strange, why is Rukia the only one left, where is Ichigo? Long Gui had no doubt that he was there. He followed Orium's line of sight and looked out the window. Then she frowned. She only saw Rukia alone. Orium was stunned for a moment, then became even more confused. Am I the only one who can see it? Orium whispered to himself in his heart. The other side. As a trainee Shinigami, Kurosaki Ichigo, under the guidance of Rukia Kokaki, killed the target's hollow with great ease. He waved the huge zanpakuto in his hand and said disdainfully, "These hollows are nothing more than this, so I will kill them instantly. It's just a level. A guy like you has just become a Shinigami and has no idea how powerful the hollow is. Don't think that just because you kill a few fish, you feel invincible. Now, if you meet a powerful hollow, if you still have this mentality, you will die." Rukia looked at the proud Kurosaki Ichigo and immediately warned him. Apart from anything else, if I encounter an Ajichas with the current ability of Kurosaki Ichigo will definitely not be able to defeat it. In essence, the current Kurosaki Ichigo uses. Or is it Rukia Kokaki's power, his own Shinigami power, that hasn't appeared yet? Is it as mysterious as you said? Hearing this, Ichigo seemed a little unconvinced. You guy! Rukia naturally saw the disbelief in Ichigo's eyes. She raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Ichigo's lecture angrily. Rukia didn't know what to say to the stupid Kurosaki Ichigo. After all, as a disciple of Ichimaru Jin, she had received educational resources from both sides. She couldn't be more clear about the level of the hollow. If Aizen hadn't hidden the Ajichas level hollow in the body of an ordinary hollow, even Ruki, who was only 1/5 Ryūtsuo after being restricted. Yay, they are hard to beat. I have to say that regardless of mental arithmetic or not, Aizen is still very strong in this aspect. Just as Rukia was giving Kurosaki Ichigo some knowledge, a voice sounded. That guy is right. Kurosaki Ichigo. Hollows are not that easy to deal with. Guys who underestimate hollows will eventually be killed by hollows and become their food. Chapter 81. A cold voice suddenly sounded from above the heads of Ichigo and Rukia. Yes, that's it. Ichigo, you finally figured it out. When Rukia heard this, she kept nodding her head. She found her soulmate for the first time. However, the next second, Rukia noticed something was wrong. This does not seem to be what Kurosaki Ichigo said. Since it was not said by Ichigo, then who said this? Rukia thought so, raised her head and looked upward, in the direction of the sound, and saw a person. The boy wearing the uniform of Karakura Town No. 1 High School and wearing myopia glasses on the bridge of his nose was silently looking at Rukia and Ichigo. The person who spoke just now was none other than him. Who are you? Rukia looked up at the boy in front of her and asked doubtfully. My name is Ishida Yuri, and I am a Quincy. That young man was Ishida Yuri who had sensed the void and came over. He gently pushed the myopia glasses on the bridge of his nose and spoke calmly to Rukia. Quincy. Rukia's pupils shrank slightly after hearing Ishida Yuri's words. As the eldest daughter of the Kokaki family and a disciple of Ichimaru Jin, Rukia had naturally heard the rumors about the Quincy. Rukia's eyes were full of wariness about this young man who showed up uninvited and claimed to be a Quincy. Color. Who are you? I don't understand what you are talking about. Unlike the surprised Rukia, Kurosaki Ichigo was very calm at the moment. He looked at Ishida Uriha floating above his head and asked with a puzzled expression. Obviously, Kurosaki Ichigo's holy script has been activated again, holy script D, so terrifying. Kurosaki Ichigo, you really should go to the hospital to have your ears checked. After hearing what Kurosaki Ichigo said, Ishida Uri's eyelids twitched slightly and he spoke with an unhappy expression. You actually know my name? It's really strange. Ichigo said in surprise after hearing Yuri say his name repeatedly. We are from the same school. And we are classmates in the same class. Are you mistaken, Kurosaki Ichigo? Ishida Uriha broke through the defense directly, and Kurosaki Ichigo was so annoying that he didn't even recognize his classmates. Although I don't recognize many of my classmates now. Ouch! Just as Ichigo and Uriha were talking, another white hollow roared and rushed towards Ichigo and Rukia who were in a daze. Oops! When Ichigo and Rukia heard this, their expressions changed. They quickly turned around and planned to fight the visitor, but it was still a step too late. Nagzu had already arrived in front of Ichigo and Rukia. No matter how you look at it, Ichigo and Rukia were too late to fight back. At this critical moment, the self-proclaimed Quincy, Ishida Yuri, who stood alone in the sky with a foothold composed of Rykos, opened the Ryko bow and arrow in his hand. Along with a whistling sound, an extremely powerful sacred destruction directly cut through the air and shot the arrow through the Su's head. Bump! With a roar, the Su that was shot through the head by Yuri's arrow turned directly into a sky full of spirit particles, and then dissipated in the air. So fast! It was also at the moment when Yuri drew his bow and arrow that he easily eliminated the hollow that sneaked up on Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia. Ichigo finally reacted, his pupils shrank slightly, and he praised from the bottom of his heart. Quick! Kurosaki Ichigo, do you call an arrow of this level fast? Compared to my grandfather's arrows, my arrows are too immature. However, even such an immature arrow is difficult to catch with your current dynamic nerves. So, Kurosaki Ichigo, do you understand? You are still too immature now, at least in front of me. Not even close. Yulong gently pushed the myopia glasses on the bridge of his nose, said a few arrogant words, and disappeared into the air triumphantly. What the hell is this guy doing? Ichigo said dissatisfiedly after seeing Yuri leave. Quincy! Ichigo, you go back to school first. I have some things to investigate. Rukia looked at Ishida Yuri who was walking away, and while whispering, she walked towards the distance. The destination Rukia was heading for was the store where Urahara Kisuk was. Even Rukia Kokaki knows the truth about the Shinigami's great enemy, the Quincy. Ha! Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Rukia and Ishida Uriha who left him without authorization, his eyelids twitched slightly, and he said very unhappily, I'm really fed up, you guys are doing it one after another. The way you talk to yourself in front of me is really disgusting. However, even though Kurosaki Ichigo talked a lot, he still walked towards his school. He returned to the bathroom where he used to store his physical body before he left. After the spiritual body and the physical body merged into one, Kurosaki Ichigo returned to the classroom without thinking about himself. Oh! Ichigo, you are back, where is Rukia-san? After Ichigo returned to the classroom, a group of classmates gathered around and asked Kurosaki Ichigo. I don't know. Don't ask me. Kurosaki Ichigo said unhappily. Kurosaki Ichigo, are you being left behind? In response, the students in the class looked at Ichigo with smiles and asked. You are kidding, I will be left behind by others. Hearing this, Ichigo's face changed slightly. Lies will only make people laugh, the truth is the sharpest knife. It seems that Kurosaki Ichigo will be given a tough talking holy text. Ha ha ha. The classmates looked at Ichigo and laughed. Obviously, everyone already knows what happened between Ichigo and Rukia. Humph. In response, Ichigo sat by the window and looked out the window boredly. Ichigo found that he could only get a little peace when he returned to his seat. Perhaps this is the special blessing brought by the hometown of the king in the back row. Kurosaki-kun, I saw you before, you seemed to be wearing a dark kimono, carrying a huge two-handed sword, and ran out of the school playground. Kurosaki-san, did you really not do anything dangerous? Just when Ichigo was looking out the window and thinking about the Quincy, a soft voice suddenly sounded in Ichigo's ears. Orium? Can you see me just now? When Ichigo heard this, his expression was slightly startled. He looked at the gentle girl beside him who spoke, Inu Orium, and asked doubtfully. Yeah. I can see it. Orium nodded vigorously after listening to Ichigo's words. Kurosaki-san in kimono is also very handsome. Then, Orium seemed to have thought of something, and added with a slight blush on her pretty face. Then before Ichigo could speak, Orium added, but Kurosaki-san with a big sword is really dangerous. Kurosaki-san must pay attention to his own safety. You can indeed see me just now. After listening to Orium's words, Ichigo finally confirmed Orium's special nature. His pupils shrank slightly and he looked Orium up and down. Kurosaki-kun, don't look at me like that, I'm a little embarrassed. Orium blushed even more when she felt Kurosaki Ichigo's burning gaze. I'm sorry, Orium. I made you feel uncomfortable. Actually, I only recently became that person. My current identity is not just an ordinary high school student, but also a trainee Shinigami. Kurosaki Ichigo first apologized to Orium, and then looked seriously at Orium explaining his identity. After Ichigo said these words, his face turned slightly rosy. Ichigo himself didn't know how serious he was. He said such words that made him feel Chiyunibu. At the same time, Ichigo was also a little worried. What should he do if Orium didn't believe what he said? Shinigami? It's really suitable for Kurosaki-san. Inu Orium's heart is comparable to Kurosaki Ichigo's mother Kurosaki Masaki. Even after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo say this, she still definitely recognized Kurosaki Ichigo's words. Kurosaki Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he was curious, why only Inu Orium could see him. That's of course because Inu Orium is special. To put it bluntly, part of Inu Orium's perfection technique can even be equal to the power of the 10 holy blades. If Beilang hadn't known that he had made no mistakes in this life, he might have thought that Inu Orium was his daughter. Of course, at this time, Beilang, like Aizen, was watching Kurosaki Ichigo's live performance of Shinigami. It must be said that the effect was much better than catching up on the show. Kurosaki Ichigo is Beilang's very important figure. Although he has the intention of scheming against him, it doesn't mean that he has a girl to compensate for. Beilang feels very at ease that he has cheated on this guy who, according to his seniority, is not his son. The next day, when Ichigo woke up from his room, he first opened the door to his closet, but unfortunately, Rukia didn't seem to come back. Well. In this regard, Ichigo sighed helplessly. He didn't know what he was worried about, but he was worried. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he walked downstairs and walked towards the restaurant, preparing to have a simple bite and then go to school. Yo! Ichigo, did you sleep well yesterday? When Ichigo arrived at the dining room, he went to his seat and sat down very skillfully. A faint greeting suddenly sounded in his ears. It's okay. Ichigo nodded casually, listening to the familiar voice. Hey! It was after Ichigo said hello to that person that he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Wait, why are you here? Ichigo looked at Rukia Kokaki sitting next to him while eating, and his eyelids twitched slightly. Is there any problem? Lucia was stunned for a moment and then asked. Don't worry about leaving and coming back. Hearing this, Ichigo replied angrily. Sorry. I was mainly busy with some urgent matters yesterday. Anyway, I have investigated the Quincy matter clearly. Rukia looked at Ichigo and replied confidently. Of course, what Rukia knew was that Unohana Retsu made up lies to deceive her. Unohana Retsu couldn't tell her that he was working with a Quincy. Especially a genius pure-blood Quincy. What kind of existence is a Quincy? Ichigo was stunned for a moment after hearing Rukia's words, and then asked. They are very dangerous existences. Rukia frowned and said in a deep voice. The Quincy is dangerous. Hearing this, Ichigo's pupils shrank slightly. Rukia nodded vigorously. She checked a lot of information yesterday and found out that the Quincy could be called the Shinigami's enemies. After hearing Rukia's words, Ichigo frowned and fell into deep thought. Dali Zhao, suck. On the other side, Kurosaki Masaki, who was sitting across from Ichigo and Rukia, quietly listening to the conversation between Ichigo and Rukia, was silently drinking miso soup from the bowl. Quinnies are dangerous. Masaki Kurosaki heard this and narrowed his eyes slightly. So, her eldest son, Kurosaki Masaki, and her husband Kurosaki Ishin's friend in Soul Society, said in front of her, a pure-blood Quincy, that Quincy are dangerous. This is really interesting. Forward. In response, Yuxin lowered his head and said that he heard nothing. Didn't hear it at all. At this moment Kurosaki Ishin awakened Shinmonji D order. However, the consciousness of Rukia and Kurosaki Ichigo is really poor. Even though Ishida Yuri's incident happened yesterday, they are still discussing it in front of Kurosaki Ishin and Kurosaki Masaki. Obviously, these two little ones never thought that the other two people here would be involved in the world of Shinigami. Especially when there's a real former pure-blood Quincy sitting among them. The reason why it is before is because Kurosaki Masaki is no longer a pure-blood Quincy after being contaminated by Hollow's power, otherwise why Wakka's sanctification should be ineffective against her. In the last holy meeting, Habich was targeting the half-blood Quincy Kurosaki Masaki. But obviously, when Rukia Kokaki came back, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was not very interested last night, was instantly resurrected with full health. The current state of Kurosaki Ichigo is just like the time when Kurosaki Ishin met Kurosaki Masaki. In essence, Kurosaki Ichigo longs for a different life. Otherwise, he would not be eager to master new power after losing his power. Chapter 82. Anyway, let's go have some contact with that Quincy first. As for whether that Quincy is dangerous or not, we will make a judgment after we have formal contact with him. After Ichigo thought for a while, he spoke to Rukia beside him. Okay. At this moment, Rukia and Ichigo reached a consensus. As for Kurosaki Masaki and Kurosaki Ishin, they are a bit curious. I'm curious as to how Ichigo and Rukia plan to contact the person they just mentioned. After all, according to their knowledge, the only Quincy alive in this world are Ishida Yuri and his family. After all, Ishida Ryujin has seen the Quincy who has not been killed by Beilang. In a sense, it can be regarded as a death-free gold medal issued by Soul Society. The 13th division in charge of the current world will treat Ishida Ryujin. A family that turns a blind eye. After a hearty meal, Rukia and Ichigo went to school. Because Ichigo remembered that the clothes Ishida Yuri was wearing yesterday were the uniforms of their school, so Ichigo and Rukia quickly found Ishida Yuri who was reading quietly in class during the break. Dragon. That's the guy. Ichigo and Rukia opened the crack of the door and looked at Ishida Yuri inside the classroom, and they suddenly said in surprise. It seems we have found the person. The next step is to let the other party explain the purpose of yesterday's visit. In response, Rukia winked at Ichigo. I understand. Ichigo nodded slightly after receiving Rukia's prompt. Are you Ishida Yuri? Ichigo walked into his class and greeted Ishida Yuri. Kurosaki Ichigo, I know why you are here. At 8 o'clock on Saturday morning, we will meet in Central Park. Yuri looked at Ichigo beside him and seemed not surprised by Ichigo's arrival. He gently pushed the myopia glasses on the bridge of his nose and said coldly. Ichigo just nodded slightly. How to say? After Ichigo walked out of the classroom door, Rukia immediately approached Ichigo and asked. That stinky 420 guy said that he knew why I was here. He asked me to go to Central Park to find him on Saturday. Ichigo did not hide this, and directly told Rukia what Uriu said. I see. It seems like this guy also knows that school is not the place to do anything. After hearing Ichigo's words, Rukia sighed helplessly. Since Yulong had no intention of talking to them, they seemed to have no other good solution besides delaying the matter until Saturday. Ever since, a few days have passed by in a hurry. During these few days, Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kokaki dealt with Inu Orium's brother Inu Hao, and helped Sato Yazutora kill a villain who was enough to enter hell. Seeing the gate of hell appear. Finally, it's time to meet Ishida Yuri. 8 o'clock on Saturday morning. Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia went to Central Park together to look for traces of Ishida Yuri. Kurosaki Ichigo, you are here. You are 15 seconds late in total. You are a little too unpunctual. As expected, your character is as undisciplined as your strength. Yuri looked at Ichigo. He replied coldly. It's just 15 seconds late. Hearing this, Ichigo's eyelids twitched slightly. Humph. It's useless to talk more. Kurosaki Ichigo, to be precise, trainee Shinigami Kurosaki Ichigo. Come and have a competition with me, a competition to prove who is the best between Shinigami and Quincy. I will make you lose completely today. Before Ichigo could say anything, Ishida Yuri looked at Ichigo coldly and spoke in a deep voice. Hey! Ishida Yuri, have I offended you in any way? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Ishida Yuri who was full of malice towards him, scratched his yellow hair feebly, and asked in confusion. Kurosaki Ichigo, don't you understand? The battle between the Quincy and Shinigami has nothing to do with you or whether you have offended me. This is the fate between the Quincy and Shinigami, and it is also the fate between you and me. The fate of time, Kurosaki Ichigo, from the moment you chose to become Shinigami, no matter you are my classmate, Ag-J, or my acquaintance. You have already stood on the opposite side of me, you and I. This antagonistic relationship between them cannot be easily reversed. Ishida Yuri gently pushed the myopia glasses on the bridge of his nose. His eyes when he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo were full of disgust. In Yuri's eyes, Kurosaki Ichigo, the Shinigami, is obviously unqualified. He didn't even know what a Shinigami was and what kind of responsibilities he shouldered, so he resolutely became a Shinigami. This is completely a dabbler. It is completely different from someone like him who has been aiming to become a qualified Quincy since birth as his ultimate life goal. He, Ishida Yuri, no matter who he loses to, he will never lose to Kurosaki Ichigo such half-heartedness. Although in the eyes of Ishida Ryuuxian, Ishida Yuri just has no talent. To put it bluntly, without Waka's attack, Ishida Yuri would never have been able to touch the first-class spiritual power in his life. What are you talking about? I don't understand. When Kurosaki Ichigo heard this, he was slightly stunned at first, and then asked. You don't need to understand me. Ishida Yuri looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was deaf at critical moments, and couldn't help but look a little helpless. Anyway, you and I have a showdown. That's enough. I will use my strength to prove that Quincy is the best existence. The level of excellence far exceeds that of Shinigami. Ishida Yuri said, taking out what looked like a coin from his arms. Ishida Yuri, what exactly is that thing in your hand? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the coin in Yuri's hand and frowned slightly. Is that not good? At this time, Rukia also saw the coin in Yuri's hand. Combining the information about Quincy that she learned from the profiteer Urahara yesterday, Rukia quickly recognized the coin in Yuri's hand and what it was about. Things. This is the time for Quincy to hunt and use it as bait to attract prey. As long as I crush it, the entire Karakura town, and even all the hollows in Tokyo, will be attracted to it. Kurosaki Ichigo, the outcome between you and me will be decided by the number of hollows we hunt. I will use my own strength to prove that the Quincy is far superior to the Shinigami. Ishida Yuri didn't give Rukia time to speak. While introducing the bait in his hand to Kurosaki Ichigo, he crushed the bait and turned it into a sky full of spirit seeds. Oops! Rukia looked at Ishida Yuri's actions, and her expression suddenly changed. It was also the moment after Ishida Yuri crushed the bait that the entire Karakura town sky was filled with a bit of haze. The pitch-black sky seemed to make Karakura town look a bit eerie. Ouch! It was also the moment after Ishida crushed the bait that, accompanied by roars one after another, hollows one after another headed towards the direction of Ishida. Whoosh! Ishida held the bow in one hand and fired a divine destruction, directly killing the overestimating hollow. Then he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kokaki and said coldly, "The first one. I am in the lead now." Kurosaki Ichigo opened his eyes wide. "Keep an eye on how I, as a Quincy, will fight." With his efficiency, to put it bluntly, Ishida Longxian can kill thousands of hollows in 1 second. You crazy person! Ichigo has no time to linger, come with me. Now Karakura town has been surrounded by hollows. These hollows will cruelly devour all the hollows staying in Karakura town. After the hollows are swallowed up, they will set their sights on some people who are naturally superior to spiritual power. Ordinary human being, Kurosaki Ichigo, can you understand what I'm saying? Your family is in danger right now. Rukia Kokaki first scolded Ishida Yuri and then said in a deep voice to Kurosaki Ichigo. My family is in danger. After hearing Rukia's words, Kurosaki Ichigo's expression suddenly changed. Damn it! Now is not the time to stay here any longer, I have to save Yuzu, Xiaoli, and mother. After Kurosaki Ichigo learned from Rukia that his family might be in danger, his eyes suddenly turned a little red. Deep in his heart at this moment, he was extremely worried about the safety of his mother and sisters. As for his old father, he didn't really care. Kurosaki Ishin, 6. My eldest son is filial. However, just as Kurosaki Ichigo was about to leave, one after another, hollows appeared in all directions of Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia, and surrounded Kurosaki Ichigo. Damn it! Damn it! Kurosaki Ichigo cursed angrily. There were too many hollows surrounding him at the moment. It was obvious that he would not be able to get away in a short time. There is no other way. We can only kill all the virtual ones here first. Kurosaki Ichigo cursed angrily, waving the wide Zanpakuta in his hand, and rushed towards the hollows. Although Kurosaki Ichigo was currently unable to do so because the Blade King of Sword 10 Holy Blades in his body was controlling the power of Waiwak, completely liberating the true power of Shinigami in his body. The power he is using now is only a small part of Rukia Kokaki, the power in his body, and the overflow of the seal. Even so, it is enough for him to deal with these miscellaneous fish, whether they are no matter how huge the hollow was. He was stabbed in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. So strong. On the other side, Ishida Yuri was standing on the overpass. At this moment, beads of sweat were pouring out from his forehead. He was constantly pulling the bow in his hand. Sacred destruction, one after another, was fired from Ishida's hand. Every shot was holy destruction is enough to kill a powerful hollow. However, despite this, Ishida cannot be much superior to Ichigo in terms of the number of hollows killed, which makes Ishida feel pressure one after another. It's weird, there's something wrong with the density of this void. Can my bait really attract so many Su? I always feel like I've fallen into someone's trap. At the same time, Ishida Yuri also gradually noticed that something was wrong. The KY that kept appearing in front of him and Kurosaki Ichigo looked a bit wrong. It was not the first time that he used this bait, but no matter where even once, it was far less than the bait he used today, attracting and summoning more voids. At the same time, Aizen, who was watching the show, couldn't help it. I see, no matter what, Kurosaki Ichigo is also a descendant of the Shiba family. Although he has not received any education, and even Zanpakuto is not his own, he can still show the fighting power of the Godi 13 vice-captain. It seems that these ordinary hollows are nothing to Kurosaki Ichigo. No matter how many trash fish come, they can't put any pressure on Kurosaki Ichigo. It seems that for the growth of Kurosaki Ichigo, it is time for me to give him keep adding more ingredients. Aizen was sitting in his office, looking through the screen in front of him quietly at the picture of Kurosaki Ichigo chopping melons and vegetables, defeating dozens of ordinary hollows. Yes, come here. Thinking of this, Aizen called to someone behind him. Lord Aizen, what are your orders? After hearing this, Tosen Kaname immediately approached Aizen and asked. Send an Ajichas disguised as Killian to Karakura town in the present world. It's time for Shiba Ishin's son to press. Aizen spoke calmly to Tosen Kaname behind him. Sir Aizen, once we send Minos Grande like Ajichas to the present world, they will definitely be discovered by the people from the Science and Technology Development Bureau. By then, these people from the Science and Technology Development Bureau will probably not only pay attention to Minos Grande's affairs, but also you will find that Rukia Kokaki, who passed on the power of Shinigami to humans, and Kurosaki Ichigo, who gained the power of Rukia, will also be paid attention to by Godi 13. By then, your plans and experimental subjects will be exposed to Beilang. What is the Commander-in-Chief looking like? After listening to Aizen's words, Tosen. He frowned tightly and spoke anxiously. Yam, since when did you come to have Godi 13 discover that Rukia Kokaki and Kurosaki Ichigo were not part of my plan? On the contrary, I want Godi 13 to discover them. All preparations are in place, it's time to get Urahara Kisuk's Hagyaku and play the final game with Captain Beilang. Chapter 83. In order for our plan to proceed smoothly, don't you think, we need an existence that can attract enough firepower for us? This can help us attract firepower and make Godi 13 unable to care about our actions. It has to be Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kokaki. The two nobles of Shiba and Kokaki are enough to give the entire Soul Society a headache. Aizen sat in his seat and spoke calmly to Tosen Kaname. That's it. I understand. After Tosen Kaname heard Aizen's words, he suddenly felt enlightened. He once again discovered that there were really too many differences between himself and Aizen. No wonder he is the boss and I am just a worker. Tosen Kaname thought this way. Then let's wait and see what happens next. Kurosaki Ichigo, I hope you won't disappoint me. Aizen sat in his seat very casually, and his eyes under the lenses seemed to exude endless brilliance. He calculated everyone in the world equally. As for those who were not plotted by Aizen, they were not considered human beings in Aizen's eyes. They could only be regarded as ants that he ignored. However, Kurosaki Masaki and Urahara Kisuke are in some trouble. I hope they are sensible enough and don't cause trouble for my plan. Aizen then muttered to himself. After all, there are really not many Quincy's who can vast, O Lord. In this era before the spread of holy writings, even pure-blood Quincy's do not have such outrageous combat power. This world. Damn it, I can't free my hands at all. Rukia, help me think of a solution. After Kurosaki Ichigo killed more than a dozen hollows in a row, he looked at more and more hollows gathering around him, with countless cold sweats breaking out on his forehead. In desperation, he had no choice but to look at Rukia behind him, and asked Rukia for help. Head number 4 White Thunder. At this moment, Rukia, who has recovered some Ryūjin, is constantly using Kid to fight against the surrounding hollows. Obviously, facing the increasing number of hollows, Rukia has no good solution. Tisk. What should I do now? Damn it, I can't worry about Yuzu and the others. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Rukia, who was also trapped, with more and more beads of sweat on his forehead. But at the same time, Inu Orium and Sato Yasutora awakened their full expression skills, and not only had the ability to save their lives, but also began to kill the hollows targeting the Kurosaki Ichigo family. Ichigo, you kill the hollows here, I will go back to protect your family. Although Rukia's Ryūjin has not recovered much, it is powerful after all. Facing these hollows who are far different from Julian, only a simple Hadou can kill them all. Sorry to trouble you, Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo was overjoyed and thanked him quickly. What nonsense! I'm leaving first. After saying that, Rukia kept holding Kid and rushed out of the encirclement of Kurosaki Ichigo. Moreover, Rukia also discovered that it seems that these hollows are really coming for Ishida Yuri and Kurosaki Ichigo. After Rukia left, Kurosaki Ichigo no longer had any worries, and his fighting spirit instantly rose. At this moment, the Ryūjin in Kurosaki Ichigo's body continues to surge. He not only wants to win and slap the stinky Ishida Yuri in the face, but he also wants to save Karakura Town and protect everything he holds dear. He is Kurosaki Ichigo, the protector. On the other side, Rukia also hurriedly arrived at the door of Kurosaki Ichigo's house. Because the Kurosaki family's natural Ryūjin is far superior to ordinary people, there are many more hollows gathered here than in other places. But what surprises Rukia Kokaki is that so far, no hollow has entered Kurosaki Ichigo's home, as if they are afraid of something. After meeting Rukia Kokaki, these ghosts began to attack Rukia Kokaki. Damn it! What's going on? A puzzled Rukia Kokaki kept cleaning up the surrounding voids, but there were too many voids. Rukia Kokaki's current efficiency simply couldn't kill them all. At this moment, the door of Kurosaki Ichigo's house was suddenly pushed open. Kurosaki Ichigo's mother, Kurosaki Masaki, walked out with a smile, looked at Rukia, a look of satisfaction flashed in her eyes, and said softly, "It's Rukia-chan, hurry up. Come inside. Auntie, be careful." Rukia felt bad when she saw Kurosaki Masaki come out. She was afraid that something would happen to Kurosaki Ichigo's mother. Allah! It seems that there are quite a few pests attracted by the bait. However, a scene that was beyond Rukia's expectation appeared. Kurosaki Masaki faced the hollow in front of him and did not feel any fear. Instead, he opened a bow and arrow composed of spirit seeds with his bare hands and aimed at the hollow. Head! Ouch! Both Su and Rukia fell into silence. Call out! Unfortunately, Masaki Kurosaki would not stop her actions because of this. She just gently pulled the spirit bow in her hand, and immediately a shot of divine destruction shot out from her bow, directly piercing the head of the hollow, killing him. Completely eliminate. I haven't exercised for a long time, and my skills are a bit rusty. Kurosaki Masaki did not stop her actions after killing the hollow without eyes. She used the spirit bow in her hand to aim at the hollows who kept appearing. After many years, Kurosaki Masaki once again deployed her bow. This time her reason for deploying her bow was to protect her family from being harmed by hollow. Whoosh! 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 Masaki held the spirit bow in his hand and pulled it gently. I saw one shot after another of sacred destruction, like meteors, fired from the spirit bow in Masaki's hand. In just an instant, hundreds of them were attracted to the sky by Ishida Yuri's bait. Cleaned up completely. They are both Quincy. Masaki's divine destruction and Ishida Yuri's divine destruction are like two completely different things. Whether it is speed, power, or quantity, Masaki can crush Ishida Yuri in all directions. Compared to Kurosaki Masaki, a pure-blooded Quincy who can kill Aizen's experimental subject Kyoshi, a Quincy of Ishida Yuri's level cannot be called a Quincy at all. At most, he can be regarded as a trainee. Archers, that's all. Call. It's finally over. After Kurosaki Masaki cleaned up the void in the sky, she gently wiped the sweat beads on her forehead and showed a big smile to Rukia. Everyone in Rukia is dumbfounded. My dear, Ino is actually by my side. Look at Kurosaki Masaki. This is the real annihilation. But Rukia quickly came to her senses and said quickly, "In that case, Auntie, I'm going to help Ichigo first. If anything happens, we'll talk about it when we come back." Seeing that Rukia was about to leave, Kurosaki Masaki quickly called out to her and said, "Wait a minute, Rukia-chan, don't tell Ichigo about today's incident." Rukia was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Some things are too complicated. I'm not ready for a showdown with Kurosaki Ichigo. Letting him know too many things now is just putting pressure on that kid," Masaki said with a look of helplessness in his eyes. Rukia nodded again, "I understand, Auntie, I'm leaving first." After saying that, Shunpo left. Although Rukia is very curious about Kurosaki Masaki's identity, she knows that Kurosaki Ichigo was involved in this world by her. There are some things that she should not ask, and Rukia will not get to the bottom of it. The other side. The main battlefield where Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Yuryu are. Rukia rushed back again. Su didn't kill many people. It took a long time just to run away. "Ichigo, don't worry, the hollows near your home have been cleaned up. I met Inu and Sato on the way back. They awakened their power and will protect your home." After listening to Rukia's words, Kurosaki Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief. "I understand, Rukia, help me tell Orium and Yasutora, thank them for their help, and wait for me to go back and treat them to milk tea another day." At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo looked embarrassed and panted while talking to Rukia. As for the surroundings of Kurosaki Ichigo, there are many empty corpses with missing arms and legs that were killed by Kurosaki Ichigo. There are more than 100 corpses all over the place. Ho! 137, I'm still ahead. Not far away from Kurosaki Ichigo, Ishida Yuryu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was panting heavily while preaching to Kurosaki Ichigo. "0, please give me flowers. Idiot, now is not the time to decide the winner. How many hollows can you summon with your bait?" Kurosaki Ichigo complained to Ishida Yuryu. "I don't know. I don't know either. This is my responsibility. In my original plan, the total number of baits I had was just to summon 50 or 60 hollows. Under normal circumstances, the maximum number could be 100. But now it's obviously exceeded my expectations. I even wonder if there is something wrong with my bait. Otherwise, how could I summon all the virtual beings in Hueco Mundo to Karakura town in this world? It's so strange, so weird, abnormal." Yulong murmured, subconsciously feeling that someone had tampered with his bait. "Now is not the time to think about whether something went wrong with your bait, nor is it the time to identify who is responsible. The most important thing now is that there is only one thing. That is how to deal with these hollows that keep appearing. This is what you and I should consider. In short, there is no other way. Let's join forces for the time being, Ishida Yuri. We'll talk about the outcome later, solving the current problem is the key." After Kurosaki Ichigo received the news that his family was all safe, he carried his huge zanpakuto and came to Ishida Yuri's side, frowning and muttering. "Kurosaki Ichigo, you guy." After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Ishida Yuryu looked stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Just do what you say. You and I join forces to fight against the enemy." "Good." Kurosaki Ichigo said, carrying the sword and rushing forward. "Leave the huge hollows to me, and leave those that can be killed instantly by you to clean up. Everything is focused on saving time and fighting quickly." The zanpakuto in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand flashed with silver-colored sword light, and his figure was like a bolt of lightning, constantly running on the streets. Every time he swung the sword, he could cut off the huge bodies of the hollows who overestimated their own strength. "You don't need to tell me." Yuri's expression changed again and again after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words. In the end, Yuri just yelled at Kurosaki Ichigo arrogantly, and then opened the bow and arrow in his hand, shooting arrows one after another. Whoosh! 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 Along with the sound that broke through the air, one hollow after another was buried in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. Who? This gave Kurosaki Ichigo a little more chance to breathe. Yuri, thank you very much. Before Kurosaki Ichigo continued to fight, he turned his head, smiled at Yuri behind him, and thanked him loudly. Humph! Yuri snorted coldly when he heard this, and retorted at the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo-san, pay attention to your words. I don't remember the relationship between you and me. It's good enough that we can call each other by name. Anyway. Cut. At this moment, Kurosaki didn't take Yuri's words to heart at all. He was like a fighting madman, constantly waving the Zanpakuto in his hand, killing one after another, and stepped forward to stop his hollow. Whoa! When the sky was filled with bright red, one after another, they fell on their backs and fell to the ground. Ishida Yuri and Kurosaki Ichigo joined forces and gradually moved towards the moment of victory. Click, click, click. A gap suddenly opened in the blue sky, and then the blue sky was broken like glass by someone, revealing the dark space inside. Then a pair of penetrating big hands pulled out from the dark space. A completely black monster with a long white nose and a bone mask, which was completely different from the other hollows, appeared on the bodies of Yuri and Ichigo. Forward! Ouch! When the huge hollow appeared in the sky, the ordinary hollows who were still roaring suddenly began to tremble. They seemed to feel the instinctive fear. The newly appeared hollow had something similar to them. Essential differences. Love from Aizen Minos Grande Jillian, who appeared in the form of a Jichis who had her mind wiped out, appears in Karakura town. The moment they saw this huge creature, Ishida Yuri and Kurosaki Ichigo's expressions became extremely ugly at the same time. Chapter 84. No way, absolutely impossible. Totally possible, funny face. How could my bait summon such a being? Yulong looked up at the sky, his eyes flashing with despair and confusion. This is Minos Grande. Minos Grande actually appears in this world. Rukia Kukaki also despaired of the huge shadow in the sky. Kurosaki Ichigo, run away. This is not something we can deal with. Rukia persuaded Kurosaki Ichigo. If Rukia still had the power of Shinigami now, she would definitely not say this, but unfortunately, she does not. After all, even Jillian is not something that a 4th level Shinigami with spiritual power can handle. Hey? Run away? I don't want to. After Kurosaki Ichigo listened to Rukia's words, he moved his neck slightly, and then strode towards Minos Grande, who was actually the Ajicha's level of Killian. Ichigo. Rukia looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who looked like he was not going to hit the wall, and never looked back. She suddenly panicked and ran towards Ichigo, intending to bring Ichigo back and then run away. Hey, Miss Kukaki, we haven't seen you for a long time. However, before Rukia could move forward, a man wearing a green fisherman's hat, a dark green kimono, a cane in his hand, and wooden clogs fell from the sky and stood in front of Rukia. Unohana Retsu? Get out of the way and don't get in my way. When Rukia looked at the visitor, his expression changed first, and then he spoke angrily. I'm sorry, Miss Rukia, please continue watching here quietly. The next battle belongs to Kurosaki Ichigo alone. This is a fate he cannot escape. He must work hard to become stronger. After Unohana Retsu heard what Rukia said, his eyes hidden under his hat flashed with light. He pointed at Rukia lightly, and Rukia was trapped in place. Is this because? Rukia suddenly felt a little unbelievable. Although she had already guessed that Unohana was extraordinary, she never thought that Unohana Retsu could even use Bakud, which can only be used by Shinigami. In other words, Unohana Retsu was probably also a Shinigami, or Unohana was once a Shinigami, which shocked Rukia. Ouch! It was at the moment when Rukia was controlled by Unohana Retsu that the Killian level Minos Grande opened his A-cup ointment. It seems that Minos Grande felt the threat to him from Kurosaki Ichigo, so he relied on instinct and made the decision to eliminate Kurosaki Ichigo. That's zero? Bad. Kurosaki Ichigo, run quickly, this is not something you can handle. At this moment, Rukia was already panicking. Although this was the first time she had seen Minos Grand Zero, the scarlet energy that shone brightly made the light distort. Rukia also felt the powerful power of this move. Boom! Finally, amidst Rukia's roar, Killian released the terrifying light of destruction at Ichigo. A huge beam of light fell on Ichigo, and then a thick layer of dust exploded from the ground. Ichigo! At this moment, Rukia screamed heartbreakingly. You must know that Ichigo's power of Shinigami comes entirely from Rukia. It was Rukia who led Ichigo into the path of Shinigami. In other words, without her Rukia, Kurosaki Ichigo would not have to face the situation in front of him. Minos Grande, so in the final analysis it was she who killed Kurosaki Ichigo, a genius child who was not even a baby according to Shinigami's age. At this moment, Rukia was a little desperate. She couldn't forgive herself for killing her child. Of course, it was unclear whether she had other feelings. Maybe Rukia has to figure it out on her own. At this moment, the one who had the same idea as Rukia was Ishida Uryu. He kept cursing his incompetence in his heart. If he had some ability, he would not kill himself in the same class and in the same school because of the bait thing. Classmate Kurosaki Ichigo. Miss Kokaki, don't panic, keep watching. However, Urahara Kisuke was extremely calm at this moment. After hearing Urahara's words, Rukia's expression paused slightly. She raised her head and looked in the direction of Kurosaki Ichigo, and then her pupils flashed with incredible light. Are you kidding me, Kurosaki Ichigo, is he a monster? Before Rukia could speak, Ishida Yuri had already expressed Rukia's thoughts. Ah! I saw that Kurosaki Ichigo, who had been burned to death by Minos Grand Zero in Rukia's eyes, was holding Zanpakuto at this moment, holding up Minos Grand Zero, standing firm in the red storm, and even it occupies quite an advantage. Behead me! Ichigo only felt a little sweet in his throat and his pupils were slightly dilated. In his inner world, there were two figures covering the Zanpakuto and Ichigo's hand at the same time. At this moment, they held Ichigo's hand and waved it towards Nakillion. Zanpakuto! Boom! Suddenly, a gorgeous slash came out of Ichigo's hand. Shua! Immediately, the Aegis level Minos Grande was cut in two by Kurosaki Ichigo. Yes! Success! Kurosaki Ichigo said, looking at the blue sky above his head, showing a proud smile. In the eyes of Kurosaki Ichigo, even a mere Minos Grande can be killed for you to see. So strong! I lost. Kurosaki Ichigo, the power of Shinigami clearly comes from me, but the Ryūjin that just exploded is actually stronger than me. This is so wrong. For a moment, both Ishida Yuri and Rukia Kokaki recognized the great strength of Kurosaki Ichigo. But none of them could understand where Kurosaki Ichigo got his power. Although Soul Society had no precedent of Shinigami passing power to humans before Rukia, there have been examples of Shinigami passing power to Shinigami. Among these examples, Shinigami who passively accepted power did not gain any power. The one who can surpass the person who transmits the power. For a moment, Rukia's mood was a little complicated. I always feel like all my efforts over the years have been in vain. Rukia frowned in response. It was also the moment when Ichigo defeated this Minos Grande. Soul Society, Bureau of Science and Technology Development. This is really incredible. Akikan, the third person in the show's opening scene, immediately followed up after detecting an unknown powerful Ryūjin in the real world and switched to the scene. After Akon located Karakura town, he switched to the scene of Karakura town. He saw the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Killian, as well as Rukia Kokaki who could not be Shinigami, all in his eyes. The relationship between Rukia and Kurosaki Ichigo, the origin between them seems to be unspoken. Director, come and take a look at this. In response, Khan approached Kurotsuka Mayuri with the footage he had investigated. This is really interesting. Report this to Captain Beilang in room 46. After receiving the report, Kurotsuka Mayuri raised the corners of his mouth and spoke with a smile. Yes. In response, all the staff in the Science and Technology Development Bureau nodded. Division 5. Okay, let's get everything started. Kurosaki Ichigo, Yura Harakisuke, Rukia Kukaki, and Hagyaku. All the important personnel are in place. The stage has been set up. It's time to start your performance. I'm looking forward to giving you a big surprise. Aizen sat in his captain's room with a smile on his face. At the same time, Beilang, who was watching the play in the first group, couldn't help but applaud. He couldn't be more excited to watch this good show. Moreover, since it is already so interesting, how could Beilang not get involved? Now there are no Yuryuaki Kurosaki Ichigo and others as guides, so what Beilang has to do is let his little wildcat play. When Kurosaki Ichigo finds out that the person who helped him enter Soul Society is actually the captain's wife, then his face will definitely be wonderful. Beilang couldn't help but reveal a nasty smile. At this point, the duel between Ishida Uryu and Kurosaki Ichigo came to an end when Ichigo killed an Aegis level Minos Grande with just one sword. Countless hollows looked at the Aegis level Minos Grande who was falling behind him with endless bright red spray. They did not care about Ishida Uri's bait. They no longer continued to cause trouble in Karakura town, but turned around. One after another they rushed into the black cavity where Aegis was, and kept eating the huge body. Perhaps, this is the so-called one whale drops all things. In front of the corpse of Aegis level Minos Grande, a collection of powerful spiritual beings that far exceeds the ordinary hollow level, no matter how many wandering souls there are, they can't look down on it. This corpse is to ordinary hollows appeal. The word evolution seems to be engraved in the deepest part of every virtual soul. They know clearly in their hearts that as long as they devour the body of this Aegis level Minos Grande, they will have the capital to evolve into Minos Grande. By then, they will be essentially improved. Kurosaki Ichigo I lost. Ishida Yuri looked at the Kyuns who started to instinctively fear Kurosaki Ichigo after Minos Grande fell and scattered and ran away. He gently pushed the myopia on the bridge of his nose and dropped it on Kurosaki Ichigo. After a word, he left alone. This guy. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at his arms bleeding, and his body was about to collapse due to the high load of collected souls. Ishida Yuri, who was at the end of his strength, originally wanted to stop him, take Yuri home, and give it to him. His father wanted to check him out. After all, his father was also a well-known doctor in Karakura town, right? Unfortunately, Yuri didn't give Black Knight a chance to speak. Ichigo, let's go. At this time, Rukia seemed to have thought of something. She leaned close to Ichigo and whispered. Good. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't think much, just nodded slightly to Rukia Kukaki. The next day, Kurosaki Ichigo has been lying at home for a whole day. Of course, it's not that Ichigo wanted to just lie motionless on the bed, but he couldn't move at all. Perhaps it's because he squeezed out his potential against Minos Grande on Saturday and unleashed a Ryūjin that was completely unbearable with his current spirit. As a result, after Kurosaki Ichigo woke up today, his body seemed to be unable to move. The muscles all over his body were tingling, and every piece of meat seemed to be damaged to some extent. What a troublesome thing! Kurosaki Ichigo kept sighing, his eyes seemed a little dull. Fortunately, Kurosaki Ichigo recovered quickly. Early the next morning, Kurosaki Ichigo found that his body was fine and he could go to school normally. Ah! At this point, Kurosaki Ichigo yawned and headed to Karakura Town First High School with Rukia Kukaki who was sleeping in his closet. Good morning everyone! After Kurosaki Ichigo came to the class, he first said hello to the classmates he met, and then walked towards Inu Orium and Sato Yasutora. Thank you for what happened yesterday. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Orium and Yasutora and thanked him. 1.0. Where? On the other hand, Auntie also treated us to some delicious juice. Orium laughed after hearing what Ichigo said. Looky. Ya said that Inu Orium and Sato Yasutora went to his home to help protect his family. This is different. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the kind-hearted Orium and just smiled softly. Kurosaki, regarding what happened the day before yesterday, I have caused you trouble. Just when Ichigo, Orium, and Yasutora were thanking them for helping the Kurosaki family the day before yesterday, Ishida Uriu, with his arms bandaged, entered the room where Ichigo was. Class, apologized to Ichigo. It's okay, as long as no one was hurt. But Kurosaki Ichigo just smiled softly after hearing what Yuri said. Speaking of which, your injuries don't matter, right? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the bandages on Yuri's body and couldn't help but ask. You don't need to worry about this. Ishida Uriu nodded to Ichigo, then turned around and returned to his seat. This guy. Ichigo looked at Yuri's cold expression and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Ishida-san, how did you get yourself into this state? Were you bullied? Just after Ishida Yuri returned to his seat, Mei, the teacher from Kurosaki's class, walked in. She looked at the bandages on Ishida's body and couldn't help but ask. No. I didn't fight with anyone. It's just that I accidentally fell down the stairs at home yesterday. Ishida Yuri replied without a red face and a heartbeat. As expected of a wealthy family, in a normal family, very. There is no such thing as stairs. Chapter 85. Really? Pay attention to yourself. Regarding this, the head teacher didn't want to ask any more questions and just reminded Yulong. Okay. Yulong just nodded lightly when he heard this. This guy. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Yuri's back with a trace of worry in his eyes. Don't worry, that guy will be fine. Seeing this, Rukia Kukaki persuaded Kurosaki Ichigo. Yes. Kurosaki Ichigo heard this and nodded in agreement. What Kurosaki Ichigo didn't notice was the trace of haze and worry under Rukia Kukaki's eyes. As a Shinigami, Rukia Kukaki couldn't say some things to others, so that at the moment, only Rukia herself knew that she had already stayed too long. After school that day, Kurosaki Ichigo returned to his room and began to preview his homework. After Ichigo finished all his homework, he suddenly discovered that Rukia, which was very rare today, did not bother him, which made him feel a little strange in his heart. Rukia, don't you need to go out and eliminate hollows today? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at his closet and asked. However, what was rare was that Ichigo's closet didn't make any noise today. Rukia. This made Kurosaki Ichigo look slightly stunned, then he stood up and pushed open the closet. What is this? When Ichigo opened the closet, he found that there was no one in the closet today. Strange. This made Kurosaki Ichigo feel weird. He frowned and started thinking until Kurosaki Ichigo picked up a letter from where Rukia slept. Kurosaki Ichigo personally initiates. After Kurosaki Ichigo opened the envelope in front of him, what he saw was a letter filled with kana and composed entirely of pinyin, making it impossible to decipher. Are you kidding? 06. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the letter in front of him, his eyelids twitching slightly. Isn't there too much ta in this letter? After removing it. For some reason, I have to leave. Don't come to me, and don't worry about me. Please burn the letter after reading it, and if possible, please find a safer place to hide for the time being. Kurosaki Ichigo quickly decoded Rukia's letter and then read it out. What a joke! After Kurosaki Ichigo finished reading Rukia's letter, he crumpled the letter in his hand and yelled angrily. Moreover, not only Rukia Kukaki, but Soul, this guy has also disappeared. But Kurosaki Ichigo found the soul when he went to the toilet, and learned about Rukia's departure from the soul's mouth. Brother Ichigo! You can't watch your elder sister die like this. Looking at her expression, she must be in trouble that can't be solved. Soul said with tears in his eyes. Stop arguing. Damn it. If Rukia leaves, there's no way I can become Shinigami. What should I do? Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo's heart was even more entangled. Although Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia have only known each other for a few months, during these few months, Kurosaki Ichigo has been exposed to the real world and developed a deep relationship with Rukia. Kurosaki-san, it looks like you could use a little help. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo became a little irritable after reading Rukia's letter, a handsome figure appeared beside Kurosaki Ichigo's second-floor window. Profiteer. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the visitor with a slight pause in his eyes. Come on. Urahara's eyelids twitched slightly when he heard what Ichigo called him. He held the crutch in his hand and pushed hard against Kurosaki Ichigo's chest. Whoa! Suddenly, Kurosaki Ichigo's soul left his body. At the same time, the sky was getting dark. Rukia was wearing a white short skirt and running alone on the street. She was trying her best to stay away from Kurosaki Ichigo's home to avoid causing trouble to Kurosaki Ichigo. In fact, from the day Rukia met Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia had already guessed her ending, but she didn't expect that this day would come so soon. My dear apprentice, where are you going? A familiar and gentle voice sounded in Rukia's ears. At this moment, Rukia's whole body became hard. This voice is Ichimaru-jin-sensei. Rukia said in a slightly trembling voice. Turning around, she saw that it was her dear teacher. Ichimaru-jin rubbed his hair helplessly and said, Rukia. It's only been a few months since you came to this world. Why has your alertness dropped so much? What did the teacher teach you? Have you forgotten it? Although Rukia was pleasantly surprised to see Ichimaru-jin, now, even to her dear teacher, she did not dare to say anything because this time, she really made a mistake. Seeing Rukia standing there blankly, not saying anything, Ichimaru-jin was helpless and could only say again, okay, don't be so nervous. Your matter is just a small problem. Come on, good disciple, take it away. Tell the guy who used your Shinigami power. No. Master. That's not the case. Rukia retorted quickly. She knew very well that Ichimaru-jin said this to throw all the blame on Kurosaki Ichigo's head, so as to ensure her safety. Rukia is not stupid. Of course she knows what Ichimaru-jin means. As long as she does what Ichimaru-jin says, not only will she not be convicted by Soul Society, but she will also receive certain compensation, but the premise is that she must reverse right and wrong. She cannot do this by convicting Kurosaki Ichigo as a madman who despised Soul Society and attempted to plot the power of Shinigami. Thinking of everything she had with Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia smiled from the bottom of her heart. Ichimaru-jin rubbed his hair helplessly again and said, that's it. That would be a bit troublesome. Seeing Rukia Kokaki's expression, how could Ichimaru-jin not know that his own cabbage was eaten by a pig? Ichimaru-jin clapped his hands and said helplessly, Byakuya, it seems I can't make sense. You and Vice Captain Abarai can find a solution. As soon as these words came out, Rukia Kokaki's face turned even more ugly, because his brother-in-law and elder brother, Uncle Jiri, and his childhood sweetheart were all here. Hey, Rukia, wake up. Do you know your current situation? Abarai Renji listened for a long time, and his eyes were almost green with anger. Isn't it just a business trip? Why does it feel like the color on my head suddenly changed? But in fact, the current relationship between Rukia Kokaki and Abarai Renji is not this, it is all a case made up by his own imagination. Come on, tell me now, where is the guy who stole your Shinigami power? Watch me kill him and bring his body back to Siritai. Only in this way can it be given to Soul Society. Give room 46 an explanation. Abarai Renji certainly knows that Rukia must have her own reasons for transmitting her Shinigami power to a mortal. As for the human being who gained Rukia's power, maybe he is really innocent. But right now, he can no longer care about so much. The most important thing at the moment is to do everything possible to protect Rukia and let room 46 acquit Rukia. Everything else will wait until Rukia is acquitted. Let's solve it again. Rukia Kukaki looked at Abarai Renji as if looking at a stranger, and said coldly, Renji, this matter has nothing to do with you. It is of my own free will. He is innocent. Rukia, I'm saving you, idiot. I don't need this kind of rescue. Rukia is also a stubborn person, and coupled with her relationship with Kurosaki Ichigo, of course she will not agree to this approach. Renji was so angry that he didn't know what to say. At this time, another voice sounded. Rukia, long time no see. Rukia turned around, and behind her, there was a cold voice from the north. The voice was like 1,000 years of ice, which made Rukia shiver. Sister, brother. Rukia turned her head and looked at the man next to her who had sharp features like knives, a pair of sword eyebrows that made her look calm and self-defeating, and exuded the aura of a superior person all over her body. She couldn't help lowering her head and said the man's identity. Rukia, do you know what you are talking about? Although Byakuya's face is cold, his words are full of emotion. Brother, I know what I'm talking about. Teacher, I'm sorry, but he is innocent. I will not tell his name and whereabouts. I will go back with you. Ichimarujin and Byakuya Kukaki were both dumbfounded. They were obviously at the top of Shinigami, but there was really nothing they could do to this little girl. Okay, let's talk about it when we get back. Anyway, with your master here, room 46 won't start a big fight. Ichimarujin said helplessly. Byakuya Kukaki also nodded. After all, there is a backstage. No matter how big or small the matter is, it can be solved. Okay, Renji, go and open the world traveling door. Let's go back to Soul Society first. Byakuya Kukaki said to Abarai Renji, who was still looking like he wanted to eat people. I understand, Captain. Abarai Renji calmed down and opened the portal. Hey! Where are you taking Rukia? However, at this critical moment, a man wearing a Death Tyrant costume and carrying a huge Zanpakutte behind his back blocked the way for Twice and others. Originally, Ishida Yuri was supposed to arrive first, but the situation is different now. Instead, Ishida Yuri arrived late, and Kurosaki Ichigo arrived first. Hey? Who are you talking to? Do you know who we are? Tell me which squad you are from. Renji glanced at the person who came. After seeing the death-domineering outfit on the other person's body, Renji was a little sensitive and mistakenly thought that the person who came was Shinigami from Godai 13. Renji thought that Rukia's affairs should be kept secret and cannot be known to more people. Therefore, his brows suddenly knitted together, and he scolded the man in the Death Domination uniform loudly. I am Abarai Renji, Vice Captain of Division 6. When you see me in the future, remember to call Vice Captain. Brat. Because there were too many team members in Godai 13, Renji did not recognize the identity of the person who came. However, just because Renji could not recognize the other party did not mean that the other party should not recognize him as well. He was the vice captain of the 6th team, so he was 337 is a prominent character in Godai 13, and most of the team members should know something about him. I don't understand what you mean by the vice captain of the 6th division. No matter who you are, put down Rukia right now before I get angry. Shinigami, who was wearing a Death Tyrant outfit and had short orange hair, shouted at the red-haired Abarai Renji. Ha! Renji was stunned for a moment when he heard what the yellow-haired Shinigami in front of him said. He didn't seem to understand what the yellow-haired Shinigami in front of him said. Ichigo. On the other hand, Rukia, who was caught by Byakuya, had countless beads of sweat on her forehead. She looked at Kurosaki Ichigo in front of her very nervously. "That's it, I understand. You are the human who was granted the power of Shinigami by Rukia, right?" After a brief daze, Renji suddenly came to his senses. He glared at Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him and asked coldly. "Who are you?" After hearing what Renji said, Kurosaki Ichigo frowned and asked coldly. "I told you my name is Abarai Renji. Remember for me, what is the name of the person who killed you?" Renji said and pulled out the zanpakut from his waist. "Renji." Rukia's pupils trembled slightly as she looked at Renji who was drawing the sword. "Rukia, it's useless to talk more. When I solve all this, you will explain to Central 46 what you did. Don't let the human sacrifice in front of you become meaningless. Do you hear me clearly?" Renji glancing at Rukia behind him, he said coldly. "Damn it! I don't need you to help me like this," Rukia said solemnly to Renji. "This is not just to help you, the Kokaki family does not allow anyone to pass on the power of Shinigami to humans without authorization. Rukia, think carefully about your sister's situation." Renji scolded Rukia. Rukia's body was shaking after listening to Renji's words. She was indeed in a dilemma now. "Rukia, just stand there and watch, see how I defeat them." Just when Rukia was in trouble, Kurosaki Ichigo's voice sounded again. "Run Ichigo! You are no match for them." Rukia looked at Ichigo with some despair at this moment. She hoped that Ichigo could escape. She did not want Ichigo to sacrifice himself to save her. She would bear the responsibility for the mistakes she made alone. Instead, Ichimarujin and Byakuya Kokaki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with interest, looking this guy up and down. Chapter 86. In fact, for Ichimarujin and Byakuya Kokaki, it is not a big deal for Rukia to commit this crime. If nothing else, they are lawless people themselves. With Beilang and Yamamoto Genryusai as their protective umbrella, Ichimarujin and Byakuya Kokaki often caused trouble in Seoul society when they were young. In fact, they just want to see if the person chosen by Rukia Kokaki is worthy of their recognition. But at first glance, well, Kurosaki Ichigo looks like a pure fool with a very bad mind. Maybe Abarai Renji is the only one who takes this matter seriously. This is also due to the narrow vision brought about by different status and status. Haha. I've never beaten you before, how do you know I can't beat you? After hearing Rukia's words, Ichigo just laughed. He seemed to be full of confidence in himself. Damn human boy! After listening to Ichigo's words, Renji frowned tightly. He decided to teach this arrogant human brat a lesson. Of course, if your brain is not good, you can practice it slowly. What is your strength is what Byakuya Kokaki and Ichimarujin value. This time, they both came with a mission. Beilang personally gave an order to destroy the people who stole the power of Rukia Shinigami, Suoji, and Po Sleep. As for the reason, Beilang just told them that the stolen Shinigami power is not his own after all. If the Shinigami power belonging to Rukia in that person does not disappear, Rukia will not be able to restore her own Shinigami power. Come on, kid, take a stab at me. Abarai Renji exploded instantly and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo with a knife. Well done. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't panic at all, he pulled out his huge soul-cutting sword and slashed at Abarai Renji. When the two soul-cutting swords collided together, and Abarai Renji was shocked. Although he had only just Bankai, his power was definitely not something that an ordinary Shinigami could withstand. In other words, the human in front of him, Ryūjin, is no worse than him. Of course, Renji is still in a sealed state at this time, but Kurosaki Ichigo is not using his own power, so it's hard to say who of the two suffered more damage. Kurosaki Ichigo used his strength to force Abarai Renji back. Abarai Renji was shocked, his eyes narrowed. Kid, don't blame me then. Roar, Zabimaru! In an instant, Abarai Renji's soul-cutting sword underwent a huge change, and a large saw-like sword appeared in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. What? What is this? Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes almost popped out. Rukia Kukaki didn't tell him that the soul-cutting sword would change. Ha ha ha. Kid, you don't know. The soul Zanbing sword has a name. How dare you call yourself Shinigami even if you don't know the name of your own soul Zanbing sword? Abarai Renji verbally attacked Kurosaki Ichigo. Humph. What a flashy thing. There's no point in talking, let's fight. Kurosaki Ichigo was not affected at all. Of course, with the power of someone else's Shinigami, there was no way he could discover the name of his soul-cutting sword. Abarai Renji snorted, swung Zabimaru in his hand, and the sword seemed to be alive, shooting straight into Kurosaki Ichigo's face. So fast! Kurosaki Ichigo had no time to parry and quickly rolled to avoid Abarai Renji's attack. However, Zabimaru's attack was not over yet. Abarai Renji continued to swing his soul-cutting sword and bite Kurosaki Ichigo continuously. Damn it! His soul Zankin is so difficult to deal with. With such an attack range, I can't get close. Kurosaki Ichigo thought as he dodged. Such an offensive cannot continue forever. Stay calm, Kurosaki Ichigo. There must be a weakness. Kurosaki Ichigo summoned himself, but forced himself to calm down. After dodging 3 rounds of attacks from Abarai Renji, Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes flashed with light. He looked at Zabimaru who was returning to his original state and said in surprise, "This is it. Every 4 times he attacks, the soul Zanto will return to its original state." Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo was no longer confused, his eyes were firm, and he watched Abarai Renji's attacks and counted them silently. Once. Kurosaki Ichigo ran towards Abarai Renji and rolled to avoid his attack. Twice. Kurosaki Ichigo held the soul-cutting sword at his side and withstood Abarai Renji's second attack, but his foot speed was not slow at all. 3 times. This time, Kurosaki Ichigo jammed one of Zabimaru's joints with his zanzant, but was scratched on the cheek by the blade, but Kurosaki Ichigo didn't care at all. 4 times. Abarai Renji saw Kurosaki Ichigo charging towards him, and panicked a little. He swung his soul-cutting sword straight and stabbed Kurosaki Ichigo in the chest. But this time, Kurosaki Ichigo made a sliding tackle and directly approached Abarai Renji. Abarai Renji's expression changed, because it was time for his Zabimaru to return to its original state. "Let me catch you!" Kurosaki Ichigo roared, slashing at Abarai Renji with his soul-cutting sword. "It's over. I can't escape. I was careless." Abarai Renji panicked. But at this moment, Byakuya Kukaki, who had been watching the battle, moved. Kurosaki Ichigo felt his eyes blur, and his hand suddenly became clear. When he came back to his senses, his soul-cutting sword had broken apart. Only the hilt was left in his hand. Turning around, he saw Byakuya Kukaki crushing his soul-cutting sword with his bare hands. "Humph, Renji. I'll train for a month after I go back. I let a kid push me to this point. It seems I'm too relaxed about you." Byakuya Kukaki glared at Abarai Renji. Abarai Renji quickly said nervously, "I understand, Captain Kukaki." Rukia Kukaki looked desperate. She knew from the beginning that no matter how strong Kurosaki Ichigo was, he would never pose any threat to her master and brother-in-law. These two were trained by Beilang, the current captain, since childhood. How is that possible? Kurosaki Ichigo is almost autistic. Is this the strength of brother Rukia Kukaki? The next moment, Byakuya Kukaki moved again. 2 blood marks appeared out of thin air on Kurosaki Ichigo's chest, and countless bright reds gushed out from the wounds. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the wounds on his body and his pupils were dilated. He didn't know what happened from beginning to end. Plop! Before Kurosaki Ichigo could think about it, he was already lying on the ground and completely fainted. Ichigo. Rukia Kokaki couldn't believe what she was seeing. She looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, her eyes filled with a sense of powerlessness. She was really too weak to help Kurosaki Ichigo get rid of the fate of being beheaded. It's over. After Byakuya said this, Ichigo had completely lost consciousness. Let's go, Rukia. Ichimarujin said. Don't worry, the child just lost his Shinigami power. The knot and body sleep were destroyed, and your brother-in-law didn't kill him. Ichimarujin explained. I can't do it without an explanation. According to Beilang, this guy will probably end up with Rukia Kokaki in the future. If this causes a gap between Rukia Kokaki and Byakuya Kokaki, that wouldn't be beautiful. Rukia breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. I understand, let's go. Rukia, don't go. However, just as Rukia was about to leave with Byakuya and Ichimarujin, the voice of Kurosaki Ichigo rang in her ears again. Ichigo. Rukia turned around and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who had obviously lost consciousness but was still whispering her name. Her eyes couldn't help but be filled with mist. Idiot! Are you stupid? Rukia's body undulated slightly, and she smiled bitterly at Kurosaki Ichigo. Byakuya Kokaki nodded approvingly. It's very good. In line with his opinion, he just has no brains. His strength and understanding are both top-notch. After he discovers his own Shinigami power, it will definitely soar into the sky. Let's go. Byakuya Kokaki didn't explain, and walked into the boundary gate with Rukia Kokaki with a bitter look on his face. Ichimarujin rubbed his hair helplessly and said, Oh, I really don't want to do this kind of thing. Then, he also walked into the boundary crossing gate. Only Kurosaki Ichigo, who was still lying on the ground, was left waiting for Urahara Kisuke to retrieve him. A few hours after Byakuya Kokaki and others left this world, Kurosaki Ichigo finally opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he shouted loudly, Rukia! Hey! Kurosaki-san, are you awake? Don't worry. The operation was very successful. You are a girl now. Unfortunately, when Kurosaki Ichigo opened his eyes, it was not Rukia who appeared in front of him, but a profiteer with a fisherman's hat on his head. Are you kidding? Kurosaki Ichigo's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He subconsciously reached out and touched his most important part. Fortunately, his good brother was still there. Call. After Kurosaki Ichigo made sure that his brother was safe and sound, he slowly let out a breath. Ahaha. Sorry, Ichigo-chan, I just said it wrong. To be precise, you are an ordinary human now. Urahara Kisuke laughed after teasing Kurosaki Ichigo. You damn profiteer. Kurosaki Ichigo naturally knew that he was being teased by Urahara Kisuke. His eyelids twitched slightly, and then he angrily yelled at Urahara Kisuke. Call. After Kurosaki Ichigo scolded Urahara, he suddenly thought of something, and his face suddenly changed. Where is Rukia? Where did Rukia go? Rukia was taken away by her brother and master. Don't worry, with them here, Soul Society won't do anything to Rukia. Urahara Kisuke smiled after listening to Kurosaki Ichigo's words. Is that so? Kurosaki Ichigo frowned, with a somewhat strange look in his eyes. If Rukia is really safe and sound, then why did she leave him that letter? So Rukia's brother and master, as well as the red-haired tattooed gangster, came to Karakura town from Soul Society, which is far away from the real world, to bring Rukia back. Kurosaki Ichigo feels that things are not that simple. I'm going to find Rukia to find out. Kurosaki Ichigo said, getting up from the bed. With your current strength, what will happen even if you go to Soul Society? Even if you go, you can't change anything. Urahara Kisuke looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and smiled. Being unable to change and doing nothing are two different things. Even if nothing can be changed, I will go find Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo's attitude is extremely resolute. If he looks at Rukia being taken away today and doesn't care, then he tomorrow will definitely despise him today. He. Urahara Kisuk just smiled softly after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words. It seems that Urahara Kisuk is not surprised by Kurosaki Ichigo's attitude. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo's parents, Kurosaki Masaki and Shiba Ishin, are like this. As their two children, Ichigo should follow his parents. Good money is good. So, I will give Mr. Kurosaki some special training next. Byakuya Kokaki has indeed destroyed all the organs, soul sleep and chains that you use to create spiritual power, thus causing you to lose the power of Shinigami you obtained from Rukia. You have transformed from a Shinigami into the most powerful general. Common mortals can eat it. But, that kid Byakuya Kokaki is really too careless. He didn't realize that Mr. Kurosaki, you have the talent to become a Shinigami. And next, I will spend 10 days. Time, Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo, let you, Mr. Kurosaki, completely master your own Shinigami power. In other words, Mr. Kurosaki, in order to save Rukia, become a Shinigami again. Byakuya Kokaki, Fanny Mad P, if my teacher hadn't told me to only destroy the knot and soul sleep, do you think this kid could have developed his own Shinigami power? Urahara Kisuk's eyes, covered by the shadow of the fisherman's hat on his head, shone with a shrewd light. He seemed to be planning something interesting. Be Shinigami again. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned for a moment. He seemed not to have thought that he could become Shinigami again, and this time he would use his own power to fight. That's right. Urahara clicked with a chuckle after hearing this. What Kurosaki Ichigo lost was Rukia Kokaki's Shinigami power. The power that truly belonged to him was still untouched by the rule of the Blade King. This time, Wak probably didn't have a chance to deceive Kurosaki Ichigo with his blood-moving outfit and static blood outfit. Well, Blade King probably fooled him. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know yet that Blade King had already prepared a surprise package for him and was waiting for him, and Urahara Kisuk didn't even know either. Chapter 87. In Urahara Kisuk's opinion, Kurosaki Ichigo should thank Byakuya. Under Byakuya's the most primitive power in Kurosaki Ichigo's body has begun to awaken. When Kurosaki Ichigo completely controls the power in his body, he will definitely shock everyone. As long as I control the power in my own body, can I go to Soul Society to find Rukia? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Urahara Kisuk and asked. Of course. Urahara nodded slightly after listening to Kurosaki Ichigo's words. Even at my level, it will take 7 days to create a world transmitting gate that allows you to successfully pass through and go to Soul Society. Before that, you should calm down and work hard to become stronger. Urahara Kisuk explained to Kurosaki Ichigo. You guys. However, when Kurosaki Ichigo listened to Urahara's words, he seemed to grasp the key point. Yes, you guys. In addition to Mr. Kurosaki, Inu Orium, Sato Yasutora, and Ishida Uryu, as well as other, unexpectedly powerful reinforcements, will help you go to Soul Society with you. This time, I will fully help Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo to achieve your goal. Purpose. Urahara Kisuk looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and said seriously. Thank you. Kurosaki Ichigo felt the burning gaze of Urahara Kisuk, and his face turned slightly red. Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't know what he is capable of, so that Urahara Kisuk can help him like this. No thanks, these are what I should do. Although Urahara Kisuk didn't know that Kurosaki Ichigo blushed like a bubble teapot, he still nodded. In fact, Urahara Kisuk has his own purpose. Hagyaku has been stuffed into Rukia Kokaki's body by him. It seems that he wants to hide Hagyaku, but in fact, he uses Rukia Kokaki and Hagyaku as a lure for the one who was there 100 years ago. As for Kurosaki Ichigo and others, it was just a cover to attract the attention of Soul Society and Godai 13. The real killer, Unohana Retsu, was someone else. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo still doesn't know that he has been used by Unohana Retsu. He has become a pawn on the chessboard between Unohana and Aizen. At this moment, he is sincerely grateful to Unohana Retsu for giving him a chance to regain his power. In fact, Kurosaki Ichigo 770 also vaguely guessed that Unohana Retsu seemed to have his own plan. Unohana Retsu seemed to be helping him, but in fact, he seemed to be making some big moves behind his back. But Kurosaki Ichigo didn't care. He never cared whether others took advantage of him. He only cares about whether he can profit from it, thereby protecting the people he cherishes. Of course, what seems to be a game between Unohana Retsu and Aizen is actually a game between Beilang and the Soul King. Beilang wants to see how the slave master can influence him through Aizen. After all, both Waiwak and Aizen are perfect wedge candidates. This is the reason why Beilang has not given birth to a child for so many years. If nothing else, Beilang doubts whether this guy will be reincarnated directly into his own family and become his own son. After Waiwak successfully becomes the new Spirit King, Beilang will give birth to children normally. Then let's start our training. Unohana Retsu did not give Kurosaki Ichigo much time to think about it. He had already asked for leave from Karakura Town No. 1 High School for Kurosaki Ichigo. In the next 10 days, he must train Kurosaki Ichigo twice as hard to make Kurosaki Ichigo better in the shortest possible time. Obtain a Ryūjin that rivals the captain. Otherwise, even if Kurosaki Ichigo regains the power of Shinigami, he will not be able to make any big waves in the current Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon Godai 13. After all, the Godai 13 currently led by Captain Beilang is known as the strongest Godai 13. Good. Kurosaki Ichigo has a determined gaze. No matter how hard the training ahead is, he will never regret it. As long as he can rescue Rukia, everything will be worth it. After that, after Kurosaki Ichigo agreed to Unohana Retsu and showed his determination, Unohana Retsu took Kurosaki Ichigo to the basement of the Unohana store and opened the secret door of the basement in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the secret door with a bit of surprise and curiosity in his eyes, but he still followed Unohana Retsu down. As Kurosaki Ichigo and Unohana Retsu entered the secret door in the basement, what caught their eyes was a huge open space, and blue sky and white clouds. This is... Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo's pupils shrank slightly. He had long known that Unohana Retsu was not an ordinary person, but he didn't expect this guy to hide so many secrets. Hey, that's really weird. Who is this guy? Why is there such a big training ground underneath the store? It's really weird. And why are there blue sky and white clouds on the ceiling of the training ground? This is simply not in line with human common sense. It's really weird. Before Kurosaki Ichigo could speak, Unohana Retsu spoke first. You guy, you don't need to tell me, I'm surprised too. After what you said, I'm not surprised anymore. Anyway, stop talking nonsense and start training quickly. After Kurosaki Ichigo heard Unohana's words, the tension in his heart instantly dissipated without a trace. He looked at Unohana Retsu's back and spoke speechlessly. Ha ha ha, okay. Anyway, Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo, please don't die. Unohana Retsu said and kicked Kurosaki Ichigo directly. Puff. With a soft sound, Kurosaki Ichigo's soul was kicked out of Kurosaki Ichigo's body by Unohana. This is... After Kurosaki Ichigo's soul left his body, he was stunned when he looked at his white clothes and the long chain on his chest. This was completely different from his previous soul. Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo, you are already human. The first step is to avoid Xiao's attack. Only by dodging can you regain your spiritual power. As he spoke, a timid little girl came out from behind Unohana Retsu, with gloves on her hands. Kozumi, who was also chosen as the backup Soul King, launched an attack on Kurosaki Ichigo. After a period of torture, Kurosaki Ichigo finally escaped Xiaohu's attack, but at the same time, Urahara Kisuke cut off the chain between Kurosaki Ichigo and himself. "What are you doing? Profiteer! How can I return to my own body?" Everyone in Kurosaki Ichigo was dumbfounded. The person whose chains were cut off was a dead person and there was no way he could return to his own body. Ahaha, of course there is a reason. Urahara Kisuke laughed. "Because your knot has been cut off by Byakuya, you will be unable to control yourself due to the dominance of instinct and start to evolve towards hollow. Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo, what you have to do is to try your best, do whatever you can to regain control of your Shinigami power before you completely hollow. By the way, if you become completely hollow, then I will kill you here with my own hands." Urahara Kisuke smiled at Kurosaki Ichigo. "Sermon. Hey? You didn't say that this so-called training is so cruel." Kurosaki Ichigo shouted angrily after hearing what Urahara said. "So you want to go back on your word?" Urahara looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with a cold look in his eyes. "Repent? What a joke! I will become a Shinigami before hollow to show you." Kurosaki Ichigo heard this and angrily yelled at Urahara Kisuke. "Ajaj!" Kurosaki Ichigo is just angry because Urahara Kisuke didn't explain this training clearly to him. As for going back on his word, that doesn't exist at all. Kurosaki Ichigo never regrets. He's just a little deaf from time to time. "I really saw you right. Then Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo, please come on." Urahara Kisuke said, binding Kurosaki Ichigo's hands and feet with bakud. "Ha!" After Kurosaki Ichigo was tied up by Urahara, his expression changed slightly. "Hold on, I'll leave this to you." After Urahara Kisuke finished all this, he smiled at a dark figure on the training field. "Leave it to me." The black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Urahara Kisuke and nodded gently to Urahara. "So big." After the black shadow revealed its true form, Kurosaki Ichigo also saw the person clearly. The man was more than 2 meters tall, with rough muscles all over his body. He was an old man with a big beard and dark skin. He looked very difficult to mess with at first glance. 99 of Bakud. Swastika. In fact, this uncle is really not easy to mess with. As soon as he came up, he performed a non-chanting version of Bakud number 99 for Kurosaki Ichigo. Boom! Kurosaki Ichigo felt his body tighten, and his entire body was immediately bound by countless belts specially designed to seal Ryutsu. Depend on. Kurosaki Ichigo was completely unable to move at this moment. He kept yelling at Urahara and Genzi in his heart, and his whole body was fighting against instinct. As for the broken chain on Kurosaki Ichigo's chest, 2 hollow-like big mouths were exposed at this moment, and they began to swallow up the long chain. Although Urahara Kisuke didn't say anything, Kurosaki Ichigo also felt it. What's wrong with that big mouth is that once it swallows all the chains, he seems to be doomed. At the same time, Yoryuki, the leader sent by Beilang to help, also began to teach Sato Yasutora and a new Orium. Although Yoryuki did not know what his men wanted to do, but for fun, this has always been Yoryuki's favorite thing. After Ishida Yuri learned about this, he thought that he was the culprit who let Rukia be discovered by Soul Society. Ishida Yuri also trained hard to go to Soul Society. However, this time, Ishida Munisuru and Ishida Ryūjin are teaching together. Urahara store. Hey, hey! How many hours has it been? This thing on my chest has swallowed my chains for the 4th time. If this continues, when they wake up next time and start devouring the chains for the 5th time, I will definitely die here. Kurosaki Ichigo lay in the dark cave and roared outside. However, returning to Kurosaki Ichigo, there was silence. Damn it! Is there anyone? Urahara Kisuke, Profiteer Urahara. Are you really out there? Urahara Kisuke, just wait for me and don't let me get out of here. Otherwise I will definitely kill you. I promise I will kill you. Kurosaki Ichigo kept roaring, and he had already decided that after he regained his Shinigami power, he would stab Urahara Kisuke to death with a sinister smile on his face as soon as possible. Sorry, Kurosaki Ichigo-san, you have to rely on yourself from now on. Urahara Kisuke sat outside the cave, drinking green tea comfortably. He silently observed Kurosaki Ichigo in the cave, with no intention of helping Kurosaki Ichigo. Time flies. Not long after, the hollow that was devouring the knots on Kurosaki Ichigo's body seemed to have been completely digested. The knots they had devoured before. At this moment, they woke up again. After waking up, they opened their bloody mouths and continued to swallow them. They took out the remaining small knot on Kurosaki Ichigo's chest, and merged with Kurosaki Ichigo at the moment when Kurosaki Ichigo's knot was completely swallowed up by them. It was also after these imaginary powers entered Ichigo's body that Ichigo began to spit out countless white. The substance, a virtual mask, appeared on the face. Hollow. Urahara Kisuke looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, Kurosaki Ichigo still showed the same symptoms that Hirako Shinji and others had back then. This shows that the void that resided in Kurosaki Masaki's body was indeed the same as before. This was done by the mastermind behind the trap that harmed him, Hirako Shinji and other captains. Ichigo. Go tame him. In response, the old god Urahara Kisuke looked at Ichigo in the hollow and said with a smile. Yes, Urahara Kisuke is confident about Kurosaki Ichigo's hollow. He knows that Ichigo will succeed. After all, he has already used his Hagyaku as early as the moment Ichigo was born. Treated Kurosaki Ichigo. Damn it! As for Kurosaki Ichigo, after swearing angrily, he finally lost consciousness completely. Kurosaki Ichigo! Kurosaki Ichigo, wake up! Kurosaki Ichigo, open your eyes and take a good look at who I am. Kurosaki Ichigo, wake up quickly and call my name. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know how much time had passed. He just felt the calls coming one after another in his ears. This voice was so noisy that Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't sleep. When Kurosaki Ichigo opened his eyes, what caught Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes was a towering building and a handsome silver-haired man standing on the building. Hey, I finally woke up. Kurosaki Ichigo. Chapter 88. Of course, it's not just this handsome guy, there's another one looking at him. This man has long dark shawl hair, wears a dark cloak, and wears handsome sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, giving people the impression of a cool uncle. It was this extremely handsome uncle who had been calling him just now. The other one is wearing a white haori with the word written on the back. It is obviously similar to the haori style of Ichimarujin and Byakuya Kokaki who took away Rukia Kokaki. What is going on? Who are you? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the two handsome guys standing in front of him at this moment, with completely different styles, but both of them were extremely handsome, and was stunned again and again. Kurosaki Ichigo, we are the power within you. He is the most familiar existence to you in this world. The man wearing Captain Haori and Death Boss uniform was the first to speak to Kurosaki Ichigo. The most familiar existence to me in this world. Kurosaki Ichigo's expression paused after hearing what the man in the Death Tyrant costume said. Exactly. Now, Kurosaki Ichigo, make your choice. Your choice will determine your future path. When Kurosaki Ichigo was puzzled, the uncle in the black cloak continued to speak. As soon as he came up, he went straight to the topic. Choose? Path? I don't understand what you are talking about. Kurosaki Ichigo was very puzzled at this moment. He was practicing in order to become Shinigami. As a result, as soon as he entered the world in his heart, he met two people who felt very strange to him. For some reason, Ichigo's intuition told him, these two people are not just two forces in his body. It seems that these two people have other identities. Kurosaki Ichigo, you don't need to think about this. You only need to know one thing. No matter what path you choose, we will protect you. The man, who was wearing a jet black trench coat and sunglasses and looked extremely handsome, answered Kurosaki Ichigo with a calm expression. In fact, the man in the trench coat, Kurosaki Ichigo, couldn't bear the Quincy's power inside his body. He revealed a lot of information at this moment and told Ichigo. Yes, Japan. No matter who you choose, we will always support you. As the 10 holy blades remain in Kurosaki Ichigo's body, the man wearing a Haori also spoke. Let me choose. Kurosaki Ichigo fell into deep thought. He looked left and right between the two people, and finally gritted his teeth and said. Then I will choose you. I believe that the power of Shinigami in my body will not lie to me. What Kurosaki Ichigo is referring to is the calendar area represented by the Blade King. Ha 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 ha. Ichigo, this is definitely the wisest choice you have ever made. This way you won't have to use my power later. Blade King laughed. Waiwak remained silent. After Kurosaki Ichigo made his choice, he felt relaxed. How about it? Aren't you convinced? Anyway, you are only part of my overall strength. Now that you have lost, why don't you contribute your strength? Blade King Sword said rudely to Waiwak. Waiwak snorted and transformed into a large black kitchen knife, floating in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo said in confusion, didn't I choose you? Why did I still get his power? Choose? Ha 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 ha, Ichigo, we are all your power, there is never a choice. It's just whose power you want to use. He is a kind of power that I coordinate, and now I won't let you use mine. Power, it's just too early, your current power is not enough to use my power, for example, my name is XXX. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't hear what Houken was saying at all. Houken saw Kurosaki Ichigo looking confused and helplessly spread his hands. Look, even if I tell you my name, you can't hear it at all, right? Master its power first, and then I will slowly let you master all my power. I know. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes became firm. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo's consciousness finally made contact with himself outside. For a moment, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was still struggling, started to perform a complete hollow. Suddenly it became quiet. Before waiting for the next second, the Ryūjin in Kurosaki Ichigo's body burst out instantly, forming a terrifying Ryūjin pillar rising into the sky. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryūjin was even close to the second-class spiritual power, which is the captain-level Shinigami's Ryūjin. Crack, click, click. It was precisely at the same time that Ichigo exploded with Ryūjin that the remaining white bone-like material after the hollow on his body began to crack, revealing the true appearance of Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo, congratulations on your success. Now you have rediscovered your Shinigami power. The moment Ichigo revealed his true face, Urahara Kisuke's figure fell in front of Ichigo and smiled at Ichigo. Urahara Kisuke, I told you. When I regain the power of the Shinigami, I will definitely kill you. Now it's time for you to experience the power of my soul-cutting sword. Kurosaki Ichigo said, and took out a black, huge, kitchen knife like Zanpakuto. Kurosaki Ichigo, do you already know the name of your soul-cutting sword? The sight of Kurosaki Ichigo taking out his soul-cutting sword made Urahara Kisuke stunned. Originally, it was supposed to be the next stage of training for Kurosaki Ichigo to know the name of his soul-cutting sword, but as a result, Kurosaki Ichigo completed the training ahead of schedule. Haha, of course I know the name of my soul-cutting sword. The name of my sword is the Holy Sword, Zangetsu. Under Urahara Kisuke's surprised gaze, Kurosaki Ichigo revealed his soul's anteing sword's famous minister. Kurosaki Ichigo-kun, what is the name of your Zanzant? Urahara Kisuke held a small fan in his hand, covering his surprised expression, and asked Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him. My Zanpakute's name is Holy Sword Zangetsu. What's wrong? Kurosaki Ichigo asked in confusion after listening to Urahara Kisuke's words. Holy Sword, Zangetsu. The corner of Urahara Kisuke's eyes twitched. The soul-cutting sword with the word Holy Sword on it. Urahara Kisuke only knew about the one in the hands of Beilang, the current captain. Although he knew in advance that the power in Kurosaki Ichigo's body was comparable to that of Madara. It was a combination of Shinigami, Hollow, Quincy, and full-bringing technique. The sum of these four powers was inherently different. Perhaps, Kurosaki Ichigo could really do it. He might awaken something, a soul-cutting sword with unexpected abilities. However, what Urahara never expected was that the soul-cutting sword awakened by Kurosaki Ichigo actually contained the word Holy Sword, so that he didn't know what to say for a while. At the same time, Urahara was also secretly asking a certain big-eyed monk in his heart, does this name really not matter? After all, if the captain's wives knew about this, they would definitely doubt who the father of this soul-cutting sword came from. Kurosaki Ichigo-kun, let me ask you a question first. Do you really know what the word Holy Sword actually represents? Urahara Kisuke thought so. He first took out the handkerchief he carried, gently wiped the cold sweat on his face, and then looked at Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him and asked. I don't know. But the sword in my hand tells me that it is called this name. That soul-cutting sword will definitely not lie. Urahara Kisuke became serious and said to Kurosaki Ichigo, Kurosaki-san, please do not say your soul's anteing sword's full name in Soul Society, otherwise you will be in trouble. Is that so? I'll just call him Zangetsu. It'll be okay. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Urahara Kisuke nodded. Speaking of which, you said before that you wanted to train me in combat skills, right? Don't waste time, start now. Ever since I was sealed underground by you with Bakud, I have been looking forward to the day when I will beat you up. Kurosaki Ichigo said, holding the soul-cutting sword in his hand, and walked straight towards Urahara Kisuke. So fast. Urahara Kisuke was stunned for a moment, then immediately pulled out the soul-cutting sword he had hidden in his crutch, and whispered, wake up. Benihime. Chiang. 0, please give me flowers. With Urahara Kisuke's scream from Benihime, his soul-cutting sword, which was originally in the form of a cane, immediately changed and turned into a weapon that looked like a tang sword with a red light emitting from the blade. Kurosaki Ichigo's soul-cutting swords, which were like kitchen knives, collided together. Boom! The moment Urahara Kisuke's sword collided with Kurosaki Ichigo's sword, the surroundings of the two seemed to freeze, and then a violent roar broke out. It's not easy. Kurosaki Ichigo. Whether it's the speed of your attack just now, the strength of your swing of the soul-cutting sword, or the Ryūjin you are unleashing now, there is no doubt that you are at the captain level. I have to say, Kurosaki Ichigo, you have definitely grown. However, with your current strength, it is not enough to defeat me. Urahara Kisuke held the soul-cutting sword in his hand and said with a smile after withstanding Kurosaki Ichigo's attack. You said that with my current strength, I can't defeat you. Profiteer Urahara. Did you make a mistake? I don't remember myself and showed you my true calendar. After listening to Urahara Kisuke's words, Kurosaki Ichigo raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled slightly wildly. It seems that after Kurosaki Ichigo regained his Shinigami power, he began to feel that he was good again and could defeat Urahara Kisuke. Ha! Urahara Kisuke had some doubts in his eyes after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words. Even Urahara Kisuke, who has been observing Kurosaki Ichigo since he was a child, doesn't know that Kurosaki Ichigo is so crazy. The current Kurosaki Ichigo is completely indifferent to others. Kurosaki Ichigo-san, you seem to have changed a bit. In response, Urahara Kisuke looked at Kurosaki Ichigo warily and said. Changed? Urahara Kisuke, whether I have changed or not is not your decision, but my own decision. In fact, I have always been me. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. It's just that in my life, I have never changed. I feel as happy as I do today. Let you open your eyes wide and experience it. My newly acquired abilities. Kurosaki Ichigo ignored Urahara Kisuke's meaning and continued to talk to himself. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't seem to notice that something was very wrong with him at the moment. He saw Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryūjin rising continuously, his eyes flashing with instinctive brilliance, and then he raised the soul-cutting sword in his hand high, directly surpassing him. Of the head. Crescent Moon Celestial. Kurosaki Ichigo said, and directly used his ancestral slashing attack, Getsuga Tenshi. Boom. For a moment, a huge crescent rose straight into the sky, directly destroying the barrier of Urahara Kisuke's store. The terrifying Ryūjin condensed into a pillar, which had reached the level visible to ordinary people's naked eyes, and then turned into a slash, heading towards. Urahara Kisuke rushed over. What? Not good. Urahara Kisuke looked at the huge slash with a little cold sweat on his forehead. At this moment, Urahara Kisuke was really panicking. Cry, Benihime. Shield of blood clouds. Split, Benihime. In just a short moment, Urahara Kisuke directly changed into a form of Zanpakuto. First, he used Benihime to launch a Crimson Circle-like attack, which offset part of the power of Kurosaki Ichigo's Getsuga Tenshi, and then released a Crimson Spirit Child. The shield blocked the remaining part of Kurosaki Ichigo's slash. When Urahara's shield began to crack, Urahara took the initiative to abandon his shield, causing the shield to explode instantly and turn into countless scarlet bullets swelled together with the last part of Kurosaki Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho. Boom! With a roar, when the smoke cleared, the seemingly unharmed Urahara Kisuke appeared in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. Yes, with Urahara Kisuke at that critical moment. And continuously changed the form of Benihime to save the situation in time. Kurosaki Ichigo's extremely domineering Getsuga Tenshi finally disappeared in front of Urahara Kisuke. Hey! Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo! Your Getsuga Tensho is so powerful. I was almost killed by you. Urahara Kisuke looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and said with a smile. You are really strong. Profiteer. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the unharmed Urahara Kisuke and couldn't help but frown. Chapter 89. But it doesn't matter, I think you can block a few of my crescent moon sky rushes. Kurosaki Ichigo said, once again raising the soul-cutting sword in front of Urahara Kisuke. Hey, are you coming again? You're not joking, right? Can this extremely destructive ability be launched continuously? Urahara Kisuke looked at Kurosaki Ichigo who was swinging his sword again, and the smile on his face fell. Take the move. Urahara. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Urahara Kisuke, who had no smile on his face, and he started laughing. Yes, the smile doesn't disappear, it just shifts. However, when Kurosaki Ichigo exploded with all his spiritual power and was about to hit Urahara Kisuke with a huge Getsuga Tensho, his body suddenly felt tired, and then Kurosaki Ichigo's consciousness suddenly blurred. Damn it! Are you really too brave? Kurosaki Ichigo cursed secretly, and then fell forward behind him. Kurosaki-kun? Kurosaki-kun, are you okay? Urahara Kisuke looked at the fallen Kurosaki Ichigo and was stunned for a moment. Then he approached Kurosaki Ichigo and kept asking questions to Kurosaki Ichigo who was lying on the ground. Aha! It seems that Kurosaki Ichigo-san really fell down this time. Urahara Kisuke looked at Kurosaki Ichigo who fell to the ground and said with a smile. But what you did is beautiful enough. I was almost planning to bankai. Urahara Kisuke said, raising his right hand holding the knife, and saw that on the right hand of Urahara Kisuke 500 holding the knife, there was a cut, about 15 centimeters long, deep enough to show the bone. even at that moment the mouth is still flowing outwards. Kurosaki Ichigo-san, you were indeed worse in the past, but if it were you now, you would definitely be able to turn the entire Soul Society upside down. I'm starting to get a little curious. Kurosaki Ichigo-kun, how strong will you become after you come back from Soul Society? Maybe you will surpass me, maybe. Urahara Kisuke looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who had fainted due to exhaustion, and said with a smile. At the same time, in Kurosaki Ichigo's inner world, Waiwak is talking to Blade King. Hey, this kind of force test is still too early for Yugo. What should Yugo do if he finds out that the force he used is not the power of Shinigami? Waiwak said to the King of Swordsmen in dissatisfaction. No, this power is not enough. Waiwak, you have no idea how powerful Godi I-13 is now. If Ichigo cannot quickly master the power, Ichigo may not survive this trip to Soul Society. Blade King Jian shook his head slightly and directly refuted Waiwaka's dissatisfaction. Waiwak was stunned. After all, he didn't know what the current situation of Soul Society was, but he knew that it was impossible for someone as proud as Blade King to lie. Don't worry, Waiwak, even your true body will eventually die under the Ten Guards' sword. Yizujian further launched a spiritual blow to Waiwak. Humph. Let's wait and see. Then just wait and see. While Kurosaki Ichigo successfully obtained his own Zanpakuto and passed out due to excessive force, others were also making efforts that were beyond the comprehension of normal people. Although Yoryuki doesn't understand the complete technique, Yoryuki understands Kid. Essentially, the complete technique is a special Kid based on the Soul King fragment. This is Yoryuki's professional project. Yoryuki, who can integrate Kid and white hits, continues to improve the abilities of Inu Orium and Sato Yasutora. Not only these two, Ishida Uryu is also making continuous progress. However, rather than saying that the progress is great, it is more of a bigger blow. In just 7 days, Ishida Yuri was completely transformed by his father, Ishida Ryūjin. Even though he had already used the Soul Scattering Glove, a prop that greatly increased his own power, compared with his father, the difference is still more than 1.5 stars. His father didn't even use his blood armor before he beat Ishida Yuri inhumanely. Ishida Yuri can only say that he is in pain and happy. 3 days later, Kurosaki Ichigo finally woke up from the coma. After Kurosaki Ichigo woke up, he did not waste any time and directly started learning Shinigami abilities under the leadership of Urahara Kisuke. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo is also constantly familiar with the abilities of his soul-cutting sword. Of course, Kid is not what the current Kurosaki Ichigo can understand, it is more about letting him understand how to deal with these Kid. For a time, the strength of Kurosaki Ichigo, Inu Orium, Sato Yasutora, and Ishida Uryu, the 4 people who planned to go to Soul Society to save Rukia Kukaki, continued to increase explosively at a geometric growth rate. After the training is over, it will definitely bring a certain shock to Soul Society. After all, in today's world, there are very few strong men at the captain level. Time flies, and another week has passed since Kurosaki Ichigo woke up. The 10 days of training that Urahara Kisuke promised Kurosaki Ichigo before has completely ended. In fact, during these 10 days of training, Urahara Kisuke found that he had nothing to teach Kurosaki Ichigo. At the moment, Kurosaki Ichigo had nothing to teach him except for Bankai, there is no difference from ordinary captain-level Shinigami. Urahara Kisuke promised Kurosaki Ichigo to help Kurosaki Ichigo and others go to the door of Soul Society. After that, it's time for the storm. Kurosaki Ichigo, the next step depends on your luck. I have already taught you everything I need to teach you. As for what I haven't taught you, I can only wait until you go to Soul Society to practice on your own. Urahara Kisuke looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and sighed. Except for Zanpakuto's Bankai, Urahara really has nothing to teach Kurosaki Ichigo. As for Bankai, it's not that Urahara doesn't want to teach Ichigo, but his Bankai is really not good at training others. However, fortunately, Urahara Kisuk has solved the problem of Kurosaki Ichigo learning Bankai. After Urahara Kisuk discovered that Ichigo's Ryutsu reached the second level and could learn Bankai, he contacted Shihao and Yoryuaki and entrusted Shihao and Yoryuaki to arrange for Kurosaki Ichigo to he trained with Yoryuaki back then, in the training ground under Shuangji Hill, and used the transformation body he invented to help Ichigo learn Bankai. With Shihao and Yoryuaki, a veteran captain, and the help he developed specifically for learning Bankai, Kurosaki Ichigo must be able to learn his own Bankai soon. Urahara Kisuk has never doubted Ichigo and Yoryuaki. After all, in a sense, the current strongest Shinigami Beilang in Seoul society got there by sparring with Yoryuaki, not to mention the disciples Yoryuaki taught over the years. To be honest, Urahara Kisuk has seen a lot of geniuses in his life. After all, Seoul society is a place where there are crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and not much else, but there are always a lot of geniuses. Just at Spiritual Arts Academy, there are so-called tendanya every day. But Urahara Kisuk has never seen such a pervert as Kurosaki Ichigo. In just 10 days, Kurosaki Ichigo crossed the threshold that 99.9% of Shinigami cannot cross in their lifetime, and entered the second-class spiritual power. Strength. Just wait for my good news with peace of mind. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo was full of confidence in himself. He has become stronger, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he has been reborn. If he were to meet the pretender who defeated him on the rainy night when Rukia left, he would definitely make him fall into disgrace. So that the other party will never dare to show off in front of him for the rest of his life. Well, before going to Seoul society, Kurosaki Ichigo is already thinking about how to beat up his uncle. Ichigo, come with me. After Urahara Kisuk heard Kurosaki Ichigo's confident words, he said no more. He brought Ichigo to what he had prepared, in front of the Mede crossing gate. This is... Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the boundary gate in front of him with a trace of doubt in his eyes. This is the gate through the world. It is an important tool to help you go from the living world to the soul society. You will pass through this gate later to go to the soul ghost. Urahara Kisuk opened the gate behind him for Kurosaki Ichigo. Boundary gate. Oh, I know this thing. The people who took Rukia away also left through the boundary gate. When Kurosaki Ichigo heard this, his expression flashed in a trance, and then he answered seriously. Haha, there are still some differences from the boundary gate used by Byakuya Kukaki and the others, but in principle it is almost the same. Urahara listened to Ichigo's words. He replied with a smile. When do we leave? Kurosaki Ichigo asked looking at Urahara Kisuk. Mr. Kurosaki Ichigo, please wait for a while. Our people haven't arrived yet. Urahara Kisuk laughed after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words. By the way, Inu and Sato haven't come yet. Ichigo was stunned for a moment, and then thought of Inu Orium and Sato Yasutora. Say Cao, and Cao will come. Kurosaki-san. Ichigo. Yoryuaki, who transformed into a black cat, rushed to the scene with Inu Orium and Sato Tehu. You are here. Kurosaki Ichigo was also very happy to see his two partners. Well, we have to save Rukia too. After all, she is also our classmate. Inu Orium showed Ichigo a smile as warm as the sun and preached loudly. Yet. As for Sato Yasutora, he just nodded slightly. By the way, where did this black cat come from? Kurosaki Ichigo pointed at Yoryuaki and said strangely. Did Mr. Urahara raise him? Ahem, Kurosaki-san, there are some things you shouldn't say nonsense. Yoryuaki-sama is so noble. Urahara Kisuk suddenly broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. Except for Beilang, no one dares to say that they have Yoryuaki. Kurosaki-san, this is Mr. Yoryuaki, the teacher who has been teaching us recently. Inu Orium quickly introduced. Oh, that's right. Sorry, Mr. Ryuaki. Kurosaki Ichigo apologized quickly. It doesn't matter, my form is really incomprehensible. Ryuaki deliberately said in a male voice. After all, she is the captain's wife. If others see the captain's wife entering Siriti with a group of travel troubles, they don't know what trouble will happen. Profiteer, I mean Mr. Urahara, can you open the door now? Ichigo asked Urahara Kisuke after Inu Orium and Sato Yazutora arrived. Even, because Ichigo was so excited, he almost pronounced the nickname he gave Urahara Kisuke just like that. In fact, because Urahara taught Kurosaki Ichigo for 10 days, Ichigo already regarded Urahara as half of his teacher. See, now he has sincerely called Urahara Sir. 1.7. Everyone hasn't arrived yet. Urahara Kisuke heard this and replied with a smile. Not all here yet. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Sorry, I'm late. Just as Ichigo doesn't know, who else? When the meeting came, the door of Urahara Kisuke's store was opened again. Ishida Yuri, wearing the spirit-dispersing gloves and Quincy battle suit, walked into Urahara under the leadership of Ryuaki. The basement of the store. Ishida? Are you here too? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the arriving Ishida Yuryu and was stunned for a moment. Don't get me wrong. I just accepted Rukia Kukaki's love, so I have to repay it. That's all. My opinion, or prejudice, against Shinigami has not changed. Ishida Yuryu certainly knew what Kurosaki Ichigo was thinking. He first gently pushed the myopia glasses on the bridge of his nose, and then spoke seriously. Haha, it's great that you're here. Having you here is really a big help. Kurosaki Ichigo walked up to Ishida Yuri's side and patted Yuri's shoulder while affirming. Snort. After hearing what Kurosaki Ichigo said, Yuri first snorted coldly, and then calmly his pretty face turned slightly red. Although Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't know why Chiryu is blushing. Okay, everyone is here now. Are you ready to go to Soul Society? Urahara Kisuke saw Ishida Yuri arriving, opened his small fan, and activated the world traveling gate in front of everyone. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the boundary gate and said silently in his heart, Rukia. Wait for me, this time, I will definitely bring you back. Chapter 90. After entering the boundary gate, you must absolutely obey my command. This road is not that easy to walk. Ryuaki was not polite at this time and demanded directly. Mr. Ryuaki, are you going with me? Kurosaki Ichigo asked curiously. Of course, Lord Ryuaki is your guide this time. It can be said that no one understands Siriti better than Lord Ryuaki. Urahara Kisuke also opened his fan and smiled. Kurosaki Ichigo no longer hesitated, nodded, smiled, and said, Please, Mr. Ryuaki. At this time, the boundary gate became stable, and Urahara Kisuke said, Well, everyone, it's time to hit the road. The 4 people filed in under the leadership of Ryuaki. Urahara Kisuke looked at the 4 people who disappeared through the boundary gate and said silently, It's up to you. Meanwhile, Soul Society. It seems that Kurosaki Ichigo is ready to go to Soul Society, so I can start my action. Rukia Kukaki, you must perform well for me. Aizen Suke, after confirming that Kurosaki Ichigo had already started heading to Soul Society, raised the corner of his mouth slightly and began to use the 46th room, giving his order. Everything is under control. Break the boundary. A special passage formed by the overlap between worlds. At the same time, it is also the only way for Shinigami to travel through the world. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo and others passed through the boundary gate prepared by Urahara Kisuke. Under the leadership of Shihao and Ryuaki, they continued to run through the boundary. The goal of their trip was the legendary Soul Society. On the way forward, everyone was speechless. Kurosaki Ichigo and others had their brows furrowed. It seemed that everyone had all kinds of worries and anxieties deep in their hearts. Everyone seemed to be worried about something. Ryuji saw everyone was silent for a while, and broke the silence by speaking directly. Speaking of which, you don't know anything about Soul Society. It's still a long time on the road, so I'll give you a brief summary of the opponents you have to face. As soon as these words came out, everyone focused their attention on Ryuji. I'm not going to be too pretentious. While we are still in the separation and before arriving at Soul Society, I would like to give you a little knowledge about Soul Society and Shirai for those students who don't know much about it. There is a structure to send Soul Society and Godai 13. Ryuji said with a smile. Do you want to educate us on the enemy's power structure? This is indeed an extremely important and necessary thing. It is said that only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. Only by understanding the enemy can you defeat the enemy. Then I leave this job of introducing the enemy to you. Ishida Yuri knew the importance of information and spoke quickly. Ryuji doesn't care about this. After all, she has never heard less compliments in her life. When she was a child, she was the young master of the Shihoran family. When she grew up, the head of the Shihoran family also served as the captain of the 2nd division. Although the captain position was removed later, she still misses captain. It can be said that other Shinigami have ups and downs in their lives, but Ryuji has ups and downs in this life. First of all, you need to know that the main structure of Soul Society is divided into 2 parts. One part is the core of Soul Society and where the Shinigami and nobles live. It's called Jianglingting. The other part is the place where the most common wandering souls in Soul Society live. It is also the place where the souls who were sent to Soul Society by the Shinigami after dying naturally in this world are called Rukanga. Our goal this time is to enter the core area of Soul Society, which is Shirai. Ryuji first gave them a simple impression and briefly talked about the differences between Shirai and Rukanga. Rukia, where is she? Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't seem to be interested in the structure of Soul Society. He just wants to know where Rukia Kukaki, who was taken away by Byakuya Kukaki, is now. If nothing else, Rukia Kukaki is currently in the core area of Soul Society, which is Shirai. Then we must attack Shirai. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded lightly and concluded. Haha, Kurosaki Ichigo-san, things are not as simple as you think. You must know that Shirai is the core of a world and the most important area. Its entire area is wrapped by high walls and shrouded in a huge barrier. It cannot be seen from the sky or underground. Enter the Shirai. If we really want to enter Shirai, then we can only pass through the 4 gates in the east, west, south, and north surrounding the high wall of Shirai. However, outside these 4 gates, there are powerful people. The heroic guard is not as easy to be breached as you think. Ryuji continued to educate Kurosaki Ichigo. However, Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't care about this, he is a little swollen now. Anyway, if you defeat the guards, you can enter the Lingting Palace, right? Leave the guard matters to me. I will take care of them all. Looking at Kurosaki Ichigo's rash approach when he was indecisive, Ryuji said speechlessly. The focus is not on the 4 guards guarding outside the Shirai gate. The focus is on the Godai 13 guarding the inside of Shirai. The guards responsible for guarding the Shirai gate are not so much protecting Shirai as they are protecting those who have no strength. People who plan to invade Shirai. Those gate guards are actually Lord Beilang, the captain of Godai 13. Their kindness to the enemy. It is telling the world that if you can't even defeat the guards responsible for guarding the gate, then stop thinking about invading Shirai. After all, you entering Shirai, there is only a dead end, that's all. Ryuji also quietly boasted about her men. After all, this time leading the party was the task given to her by his man. So, this so-called captain of Godai 13 is quite reasonable. It sounds like he is unexpectedly kind. Maybe if we tell him clearly about Rukia Kokaki, he will let her go. Indefinite. After listening to Yoryuki's words, Inu Orium thought thoughtfully for a while, then smiled and preached to everyone present. This is a good idea. Kurosaki Ichigo heard this and gave Inu Orium a thumbs up. Haha, you guys have to think of this method. Yoryuki was even more speechless. Isn't it possible? Kurosaki Ichigo asked in confusion. It's not a question of whether it's possible, but a question of whether we can meet Captain Beilang. I should have told you just now that there are a total of 13 Shinigami divisions in the entire Seireidii, called Godii 13. Among them, Captain Beilang is not only the commander-in-chief of the 13 Shinigami divisions, but also the captain of the 1st Division, and the 1st Division's team building is at the center of the entire Seireidii. In other words, no matter which gate you invade from Seireidii, you have to go through 5 levels and kill 6 generals before you can reach the 1st team building, and everything starts when you reach the 10th team. Of course Yoryuki cannot say that he wants to see Beilang every day. After all, Yoryuki can also see that Beilang actually hopes that Kurosaki Ichigo and others will muddy the water and let the traitors within Godii 13 show themselves. Then defeat all the enemies. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't take it seriously, he seemed to be full of confidence in himself. You guys, should I say that you are fearless even if you don't know? Or are you overconfident? Do you really know the combat effectiveness of Godii 13? Let me tell you this. The night Rukia Kokaki left, you should have fought with a cold guy, right? That guy was called Byakuya Kokaki, and he was the captain of one of Godii 13's divisions. Not only that, another man who smiles like a little fox is also the captain of Godii 13, and he is also Rukia's teacher. Not only that, these two are geniuses trained by Captain Beilang since childhood. There are 11 other captains like them. Yoryuki boasted about his beloved disciples again. There are 2 people as powerful as Byakuya. Kurosaki Ichigo naturally knows how powerful Byakuya Kokaki is. After all, it was after he obtained the power of Shinigami that he tasted failure for the first time and killed him instantly. Haha, not only that, when he defeated you, he even sealed 80% of his strength. What you saw was only Byakuya Kokaki with 1/5 of his strength. As soon as these words came out, Kurosaki Ichigo's face changed drastically. If it were Byakuya Kokaki at that time, Kurosaki Ichigo would still be very confident to defeat him, but Byakuya Kokaki was 5 times stronger than that time. Even Kurosaki Ichigo started to beat his heart. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo was a little shaken. He thought he was almost invincible, but he didn't expect that the water in Soul Society was so deep. Not to mention Kurosaki Ichigo, Inu Orium, Sato Yasutora, and Ishida Uri who also looked ugly. They did not expect that their opponents were so powerful. Yoryuki didn't mean to attack them. After all, it's better to know Godii 13's combat power in advance than to only know how strong the opponent is after meeting him. No one knows better than her how powerful Godii 13 is now under the leadership of Beilang. Arrive. After a long while, in the silence of everyone, they finally ran to the end of the boundary, which was also the end of their journey Soul Society. Because Kurosaki Ichigo and his team were strong enough this time, they didn't encounter the scavenger of the broken world. I don't know whether it was lucky or unlucky. Boom! When everyone passed through the shimmering door, what appeared in front of everyone was the blue sky and white clouds. There is no doubt that this is a world very similar to the real world. As for the figures of Kurosaki Ichigo and others, they immediately came to the sky and smashed them. That damn profiteer! I knew he was unreliable. Damn it, it's actually in mid-air. Look in front of you, it looks like a city. Because everyone present was not a mortal, they did not feel any timidity because of the height. They just cursed Urahara Kisuke a few words, and were completely shocked by what came into view. It was a building wrapped by the huge white city wall. 087 is a city full of ancient simplicity. Isn't this too exaggerated? Such a city is simply a miracle. Although everyone was mentally prepared, when Kurosaki Ichigo, Sato Yasutora, and Inu Orium met Shirai for the first time, they couldn't help but praise the huge city in front of them. In the eyes of Kurosaki Ichigo and others, the city in front of them cannot be built in this world even with all the manpower. After all, this is a city that is even larger than some countries in this world. Kurosaki Ichigo and others cannot imagine how long it would take to build such a city, and how much manpower it would take. It was at the moment when everyone was shocked by the magnificence of the city that they successfully landed on the land of Soul Society, setting off countless floating dust. What a nice view! After Inu Orium stood on the ground, looking at the pure white and huge white city wall in front of him, he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Look carefully, the city that appears in front of you, surrounded by huge white walls, is the goal of our trip, Shirai. Ting! Shihao and Yuryuaki landed gracefully on the land of Soul Society and explained softly. So these houses behind us are Rukonga. Ishida Uriu turned sideways and looked at the huge city in front of him, which was completely opposite. It lacked some grandeur and magnificence. Although it looked clean and tidy, it was obviously not as good as the White City. The plain and simple streets built within the wall said softly. Exactly. After listening to Ishida Uriu's words, Shihao and Yuryuaki nodded slightly. Haha. This Shirai really distinguishes between rich and poor. Hearing this, Ishida Yuri had a somewhat sarcastic look on his face and whispered softly. Anyway, if you want to see Rukia, you have to enter it, right? If that's the case, then let's not waste any more time and hurry in. The longer the delay, the more dangerous Rukia's situation will be. Just when Ishida Yuri looked at the extremely obvious gap between rich and poor displayed by a huge wall between Shirai and Yahun Street, Kurosaki Ichigo said from his mouth. He breathed a long sigh of relief, looked ahead firmly, and preached seriously to everyone present. Even after knowing how powerful Godi 13 is, Kurosaki Ichigo is still determined to save Rukia Kokaki. It's a little later today, sorry. Chapter 91. Turn back time a little, before Kurosaki Ichigo and others went to Soul Society. Byakuya Kokaki and Ichimaru-jin returned to Soul Society with Rukia. Rukia, you are temporarily detained in the prison of the 6th Division. I will tell you the specific situation in real time. Byakuya Kokaki didn't say anything to Rukia Kokaki and directly asked Abarai Renji to take Rukia Kokaki to the 6th Division. Prison. Oh, I forgot to mention that because the 6th Division is a noble division, their prison is located at Kokaki's house. In other words, Rukia Kokaki is equivalent to going home. Now Byakuya Kokaki and Ichimaru-jin have more important things to do. That is, go to the first team, report the mission to Beilang, and discuss the next countermeasures. Ichimaru-jin looked at the silent Byakuya Kokaki, patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, the teacher is here, Rukia will not have any problems. If it doesn't work, you can also use the noble privileges of your Kokaki family. Byakuya Kokaki nodded. He was not very worried about Rukia's safety. When he thought of Kurosaki Ichigo, a yellow man, who almost took his sister away, Byakuya Kokaki felt a panic in his heart. Ichimaru-jin doesn't think there is anything bad about Kurosaki Ichigo. In other words, Ichimaru-jin is essentially the same type of person as Kurosaki Ichigo. He is still very optimistic about this apprentice son-in-law. First team, Captain's room. Teacher, we are back. Ichimaru-jin and Byakuya Kokaki walked into the captain's room carelessly. One frowned, and the other thought it was nothing. Beilang was still drinking tea calmly. When he saw the two people coming back and sitting down, he nodded and said, Did Rukia bring it back? Yes, teacher, he has been detained in the prison of Division 6. Beilang's mouth twitched after hearing this. If you just say Rukia goes home, it's over. After giving Byakuya Kokaki a blank look, Beilang continued, Since you're back, let's report it directly to room 46. I guess that this time, something unexpected will happen, and what will be issued by room 46 then? Don't be surprised by the reliable order. Byakuya Kokaki and Ichimaru-jin nodded, neither of them said anything. The last time the hollow experiment occurred and many captains fled Soul Society, you two were still young after all. This time, I guess the mastermind behind the scenes will be unable to sit still. We know it, teacher. Haha, if that's the case, we have to perform this scene well. Beilang sneered. Aizen has been waiting for this scene for more than 100 years. Aizen must perform this big scene for him. Sure enough, Aizen took action. Aizen passed through the 46th chamber, intending to execute Rukia to death and completely annihilate Rukia's soul through bipolar. Of course, Byakuya Kokaki and Ichimaru-jin could not agree, so they appealed to the 46th chamber in the name of the captain and the three nobles of the Kokaki family, Shihaoran family, and Shiba family. But this time, room 46 has an extremely tough attitude and will punish Liu Qi no matter what. Originally they wanted to imprison Rukia in the confession palace, but Byakuya Kokaki stopped her with a knife. Since the 46th chamber rejected the request of the three nobles, Byakuya Kokaki keenly discovered that something was wrong, acted according to Beilang's instructions, and deliberately confronted the 46th chamber, but did not deny the verdict, just said he wants Rukia to be imprisoned in his team's prison before execution. It was impossible for room 46 to deny the Kokaki family face at all, and Aizen was not stupid and agreed to this small request. At the same time, the intrusion of Kurosaki Ichigo and others was detected by the Bureau of Science and Technology Development, and Beilang held a captain meeting. Time returns to the present. In that case, let's happily start the invasion of Siritii. Speaking of which, if the place we landed is as expected, it should be West Rukanga, right? In other words, the gate in front of us is Baidao Gate? The guard currently guarding Baidao Gate should still be from Siden Fongai, right? Speaking of which, he has been working as a guard at Baidaeman for how many years? Yoryuki saw that Kurosaki Ichigo had rekindled his fighting spirit, nodded and told everyone about Baidaeman. While talking, he walked towards Baidaeman. Isn't it okay to just go there? Kurosaki Ichigo asked doubtfully. Before Yoryuki could get close to the Shiro Domain, a huge figure fell from the sky, causing a violent air current. How many years have passed? This is the first time I have seen someone who dared to break into Siritii without a pass. But no matter who you are, your good luck will end here. I am Douden Fong, and I am Soul, one of the heroes of society. He is the hero who has guarded the Baidaeman for 300 years and never let anyone break into it. Kabutanbo held two huge axes in his hands and preached extremely arrogantly to Kurosaki Ichigo and others on the ground. In fact, Dao Danbo is trying to get Kurosaki Ichigo and others to retreat. He has his own principles. If he can avoid using violence against others, he will not use violence against others. 3 seconds later. Ah! My axe! Kurosaki Ichigo and others looked at Dao Danbo, who was wailing after 2 axes were chopped into pieces with 1 knife, and were speechless for a while. Such a huge body actually cried so sadly like a child. This made Kurosaki Ichigo, who chopped the axe of Kabutanbo into pieces, embarrassed and apologized repeatedly. Douden Fong wiped his tears and said, "You actually comforted me. You are really good people. Let me give you a final helping hand and help you open this door." As Douden Fong spoke, he threw away the 2 broken axes in his hands and walked to the Baidao Gate he wanted to guard. The veins on his forehead were stretched out, and all the strength in his body was mobilized. While bending down, he dug his hands into the soil, pressed his fingertips hard against the bottom of the Baidao Gate, and then lifted it with all his strength. The extremely huge Baidao Gate, which weighed more than hundreds of tons, was just carried away. Dan Fang relied on the purest brute force to lift him up. "Everyone, hurry up and click in while I'm lifting the door." Halfway through Douden Fong's words, his expression changed drastically. Behind the Bideo gate, a middle-aged uncle wearing a pink floral robe, covering up his white Captain Yuri, appeared here. Douden Fong, do you really know what you are doing? Privately letting a wanted criminal wanted by room 46 enter Ryujin. This is a serious crime in Seoul society. Then let me punish you here. The visitor is none other than Bailang's gold medal undercover, good senior brother Kurako Shunsui. What happened? Kabutanbo turned pale when he saw Kurako Shunsui. When he saw Kurako Shunsui drawing his sword, he was even more frightened and didn't know what to do. However, the moment he saw Kurako Shunsui draw his sword, Kurosaki Ichigo moved. When the holy sword Zangetsu in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand blocked Kurako Shunsui's double swords. Oh? I've never seen Shinigami before. You're not the one who invaded Seoul society, are you? Kurako Shunsui's acting skills are already full now, and you pretend to be too similar. Uncle, will you let us go? I don't want to be your enemy. Kurosaki Ichigo said helplessly. In his perception, Kurako Shunsui's Ryūjin is on par with him, but Kurako Shunsui is not wearing Captain Hayori. Obviously, this is not the captain. In Kurosaki Ichigo's view, Shinigami who is not the captain is not at all, it can't be his opponent. Without Ichimaru Jin, Kurako Shunsui stepped up. That won't work. Kid. Kurako Shunsui pulled out the second sword and used both swords to push Kurosaki Ichigo back. Kurosaki Ichigo sighed slightly, and when he was about to say something, he saw Kurako Shunsui lowering his head slightly and shouting, "No seaman alone!" With a wave of his hands, a hurricane flew out directly, but the target was not Kurosaki Ichigo, but Kabutanbo. Kurosaki Ichigo's expression changed. The current Kabutanbo couldn't move and was simply a living target. Shunpo quickly came to Kabutanbo and crossed the soul-slashing sword in an attempt to block Kurako Shunsui's attack. Unexpectedly, this hurricane actually swept him and Douden Fong away, and the two of them fell heavily on the streets of Rukanga. Bye-bye. You little kid who got into trouble. Kurako Shunsui even had the time to say hello to them. Yoryuki didn't make a move during the whole process, he just watched the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Kurako Shunsui. If he didn't let him feel it, he wouldn't know how powerful his opponent was. Kurosaki-san. Ichigo. Inu Orium and others quickly ran to the location of Kurosaki Ichigo and Dodanbo. Kurosaki Ichigo was not injured, but was a little dizzy from the wind, but Kabutanbo was in a terrible situation, with a big hole in his back. Double Heaven returns to shield, I refuse. Upon seeing this, Inu Orium quickly treated Douden Fong. But Kurosaki Ichigo was surprised and said to Yoryuki, Mr. Yoryuki, is any uncle in Ryujin so strong? The corner of Yoryuki's mouth twitched slightly and he said, he is not an ordinary uncle. The one you fought just now was the captain of the 8th division, Kurako Shunsui. He is a disciple of the previous captain, Yamamoto Genryusai. He has been the captain for hundreds of years. As soon as these words came out, Kurosaki Ichigo relaxed. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo relax, Yoryuki continued, don't get carried away, Kurako Shunsui was useless just now. Bankai. This is not his full power. Bankai. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned when he heard such a name. What? Didn't Urahara Kisuk tell you about the release of the Zanpakuto? Yoryuki asked quickly when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo's confused face. Of course not. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little emotional. Yoryuki said helplessly, well, then I can only give you some popular science. Generally Shinigami's Bankai, depending on each person's situation, will have 5 to 10 times the combat power of Shikai. Of course, some people will find that their combat power after Bankai will far exceed that of Shikai, and some may even exceed it by more than 10 times. Special cases. There are also some special cases where after Shinigami Bankai, they found that their bankai is not suitable for one-on-one combat at all. In one-on-one combat, it hardly increases the combat power, and is not even as useful as Shikai. Yoryuki looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with firm eyes, and a few drops of sweat appeared on her forehead. She did not mean to deceive Ichigo, and what she just said was serious. Hey? So what you are saying is that Mr. Urahara did not teach me the most important thing about Shinigami during the 10 days of teaching me. Is that correct? Kurosaki Ichigo twitched his eyes and asked Yoryuki. So? It seems right. Yoryuki heard this, thought for a moment, and then nodded. That profiteer. After Kurosaki Ichigo heard Yoryuki's words, veins immediately stretched on his forehead and he cursed angrily. Forehead. Yoryuki knew that Kurosaki Ichigo had misunderstood Urahara Kisuke, but she didn't explain anything. This is really troublesome for Yoryuki. Don't worry. I'll help you finish your bankai. Yoryuki comforted Ichigo. I know. Ichigo nodded slightly. But the most important thing now is to enter Shiraidai. Yoryuki looked at Shiraidai said speechlessly as the door closed again. We can't break through the white gate, is it possible that we have to go to other gates? Kurosaki Ichigo turned into a curious baby again and asked. Of course not, I have a friend who can help us enter Shiraidai. Yoryuki smiled. This friend is none other than Yoryuki's best friend, Shiba Kyuzuru. Beilang has put in a lot of effort this time. Both of his wives are leading the way. At the same time, the headroom of the first team. The first team's head conference room has been activated at this moment. Except for Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the 8th team, who went to greet Kurosaki Ichigo, all the captains of Godi I-13. Now that they have all arrived, they stand quietly on both sides of Beilang, looking at the door of the conference room in silence, waiting quietly for a certain uncle who has not yet arrived. Crack! After a while, with a gentle push of the door, Kurako Shunsui's figure appeared in front of all the captains. Kurako Shunsui's eyes were seen scanning everyone's faces. Smiled and said, Hey! You are all here. 1. Uncle Jinraku. I heard that you went to fight the travel disaster alone without permission. What was the result? You didn't let people run away on purpose, right? Zaraki Kenpeki glanced at Kurako Shunsui, who was belatedly arriving, and said coldly. Chapter 92. Although Zaraki Kenpeki calls his master, there is no respect in his words. After all, Zaraki Kenpeki knows that the relationship between Kurako Shunsui and his master Beilang is not good. Forgive Beilang for not telling Zaraki Kenpeki the truth, but it's really Beilang who thinks Zaraki Kenpeki's acting skills are not good. It's okay to let him kill people, but if he is asked to act, it will be really difficult for Zaraki Kenpeki. So Zaraki Kenpeki has the honor of being the only person who doesn't know Kurako Shunsui's undercover identity, which is really a bit miserable. Junior brother Zaraki, how could you talk to senior uncle Kurako like this? How could senior uncle Kurako do such a thing? You say so, senior uncle. Ichimarujin acted like an old hermaphrodite as soon as he opened his mouth, and directly followed the group and said to Kurako Shunsui takes action. Haha, Captain Zaraki, you're kidding me. I didn't let him go on purpose. I just narrowly escaped death and escaped from those travelers. Kurako Shunsui smiled after listening to Zaraki Kenpeki's words. You're kidding, those travelers can be your opponents. Zaraki Kenpeki was obviously dissatisfied with Kurako Shunsui. He glared at Kurako Shunsui and said coldly. The strength of this trip is extraordinary. The leading boy, Ryūjin, is not much worse than me. Kurako Shunsui spread his hands to show that he had absolutely no intention of letting go. Even Kurako Shunsui would not lie about this kind of thing. The captains were all stunned after hearing Kurako Shunsui's words. They did not expect that such a powerful Ryūjin could be found in such a simple travel disaster. Ho ho ho, that's right, My instrument has already detected it. The travel accident that I fought with the leader of Kiraku just now, Ryūjin, is a second-class spirit. Kurotsuka Mayuri also stood up and confirmed Kiraku Shunsui's statement. For a moment, the captains were even more surprised. The second level of spiritual power is not so easy to reach. To put it bluntly, it is hard to say whether there are 100 people in the entire Soul Society who have reached the Earth-level spiritual power from ancient times to the present. This is what Kurosaki Ichigo Destiny Child is. Then what are you waiting for? Just let me chop him down. Upon hearing that Kurosaki Ichigo is so strong, Zaraki Kenpaki's hands instantly became itchy. Although his fellow disciples are powerful, they can't kill him in a fight. For Saragi Kenpaki, they are really boring. What he wants is a real fight. Of course, it's definitely not just a matter of being unhappy every time you get killed. After all, Zaraki Kenpaki cannot Bankai yet. Zaraki Kenpaki always has a premonition that once he Bankais, something will happen that he cannot accept. Don't worry. Captain Zaraki, you still have to listen to what Captain Beilang has to say. Aizen Suk, the man, started to pretend to be a good guy again, showing his attitude of listening to Beilang. Beilang, who had been watching everyone argue, also opened his eyes. Arrest the people first. Remember, what I want is alive. For a small team led by only one second-class spirit power, this is not a high request. As soon as these words came out, everyone nodded. Beilang had said so. No one wanted to kill a travel disaster and try the wrath of the strongest Shinigami. I'll obey. After Beilang spoke, the captains of Godi I-13 all shut their mouths. Beilang's words seemed to have the final say. No matter what the captains thought, as long as Beilang spoke, they must do what Beilang said. This is the power of the captain of Godi I-13. The meeting is dismissed. Beilang looked at the respectful captains in front of him and spoke calmly. As you command. When the captains of Godi I-13 received Beilang's order, they immediately turned around and walked towards the door of the first team's conference room. Although each of them was respectful in front of Beilang, it was completely unclear whether there were any small moves in private. I let you get through. Captain Kiraku. Aizen Suk and Kiraku Shunsui walked out of the conference room door slowly. Aizen Suk and Kiraku Shunsui started to play double act. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Kiraku Shunsui said, pretending not to understand. All this is taken seriously by the pervert Ichimaru Jin. Humph, you know what I'm talking about. Don't let me catch the evidence, otherwise I will report it to Captain Yalang personally. Aizen said, deliberately pretending to be loyal, a gag. Ha 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 ha. Captain Aizen, you are thinking too much. Kiraku Shunsui laughed and left the conference room. Ichimaru Jin complained in his heart, Uncle Kiraku, can you act any more fake? However, Ichimaru Jin instantly raised the danger of Aizen Suk to the highest point. Although Beilang never explicitly said who the traitor was, Ichimaru Jin basically has the answer. Yachiru. Let's go and catch the travel trouble. Zaraki Kenpaki, who rushed out of the conference room directly after the meeting, greeted Kuzujishi Yachiru. Okay. Let's go, Xiaojian. Yachiru and Shunpo lay on Zaraki Kenpaki, laughing. The two of them ran straight in the opposite direction from where Kurosaki Ichigo and the others were coming. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo and others also officially successfully entered Siraidai from the air with the help of Shiba Kyuzuru, the second leader of the party. It didn't work this time. Shiba Uegata was mainly because Shiba Kankakuji came in personally with Kurosaki Ichigo and the others. Anyway, I was just giving them a ride, and no team member would be stupid enough to stop the captain's wife. Yoryuki is also planning to let Kurosaki Ichigo learn Bankai first, and then consider saving Rukia Kukaki. After all, with the current Kurosaki Ichigo, it is okay to meet the deputy captain level. If he meets the captain level, he does not know Bankai, and he will naturally fight in the battle. You will be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, as soon as Ryūjin and others entered Siridi, they bumped into someone they definitely didn't want to see. An old man wearing an ordinary death tyrant outfit, with long white eyebrows and beard, and a shiny bald head, who looked like he could be seen everywhere in the world, with kind eyes, stopped Ichigo and others. The way people go. Are you the travelers who invaded Soul Society? The old man seemed to be roasting sweet potatoes with unknown flames. After seeing Ichigo and others, he waved to Ichigo and others with a smile, and said, "Come and sit. Come and eat sweet potatoes together. The grilled sweet potatoes are the best in Soul Society." Ryūjin was dumbfounded when he saw the old man who stopped them. "It's over. I forgot to tell Mr. Yamamoto." When Shihao and Ryūjin saw the old man in front of him, he shuddered subconsciously. Shihao and Ryūjin was confident enough to use her skills to help her win down Flash Goddess in front of any active captain in Godi 13 except Beilang. The powerful Shunpo of the title fled with Kurosaki Ichigo and others. However, Ryūjin did not have any confidence to escape in front of the old man in front of her. Even after she saw the old man in front of her, even her original intention to escape completely disappeared at this moment. She would definitely not be able to escape. "Yes, if you stay, maybe you can die with more dignity." For a moment, Ryūjin looked at Ichigo with eyes full of sympathy. She now had a very important question to ask the smart Unohana Retsu, and asked, "Just after leaving the novice village, we encountered the ceiling of conventional combat power. What should we do? What to do? Unohana Retsu, please use your invincible wisdom quickly and think of a solution." Unohana Retsu, "Sorry, I can't do anything about this. My suggestion is that you just lie down and wait to die. In this case, your body will be relatively intact. It will not be burned. Ashes. As for defeating the opponent, don't think about it. Even if I lend you the complete Hagyaku, before you are fully integrated with Hagyaku, you will definitely not be able to defeat this ordinary-looking Laodan." "Hey! Old man, why are you baking sweet potatoes here alone?" Just when Ryūjin was trembling in fear at the old man roasting sweet potatoes in front of him, Kurosaki Ichigo had already walked to Lao Den's side carelessly, and took a fresh roasted sweet potato from Lao Den's hand, and then Kurosaki Ichigo also patted old Den on the shoulder and asked, "Ichigo, no." Ryūjin's eyes widened as she looked at the scene in front of her. She wanted to step forward to stop Ichigo, but it was too late. It was too late at this moment. "When you have nothing to do, let's bake some sweet potatoes and try something new." Lao Den heard this and replied with a smile to Ichigo. "Old man, you're not the Shinigami from Godi 13, are you? I think only Shinigami can wear the Death Boss costume." Kurosaki Ichigo's question was quite straightforward. "Of course not. I'm just a retired sweet potato seller. Godi 13 has nothing to do with me." Yamamoto knew that the young man in front of him had no ill intentions. He said with a smile. Hearing Yamamoto Genryusai's words, Kurosaki Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to fight with the old man. However, fortunately, the kind old man in front of me is not the Shinigami of Godi 13. Moreover, the old man in front of me is already very old, and it seems that he is not very capable of fighting. Ichigo feels that it is unfair to deal with an old man. But at least he won't lose. For Rukia, Ichigo can challenge his moral bottom line. "Oh! The sweet potatoes are all baked. Come on, one of you." Just when Ichigo was about to say something, Genryusai picked up the sweet potatoes he had roasted from the fire, and then looked at Ryūjin and others in the distance. "Call!" With a howling wind, by the time everyone reacted, Shihao and Ryūjin, Ishida Yuri, Sato Yasutora and Anu Orium all had a sweet potato in their hands that was exactly the same as Kurosaki Ichigo's. At this moment, Everyone was shocked when they saw the sweet potatoes in their hands. They didn't even see clearly when the old man in front of them made a move and put the sweet potatoes in their hands. Master! Super Master! At this time, everyone suddenly realized that this old man might be a monster. Okay. Eat the sweet potatoes quickly. When you finish eating, it's time to hit the road. Just when everyone was marveling at the sweet potatoes in their hands, Genryusai Shigakuni said the most frightening words with the kindest face and gentlest tone. Old man, are you our enemy too? The moment Genryusai finished speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo immediately distanced himself from Genryusai, looked at Genryusai and asked coldly. Enemy? Genryusai couldn't help but laugh after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words. Young man, did you make something wrong? It's not that I want to be your enemy, it's that you want to be my enemy. From the moment you broke into Soul Society as a tourist, you have already stood on the opposite side of the butcher. Genryusai looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with a kind smile on his face. Old man, we invaded Siritii for a reason. We don't have any ill intentions towards Soul Society and Siritii. The reason why we came here is just to save our companions. Is it wrong to want to save our companions? Kurosaki Ichigo asked Genryusai. Haha. Is there a reason? Every traveler who invaded Soul Society told me this. Each of them had a reason of one kind or another. After all, if there is no reason, there is no reason. Will someone get bored and invade Soul Society, right? At the same time, each of them told me that they have no ill intentions towards Soul Society or Siritii. As a result, these travelers who invaded Soul Society either wanted us to promote him to Godai 13's Shinigami, or they had whimsical wishes to replace the current Godai 13 Shinigami. The 13th team of the court, directly became the captain, or even the overall captain, and even worse, even attempted to kill the gods, thus becoming His Majesty the Spiritual King. Young man traveling in trouble, what do you think of these people's reasons compared to yours? After hearing this, should I agree to them all? If I do this? If you do it, this Siritii may have gone into chaos a long time ago. It is precisely because I didn't do this that you can see the existence called order here. Genryusai said to Kurosaki Ichigo, God. He spoke calmly and calmly. It's different. Our reasons are different. Kurosaki Ichigo frowned and tried to retort. There is no difference between you and them. If there is a difference, it is the difference between great evil and small evil. Their evil deeds will destroy the world, and your evil deeds are just pure violations. There are laws and rules, but they are all evil after all. In the end, they all require me to trample on the rules of Soul Society. Since they all require me to violate the rules of Soul Society, then there is no essence. The difference. Chapter 93. You must remember that there is no essential difference between trampling on some of the rules and trampling on them all. Once you do something that ignores the rules, it is like opening Pandora's box, and you can no longer contain it. Stop it. By then, the entire three realms will be destroyed because of your willful behavior. Can you little guys afford this responsibility? And how can you shoulder it? Perhaps Genryusai has been a teacher for too long. He subconsciously entered the role of a teacher and began to teach young souls such as Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Yuri what soul is. Society's rules. This. For a moment, Kurosaki Ichigo and others all closed their mouths. Just as Genryusai said, what the other party said did make sense to a certain extent, so much so that Kurosaki Ichigo and others couldn't find anything to refute. Even Ishida Yuri, who was born with a strong hand, nodded vigorously. If it weren't for Rukia Kokaki, who had contributed to his battle with Kurosaki Ichigo, it would have paid for his mistakes and indirectly helped him. When he was busy, he wanted to say to Yuan Liuzai, listening to you is worth 10 years of reading. I think you are right, old man. As you said, there is nothing without rules, and rules cannot be easily ignored. broke in. In this case, I will not save this person, I will return to the present world, and I will not come to Soul Society without permission until I die of natural causes. Unfortunately, Ishida Uryu cannot say the same. Kurosaki Ichigo, you must not listen to him. He is just stalling for time, waiting for the Shinigami's reinforcements to arrive and surround us. We don't have much time to waste now, so hurry up and defeat this old man, keep on your way. You know, Rukia Kukaki is still waiting for us to rescue her. Ishida Yuri gently pushed the myopia glasses on the bridge of his nose. He first glanced at Genryusai who was standing opposite him, and then spoke to Kurosaki Ichigo on the side. No solution anymore. Old man, originally I didn't plan to attack you, but my companion is still waiting for me, and I don't have much time to waste here, so I'm sorry. Kurosaki Ichigo said, pointing the Zanpakuto in his hand at Genryusai in front of him. Oh? You want to have a fight with me? Genryusai was shocked when he saw this. He gently touched his chin and said to Kurosaki in surprise with his long white beard. Interesting. In that case, you go ahead and make the move, kid. As Shihoran Yuryuaki spoke, he waved slightly to Kurosaki Ichigo. This waving gesture, no matter how you look at it, has a somewhat provocative meaning. However, in Shihoran Yuryuaki's view, Genryusai's movements seemed like an adult. People tease babies who are just 1 month old. In Genryusai, after signaling Kurosaki Ichigo to attack first, the old god was there and sat back on the pony he had placed on the ground, quietly waiting for Shigo's attack. Kurosaki, don't be careless, this old man is super strong. Ishida Yuri held the roasted sweet potato that had been placed in his hand by the old man in front of him at some point, and spoke seriously to Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him. Well, you don't need to tell me, I know this. Even the guy from before, wearing a Haori and claiming to be the captain of Godi I-13, his movements couldn't surpass my visual nerves, but the movements of this old man just now, I didn't even see it. Kurosaki Ichigo holds the knife in both hands and stares at Genryusai in front of him tightly, not daring to be careless in the slightest, for fear that in the next moment, the old man in front of him will be like the man who just stuffed sweet potatoes into everyone's hands, killing everyone present. Everyone fell to the ground. Aren't you going to take action? Genryusai looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who had not dared to step forward for a long time, and asked with narrowed eyes. Phew! Be careful! After Kurosaki Ichigo kindly reminded Genryusai, he burst out with a raging Ryūjin, turning into a dark shadow and heading straight for Genryusai in front of him. Haha! Yuan Ryūjin was still smiling when he saw this. Until Kurosaki Ichigo's sword landed on Genryusai's head, Genryusai remained motionless, which made Ichigo, who originally planned to drop the knife, hesitated. However, at the moment when Kurosaki Ichigo hesitated, Genryusai, who was still sitting on the mazar and warming himself by the fire, had disappeared from Kurosaki Ichigo's sight. What? Cold sweat broke out on Kurosaki Ichigo's forehead. He was completely stunned by Genryusai's speed. Genryusai's movements seemed like magic, and he disappeared from Kurosaki Ichigo's sight in the blink of an eye. Inside. In fact, with Kurosaki Ichigo's current dynamic nerves, Ulquiorra cannot even keep up with the speed of the unreturned blade. However, even Ulquiorra, who is in the second stage of the returned blade, is as immature as a child in front of Genryusai, not Ichigo. Xiaowu is too weak, but Old Man Shan is too out of the ordinary. What are you doing? Kurosaki! The enemy is behind you. At the moment when Ichigo was at a loss, Ishida Yuri's roar sounded from behind him. From Yuri's anxious voice, Ichiryu's worry for Ichigo could be heard. Behind. Ichigo looked stunned, knowing something was wrong. Countless warnings sounded like a tide in Ichigo's heart. This feeling of powerlessness was the first time he felt it after he recovered his Shinigami power with the help of Urahara Kisuke. boy, what are you hesitating about? Just as Ishida reminded Kurosaki, what Ichigo was worried about, a faint, hoarse and aged voice suddenly sounded from behind Ichigo. Not good. The moment Ichigo turned around, he was greeted by a fist blow. One bone. Yes, Genryusai had no intention of drawing his sword when facing Kurosaki Ichigo. With Kurosaki Ichigo, who had just entered the second-level spiritual power, even Bankai had not learned it, and Ryutsu had just been promoted to the captain level, let alone a soul like him. Genryusai has liberated Zanpakuto, but he is not even qualified to let Genryusai pull out Zanpakuto. I will die. I will definitely die. The moment Yuan Ryuzai punched, his momentum seemed to have reached its peak. At this moment, Genryusai's bowl-sized fist continued to enlarge in Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was as big as a mountain, with the momentum of overwhelming mountains and seas. Ichigo saw the fist that slowly came towards him but left him nowhere to hide. At this moment, every nerve cell in his body was sending out a distress signal. Ichigo knew clearly in his heart that if he was hit by this punch, if he loses his head, he will definitely die. At the moment when Ichigo's Death Star was shining, his body suddenly moved, and with a movement that surpassed Kurosaki Ichigo himself, Zanpakuto was placed in the path of Genryusai's punch. Boom! As the roar sounded, the holy sword Zangetsu in Ichigo's hand managed to withstand the punch, but Kurosaki Ichigo did not have such a good life. Ichigo, who was hit by Genryusai's punch, had already flown out and was being smashed. After breaking through more than 30 walls and drawing a 100-meter-long ravine on the ground, he fell in a pool of blood and passed out completely. Maybe Ichigo didn't expect that. He tried his best to block Genryusai. One blow, still forced into Siridi, smashed out a street. Ichigo was really miserable at this moment, like a dilapidated doll that no one needed and thrown in the trash can, and like a worn-out carpet that was thrown on the ground for others to step on. If it weren't for Ichigo's Ryutsu being relatively stable, everyone would have thought that Ichigo was completely dead at this moment. Kurosaki. Things happened so quickly that everyone present was unexpected. Yuri's lips were a little dry, and he subconsciously pronounced Kurosaki Ichigo's name. I'm going to save Kurosaki-san. At the moment when Yuri was at a loss, Inu Orium had risked her own life and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo at a flying speed. Kurosaki Ichigo's injury was already too serious. If she did not give first aid to Ichigo, Ichigo would be injured. He will definitely die. Where are you going? However, before Inu Orium could get close to Ichigo, a hoarse voice had already sounded in front of Orium. Orium subconsciously looked towards the source of the voice, and what he saw was a kind old grandfather, and a pair of indifferent eyes. Like a Shinigami harvesting souls, staring at his prey with cold eyes. Boom! In an instant, the furious Ryutsu, as if for free, fell towards Inu Orium's weak spiritual body. Orium was like a lonely boat on the vast ocean under Genryusai's Ryutsu. She only felt that there seemed to be something in her mind. The thing exploded, as if someone had hit her on the head with a hammer weighing 100 tons, and she was smashed into a puddle of meat. Zero, please give me flowers. Plop. As the sound rang out, Inu Orium collapsed to the ground. It was clear that Genryusai didn't do anything, he just looked at Orium, and Orium's spirit body seemed to collapse. Like a newborn, very weak. In this regard, Genryusai looked at the fallen Orium and commented. In fact, Orium's current Ryutsu is not weak under Yoryuki's training. He has already reached the 4th level of spiritual power. According to the standards before Godi 13, he can be the vice-captain. Even in the current Godi 13, one can hold a high position ranging from 3 to 5 seats. But she is facing Yamamoto Genryusai. Now Yamamoto Genryusai has evolved once and became a member of the Zero Division. Even Aizen, who has completely integrated Hagyaku, cannot say that he can completely defeat Yamamoto Genryusai. Losai. In his eyes, Shinigami below the 3rd level are just babies, the 3rd level can barely be regarded as children, and the 2nd level are teenagers. Only the 10th level can be considered as normal adults. The current Yamamoto Genryusai is so pervert. That's why Yamamoto Genryusai feels that Kurosaki Ichigo and his gang are really brave. They don't know anything, but they dare to invade Seireii with just a sense of courage. 0. Inu. After Inu fell, Ishida Yuri reacted and opened the spirit bow in his hand. At this moment, the powerful sacred destruction condensed on Ishida Yuri's bow string. A bow and arrow made of spirit seeds? I see. Are you a Quincy? Since 1,000 years ago, when Waiwak led the Quincy to invade Soul Society and launch an all-out war with the Shinigami, I haven't seen a Quincy for a long time. Now that I see you, I suddenly feel nostalgic for those days. The moment Ishida Yuri pulled out his bow and arrow, Yamamoto Genryusai, who was still 50 steps away from Ishida Yuri, stood in front of Yuri at some unknown time and asked Yuri. Yuri didn't have time to pay attention. The old man in front of him, who was nostalgic for the past, had already tensed his nerves because Kurosaki Ichigo and Inu Orium had fallen one after another. The way Flash moves is so scary. I saw Yulong trembled, and directly let go of his hand that was holding the bow string and the Holy Death. In an instant, he fired a simple and unpretentious Holy Death, which was enough to open a bloody hole in Killian's body. Just like that, he shot at Yuan Liuzai's bald head. Ding! It's a pity that at the moment when the sacred destruction was about to fall on Yuan Liuzai's forehead, 2 powerful fingers of green pine pinched it gently. The arrow of sacred destruction is about to touch Genryusai's skin. Impossible! Yuri looked at the old man in front of him, holding the sacred destruction between his fingers, and was dumbfounded. The strength of the old man in front of him was beyond Ishida Yuri's understanding of Shinigami. Snapped! Before Yulong could think about it, the sacred destruction had been crushed by the old man's fingers. Compared to Waiwaka's death 1,000 years ago, this sacred destruction is far worse. Yuan Liuzai held Yuri's sacred annihilation in the palm of his hand. He kneaded it into the most primitive spirit child with just a little force. Yuan Liuzai seemed a little disappointed. The face, like throwing sand, scattered Yulong's spirit sun that constituted the sacred destruction in front of Yulong, and then Yuan Liuzai spoke with some emotion. Monster! Yulong no longer knew how to evaluate Yuan Liuzai in front of him. At some point, the word strong seemed not worthy of describing Yuan Liuzai. He thought about it and finally could only use the word weird. The word object was used to describe the person in front of him, Yamamoto Genryusai, who surpassed his understanding of Shinigami. Sado! Run! This person in front of us is not ours. Yuri has given up fighting. He has decided to risk his life here and use the Quincy's final form to fight the monster in front of him. At this time, Ishida Yuri, if nothing else, is very brave. Chapter 94. Although Ishida Yuri knew that even if he used the Quincy's final form to fight the old man in front of him, there would be no hope of victory, and he would not flinch at all. He only hoped that his companion, Sato Yasutora, could take the opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, Yuri was only halfway through his words when he saw Sato Yasutora, who was supposed to be standing behind him, lying on the ground at some point, just like Kurosaki Ichigo and Inu Orium, having lost their consciousness. Damn it! When did he take action? Yulong raised his head and looked at the old god Yuan Liuzai Kongwo who was standing not far away from him. His heart was full of confusion. He didn't even see clearly when Yuan Liuzai took action. When did you do it? Young Quincy, you seem to have made a mistake. The young man behind you is the first one among all of you who plans to attack me. He is also the 10th person to be killed by me. Yuan Ryūjin said to Ichirio with a calm expression. The first one? Before Kurosaki Ichigo. Cold sweat broke out on Yuri's forehead. It turned out that Kurosaki Ichigo was the second one to be knocked to the ground by the old man in front of him, and Sato Yasutora was the first one to be defeated by the old man. However, the old man's speed was too fast, and everyone was stunned. Without realizing it, Yasutora was already lying down. The difference in strength is too big, if not in the same dimension. Even so, I have to give it a try. Yulong took a deep breath and wanted to take off his spirit-dispersing gloves in front of Yuan Liuzai. Yuri has decided to use the Quincy's final form as his swan song. Even if 497 is defeated, he will lose with dignity. It is a pity that Yamamoto Genryusai knows the Quincy very well. Before Ishida Yuri can take action, Yamamoto Genryusai's Ten Shunpo came to Ishida Yuri. Boom! With just one punch, Ishida Yuri fell to the ground. So disappointing. Before Ishida Yuri could think too much, he only felt his eyes darken. Before Yuri fell, he only heard the voice of the old man who was extremely disappointed with his strength. It's over. Yuan Liuzai looked at the four people who had fallen in front of him and sighed helplessly, saying that the travel disaster was an exaggeration. They were just four naughty kids. After Genryusai finished sighing, he looked at the shadows aside and said softly, "The four little guys you brought have been knocked down by me. How long do you plan to hide? Shihoran Yuryuaki." Ahahaha. An embarrassed Yuryuaki walked out of the darkness. She just changed her clothes, and Kurosaki Ichigo and the others were defeated. "Master, I forgot to tell you that Beilang asked me to bring these children in." Shihoran Yuryuaki was a little embarrassed. After all, they forgot to inform Yamamoto about this in advance. Ah! Beilang's plan. When Yamamoto Genryusai heard the name of his beloved disciple, his eyes twitched. He seemed to have hit the wrong person. Kurosaki Ichigo's father is Shiba Ishin, the former captain of the 10th Division. On the day when Shiba Ishin died in the present world, Beilang went to the present world and was with Kurosaki Ichigo's father Shiba Ishin. Kurosaki Ichigo's mother was also a pure-blood Mr. I have been in contact with Kurosaki Masaki, who is a master, and Yura Harakisuke, but I don't know much about the specific situation. You only told me this after Yulang came back. Having said this, Shihoran Yuryuaki feebly scratched her purple hair, which was inherited from her father's generation and had a noble and mysterious aura. At the same time, Yuryuaki's expression seemed to be a bit helpless. Yamamoto Genryusai's face turned even darker. Good guy, he really hit the wrong person. Damn you bastard, you didn't even inform your master about such a big thing. Yamamoto Genryusai cursed secretly. Fortunately, he acted carefully and only knocked these children unconscious. Otherwise, he might have sabotaged his apprentice's plan unknowingly. Wait, you said this child's mother is a Quincy. Yamamoto Genryusai came back to his senses, turned to look at Kurosaki Ichigo lying on the ground and asked. Yes, the father of the child Kurosaki Ichigo is Shinigami, and the mother is a Quincy whose body contains the power of Minos Grande. In other words, from the moment the child Kurosaki Ichigo was born, he was born with all the yes, Shinigami, Quincy, and Hollow's power. He is a very amazing child. Yuryuaki heard this and replied. They don't know yet that Beilang has a backup plan for Kurosaki Ichigo, but when Kurosaki Ichigo actually bankai, they won't be able to hide it. By the way, it has only been 10 days since this kid Kurosaki Ichigo awakened his Shinigami power and started to make full use of it. In other words, Kurosaki Ichigo promoted Ryūjin to the captain of Godi I-13 in just 10 days. His level, his talent, and his potential are beyond our expectation. Yuryuaki said, seeming to have thought of something, and continued to add. At this moment, it was Yuan Liuzai's turn to be silent. If it is true as Yuryuaki said, the potential of Kurosaki Ichigo, even in Soul Society, is rare to see in thousands of years. In other words, Beilang's disciples have talents that are comparable to Kurosaki Ichigo. Of course, if you include the Blade King, no one is more talented than Kurosaki Ichigo. The pen that changes the world. It also has the ability to be omniscient and omnipotent. Interesting. Since it is Beilang's plan, then I want to see how far this kid can go. Genryusai suddenly became interested. He seemed to want to see from the bottom of his heart. Kurosaki Ichigo, who by chance merged the three forces of Hollow, Quincy, and Shinigami to balance the world, has great potential. How far can a young boy reach in the shortest time? Teacher, what do you mean? I plan to play with you young people, and I will be considered a young man. Yuan Liuzai touched his bald head, raised his head and looked at the blue sky and white clouds of Seoul society, and suddenly realized that he seemed to have been bound by countless rules since birth, and had never had a chance to indulge for a moment. Genryusai is undoubtedly synonymous with heroes and geniuses. He founded Genryu long before he took hold of Zanpakuto. He is respectfully called the founder of Genryu by countless Genryu disciples. Not long after he founded Genryu, after becoming the leader of the Seireitei, he was respectfully called the captain by countless people, or the founder of the Godei. He seems to have been living in the eyes of everyone's expectations, and has never relaxed for a moment. Thinking about it now, he has retired anyway, so he might as well take advantage of the opportunity of this travel disaster invasion to have a good time. Give it to those who are in his position when he is the captain. Beilang, the scoundrel who gives him trouble every moment, also finds some trouble to solve. Teacher. You are the captain, how can you do this? Ryuaki was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that in the end, it would be such a result. So Grandmaster Yuan Liuzai plans to follow these young men and cause mischief together? Isn't this just fooling around? This is just like a clear and stupid contemporary college student taking his great-grandfather, who is more than 100 years old, to a disco. It is said that he wanted his great-grandfather to die before he died. Jump on the horse trend. Captain? Retired. Yuan Liuzai smiled immediately after hearing this. Don't call me teacher, call me Yuan Liuzai. While I was messing around with you, I was not Yamamoto Genryusai, nor Genryusai Shigakuni, just a simple Genryusai without any surname or identity. Young Ryuaki, do you understand what I said? There seemed to be a hint of threat in Yuan Liuzai's words. I understand everything. Ryuaki nodded vigorously up and down. Ryuaki is really helpless to complain, how come his man and his master seem to be reliable? What are you going to do next? Genryusai asked Ryuaki, directly asking about Ryuaki's next plan. Take Kurosaki Ichigo to learn Bankai. Ryuaki didn't dare to hide it and answered truthfully. Really? Let's go then. Genryusai said, having already picked up Kurosaki Ichigo, Ishida Uryu, Sato Yasutora and Inu Orium who were unconscious on the ground, and urged Ryuaki. Ryuaki was even more speechless when he saw that he was moving quickly, as if he was going to deal with Beilang's Yamamoto Genryusai. Are you leaving? Yuan Liuzai urged with great dissatisfaction. Go, go, go. Of course. Ryuaki did not dare to say anything, and immediately used Shunpo to lead the way for Genryusai. Yet. Genryusai looked at Ryuaki's movements and nodded with satisfaction. For a moment, the two of them were like ghosts in the day, running towards Skyaku Hill without knowing it. Although Godei 13 had already taken action to catch the travel disaster, no one noticed it. The whereabouts of Ryuaki and Genryusai. In addition, Aizen et.al. Aizen-sama, Kurosaki Ichigo was abducted by Genryu Settenjin. When Aizen returned to the laboratory he established in Rukanga, he heard Tosen Kaname, who had been staring at the computer, shouting anxiously. Ah! Aizen was stunned when he heard this. What should we do next? Tosen looked at Aizen and asked softly. Don't worry, everything is under our control. Aizen persuaded Tosen Kaname, but in fact he didn't know what to do. He knows the whereabouts of all the captains of Godi I-13, but the problem is that Genryusai is not the captain of Godi I-13. Although Aizen is confident in his Kaika Suijutsu. But the current Yamamoto Genryusai is a king-level Ryutsu. Aizen-suke without Hagyaku, just like Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata in the Four Nobles arc, Kaika Suijutsu is ineffective against the monster Zaraki Kenpeiki. That is to say, the current Aizen-suke, Kaika Suijutsu is ineffective against Yamamoto Genryusai. This is so painful. Alas, Ichigo, please wish yourself well. Aizen, the godfather, doesn't know what to do at this moment. He hasn't gotten the second piece of Hagyaku yet, so he doesn't dare to fight Genryusai. At this moment, Aizen can only place his expectations on Kurosaki Ichigo himself. He hopes that Kurosaki Ichigo can protect himself and not let him be disturbed by Genryusai after conducting experiments for more than 20 years. At the same time, Aizen doesn't have time to deal with Kurosaki Ichigo's affairs. He has more important things to do now. It's time to start recycling Hagyaku. On the other side, Ryūjin and Genryusai soon arrived at the training base built by Shihouden Ryūjin and Urahara Kisuke at the foot of Skyaku Hill. Oh! This is the place where Urahara Kisuke, Hirako Shinji, and others, hid in the Soul Society before defecting from Godi I-13, right? It's spacious and unique, and it should be something that shouldn't be there. Everything you need. Genryusai threw Kurosaki Ichigo and others into the hot spring in the center of the cave, and then said with a smile. This generous and unique title is a compliment to Urahara Kisuke. Thank you for the compliment. Ryūjin didn't dare to say anything, he could only keep nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. At the same time, he complained in his heart that it was my dear disciple who personally let Urahara Kisuke and the others go in 3.7. This hot spring is very similar to the restorative spring water made by the kid from Kirin Temple according to Unohana Retsu's Zanpakut, but the restorative effect has been shrunk. Quite a few. Ryujin stood by the hot spring, and after just a glance, he revealed the prototype of this hot spring. Haha, this is indeed built by Urahara Kisuke to imitate the hot springs of Kirin Temple. In this regard, Ryūjin nodded lightly and did not refute anything. What is that thing? Ryujin said, and his eyes seemed to be attracted by something. He looked at the props on the edge of the hot spring that looked like human rubber models. Asked. That's the Zenshin body. It's a prop developed by Urahara Kisuke specifically for practicing Bankai. That kid from Urahara used this thing called the Zenshin body to complete the Bankai in just 3 days. The results are gratifying. Upon hearing this, Ryūjin immediately introduced Genryusai. Oh? Interesting. If the effect is really that good, it can be promoted. Genryusai did not expect that this seemingly ordinary rubber model could have such amazing effects. After a slight pause, he immediately spoke to Ryūjin. Actually, this item called the God Transformation Body also has certain limitations, that is, people with insufficient spiritual power cannot successfully practice Bankai. Ryūjin listened to Genryusai's words. Finally, he preached awkwardly. Yes, turning into a divine body only allows people who are already capable of practicing Bankai to practice Bankai faster, but it does not allow those 7th and 8th level spiritual powers who do not even have a Bankai horoscope. Those who write off will become Bankai. Chapter 95. After Ryūjin heard this, he was silent for a while, and then he tried to find a way to make up for it. That's not bad. At least from now on, anyone who has reached the captain level of spiritual power can successfully practice Bankai. This can be considered an improvement. At this point, Genryusai himself didn't even know what he was talking about. What does it mean that people with spiritual power who have reached the captain level can successfully practice Bankai? So far, there seems to be no spiritual power that has reached the captain level. Can't complete Bankai's case. Zaraki Kenpeika can Bankai, but he knows that Yachiro will be gone after Bankai, so he never Bankai. Ryuaki also took the opportunity to explain Beilang's plan. After all, Beilang's plan does not involve Yamamoto Genryusai. Since the old man wants to participate, Ryuaki and Beilang will not stop him. Anyway, the old man can't die now, so just let's go. About 4 or 5 hours later, Kurosaki Ichigo, Ishida Uryu, Sato Yasutora and Inu Orium, who had been soaking in the hot spring, slowly opened their eyes. My head hurts so much. What happened? I just remember that I seemed to be knocked down by an old man. Not only you, but also me, Inu and Sato were all killed. Sato should be the first to be killed, Kurosaki you are the second to be killed, Inu is the third, and I am the last. I don't know what happened after I was defeated, but it looks like we seem to have been saved. To be honest, the old man's strength is completely different from ours, so it is normal to lose to him. When Kurosaki Ichigo and others opened their eyes, they saw an unfamiliar ceiling, surrounded by warm water. The 4 of them were soaked in the warm water, constantly recalling what happened before they fainted. It seemed that none of them had noticed that Genryusai was sitting not far from them, silently making tea. Ishida Yuri's words stopped abruptly the moment he saw Genryusai. Go on, ignore me, old man. Genryusai discovered Kurosaki Ichigo and others. After there was suddenly no sound, he knew that Ichigo and others should have discovered him. Genryusai poured himself some tea in a leisurely manner, and then turned around. He stood up and smiled at the people in the pool. What is your purpose? This was what Yulong said. What do you mean? This sentence was said by Kurosaki Ichigo. Old sir, could it be that you saved us? Inu Orium's first consideration was not whether Genryusai had taken action against them, but whether Genryusai had saved them after that. Sato Yasutora looked at Genryusai silently, he was on guard and said nothing. Let me come one by one. First of all, Yinfu has no purpose. Secondly, it was indeed me who saved you, and I saved you because I just wanted to save you. Genryusai looked at Ichigo and the others and replied softly. However, Genryusai's answer obviously failed to convince Ichigo and others. Everyone still looked at Genryusai Shigakuni in a wary manner. Let me explain the detailed process of this matter. At this moment, Shihoran Ryuaki, wearing orange sportswear, walked in front of everyone and comforted Kurosaki Ichigo and others. Who are you? Unexpectedly, Kurosaki Ichigo glanced at Ye behind his eyes, he asked without any impression at all. Bang! 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 Upon hearing this, Ryuaki's eyes twitched slightly in anger at what Ichigo said, and then he punched everyone in the head of Kurosaki Ichigo and others. Then, he said, how rude! Have you even forgotten your own teacher, me? It's me, Shihoran yet. Are you Mr. Ryuaki? Aren't you a cat? For a moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. Haha, of course I'm not a cat. How can a cat talk? Ryuaki looked at everyone's surprised expressions, the corners of her lips curved slightly, she smiled and said proudly. Why don't you listen carefully, are you really here? I don't know who told me that cats can talk, but it's just common sense. After hearing what Ryuaki said, Ishida almost became angry to death. I see, you are Mr. Ryuaki. As for the very nervous Inu and Ichigo, they quickly accepted Ryuaki's identity. Hey! You guys accepted it too quickly. Ishida Yuri couldn't help complaining about this. It was also at this time that Sato Yasutora whispered softly, is it actually Mr. Ryuaki? I see, it's really surprising. But that's right, how can an ordinary cat talk? Aren't you guys reacting too slowly? We've all been surprised, and you're just starting to be surprised. Sato, you really should go back and see a doctor this time. I'm serious. Hearing this, Ishida Yuri looked at Sato Yasutora and complained helplessly. Okay. You already know my identity. Then I'm going to continue talking. In fact, the teacher. I mean, this wild old Mr. Ryūjin Jakka, he has been on our side from the beginning. He is not an enemy, in fact he is. Well, he is actually the spy that Unohana Retsu and I prepared at Soul Society. As for the reason why he attacked you just now, I think he probably. I mean, he's just here to test your strength. That's all. Shihoran Yoriyuki spoke intermittently, word by word, and was very unskilled. It was obvious that she was explaining the identity of Genryusai to Kurosaki Ichigo and others while making up the story. That's it. In response, Kurosaki Ichigo and others showed expressions of sudden realization. This is obviously false. Only Ishida Uryu discovered that what Yoriyuki just said was all made up. Phew. That's it. Yoriyuki said. She breathed a sigh of relief. She felt so awesome. Enough is enough. Yulong's eyelids twitched slightly, and he no longer knew what to do. Of all the people present, no one is serious, okay? For a moment, Yuri was a little worried. With their current half-baked team, is it really possible to rescue Rukia Kukaki? Then let's get down to business. Kurosaki Ichigo, you should have felt the gap between you and the teacher, I mean you and Mr. Genryusai. Next, I will let you learn the greatest secret of Shinigami, Zanpakutetsu Bankai, within 3 days. Be mentally prepared for me. Yoriyuki said, changing from the stumbling way she spoke before, and at the same time, her expression began to become serious. Her eyes were like sharp knives, looking directly at Kurosaki Ichigo. I know. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly lit up. Then next Kurosaki Ichigo. Insert your Zanzant into this doll. This thing is called the Tenshin body. It was invented by that guy Unohana Retsu. It is specially used to practice Bankai. Unohana Retsu learned Bankai in 3 days with the help of this thing. Kurosaki Ichigo, I think your talent is definitely not there. Under Unohana Retsu, 3 days is enough for you to learn Bankai. Yoriyuki said softly to Kurosaki Ichigo. It won't take 3 days. 1 day is enough. Kurosaki Ichigo took out his soul-cutting sword and said confidently. Ishida Yuri and others stepped aside, and Kurosaki Ichigo inserted the soul-cutting sword in his hand directly into the Tenshin body. Boom! Ryūjin exploded from Ichigo's body as it reached the sky. Wearing a jet black coat, sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, and a waterfall of long hair, he looked like a rock star, with the temperament of a European aristocrat, and the image of a vampire in an ancient novel. He just appeared in Kurosaki Ichigo's house. In front of you. Ah! It's you, Uncle Zangetsu, Holy Sword. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the man in front of him and subconsciously greeted him. The Quincy power in Kurosaki Ichigo, who appeared in front of everyone in the form of Waiwak from thousands of years ago, pursed his lips after hearing what Ichigo called him. Well, Zanjutsu's name is gone, but Hatamaki is given the title of Holy Sword in front of it. Waiwak really feels like a fool. Name is power, and different names represent different abilities. Even if you change one word, the power exerted will be different. But fortunately, Kurosaki Ichigo's Soulzan Toto does not have any fancy abilities other than violent output. Kurosaki Ichigo's Soulzan Toto, the only skill Getshuga Tenshi, is recorded in the Kurosaki Ichigo Ryūjin and is passed down from the Shiba family's ancestors. Slashing techniques have nothing to do with his soul-cutting sword. It's like Shiba Ishin's soul-cutting sword is a fire-based injutsu, but the slash he wields is still like Getshuga Tenshi. Sure enough, you are my soul-killing sword. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Uncle Zangetsu, the holy sword in front of him, and asked aloud. Exactly. With his hands in his pockets and a cold and arrogant face, the Quincy power in Kurosaki Ichigo's body, after listening to Kurosaki Ichigo's words, nodded slightly and directly admitted his identity. Then Uncle Zangetsu of the Holy Sword, tell me my Bankai's name quickly. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the Quincy's power in front of him and asked. Okay. But you need to pass my test. Holy Sword Uncle Zangetsu nodded slightly and was about to suppress him as he spoke. Kurosaki Ichigo's true Shinigami power was released and taught Ichigo how to Bankai. After all, Bankai, a soul's antiing sword, can't do it with the power of a Quincy disguised as a soul's antiing sword. He can actually teach Ichigo how to use static blood armor, how to use holy annihilation, and even tried to teach Ichigo how to use up the power of the holy body, but forget about Shinigami's things. He really doesn't know how to do this. Haha. Soul-cutting sword? You really dare to say that? Why whack? How can you, a Quincy, pretend to be in front of me, a Shinigami? Unfortunately, before Holy Sword Uncle Zangetsu could finish speaking, an impatient voice had already sounded. Genryusai angrily crushed the teacup in his hand, and walked towards Kurosaki Ichigo's Holy Sword Uncle Zangetsu with the soul-cutting sword in hand. Come over. Ah! Why is this damn old man Ryūjin here? Holy Sword Uncle Zangetsu turned around silently after listening to Genryusai's words, and then felt his temples jump, and it was over. Now he seemed to be unable to pretend anymore. At the same time, Uncle Zangetsu of the Holy Sword seemed a little strange. He could clearly see everything happening outside through Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes, but why was he the only one who didn't find Genryusai? Could it be? Damn it, Blade King Sword, you tricked me again. Uncle Zangetsu, the Holy Sword, which is the Quincy power in Ichigo's body, immediately reacted. While his eyelids twitched crazily, he roared deep in his heart. Yuha, let me ask you, what are you pretending to be in front of me? At this moment when the power of the Quincy roars in his heart, Genryusai had already reached to Ichigo's side with his sword in hand. He put the knife on Ichigo's neck and asked in a cold voice. More than this, I want to know, what is the Holy Sword? Translate for me, what the hell is the Holy Sword? Compared to Yamamoto Genryusai. Speaking of which, Ryūjin is the angrier one. As we all know, a child's soul-zapping sword is usually inherited from his father or mother. Now it is known that Kurosaki Ichigo's mother, Kurosaki Masaki, is a Quincy, so Kurosaki Ichigo's soul-zapping sword. The origin of the knife can only be his father. And it seems that the only person whose soul-cutting sword is named after the Holy Sword is a certain unknown Godi I-13 captain. I asked why Beilang came to this world. He also said that he was on a mission for Unohana Retsu. I think he secretly looked at his illegitimate child. Ryūjin looked grim. Yamamoto and Genryusai were stunned. What Unohana Retsu was most worried about happened. Kurosaki Ichigo still revealed the name of his soul-cutting sword. As the real owner, Kurosaki Ichigo was even more confused. Didn't he just materialize the soul-cutting sword? How could such a big problem arise? The Blade King, who was the power of Kurosaki Ichigo, finally couldn't sit still and appeared in the center of the field instantly. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Everyone was stunned again. This man wearing the captain's feathery clothes and whose appearance was 99 similar to Beilang appeared in front of everyone. Beilang. What else do you have to say? Ryūjin shifted his attention instantly. I am not Beilang. I am the power of Kurosaki Ichigo. Blade King. Blade King quickly changed his form to let Ryūjin calm down. Ms. Ryūjin, there is a reason for this. Just go back and ask Mr. Beilang. The Blade King returned to human form again and wiped away the non-existent sweat. Chapter 96. Ryūjin calmed down. Blade King didn't dare to lie to others about this kind of thing. After all, he was just the incarnation of power. But she also made up her mind to go back soon to find out what was going on. Blade King saw Ryūjin calm down and disappeared again. Yamamoto Genryusai was also stunned. Good guy, there are a lot of things going on here. However, in order to divert attention, Yamamoto Genryusai quickly said, stop pretending to be Waiwak. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo also directly triggered the holy word D, completely ignoring Yuruki's explosion just now. He instinctively sensed that the matter just now seemed to be bigger than the matter of Uncle Zangetsu, the holy sword. Uncle Zangetsu, holy sword, do you know Mr. Genryusai? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Genryusai Shigakuni, whose anger was rising, and was suddenly stunned. Although he was usually a rough and twitchy person, he also noticed at this moment that Genryusai seemed to know his soul Zanzanto sword spirit. Fact. In response, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at his sword spirit and asked. Ichigo, listen to me. At this moment, the Quincy power that belonged to Kurosaki Ichigo and appeared in the image of Yuha thousands of years ago seemed to be trying to struggle. Unfortunately, before Yuha could speak, he was abruptly interrupted by the furious Genryusai. Boy, your name is Kurosaki Ichigo, right? Genryusai looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and asked himself. Exactly. Kurosaki Ichigo heard this and nodded gently. Kurosaki Ichigo, keep your eyes open. The guy appearing in front of you now is not the power of Shinigami in your body. You should know that the color of Shinigami's spiritual network is different from that of ordinary humans and Quincy. It's different. The color of the spiritual channels in Shinigami's body is red in the three realms. But the guy who appears in front of you at this moment, occupying the magpie's nest and pretending to be the power of Shinigami in your body, his spiritual channels are white. Ah! Genryusai said, using the soul-cutting knife in his hand. He opened a corner of Yuhabaka's dark coat, revealing the other party's white shirt hidden under the dark coat, and tore off the strips of the white shirt, letting it transformed into its most primitive form, which is the spiritual network. As Genryusai said, this guy who claims to be the Zanpakuta in Kurosaki Ichigo's spiritual network is actually different from the Shinigami, not red but white. Uncle Holy Sword Zangetsu, what on earth is going on? Could it be that you are not my soul-killing sword? Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned at this moment. He looked at the person in front of him in confusion. Using the turnaround body developed by Urahara Kisuke, he appeared in front of him swaggeringly. He was deeply trusted by him. At the same time, he called himself the spirit of the Zanpakuta. Guy, asked. At this moment, Ichigo has already discovered something is wrong with Uncle Holy Sword Zinj. I'm sorry Ichigo, although I had expected this day to come, I never thought that I would be exposed so early. Ichigo. Originally, I wanted to protect you for a little longer, but unfortunately my time has come. I may not be able to help you anymore in the future. At this moment, Waiwak knew in his heart that he could no longer pretend to be an old guy like Yamamoto, but fortunately he was too lazy to pretend. He just stopped pretending. He showed his cards. Uncle Holy Sword Zangetsu, what on earth are you talking about? I don't understand. Hearing this, Ichigo showed a puzzled expression. He frowned and asked Uncle Zangetsu, the holy sword in front of him, in a hoarse voice. Ichigo. As Yamamoto Genryusai said, I am not the embodiment of the power of Shinigami in your body, nor am I the spirit of your soul Zanbing sword. As I told you before, I am your soul Zanbing sword. It's just a lie to deceive you. These are all false, and I must apologize to you for this. And my true identity is not Shinigami, but Shinigami's enemy. In fact, I am the Quincy power in your body anthropomorphism, and you should have heard of the appearance in front of me, my name is Habich. Waiwak looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with a bit of regret in his eyes. Yoha, Bak. That's right. Hearing this, Yoha Bak nodded lightly. Who exactly is Waiwak? Ichigo frowned, and he asked loudly towards the Quincy power that appeared in front of him in the form of Yuha. That is the ancestor of all Quincy in this world. He is also the only king of the Quincy. Thousands of years ago, he led an invincible army called the Empire of Light that conquered the entire world and invaded Seoul. The existence of society is the enemy of the Shinigami. At the same time, it is also the existence that was defeated by the man beside you, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Wak looked at Ichigo and spoke calmly. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Kurosaki Ichigo had confusion in his eyes. Ichigo, you will understand everything soon. However, there is no need for me to tell you what happens after this. Now that Ichigo, you have known my identity, according to my agreement with him, I will fall into an endless sleep. Maybe, this will be the last time I see you. Before I fall asleep, there is one last thing I must remind you of. Ichigo, in the near future, you will definitely meet a man who looks very similar to me, and who will make your heart feel unconditionally attached to you. Ichigo, please remember that what you have met, the person who arrived, is both me and not me. Do not trust him. At the same time, if possible, after you see that person in Ichigo, you must not hesitate to kill him immediately, otherwise you will die. That person will be you. Yuhaba's eyes were full of love when he looked at Ichigo. After all, he was not the real Wak. He only appeared in the image of Yuhaba, with the power of the Quincy residing in the body of the pure-blood Quincy Kurosaki family. As a Quincy, he not only inherited Yuha's power and memory, but also inherited the memories of every generation of the Kurosaki family, including Kurosaki Masaki's deep love for Kurosaki Ichigo. There is no doubt that this being who appears in the form of Yuhabak from 1,000 years ago deeply loves Ichigo deep in his heart. Holy Sword Zangetsu, where are you going? After hearing what Yuhabak said, Ichigo suddenly panicked. Although he couldn't understand what Yuhabak was talking about, he could still understand Yuhabaka's farewell words to him, which made him unable to help himself. I want to catch Wak in front of me. Before I fall asleep, I have one more gift to give you. I hope that while I'm sleeping, this gift of mine can take my place and protect you. After Wak finished speaking, before Ichigo could say anything more, his finger had already lightly touched Ichigo's forehead. After doing these things, Wak slowly disappeared in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. Before leaving, Wak was still smiling at Ichigo. It was also the second after Wak disappeared that Ichigo's stiff body suddenly lit up with luster, and his blood vessels all over his body were filled with a massive amount of spirit seeds. These spirit seeds were greatly improved. Kurosaki Ichigo's defensive ability makes Kurosaki Ichigo's body harder than steel. That's the Quincy's static blood armor. Yuri looked at Ichigo's body and said in surprise. As expected, Kurosaki Ichigo also has the talent to become a Quincy. After Yulong was briefly surprised, he spoke softly with an extremely sure voice. Now Ishida Yuri is no longer the guy who doesn't know anything. Ishida Sojin and Ishida Raizuru told him everything they know. What happened? Why did that guy who always suppressed me suddenly fall into a deep sleep? Forget it, never mind. Now that he has fallen asleep, then the world will be mine. Even though I only have half the power, it is enough for me to make a big fuss. Do you think I am right? My dear king. It was also at the moment when the Quincy power representing Wak fell asleep in Kurosaki Ichigo's body that a man who looked exactly like Kurosaki Ichigo, except that his whole body was only white, spoke with a string of electronic sounds. A man appeared in front of Ichigo, looked at Ichigo arrogantly, and asked. Who are you? Where has Uncle Zangetsu of the Holy Sword gone? Ichigo looked at the person with confusion in his eyes. Hey? Holy Sword Zangetsu? I am the Holy Sword Zangetsu you call me. The man who was all white and had the same appearance as Ichigo, after listening to what Ichigo said, raised the corners of his mouth slightly and loudly informed Ichigo of his true identity. Then, without giving Ichigo any chance to speak, he grabbed the soul-cutting sword and slashed towards Ichigo. You guy! Ichigo looked at Ichigo who was slashing at him, with a bit of displeasure in his expression. He subconsciously picked up the soul-cutting sword in his hand and blocked the oncoming sword. When? With a soft sound, the Zanpakuto in Ichigo's hand and the Zanpakuto in Ichigo's hand instantly collided together, erupting into a series of dazzling fires. Unfortunately, Shiro Ichigo's hand was so strong that he chopped the sword in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand into pieces. Damn it! What a bully! When Ichigo saw that the sword was gone, he immediately did not dare to fight and immediately followed behind him. My knife is gone. How can I fight now? Ichigo held the Zanpakuto with only the hilt left, and asked Shihao and Ryūjin and Genryusai Shigakuni who were watching the battle. This is your fight, we can't. Unexpectedly, after hearing Ichigo's words, Ryūjin and Genryusai just shook their heads slightly and continued to watch. Even Genryusai drank tea, as if what happened next had nothing to do with him. Look! You bastards just looking for fun. Get me a knife. Ichigo looked stunned when he heard this, and then said angrily. It was at this moment that Ichigo suddenly discovered that Genryusai, who originally seemed extremely kind, might not be a so-called good person. He seemed to have been having bad luck ever since he appeared. This old man inexplicably told Uncle Zangetsu, his holy sword, that he was autistic, and unleashed a lunatic who looked exactly like him who couldn't communicate at all. Then, when he needed help and a weapon that could fight, he was told that this was his battle and they couldn't interfere. If they couldn't intervene, why did they drive away Uncle Zangetsu, the holy sword? This series of this operation is going to drive Kurosaki Ichigo, a guy who is born deaf, crazy. Now he just wants to ask Ryūjin and Genryusai, what are the intentions of and to bully him like this? At the same time, who was it that caused him to be at a disadvantage in the battle with the man on the opposite side who looked like a madman who couldn't communicate because he didn't have a suitable soul-cutting sword? Knife? Ichigo, the knife you are talking about, is it the one in my hand, or the one I chopped into pieces just now? Or is it the one stuck on the ground, how? After hearing Ichigo's words, Shiro Ichigo did not take action directly. He waved his hand and the ground was immediately covered with countless weird soul-cutting swords. According to Shiro Ichigo, these swords are all Ichigo's holy sword Zangetsu. Is this? What happened? Ichigo looked at the knife on the ground. Hitomi. The hole shrank slightly. Ichigo. Fight. Keep fighting with me. Ichigo didn't give Ichigo any time to breathe. He held Zanpakuto and kept slashing at Ichigo. However, Ryūjin and Genryusai, who were masters, could see that every sword that Ichigo struck was not directed at Ichigo's neck, heart, head, etc., where Ichigo would be fatally struck. It was obvious that Ichigo was training Ichigo, but he was just using his own. It's just my own way, a wilder way. Damn it! Damn it! Ichigo kept pulling out the knife on the ground. Snow White Ichigo fought. However, every knife he pulled out was like a piece of shoddy work. The knife in Ichigo's hand would break immediately with the slightest touch. These knives are impossible to fight with. Where did my sword go? Ichigo yelled as he ran. Ichigo! Turn around, open your eyes wide, and feel with your heart, where is your soul-cutting sword? Just when Ichigo was forced back by Ichigo, and was almost forced into a desperate situation, an extremely dull voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Ichigo responded to the voice. Very familiar. It was this voice that told Ichigo, the name of Ichigo's soul Zanbing sword, and the name of Waiwak. Therefore, after Ichigo heard this voice, he did not doubt that he was there, and subconsciously. The ground turned around. Go to hell. Chapter 97. As Ichigo turned around, what he saw was White Ichigo slashing at him with a soul-cutting sword in his hand. It was also at this moment that Ichigo finally saw clearly the sword in White Ichigo's hand. I see, my knife has always been here. A flash of realization flashed across Ichigo's expression, and at this moment he seemed to finally understand. With a smile on his face, he took Ichigo Shiro's sword with his bare hands. Whoa! For a time, countless blood filled the sky. Kurosaki-san. As Ichigo's chest was hit by Shiro Ichigo's sword, Inu Orium and others immediately made a sound of worry about Ichigo. Unfortunately, before Inu and others came forward, they were all killed by Genryusai and Ryūjin. Was stopped. You guys don't disturb Ichigo. This is Ichigo's own battle. Ryūjin stopped Orium and said. But Kurosaki-san is injured, he needs me now. Orium heard this and immediately retorted. Orium, look carefully. Is Ichigo really injured? Ryūjin asked calmly after listening to Orium's words. Ryūjin's words made Orium feel a little confused. She raised her head and looked in the direction of Kurosaki Ichigo. I saw that there was no blood on Ichigo's chest, only countless bright red spiritual connections that symbolized the power of Shinigami. You guy! White Ichigo looked at Ichigo who was holding his soul-cutting sword with his chest, and frowned. Hey! Did you just say that? You are the holy sword Zangetsu. Before Bai Ichigo could think about it, Ichigo reached out and grabbed Bai Ichigo's wrist. Ichigo raised his head, showed an extremely ferocious expression, and asked Bai Ichigo. Ptahaha! Just because I said something casually, you believe me? Aren't you afraid that I, like the guy just now, are deceiving you? White Ichigo looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and sneered. No. You won't deceive me. Uncle Zangetsu, the holy sword, didn't deceive me. None of you deceived me. You are all my power, right? Ichigo seemed to finally understand something, he looked at Bai Ichigo said. Ha 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 ha. You are really interesting. 110 I am suddenly looking forward to you. If I remember correctly, the reason why you summoned me is to learn Bankai, right? In that case, just use my name. By now, you should already know what my name is, Bankai, right? There's no need for me to tell you anymore, right? Bai Ichigo looked at Ichigo and asked. Yeah. I understand. Ichigo nodded slightly when he heard this. Haha, I will be waiting for your good news. Please me as much as you like. White Ichigo said, his body turned into countless white fragments, floated towards Kurosaki Ichigo's body, and gradually merged with Kurosaki Ichigo. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo also had an intact soul-cutting sword in his hand. This sword was exactly the one in Shiro Ichigo's hand just now, but this sword was ruthlessly taken away from Shiro Ichigo's hand by Kurosaki Ichigo. The moment Kurosaki Ichigo held this soul-cutting sword that originally belonged to Shiro Ichigo, the color of the blade immediately reversed, turning into Ichigo's original Soul Zantying sword form, and now it is the shape of his Kurosaki Ichigo. To be precise, even the white Ichigo is also the shape of his Kurosaki Ichigo. Mr. Ryūjin, and Mr. Genryusai. I have learned the Bankai of the Zanpakuto. Kurosaki Ichigo held the soul-cutting sword in his hand and smiled lightly at Genryusai and Ryūjin. Probably, the wind cleared up and the rain stopped, and after Kurosaki Ichigo learned Bankai with difficulty with the help of a certain Blade King who did not want to be named, he felt that he was good again. Kurosaki Ichigo, you finally learned Bankai, and now you have become stronger. Don't hesitate anymore, go and rescue Ryūjin. Ryūjin looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who claimed to have learned Bankai, and immediately smiled. I just don't know if it was Ishida Uriu's illusion. He always felt that under Ryūjin's seemingly sunny smile, there were endless conspiracies. At the same time, Ryūjin's words also made Ishida feel, you have become stronger. It's here, hurry up and deliver it. A strange sense of déjà vu. I hope I'm worrying too much. Ishida Yuri sighed and muttered to himself. Meanwhile, the Kukaki family. Rukia, there were travelers who invaded the Siritii this morning. One of them is a boy with an orange hedgehog head, wearing a death tyrant suit, and carrying a huge Zanpakuto on his back. You should know this boy, right? Byakuya Kukaki looked at Rukia who was imprisoned in his own prison and spoke calmly. Brother-in-law, Unii-sama. That travel disaster is Kurosaki Ichigo. Hearing this, Rukia looked at Byakuya Kukaki and asked excitedly. Yes, it's him, he's here to save you. Although Byakuya Kukaki's tone was cold, he was still satisfied with Kurosaki Ichigo's actions. Anyway, this is a big show. If it weren't for fishing, Byakuya Kukaki would have teamed up with Ichimaru-jin to kill Room 46. How dare you deal with the eldest daughter of the Kukaki family and the disciples of Beilang's family? It's so tiring, isn't it? Especially after Byakuya Kukaki and Ichimaru-jin knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was a descendant of the Shiba family, they became even more rampant. Because according to the laws of Soul Society, Shinigami cannot pass on his Shinigami power to ordinary people, but there is no problem in passing on Shinigami power between Shinigami and Shinigami. According to Kurosaki Ichigo's background, he is the next head of the Shiba family branch house, and he can be regarded as a hardcore Shinigami among hardcore Shinigami. In other words, the Kukaki family is in charge of this matter. Even Central 46 has no right to deal with Kukaki Ruki. You can impart Shinigami power to Kurosaki Ichigo however you want. But Rukia Kukaki didn't know this at this time. Now Rukia Kukaki really thought that neither her teacher nor her brother could protect herself. After all, it's not that Rukia Kukaki doesn't understand how noble her status is. Thinking that Kurosaki Ichigo was fighting bloody battles to save herself, Rukia Kukaki began to worry. Although she also hoped that Kurosaki Ichigo would save her, she definitely did not want Kurosaki Ichigo to fall into danger. Yes, and that orange-haired boy said he came to save you. How can he save you? Could it be that he wants to take you away from home? He's just a yellow-haired guy. It's simply unforgivable. Rukia, just relax. I will kill him with my own hands. Byakuya Kukaki whispered to Rukia. Byakuya will never allow it. He has watched his adopted sister who grew up using the resources of the Kukaki family and cultivated an extremely excellent sister be snatched away by a mere mortal. Even if he allows it, his wife Hyujin will never allow it. Even if Hyujin it's really allowed, even Renji, Rukia's childhood sweetheart, doesn't allow it. Speaking of Renji, Byakuya's frown deepened. Speaking of Renji, he also looked like a red-haired gangster. Byakuya really couldn't stand it. A guy with a tattoo on his head married into the Kukaki family. It's simply a disgrace to the family. At this moment, Byakuya seemed to understand the suffocating feeling that his father and grandfather had felt when they saw him not marrying Fei Zhen. The boomerang that Byakuya threw back at him did not know when it was aimed at him again. Byakuya called back, which was really chilling. Rukia, doesn't she, a god, like gangsters? It's better to let Fyujin persuade her, a little gangster can't do it. Byakuya thought of this and left. However, this information gap makes Rukia not know how she will be dealt with, so Rukia is in a state of despair. But Rukia didn't think about it. After she was locked up, when her sister came to see her, she didn't panic at all. Fyujin has gone to great lengths to compensate Rukia. Even she didn't panic. Rukia didn't even think about it. She was really out of her mind. Brother? Brother-in-law? Don't leave. Rukia wanted to know more information about Ichigo, but unfortunately no matter how she shouted, Byakuya had no intention of looking back. Byakuya had more important things to do. Not only Rukia couldn't understand, but Abarai Renji was also dumbfounded. He thought it was nothing big, but now Rukia is going to be sentenced to death. Abarai Renji panicked all of a sudden, especially Byakuya Kukaki and Ichimaru-jin still looked like they couldn't be saved and would die. He, Abarai Renji, made up his mind to rescue Rukia Kukaki with his own hands. So, our crazy-minded vice captain of Division 6 is ready to join forces with Kurosaki Ichigo and the others. Kurosaki Ichigo, on the advice of Yamamoto Genryusai, plans to go find out about Rukia tomorrow. Yoryuki went back to look for Beilang. First team, Captain's room. My dear husband, can you tell me why the name of the kid named Kurosaki Ichigo contains the character for Holy Sword Earth? There was a very dangerous smile on Yeju's face. It made Beilang almost wonder if he had made a mistake. My Mrs. Yoryuaki, listen to my explanation. Beilang held Yoryuaki in his arms. In order to save Kurosaki Masaki, I left the power of the 10 holy blades in her body. It was indeed for my child Kurosaki Ichigo. His identity is quite special and he is one of the hopes of this world. Therefore, in the birth of Kurosaki Masaki after defeating him, Kurosaki Ichigo's soul Zanken will have the power of the Blade King's sword. Salang briefly explained to Yoryuaki that this matter is neither big nor small. If someone really thinks that Kurosaki Ichigo is Beilang's illegitimate son, it will be really troublesome. Yoryuaki listened to Beilang's explanation and believed it. After all, there were so many sisters in the family. If Beilang wanted to marry someone, he would definitely tell them. On this point, Yoryuaki still believed him. The next day, Aizen is dead. The corpse was hanging on the opposite house in the center of the square, fixed there by his own soul-cutting sword, Kaika Suijutsu. The discoverer is Kira Izuru, the current vice-captain of Division 5. Provocation. This is definitely a provocation to our Godi I-13. In all the years I have been the commander-in-chief. This is the first time someone dares to provoke me like this. As the captain, Beilang of course had to continue with Aizen-suk's tricks, directly convened a captain meeting, and made an angry speech. Within 7 days. I want to see the murderer. Beilang also gave an ultimatum. However, Kira Izuru is not as pervert as Hinamori Momo. At least he did not draw a knife and want to kill someone on the spot. However, depending on each person's personality, Kira Izuru was guided by Aizen to find the clues to his death. However, according to Aizen-suk's estimation, it will still take 5 to 7 days to solve this clue. This period of time is exactly the time Aizen fights for himself. That is, Rukia Kukaki's execution time has now been confirmed in 7 days. Aizen needs Kira Izuru to buy him time to distract Godi I-13. However, Aizen faked his death and escaped, which really surprised Ichimarujin and Byakuya Kukaki. After all, in their opinion, the possibility of Aizen being a traitor was too high, but now the traitor is dead. It was confirmed by their master mother Unohana Retsu herself. Ichimarujin and Byakuya Kukaki couldn't help but understand this. As for Zaraki Kenpeki and Hitsuga Ichwir, well, they should handle this kind of intrigue. It's not that Jin and Byakuya look down on these two junior brothers. A reckless man and a child can really not help much. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo also kidnapped Yamada Hanadaru of the 4th Division, and learned from him that Rukia Kukaki would be executed in 7 days. In an instant, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't hold himself any longer, and took Yamada Hanadaru to the 6th team alone. It's not that he doesn't want to take Ishida Yuri and the others with him. In fact, now Ishida Yuri and the others are just a burden to Kurosaki Ichigo. It's better to let Yamamoto Genryusai protect them. At least Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't think any captain can break through Yamamoto Genryusai's protection. Ishida Yuri and the others also understood this matter, so they didn't get entangled in anything and just accepted Yamamoto Genryusai's teachings. It can be said that the battle with Yamamoto Genryusai instantly woke up the swollen people. Ishida Yuri and others are determined to continue to become stronger in order to help Kurosaki Ichigo rescue Rukia Kukaki. Zaraki Kenpeki, who has been looking for Kurosaki Ichigo in Siraidai, finally found the trace of Kurosaki Ichigo. Ha ha ha! I finally found you! Which one of you two is Kurosaki Ichigo? Zaraki Kenpeki showed a heartwarming smile to Kurosaki Ichigo and Yamada Hanadaru with Yachiru. Chapter 98. However, before they could speak, a small head suddenly appeared on the back of the tall figure. It was an extremely cute girl. The girl's dark eyes glanced at Ichigo and the two, and then she stretched out her fingers. He looked at Ichigo and said, "Xiaojian, this guy is the strongest. No. As the girl's words fell, the tall figure immediately pulled out the soul-cutting sword from his waist and slashed at Kurosaki Ichigo. Boom! The unprepared Ichigo was struck by the man's slash and blasted into the sky. Kurosaki Ichigo? Where on earth did this reckless man come from? Kurosaki Ichigo cursed inwardly. Yachiru also took advantage of the situation and left Zaraki Kenpaki's shoulders directly. Her beloved little sword was about to fight, so she would not interfere with him. And Yamada Hanadaru is stupid. For him, Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryūjin was enough pervert, but he didn't expect that this past captain is even better. As expected of Captain Beilang's disciple, the current Kenpaki, Zaraki Kenpaki. Yes, of course Yamada Hanadaru recognized Zaraki Kenpaki's identity. After all, Yamada Hanadaru also had an older brother in Seiridai. That Unohana Retsu's licking dog, Yamada Sanashuk is Yamada Hanataro's older brother Song, but this guy Tianlang was sent to the herbal medicine school as soon as he entered the Godai 10 main team. Damn it! You actually attacked me without a trace of martial ethics. In the sky, Kurosaki Ichigo was confused after being beaten away by Zaraki. However, he had learned Bankai after all, and even got half of the power from Subai. His strength was stronger than when he first came to Soul Society. A lot. After a brief period of confusion, Kurosaki Ichigo quickly turned over and easily adjusted his physical condition in the sky. At the same time, Koshiro shouted to Yamada Hanadaru, "You hide. Don't get fucked by the battle." Yamada Hanadaru nodded and quickly ran away. He knew very well that this kind of battle was not something he could watch. Seeing Yamada Hanadaru successfully run away, Kurosaki Ichigo immediately frowned and glared at Zaraki Kenpaki, who attacked him without any explanation. He said coldly, "You guy, I shouldn't have provoked you before, right? Why are you so angry? Come up and attack me. You are Kurosaki Ichigo, right?" After listening to Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Zaraki Kenpaki's expression remained cold. He just repeatedly verified Kurosaki Ichigo's identity. What happened? Kurosaki Ichigo asked Zaraki Kenpaki. That's right, you were the one who was hit. After Zaraki heard that the orange-haired boy standing in the sky finally admitted that he was Kurosaki Ichigo, a smile finally appeared on Zaraki's ferocious and cold face. Ha! Kurosaki Ichigo was confused, he didn't know who he was provoking whom. It made the strong man across from me look very simple, and I wanted to beat him so much. He actually came over to ask him if he was Kurosaki Ichigo, and then beat him. Kurosaki Ichigo, ever since I heard that you invaded Soul Society, I have been looking for you among these Seiridai for a long time. Before Ichigo could think about it, Zaraki Kenpaki's voice continued to ring in Ichigo's ears. I have already heard from Brother Byakuya that you are not an ordinary human being. You are the child of Shiba Ishin, the previous captain of the 10th Division, and a disciple of Urahara Kisuke. Just during the meeting in the morning, Kirako Shunsui told me that you are the one with the greatest potential and the most strength among all the travelers who invaded Soul Society this time. Coincidentally, I am also very capable. Fight. So I want to see whether you can fight or I can fight. Zaraki explained the reason why he approached Ichigo simply and clearly. Shiba Ishin's son. Kurosaki Ishin? Shiba Ishin. Haha, like it. Whether it's my father or my mother. There are so many secrets about them that I can't figure out at all. I'm too lazy to think about these troublesome things now. This is true. After all, the power of the Quincy cannot appear on Kurosaki Ichigo out of thin air. In addition, when he was a child, he saw his mother kill Amino Scronde with his own hands. Kurosaki Ichigo is not a fool and has understood it a long time ago. But what you said later is right. I am indeed the most capable of all the people who invaded Soul Society this time. Kurosaki Ichigo is not a fool, he is just a little deaf. Fortunately, Zaraki's voice is surprisingly loud, and the other person's brain waves match his, so he can hear clearly. Zaraki said that he was Shiba Ishin's son. Although Kurosaki Ichigo had never heard of the surname Shiba, when he combined it with his father's name, he quickly deduced that Shiba Ishin might be the name his father Kurosaki Ishin used before he got married. Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't care much about the fact that his mother is a pure-blood Quincy and his father may be a Shinigami from Godai 13. There is only one thing he wants to do right now. That was Pain Bien, the damn bastard who attacked him in front of him. Perhaps it's because the power of Shinigami in Kurosaki Ichigo's body is the artificial Supreme Minos Grande Kyoji created by Aizen using Shinigami's soul and half of Hagyaku's power, combined with the power of Shinigami that Kurosaki Ichigo inherited from Shiba Ishin. Formed together. So when Ichigo began to accept Sub-I, his character was also partially affected by Sub-I, which led to Ichigo's abnormal desire to fight. Although Ichigo also discovered that there was something wrong with him, he just couldn't control himself. Oh! After listening to Ichigo's words, Zaraki suddenly became a little interested. Hey! Looking at the white Haori you are wearing, you should also be the captain of Godai 13. Am I right? Ichigo glanced at Haori on Zaraki and asked. Yes, what's the matter? After listening to Ichigo's question, Zaraki raised his eyebrows slightly, then nodded slightly. Although Zaraki didn't know what was the relationship between the battle between the two men and their identities. But since Ichigo asked, he answered. Anyway, his identity is not a secret in Soul Society. It is not an exaggeration to say that everyone knows it. Since you are the captain of Godai 13, that would be great. In this case, I won't be bullying you. When you are defeated by me, I think you won't be able to find any excuse. After Ichigo learned that Zaraki was indeed the captain of Godai 13, he breathed a sigh of relief. The corners of his mouth raised slightly and he confidently looked at Zaraki Kenpeki as he preached. Ha! Zaraki was stunned for a moment, obviously not understanding what Ichigo meant. The word defeat had never occurred to Zaraki. After the entire Soul Society eliminated the Zero Division, except for the two captains, Yuan Ryūjin and Beilang, Zaraki believed that no matter who he faced, he would win in one word. At this time, Zaraki Kenpeki decisively forgot about Ichimarujin and Byakuya Kukaki using Bankai to bully him without respecting martial ethics. In his opinion, as long as he Bankai, he is invincible except for his master and master. Several were the Beilang enhanced Xiniang silently gives you a thumbs up. I mean, since you are the captain of Godai 13, you should be able to do this move, right? That is, the greatest secret of Shinigami, the Bankai of the Soul Zantoto. Ichigo said, his right hand firmly grasping the handle of the Zanpakut, pointing the blade at Zaraki Kenpeki, his left hand firmly grasping the joint of his right arm, and at the same time he began to frantically mobilize the Ryūjin of his body, releasing endless air waves. Ah! I disappoint you. I am the only captain among Godai 13 who cannot use Bankai. Because for me, Shikai is enough. Furthermore, there is another news I want to tell you, that is, since my Shikai was cultivated, no one other than my own brothers has been able to make me Shikai. This is really boring. Ha 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 ha, if that's the case, then you should keep an eye on my Bankai. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed happily. Since this man said that he only knew Shikai, it couldn't be better. Bankai. Holy Sword Tensa Zangetsu. Ichigo burst out with endless Ryūjin, and slowly said his name Bankai to Zaraki Kenpeki in the waves, and his body shape suddenly changed. I saw Kurosaki Ichigo, who was originally wearing an ordinary Death Tyrant outfit, suddenly turned into a dark windbreaker, and Zangetsu, which took on the shape of a kitchen knife in his hand, also turned into a dark samurai sword, with the hilt of the samurai sword appearing. The swastika, if you look closely, you can see that the 10 holy sword patterns of the Blade King 10 holy blades are arranged in sequence on both sides of the blade of the Kurosaki Ichigo Soul Zantoto. 0. Please give me flowers. Let's not talk about how much Kurosaki Ichigo's strength has improved after Bankai. Ichigo's appearance after Bankai has indeed been greatly improved compared to his pre-Bankai. Especially after Ichigo came to Bankai, he wore a dark and windy windbreaker, which made Ichigo's fashion value continue to rise, and he stood faintly above everyone else. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo is worthy of the title of Destiny's Child. Interesting. Zaraki looked at Ichigo behind Bankai, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. At this moment, Ichigo could barely see enough, which made Zaraki's fighting spirit continue to rise. It's your turn next. Aren't you going to free your own soul-zapping sword? After Ichigo Bankai, his self-confidence greatly increased, and he asked Zaraki. Hey? Liberate the soul-zapping sword? I won't be able to use it against you. Zaraki said, turning into a dark afterimage, like a beast out of its cage, rushing straight towards Ichigo in the sky. At the same time, the Ryūjin in Zaraki's body, just like the fighting spirit in Zaraki's heart, kept pouring out crazily from Zaraki's body. I saw the golden Ryūjin released from Zaraki's body, and its concentration once changed qualitatively, gradually turning from the original gaseous state into a liquid state, and then like rain, falling from the sky and dripping on Kurosaki Ichigo's body. For a moment, Zaraki, under the background of his extremely powerful Ryūjin, was like a god of war. At this moment, Zaraki was indeed worthy of the name Kenpeki. There is no doubt that he is the Godai 13 active Shinigami. Apart from the captain, he has the most combat power. Strong Shinigami. So powerful Ryūjin. Even Kurosaki Ichigo after Bankai was surprised. As for Zaraki Kenpeki, who is already a first-class spiritual power without releasing the Soul Zantoto, Kurosaki Ichigo who is now barely at the peak of second-class spiritual power after Bankai is really it's just barely enough to see. Kurosaki Ichigo's face fell instantly. He had just been strengthened and met such an opponent when he went out. How is that possible? Ichigo's eyes showed disbelief. Unfortunately, before Ichigo could think about it, he was already slashed away by a golden slash from Zaraki. Ha ha ha. Zaraki looked at Ichigo who was knocked away by him, burst into laughter, and then his body flashed and he rushed towards Ichigo. However, although Zaraki Kenpeki has a strong offensive, Kurosaki Ichigo, who has the dual protection of the Holy Sword and the static blood suit, is not so easy to be injured. After Kurosaki Ichigo was knocked away by Zaraki with a knife, the two of them fought further and further apart. From the sky of Siridii, the chase finally landed in a forest. 1. There should be no one here to hinder our fight. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Zaraki Kenpeki and said coldly. Ha. When Zaraki heard this, he just chuckled and didn't mean to say anything. No matter who you are, I will do my best next time. Be careful. After finishing speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo came to Zaraki Kenpeki with the soul-cutting sword behind Bankai in his hand, and slashed directly at Kenpeki's shoulder. When Zaraki naturally noticed Ichigo's movements. He held the sword with one hand and gently blocked Ichigo's slash. Then he used a slight force on his wrist and knocked Ichigo away. What? Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes widened after he was sent flying by Zaraki. He just stared at Kenpeki blankly, and then asked, You have already completed the solution. Don't be ridiculous. Your ears don't work well, and your eyes are probably not blind yet. Open your eyes and see clearly. My soul-cutting sword is still in its original form. In other words, until now, I can't even Shikai hasn't been used yet. Boy! Zaraki Kenpeki carried the soul-cutting sword before liberation and said coldly to Ichigo. Not even Shikai is used. How can the gap between you and me be so big? Kurosaki Ichigo is a little puzzled. He cannot understand the huge gap between himself and Zaraki. Chapter 99. Boy! Didn't your teacher tell you that the battle in Shinigami is not just a battle between the Soul Zantoto and Zankinzuki? Shinigami's battle. Ryūjin is everything. Zaraki Kenpeiga shouted at Kurosaki Ichigo, who burst out with amazing Ryūjin. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Zaraki Kenpeiga's sudden outburst and was momentarily distracted. He never expected that even though he had completed Bankai, he still couldn't defeat a captain without Bankai. This kid is also too memorized. If he met the captains of the 7th and 9th divisions, Kurosaki Ichigo could still fight them, but unfortunately, he met one of Beilang's 5 apprentices. Zaraki Kenpeiga, or Zaraki Kenpeiga, which has been developed by Beilang a long time ago. Not to mention Shikai and Bankai, Zaraki Kenpeiga doesn't even use Haki. Is this all you can do, Kurosaki Ichigo? I'm so disappointed in you. As Zaraki Kenpeiga said, he had already arrived in front of Kurosaki Ichigo. He raised his hand and slashed towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Whoosh! With a streak of bright red flying into the sky, Ichigo was hit by Zaraki's strength and had a huge wound on his body. It's over. Before Ichigo had a chance to breathe, Zaraki swung his second sword in frustration. Am I going to die? Ichigo's face changed slightly, and his eyes flashed with despair. He has obviously become stronger, he has obviously learned Bankai, but in the end he has not even seen Rukia's face. Is he going to do it now? Boom! Zaraki Kenpeiga's sword did not cut down, but at the moment of 1, 2, 3, time stopped. Blade King appeared again, standing in front of Kurosaki Ichigo, who was lying on the ground waiting for death, and said dissatisfiedly, Hey, 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 you kid is just waiting to die like this. How unworthy! Are you Uncle XX? Kurosaki Ichigo said in surprise. What the hell is Uncle XX? You know you can't hear my name, so don't give others random nicknames. Blade King was speechless. This is the first time it knows such an unreliable side of Kurosaki Ichigo. Okay, let's get down to business. What? Are you just waiting to die? Blade King Jian said in a teasing tone. Of course not. I still have to rescue Rukia and take her home. How could I be willing to die here? Kurosaki Ichigo hammered the ground angrily. In that case, why don't you use my power? Ichigo, I told you before, although you can't hear my name now, but I am also your power star. Blade King looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes softened. Like Waiwak, Blade King's sword also loves this master deeply. In that case, Uncle, please lend me your power. I want to live and defeat the enemies in front of me. Rescue Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo said fiercely. Ha 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 ha. Yes, yes, that's it. Ichigo, keep this mentality. Take more control of my power. After saying this, the master sword disappeared. Time begins to flow again. Zaraki Kenpeiga's soul-cutting sword is about to hit Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly burst out with black Ryūjin, and he just deflected Zaraki Kenpeiga's fatal blow. The violent explosion of Ryūjin made Zaraki Kenpeiga feel happy, and he jumped back to widen the distance from Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo stood up quickly, and the wound on his chest was slowly healing. Moreover, the Ryūjin on Kurosaki Yugo has risen to the first level of spiritual power, which is worthy of cheating. The inexplicable strength has once again increased a lot. Explosive Flame Get Shuga Tensho. Kurosaki Ichigo clenched the soul-cutting sword with both hands and frantically mobilized his spiritual power. The Tensa Zangetsu sword in his hand has the fire emblem of the flame sword glowing red. A crescent-shaped sword energy with a black appearance burning with blazing fire quickly slashed towards Zaraki Kenpeiga. Zaraki Kenpeiga was not afraid at all, but laughed loudly and said, Yes, yes. That's it. This is the battle I want. Zaraki Kenpeiga also waved his hand, and the golden crescent moon collided with Kurosaki Ichigo's black and red crescent moon. A violent explosion occurred on both sides, even blowing away the clouds in the sky. Zaraki Kenpeiga laughed again and slashed at Kurosaki Ichigo. This time, Kurosaki Ichigo easily withstood Zaraki Kenpeika's attack with the soul-cutting sword in his hand and was not knocked away. Zaraki Kenpeika was overjoyed and slashed at Kurosaki Ichigo crazily, using all kinds of moves, not sparing his own Ryutsu at all. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled slightly, and the green wind emblem on the Tensa Zangetsu sword in his hand also glowed. Zaraki Kenpeika suddenly felt a strong force guiding his soul-cutting sword towards the ground. Without paying attention, the soul-cutting sword had a close contact with the earth, causing a big flaw to appear in front of him. Of course Kurosaki Ichigo will not miss this opportunity. If you chop me, of course I will chop you. Brush. The Tensa Zangetsu in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand left a gash of about the same size on Zaraki Kenpeika's chest. At this moment, Zaraki Kenpeika Ryutsu exploded, shocking Kurosaki Ichigo out. Looking at the bleeding wound on his chest, Zaraki Kenpeika was even happier. Great! It's been almost 100 years. Kurosaki Ichigo, you are the first enemy who can leave a wound on my body. Humph! I haven't used all my power yet. After receiving part of the power of the Blade King, Kurosaki Ichigo began to float again. If that's the case, then I really can't underestimate you. Kurosaki Ichigo, watch out! This is a move I haven't used in front of the enemy in 100 years. Zaraki Kenpeika is not convinced that this person can fight him. Enemies above and below showed respect. Ha 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 ha, swallow it. No Zarashi. In an instant, the Ryutsu on Zaraki Kenpeika surged again, and the soul-cutting sword in his hand also changed. A long-handled electric axe-style soul-cutting sword was carried on Zaraki Kenpeika's shoulder. Crack, click, click. After Zaraki Kenpeika moved his body, he sneered and said, I've kept you waiting for so long. This is my soul Zanpachi. Looking at the soul-cutting sword with a huge amount of Ryutsu, everyone in Kurosaki Ichigo was dumbfounded. Good guy, why are you like me and you still have a trump card? Coach, I'm reporting this. This guy is cheating. Well, if you report hanging on the wall, if the thief shouts catch the thief, it's a yes. Looking at the somewhat astonished Kurosaki Ichigo, Zaraki Kenpeika comforted him and said, Don't worry, my Zanzanto doesn't have the fancy abilities of yours. My Zanzanto has only one ability, and that is to cut you off. Ability. Saying that, Zaraki Kenpeika waved the Nozarashi in his hands and slashed at Kurosaki Ichigo. Seeing Zaraki Kenpeika smashing Hwashin, Kurosaki Ichigo secretly cursed, damn it! This guy is really a monster. Kurosaki Ichigo had no intention of resisting this move, and Shunpo immediately dodged Zaraki Kenpeika's attack. Nozarashi collided with the ground, creating a huge crater. Those who didn't know it thought it was an asteroid attacking Soul Society. Ha 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 ha! Come on! Kurosaki Ichigo, come face to face with me. Although Zaraki Kenpeika was carrying Nozarashi, his speed was not slow at all. He came to Kurosaki Ichigo's side in a few steps. The flowing water emblem of the soul-cutting sword in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand glowed again, and a huge wave instantly enveloped Zaraki Kenpeika, giving Kurosaki Ichigo a chance to breathe. But before Kurosaki Ichigo could breathe a sigh of relief, Zaraki Kenpeika burst out with Ryutsu again, directly breaking away the huge wave that enveloped him. Looking at Zaraki Kenpeika who once again broke through his own limitations, Kurosaki Ichigo also understood that running away would not solve the problem. Then, that's right. Okay. In this case, let's decide the outcome with one move. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Zaraki Kenpeika and yelled. Hey! One move to decide the outcome? Let's do it! Zaraki Kenpeika was not afraid at all, the fierce Ryutsu even formed a golden skull behind him. Kurosaki Ichigo also broke out his black Ryutsu not to be outdone. Not only that, the 10 crests on his Tensa Zangetsu glowed together. Obviously, this move Kurosaki Ichigo is going to do his best. Crescent Moon Clashes. Break the sword in two. The two of them used their strongest blows in unison. The black Ryūjin and the golden Ryūjin collided with each other, and all the surrounding trees were blown away by the two blows. Boom! The collision of Ryūjin made a violent explosion sound. But soon, the explosion was over. The two stood there gasping for air, but neither of them suffered any injuries. Kurosaki Ichigo had a static blood suit and the best protection, while Zaraki Kenpei covered it with a layer of armament haki at the last moment. Well, these two are quite shady. However, after this blow, both parties recognized each other. Zaraki Kenpei's thinking is relatively simple. He also wants to fight Kurosaki Ichigo one more time. Such a strong opponent is rare. Kurosaki Ichigo, on the other hand, has no spiritual power to attack again. If he continues to fight, he will have trouble even running. The two of them also recovered in perfect harmony. Zaraki Kenpei still held back, his moves were useless, haki was useless, he only relied on Ryūjin to fight Kurosaki Ichigo. Although he was a reckless man, he was not a fool. As Kurosaki Ichigo shouted so loudly, of course Zaraki Kenpei heard Kurosaki Ichigo's Bankai begins with the holy sword. Therefore, from the beginning, Zaraki Kenpei did not intend to go all out. After all, in the entire Soul Society, the only soul-cutting sword that starts with the holy sword is the one in the hand of his master Beilang. This is if Kurosaki Ichigo is the illegitimate son of his master. Then Zaraki Kenpei won't be in big trouble. This is what Zaraki Kenpei thinks in his heart. Others think I am stupid, but I am actually one of the smart ones. Hey, Kurosaki Ichigo, I recognize you. Tell me why you came to Soul Society. Zaraki Kenpei asked. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned for a moment. Good guy, this guy who seems to be a reckless man is actually easier to talk to than Genryusai. So, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't hide it and told him what happened with Rukia. Zaraki Kenpei frowned slightly. Being a reckless man, he realized something was not right. After all, Rukia was also his nephew and a member of the Kukaki family. How could he be executed for such a trivial matter? So, Zaraki Kenpei, who couldn't figure it out, said directly, in that case, I will join you. The execution time is 7 days later, right? Let's meet bipolarly. After saying that, Zaraki Kenpei left. He wanted to see what medicine his masters and brothers were selling in their gourds. Zaraki Kenpei's move was to prevent Kurosaki Ichigo. What the hell? Why did Zaraki Kenpei instigate a rebellion? Kurosaki Ichigo is doubting himself. Is his charisma so outrageous? However, for Kurosaki Ichigo now, he has more important things to do. That is to get familiar with his new force. To put it bluntly, the current Kurosaki Ichigo has completely failed to unleash his full capabilities as a Bankai. His use of his Bankai was very rough, otherwise he wouldn't have been defeated so easily by Zaraki Kenpei. You know, with the same blade 5.1 King's 10 Sacred Blades, Beilang can compete head-to-head with Yamamoto Genryusai's Bankai Residual Fire Sword. Got to him Kurosaki Ichigo. In my hand, I defeated Zaraki Kenpei who had no Bankai, and even lost. Although there is a reason why this is only part of the power of the Blade King, this is not the reason why Kurosaki Ichigo lost. Now that Rukia's execution time has been confirmed, and he is still unfamiliar with power, Kurosaki Ichigo is determined to continue to become stronger. He doesn't think he can beat Byakuya Kukaki with his current strength. Zaraki Kenpei who doesn't know how to Bankai is so strong, then Byakuya Kukaki who can Bankai is even better. Kurosaki Ichigo also rarely calmed down. Of course, one of the reasons why Yamada Hanadaru told him was that Rukia Kukaki was well protected by Byakuya Kukaki. But he didn't even think about it, why Byakuya Kukaki could protect Rukia Kukaki but didn't do it. It can only be said that care leads to chaos. Just like Rukia Kukaki, except that Abarai Renji fainted in the toilet. He obviously cares about Rukia Kokaki too. It can only be said that Abarai Renji, who lost his principles, has lost his points in the heart of Rukia Kokaki now. Just like that, the betrayal drama directed by Aizen is finally reaching its final climax. Everyone is working hard for their own goals. Only Beilang is sitting firmly on the Diao Yute, just like watching a movie, showing everyone's movements on the big screen. Apart from anything else, the 10 sacred blades sincerely. It's so useful. Chapter 100. The day of execution, double pole. Although Beilang has already said that all current captains and deputy captains should come to watch the ceremony. But the number of people who came to watch the ceremony was indeed unexpected by Beilang. Let's put it this way, the only ones who have come so far are the first team, the second team, and the fourth team. None of the other teams have come. Beilang couldn't help but feel his veins popping out. Good guy, all of his wings are stiff, right? Even among his dear disciples, only Rangiku arrived, and it was because Rangiku was his vice-captain. Of course, everyone else was not idle either, each had their own things to do. Let's start with Byakuya Kokaki. Today, Byakuya Kokaki went out as usual to prepare for bipolar. After all, after today, Rukia Kokaki can be released without charge. Thinking of this, Byakuya Kokaki couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. But when he thought about two gangsters who liked his own cabbage and wanted to serve his own cabbage, Byakuya Kokaki's heart suddenly became unsatisfactory. Damn it! You must have a good talk with Ryujin when you come back, and you must not let Rukia marry a gangster. Byakuya Kokaki thought to himself while walking on the road to bipolar. What he didn't expect was that an unexpected person stopped him. Renji? Are you here? Do you want to watch Rukia's execution ceremony with me? Byakuya Kokaki looked at Abarai Renji in front of him coldly and said. Ever since he knew that Rukia Kokaki was going to be executed, Abarai Renji started crazy training in order to rescue Rukia Kokaki. However, although his talent is quite good, the training during this period has only allowed him to master his half-bankai proficiently, and it has not allowed him to go further. But this has greatly increased Abarai Renji's confidence. He directly holds the soul-cutting sword and wants to compete with Byakuya Kokaki. He believes that Byakuya Kokaki is the culprit for not saving Rukia. Well, you really don't know what Abarai Renji's brain circuit is like, and you don't know how he came to the conclusion 06. In short, Abarai Renji stopped Byakuya Kokaki. No, Captain Kokaki, I'm here to save Rukia. Abarai Renji said firmly. As soon as these words came out, Byakuya Kokaki laughed angrily. Save people? Renji, do you know what you are talking about? If you want to save people, why not save Rukia in this world? At that time, I thought that the captain would save Rukia. I didn't expect that, Captain, you would not care about Rukia's life or death. Byakuya was speechless. Where did this kid come from? He obviously doesn't know anything and yet he dares to talk nonsense here. Okay. If you want to make a fool of yourself, go back to Division 6. Renji, please go back now. I can pretend that I didn't hear what you just said. Byakuya Kokaki didn't want to say anything more to this stupid kid and just gave the order. He is gone. Ha 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 ha. Captain Kokaki. Today, I must save Rukia. Abarai Renji shouted firmly. Byakuya Kokaki shook his head slightly. You can't explain it to this person with insufficient IQ. Ryujin doesn't even worry about you. Emperor Abarai Renji is not in a hurry, and the eunuch is, right? Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't know the specific background of Rukia Kokaki, and you Abarai Renji don't know either, right? Byakuya Kokaki didn't even look at Abarai Renji, he just passed him and walked towards the double pole. Abarai Renji's face became very ugly, and he said angrily, Captain Kokaki, please use the sword. Byakuya Kokaki was helpless, knowing that he couldn't do anything if he didn't do it, so he said speechlessly, Renji, have you thought about it? If you do it with me, I won't hold back. Abarai Renji didn't even mean to answer Byakuya Kukaki, and directly drew his sword Shunpo and slashed at Byakuya Kukaki. When Byakuya Kukaki directly blocked Abarai Renji's attack with the scabbard without even the intention of drawing the sword. After all, for a Shinigami like Byakuya Kukaki, who is close to the peak of his first-class spiritual power, Abarai Renji, who is now a third-class spiritual power, is like a child. Captain Kukaki, you are too arrogant. After Abarai Renji's first attack was blocked, he was not surprised and launched continuous attacks on Byakuya Kukaki. However, this was all blocked by Byakuya Kukaki with his scabbard. Abarai Renji couldn't attack for a long time and had no choice but to retreat. He was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Byakuya Kukaki to be so strong. He didn't even have the ability to force Byakuya Kukaki to draw his sword. In that case, Abarai Renji secretly felt cruel, and slashed at Byakuya Kukaki with the same soul-cutting sword. But this time, Byakuya Kukaki's face changed slightly. This time, the soul-cutting sword blocked by Byakuya Kukaki's scabbard is already in Shikai form. Byakuya Kukaki is quite familiar with Abarai Renji's soul-zapping sword realm. He was just a third-level spirit warrior, but now he has mastered Bankai. I really underestimated you, Renji. Without saying the name, Shikai, you have completed the training of Bankai. Byakuya Kukaki had mood swings for the first time. Humph! How could a person as arrogant as Captain Kukaki lower his head and look at an ordinary person like me? Abarai Renji's words were full of gunfire. However, Byakuya Kukaki was not angry because of Abarai Renji's words. Instead, he pushed Abarai Renji out with one hand, shook his head slightly and said, "Forget it, Renji, even if you complete Bankai, you are not my opponent at all." Captain Kukaki, don't you think your arrogance is a little too much? Abarai Renji said angrily. He still doesn't know yet, but Byakuya Kukaki's Ryūjin level is not a level he can access at all. He naively thought that Byakuya Kukaki was just an ordinary second-class spiritual power. Byakuya Kukaki found this man really unreasonable, even though he was obviously telling the truth. Abarai Renji flicked his wrist, and Zabimaru attacked Byakuya Kukaki's body from the side like a lion majesty. Byakuya Kukaki didn't use the sheath this time, and directly reached out and grabbed Zabimaru's blade. What? Abarai Renji was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. His soul-cutting sword has a Ryūjin attached to it. Byakuya Kukaki dared to grab his blade with his bare hands. Renji, you still don't know, there is a huge gap between us. Byakuya Kukaki caused a huge blow to Abarai Renji's heart. Abarai Renji struggled to take back his soul-cutting sword and said angrily, "Really? In that case. Bankai. Baboon King Zabimaru." The light pink Ryūjin completely enveloped Abarai Renji. Soon, the Ryūjin dispersed. Abarai Renji's upper body was covered with a light brown fur dress, and the Zabimaru in his hand became extremely huge. It was like a long dragon made of bamboo knots surrounding his body. Abarai Renji originally thought that Byakuya Kukaki would look up to him, but unexpectedly Byakuya Kukaki shook his head slightly and said, "Renji, Bankai is still a little too early for you. Can such an unrefined thing be called BAG?" Abarai Renji was furious when he heard this and said, "Really? Captain, you have to take a good look at how strong my Bankai is." With that said, Abarai Renji gave the Baboon King Zabimaru a fierce wave in his hand, and the huge snake bone bit directly towards Byakuya Kukaki. Byakuya Kukaki stood there without even the slightest intention of moving. He directly pointed at the Baboon King Zabimaru who was biting him and calmly stretched out a finger and said, "Head number 4. White Thunder." A thick white light burst out from Byakuya's fingertips and collided directly with the Baboon King Zabimaru. The huge Baboon King Zabimaru directly deviated from the target of the attack, swiped past Byakuya's side, and even only brought up the hem of Byakuya's clothes. Damn it! Come again. Abarai Renji continued to attack Byakuya Kokaki, but Byakuya Kokaki stood there and easily made the Baboon King Zabimaru completely unable to touch his body with a head no larger than 30. How is that possible? You obviously only used an ordinary head. How could you possibly destroy my attack? Abarai Renji said in disbelief. He thought he would lose, but he never thought that he couldn't even move Byakuya. Renji, all the joints of your Baboon King, Zabimaru, are connected by Ryūjin. I don't need to use too much force, as long as I can interfere with the Ryūjin that connects each joint of yours. Byakuya Kokaki also explained to Abarai Renji. Because Byakuya Kokaki didn't regard Abarai Renji as a threat at all. Even if he told him how he did it, with Abarai Renji's current Ryūjin, he would never be able to improve his attack status immediately. Looking at Abarai Renji's disbelief, Byakuya Kokaki continued, I told you, Renji, fighting with Bankai is still a bit too simple for you. Impossible. Baboon Bone Cannon. Abarai Renji completely broke through the defense and used his strongest move. Had 33. Blue Fire Pendant. A completely non-singing blue fire pendant directly offset Abarai Renji's Baboon Bone Cannon, in Abarai Renji's desperate eyes. Byakuya Kokaki pulled out his soul-cutting sword and slowly walked towards Abarai Renji. Since you want to see my soul-cutting sword, then take a good look at it. Byakuya Kokaki had no intention of freeing the Zanzant. Tadayama wrapped a centimeter of black and red substance around the Zanzant. Watch Renji. Abarai Renji instantly recalled all his joints to protect himself. God avoids. A black-red sword energy instantly defeated all Abarai Renji's defenses and opened a huge hole in his chest. Abarai Renji actually dreamed of taking Byakuya's divine evasion move. Byakuya Kokaki looked at Abarai Renji who was lying on the ground not knowing whether he was alive or dead and shook his head. Courage is admirable, but I don't have enough brains. I told you to see it, but I still have to resist. Fortunately, Byakuya Kokaki's hand was only Conqueror's entanglement, and he didn't use his full strength, so Abarai Renji's life was not in danger. Byakuya Kokaki didn't even look at him and continued walking towards the bipolar. In addition to Byakuya Kokaki, several other disciples of Beilang are also carrying out their own actions. On the morning of the execution, the 10th Division. Ziobai, come with me. Ichimarujin had no intention of watching the execution. Instead, he called Hitsugaichware and asked him to follow him. Senior brother, you are really big-hearted. Your apprentice is about to be executed. Why are you so unhurried? Hitsugaichware complained. Come on, don't act stupid with me. All fools know that Rukia is not in any danger at all. If I really mess up, the old man will definitely deal with me. Ichimarujin rolled his eyes. Hitsugaichware listened to Ichimarujin's words and said speechlessly, then what did you ask me to do? Hehe, although Rukia will be fine, you have to find some reason for the old man. Let's go to the 13th Division to find Uncle Jushiro and Kayan. Uncle Jushiro borrowed the soldiers from his mother's house that can destroy King Ryūjin. Pretend, let's kill King Ryūjin. Ichimarujin opened his squinted eyes and said something incredible. Hitsugaichware said speechlessly, Teacher, it is really his blessing to have disciples like us. Then are you going or not? Go. That's it, let's go. Let's go to the 13th Division. We'll be late and we won't be able to make it in time for Rukia's execution. And Zaraki. Kenpeiki's side is even more outrageous. Under bipolar, Kurosaki Ichigo meets Zaraki Kenpeiki. Ishida Yuri and others are with Yamamoto Genryusai and Yuryuaki, and they will be brought directly to them after a while. In addition, the two of them didn't want Zaraki Kenpeiki to see them, so they just found a reason. Hey, Ichigo, what do you want me to do for you? Zaraki Kenpeiki said with a smile. Good morning, Xiaoi. Yakian Lia greeted. I want you to stop the Shinigami who is going to bipolar next. 11 Kurosaki Ichigo said directly without being polite. Stop them. That's the best thing. I've wanted to have a good fight with them for a long time. Zaraki Kenpei was happy when he heard this, but he was worried that he couldn't find a fight. As for your opponent, it's already here. Don't worry, Xiaoi, we will stop them all. Yakian Liu said with a smile. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded and said gratefully, I'll spare your trouble. I'll go rescue Lu first. With that said, Kurosaki Ichigo activated the equipment Yoryuaki gave him and flew towards the two poles silently. At this time, Rukia and Bipolar were also slowly brought up. At this time, Rukia was desperate and thought that she was definitely dead. Now her mentality has calmed down. Beilang nodded, very good. After this experience, the little girl should understand how deep the background is behind her. Chapter 101. Rukia Kukaki couldn't help but feel sad when she saw that the two poles were filled with her own family members. She never thought that it would be her uncles and seniors who came to see her off for the last time. Just when Rukia Kukaki wanted to say something, Byakuya Kukaki slowly walked up to the double pole. The battle with Abarai Renji just now did not cause any consumption to Byakuya Kukaki at all. Byakuya Kukaki didn't look at Rukia Kukaki after he came up, and just stood beside Unohana Retsu. Beilang waved his hand and asked Shinigami who came up with Rukia Kukaki to leave. Without tying Rukia Kukaki to the bipolar pole, Beilang said directly, Rukia Kukaki, do you know your guilt? Rukia Kukaki's head is full of questions. Isn't she going to be executed? Why is the interrogation started again? What puzzled Rukia Kukaki even more was that Beilang did not let him answer at all, and continued, since you have been convicted, the execution will begin. Unohana Retsu stepped forward and pulled the confused Rukia Kukaki to her side. The silly child just stared at the empty bipolar activation. Rukia Kukaki? When I put a question mark, it's not me who has a problem, it's you who have a problem. What is this for fun? But no matter how slow Rukia Kukaki is, she can still realize that she probably doesn't have to die. In an instant, joy filled Rukia Kukaki's heart. The huge phoenix incarnated by King Destroyed the Valley appeared above the two poles, and the corners of Aizen-suk's mouth raised slightly while standing on the distant building. Haha, Hyaku will be mine soon. But the moment the Shell Destroyer King appeared, Kurosaki Ichigo finally arrived. Rukia! I'm here to save. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had just flown to the bipolar plane, looked at everything in front of him, his head was buzzing. Didn't he agree to execute him? Are you standing here collectively watching the fireworks? Kurosaki Ichigo, who was not particularly smart to begin with, was even more confused. At the same time, Jaishur Yukatake also arrived on the scene with Shiba Kyan, Ichimaru Jin, and Hitsuga Ichwir. Phew! You've finally caught up. Jaishur Yukatake said in one breath. Hey, little Rukia, Master is here to save you. Ichimaru Jin and Jaishur Yukatake started to act, as if it were a real thing. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the Shinigami as if they were playing house. He didn't know what to say for a moment, but he seemed to understand. People who love people don't want to execute Rukia Kukaki. Kurosaki Ichigo is a little embarrassed. Jaishur Yukatake took out the weapon from behind that was given to him by Shihao and Yoryuaki specifically to target the King of Destruction. Under the operation of Ichimaru Jin and Hitsuga Ichwir, he killed the King of Destruction in an instant. Then, Beilang started his performance. Okay, you all turn a blind eye to me, right? Yin. I didn't expect you to do such a thing with your uncle. Apprentice is more important than the law of soul society, right? Although Beilang is acting, but the Ryūjin radiating from his body is not fake. In an instant, everyone present was so oppressed by Beilang's Ryūjin that it was difficult to breathe. Even Shinigami like Jaishur Yukatake who have reached the first level of spiritual power are the same. So strong. Is this the captain of Godi I-13? Kurosaki Ichigo was startled. Having already reached the first level of spiritual power, he thought he was a master, but he didn't expect that there is a world outside the sky, and there is a world outside the world. Humph! And you, Kyan, you are also making noise. Beilang was not polite and directly started to attack his cheap uncle. Don't say that, master, not all of Soul Society's laws are correct. Ichimarujin deliberately pretended to be unhappy with Soul Society's laws. Humph! It seems that I haven't done anything for so many years, and you have forgotten how I became the captain. Captain Beilang! Don't liberate the Soulzan Toto in bipolar. How about we change places? Ryūjin also said. Exactly what I want. Beilang nodded and left Shunpo first, followed by Matsumoto Rangiku of course. Ryūjin took Shiba Kyan and Ichimarujin and left with Beilang. Only Hitsuga Ichware is still a little confused now, but he also knows that the execution of Rukia Kokaki is all fake. Just when Hitsuga Ichware was about to catch up, Unohana Retsu spoke up, "Chware, come with me, my master wants you to go with me to do something." Hitsuga Ichware quickly stopped and said, "I understand, master." Unohana Retsu nodded, greeted Katetsu Aizen next to him, and left the two poles with Hitsuga Ichware. The destination was Central 46. Above the two poles, only Byakuya Kokaki, Rukia Kokaki, Kurosaki Ichigo, and the other captain's wife, Sui Feng are left. Looking at this weird scene, Sui Feng was wondering if he should find a reason to avoid it and let Byakuya Kokaki handle the matter on his own. Just then, Ryūjin appeared and took Sui Feng away directly. Kurosaki Ichigo was overjoyed when he saw this. "That's great, Mr. Ryūjin. That's a big help." Kurosaki Ichigo is not stupid either. Now it is very clear that one captain and two captains are not the same concept at all. Seeing that everyone was gone, Rukia Kokaki excitedly threw herself into Kurosaki Ichigo's arms and said in surprise, "Ichigo." Kurosaki Ichigo hugged Rukia and showed a warm smile, "Rukia, I'm here to save you." Watching this scene, Byakuya Kokaki standing next to him felt that his blood pressure had risen. "Rukia," Byakuya said coldly. Hearing Byakuya Kokaki's voice, Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kokaki immediately let go of each other. Kurosaki Ichigo blocked Rukia Kokaki behind him and said to Byakuya Kokaki in front of him, "I don't know what the hell you are doing. In short, I am come to save Rukia." These words made Byakuya Kokaki laugh angrily. "Save Rukia? Don't you see that Rukia doesn't need your rescue at all?" But this is not what Byakuya is most angry about. What he is most angry about is that Rukia Kokaki is so unreserved and hugged that yellow guy in front of him. This is what makes him most angry. After knowing Kurosaki Ichigo's life experience, Byakuya Kokaki thought that Kurosaki Ichigo was worthy of Rukia Kokaki, but he accepted it rationally, which did not mean that he could accept it when he saw it. Rukia Kokaki is hiding behind Kurosaki Ichigo, a little timid. She looks like a girl who secretly dated her boyfriend but was discovered by her parents. Kurosaki Ichigo turned to Rukia Kokaki and smiled and said, "Rukia, stay away, I will take you away safely." Rukia Kokaki came to her senses at this time and said angrily, "Asshole! Who asked you to save me? You obviously survived. Why did you come to save me? Because you are Rukia." Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Rukia Kokaki with tears in her eyes, and rubbed her head. She protected Rukia Kokaki like she was coaxing a child and placed her under the bipolar shelf. After Rukia Kokaki returned to Soul Society, Ryūjin has begun to slowly recover. The aftermath of the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kokaki will not have any impact on her. Mainly because this time, Abarai Renji was beaten so badly by Byakuya Kokaki that he probably wouldn't be able to wake up for a long time. So no one can escape with Rukia Kokaki, so she can only be placed here temporarily. "Ichigo, you have to be careful. My brother-in-law is very strong. He is the direct disciple of Captain Beilang. Rukia could not help but worry about Kurosaki Ichigo. Don't worry, Rukia, I have fought against Zaraki Kenpeki before, and we tied. Rukia Kokaki was surprised. She knew very well how strong Zaraki Kenpeki was, but after not seeing him for 10 days, was Kurosaki Ichigo so strong? Watching this scene, Byakuya Kokaki felt that his little cotton-padded jacket was leaking, and his face became ugly. The interaction between Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kokaki, in the eyes of Byakuya Kokaki, asked him with the willow fire boy, Lao Deng, I will stop you downstairs. Is there any danger anymore? Have you finished talking? Byakuya Kokaki felt like he couldn't hold back his anger. Can't wait? Byakuya. Kurosaki Ichigo came to Byakuya Kokaki confidently. Humph. It's just that you are tied with my junior brother. Does this give you enough confidence? Kurosaki Ichigo. I'm afraid you don't know. My junior brother Zaraki Kenpeki's winning rate under me is still 0. After all, Kenpeki doesn't want to use Bankai now. It's normal to have a gap with Byakuya and Silver who have been specially trained by the Mongolian team. What? Kurosaki Ichigo was slightly surprised, but still confidently said, then let's try it. Rukia Kokaki, who already knew that she would not be executed, was watching the fight between the two leisurely. She even wanted to go up and help Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kokaki fight in person. Unlike facing Abarai Renji, facing Kurosaki Ichigo, Byakuya Kokaki directly exerted his strength. After all, the gap between the third-class spiritual power and the first-class spiritual power is as big as the sky. If you face Kurosaki Ichigo Byakuya Kokaki with bare hands, it will be no different than death. Kurosaki Ichigo held the holy sword Zangetsu and said in slight surprise, What? Don't you release the soul Zangetsu? My soul Zangetsu is a long-term release type, and I don't want to take advantage of you. 11. To deal with you, I don't need to come up to free the soul Zantiang sword. Byakuya Kokaki said disdainfully. Really? Then eat my move. Gets the crescent moon. Seeing that Byakuya Kokaki didn't care, Kurosaki Ichigo swung his sword and sent a white crescent moon straight into Byakuya Kokaki's face. Byakuya Kokaki nodded slightly, this is enough to see. God avoids. The black and red crescent-shaped slash collided with Kurosaki Ichigo's crescent moon. The two spiritual powers collided violently on the two poles. In the end, they both exploded, forming a huge crater between the two. With just one move, Kurosaki Ichigo forced Byakuya Kokaki to use the move that defeated Abarai Renji. Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't care about this at all. After all, if Byakuya Kokaki can't catch this move, then he is not Byakuya Kokaki. Kurosaki Ichigo exerted force with his feet and came to Byakuya Kokaki in an instant. Holding the knife in both hands, he slashed at Byakuya Kokaki from bottom to top. Byakuya Kokaki's eyes condensed, and the soul-cutting knife in his hand was wrapped in a black substance, and he easily blocked Kurosaki Ichigo. This blow. However, Kurosaki Ichigo missed a single blow, and instantly accelerated and came behind Byakuya Kokaki. He rounded the soul Zantiang sword with both hands and slashed towards Byakuya Kokaki's back heart. Byakuya Kokaki's back seemed to have eyes. He sideways dodged Kurosaki Ichigo's blow. At the same time, the soul-cutting sword in his hand stabbed Kurosaki Ichigo's chest. This moment made Kurosaki Yugo think of something bad. Kurosaki Ichigo quickly blocked Byakuya Kokaki's blow with his sword, and the two swords collided. Kurosaki Ichigo was sent flying more than 10 meters by this blow. So strong. Really stronger than Zaraki Kenpeki. Kurosaki Ichigo thought in disbelief. This stupid kid didn't even know that Zaraki Kenpeki didn't use all his strength when fighting him. For Zaraki Kenpeki, it's normal to use force when fighting. However, Kurosaki Ichigo has not lost his confidence. Under the guidance of Yamamoto Genryusai during this period, he thinks he has become a lot stronger. Byakuya frowned slightly. In his opinion, such strength is not enough to tie with Zaraki Kenpeki. Therefore, Byakuya swung his sword with one hand, and dozens of sword energy flew towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Shinigami does not differentiate between swords, a sword is a sword, and a sword is a sword. Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath and unleashed Getsuga Tenshigen, destroying all dozen flying slashes in an instant. If nothing else, Kurosaki Ichigo is indeed enviable for his spiritual power. For example, he can use moves like Getsuga Tenku to burst out Ryūtsu in one go. Kurosaki Ichigo moved his wrist and said, "Byakuya, this is the end of the hot exercise, number." Byakuya nodded slightly, wanting to see what kind of tricks Kurosaki Ichigo can do. Kurosaki Ichigo held the sword in one hand with his right hand, grabbed it at the joint of his right arm with his left hand, mobilized his whole body's spiritual power and shouted Bankai, 1. Holy Sword Tensa Zangetsu. The huge spiritual power was released and the entire bipolar was dyed black. When the black faded, Kurosaki Ichigo put on the black windbreaker, and the kitchen knife in his hand turned into a kodaki again. The spiritual power also increased again, and the soul-cutting knife in his hand exuded colorful light, but it quickly dissipated, revealing its original black appearance. Byakuya looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's Bankai, nodded and said, "Not bad. This condensed look is the real Bankai. Kurosaki Ichigo, your Bankai is well trained." If this were in the original work, Byakuya would definitely say, "How could there be such a compact Bankai?" But now, none of their Bankai is anything fancy. Including Byakuya himself. Chapter 102. Kurosaki Ichigo saw that Byakuya was very optimistic about his Bankai, and said proudly, "How do you think? This is my Bankai." Byakuya nodded and said, "You are really good, Kurosaki Ichigo. You can train Bankai to this point in such a short period of time. It seems that I really underestimate you." At this moment, Byakuya reluctantly pinched his nose and admitted Kurosaki Ichigo's talent. After all, none of the Shinigami's Bankai who have entered the first-class Reiki are flashy things. Unless you break through again and enter the king-level Shinigami, that is, the realm of Team Zero, your Bankai will become a huge form again. Otherwise, Shinigami and Bankai from first-class Riwei are very concentrated. Of course, except for the regular Bankai, after all, most of the regular Bankai will not have changes in the soul's anti-ing sword, but the scope of their influence is extremely huge. Just like Kurako Shunsui's Kaiten Kaikotsu, although he is also a first-class spiritual power, his Bankai's range of influence is too large, so large that it is basically unusable when teammates are around. But the current Kurako Shunsui has not yet reached the first-class spiritual power. When he reaches the first-class spiritual power, it will be during the 1,000-year bloody battle. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Byakuya and although he admired his Bankai, he still did not free the soul Zanth. "Hey! You've already seen my Zanzant, but you haven't let me see the power of your Zanzant yet." Kurosaki Ichigo said a little unhappy. "Haha, I don't need to free the soul Zanto just yet." Although Byakuya admires Kurosaki Ichigo, he still has no intention of freeing the soul Zanto. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was irritated. He snorted coldly, moved his feet, and stabbed Byakuya head with the soul-cutting sword in his hand. The speed this time was really too fast. Even Byakuya sight and color only took a moment to discover that Kurosaki Ichigo was right in front of him. Byakuya tilted his head sharply, and Kurosaki Ichigo's soul-cutting sword passed through his eyes, taking away a strand of his hair. Moreover, this was not over yet. Kurosaki Ichigo missed a single blow, quickly stopped, turned around, and slashed with his sword again. Byakuya can only keep dodging in place. Because Kurosaki Ichigo's speed at this time is really amazing. It's more than 5 times faster than Shikai's previous speed. Kurosaki Ichigo 260 is like driving a stake, constantly sprinting, attacking, adjusting the angle, sprinting, and attacking. Every time, he felt that he was about to hit Byakuya Kokaki, but every time, he was just a little short. The soul-cutting sword in Byakuya Kokaki's hand can accurately hold his holy sword Tensazang Etsu every time. After the two fought for several rounds, Kurosaki Ichigo also understood that it would definitely not work if the fight continued like this. He would not be able to break through Byakuya Kokaki's defense. It seems that every blow is going to hit Byakuya Kokaki, but in fact, it misses by a hair. Therefore, Kurosaki Ichigo took the initiative to stop the attack and distanced himself from Byakuya Kokaki. All this was seen by Ryukia Kokaki. Ryukia Kokaki was dumbfounded. Her invincible brother-in-law actually temporarily tied with Kurosaki Ichigo. Although her brother-in-law has not yet released the soul-cutting sword, he can already do it. Explanation: Kurosaki Ichigo has become really strong now. Kurosaki Ichigo pulled away and was just thinking of some countermeasures when Byakuya Kokaki nodded and said, "That's right. You are really strong after Bankai. Let me show you my soul-cutting sword." As he spoke, Byakuya Kokaki held the soul-cutting sword in front of his chest and said calmly, "Let's scatter, Senbonzakura." In Kurosaki Ichigo's shocked eyes, Byakuya Kokaki's blade turned into a sakura flower and disappeared with the breeze. "Is this your soul Zangto liberation?" Kurosaki Ichigo looked puzzled. After all, this was the first time he had seen the release of a non-direct attack type soul Zangto. However, Kurosaki Ichigo soon became nervous, because the sakura flowers transformed by Byakuya Kokaki's blade had quietly surrounded him. Even Shikai's Senbonzakura is the same strength as Bankai in the original. Damn it! How come these sakura flowers are full of dangerous aura? Kurosaki Ichigo quickly waved the holy sword Tensazang Etsu in his hand to escape from Senbonzakura's surroundings. But Senbonzakura seems to have tracking properties, turning into multiple strands of sakura flowers and attacking Kurosaki Ichigo from all directions. Kurosaki Ichigo had no choice but to keep swinging his soul's anti-ing sword to break through the siege of Senbonzakura. It was the first time he saw a soul's anti-ing sword like Senbonzakura. Kurosaki Ichigo is really not used to it. Kokaki, Agd, Byakuya was standing there, using his mind to continuously control Senbonzakura to attack. The situation was instantly reversed, and Kurosaki Ichigo was chased this time. Finally, Kurosaki Ichigo made a mistake and failed to block a sakura flower. He was knocked to the ground by the direct impact of this sakura flower. However, Kurosaki Ichigo did not suffer any damage from this blow. The static blood suit is activated. Different from the original work, at this time Kurosaki Ichigo has been activated by Iwaka's static blood armor. Relying on the protection of the static blood armor, Senbonzakura's attack did not cause any damage to Kurosaki Ichigo. Looking at Kurosaki Ichigo standing up unscathed, Byakuya Kokaki was slightly shocked. On the surface of Kurosaki Ichigo's body, blue vein-like lines appeared on his body, tightly wrapping Kurosaki Ichigo's body. It looks very similar to the expression of armament haki. Moreover, this is a move unique to the Quincy. Kurosaki Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Senbonzakura would cause huge damage to him, but he didn't expect that he was not hurt at all after being hit. Rukia was shocked when she saw Kurosaki Ichigo knocked down by Senbonzakura, but she did not dare to speak out for fear of interfering with Kurosaki Ichigo's battle. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo get up unscathed, Rukia was relieved. Kurosaki Ichigo sneered, "It seems that your soul's Aunt Hannah is not as powerful as I thought." Byakuya Kokaki looked at the confident Kurosaki Ichigo and also smiled slightly and said, "Really? Then you are trying." In an instant, Shomodabang's sakura flower completely changed from pink to black, just like black petals. However, even Kurosaki Ichigo can keenly sense that Senbonzakura is completely different now. And this time, Byakuya Kokaki began to direct Senbonzakura to attack with his hands. Commanding Senbonzakura with your hands, Japanese Sakura's speed instantly tripled. Even Kurosaki Ichigo's speed can't keep up with Senbonzakura's speed. Kurosaki Ichigo's face became ugly, and he looked at the black Senbonzakura around him warily. This time, Senbonzakura was wrapped by armament haki. Even Kurosaki Ichigo felt the danger aura when using the blood static suit. But in fact, Kurosaki Ichigo can rest assured that his static blood armor defense ability is quite pervert. Even Waka's sword can be defended by his static blood armor, not to mention that the current Byakuya Kokaki does not have Bankai's Senbonzakura. But this kid didn't know what the upper limit of the static blood suit was, and with the addition of armament haki, which was completely absent in the Shinigami world, Kurosaki Ichigo cursed secretly. Staring at Byakuya Kokaki, he said calmly, "The sword of Toki, Kaitoki." In an instant, Kurosaki Ichigo disappeared among the surroundings of Senbonzakura. Even Byakuya Kokaki could not detect the location of Kurosaki Ichigo with his sight and color. The next moment, Byakuya Kokaki's expression changed, and Senbonzakura quickly formed a black wall behind him. And Kurosaki Ichigo's holy sword, Tensa Zangetsu, hit the wall. When Tensa Zangetsu collided violently with the wall formed by Senbonzakura. Although it smashed the wall formed by Senbonzakura, it was unable to cause damage to Byakuya Kokaki. Byakuya Kokaki took the opportunity to raise one hand towards Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Had number 33. Blue fire pendant." A white flame went straight to Kurosaki Ichigo. The Tensa Zangetsu in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand lit up, and a blue stream of water rushed out from the tip of the sword, collided with the blue fire pendant, and hit the plane of the sun again. Kurosaki Ichigo is also very regretful. He has already used the power of the holy sword, but he still can't penetrate Byakuya Kokaki's defense. You know, even Kurosaki Ichigo has just learned to use the ability of Kaishi. If it weren't for Byakuya Kokaki's observation haki, who sensed the hostility of Kurosaki Ichigo's attack, this master would have really allowed him to successfully attack. This battle is simply a battle between hanging on the wall. Both of them used different types of cheats, and both felt that the other party's cheats were not as powerful as their own. Kurosaki Ichigo threw the holy sword Tensa Zangetsu into the sky, and two holy swords appeared in his hand. The light sword was the brightest, and the dark one appeared. Two holy swords instantly appeared in the hands of Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo waved his swords, light and darkness intertwined, and a black and white cross-shaped sword energy flew towards Byakuya Kokaki, forming two big holes, one black and one white, on Byakuya Kokaki's side. The two holes are emitting suction, trying to seal Byakuya Kokaki directly. But Byakuya Kokaki also reacted extremely quickly. Armament haki and Conqueror's haki were instantly entangled when the soul-cutting sword was launched. God is afraid. This is a move that even gods are afraid of. It cuts through two big holes easily. Kurosaki Ichigo was even more surprised, he couldn't even suppress Byakuya Kokaki with this move. Byakuya Kokaki was also shocked. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have been successfully sealed by Kurosaki Ichigo. The swords of light and darkness disappeared from Kurosaki Ichigo's hands, and Tensa Zangetsu returned to his hands again. Trouble. How can Byakuya Kokaki be so powerful? Kurosaki Ichigo is a little confused. If it is Zaraki Kenpeki, relying on the power of the Blade King sword, the current Zaraki Kenpeki will definitely not be his opponent. Kurosaki Ichigo has a good idea. If Bankai is really cornered by Kenpeki, you may not even be able to beat him with the main sword. After all, the main sword song in Kurosaki Ichigo's body is just a part of the Langban main sword. Kurosaki Ichigo, I agree with you. Regardless of whether you can win this battle or not, I agree with you and Rukia. Byakuya Kokaki said with satisfaction. This kind of strength combined with his identity is suitable for Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned, feeling overjoyed, but he didn't show it, that is, Rukia was far away and didn't hear what Byakuya Kukaki said, otherwise he would definitely blush. Byakuya Kukaki held the soul-cutting sword upside down and said with ease, Bankai, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. The soul-cutting sword in Byakuya Kukaki's hand melted into the ground instantly, and countless blades rose up from his side. In Kurosaki Ichigo's shocked eyes, all the blades completely turned into sakura flowers. Damn it! Senbonzakura is already difficult to deal with, wouldn't Bankai be even more difficult to deal with? Kurosaki Ichigo now feels unsure. Without Bankai, Byakuya Kukaki is almost as strong as Zaraki Kenpeki. Byakuya Kukaki after Bankai, wouldn't he? Stronger. Not only that, Byakuya Kukaki is worthy of being Beilang's apprentice, and he must be cautious in everything he does. Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi is not the complete Bankai of Byakuya Kukaki, but only half the Bankai of Byakuya Kukaki. Beilang's disciples hide themselves incredibly deeply. Ichimaru-jin has 2 sets of Bankai, Matsumoto Ranjaku, no one knows what her Zanzant ability is yet. Byakuya Kukaki uses half Bankai as Bankai, Zaraki Kenpeki pretends not to know Bankai, Hitsuga same use half Bankai as Bankai. The 6th child in the family. You never know how many trump cards and back UPS Beilang's apprentices have. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the blades that were 10 times more than Shikai Senbonzakura, his head was buzzing, now he was sure. Static blood equipment will definitely not be able to defend against Senbonzakura Kageyoshi's attack. Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath, and the Tensa Zangetsu in his hand was covered with a layer of black Ryutsu. He wrapped the Getsuga Tenshin Tensa Zangetsu that was supposed to be released in one breath. Every attack will have the power of tomorrow. But the disadvantage is that Ryutsu consumption will be accelerated, but for Kurosaki Ichigo, this is not a disadvantage at all. After all, this child can maintain this state for 3 days and 3 nights without any problems. Kurosaki Ichigo has not mastered the Quincy's other abilities, but when it comes to absorbing souls, Kurosaki Ichigo is absolutely qualified. Byakuya Kukaki also didn't expect that at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo would have extra means. He really underestimated Kurosaki Ichigo. Not many captains among Godai 13 have such ability. The 2 sides collided violently again. At the same time, not only Kurosaki Ichigo, but Beilang also brought Jaishur Yukatake and others to an open space in Siridai. After all, someone of his level could do something about it. That was truly an earth-shaking attack. Okay, let's stay here. Beilang looked at the empty surroundings and said with satisfaction. Matsumoto Ranjaku also came behind Beilang in an instant, and his speed was not slow at all. At the same time, Jaishur Yukatake also stopped opposite Beilang with Ichimaru-jin and Shiba Kyan. Chapter 103. Come on, senior brother Jushiro, Silver, Kyan, let me see your current strength. Beilang's captain Yuri was taken off by Matsumoto Ranjaku and held in his arms, looking at the 3 people in front of him and said. Jaishur Yukatake shook his head slightly. He knew very well how strong his junior brother was. It is no exaggeration to say that Beilang's strength is greater than the total of the entire Godai 13. This is the strength of Shinigami Beilang, the current captain of Godai 13 and the strongest. Moreover, it is pure Shinigami without any external force. In an instant, Beilang's suffocating Ryutsu pressed against the 3 Jaishur Yukatake. You're not kidding. This Ryutsu. Shiba Kyan started to sweat profusely before he even made a move. Among all the people present, he has the lowest level of spiritual power. Only his spiritual power is the second-class spiritual power, and the rest are all first-class spiritual power. Not to mention that Jaishur Yukatake has mastered the power of the Spirit King's right arm. After Jaishur Yukatake learned the truth, although he still respected Mimihaki, he no longer regarded Mimihaki as a god. A god who is no match for his junior brother? Jaishur Yukatake begs to differ. It's really scary. Sensei's Ryutsu feels the same no matter what time it is. Ichimarujin wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. He didn't bring Hinamori Momo here today. A battle like this is not something that a third-class spiritual power can come into contact with. But after all, Ichimarujin did not show any fear, but instead had a fighting spirit. Jaishur Yukatake was the first to draw his soul-cutting sword and whispered, "All the waves have become my shield, all the lightning has become my sword, Zgyo no Kotori." In an instant, Shibakayan felt a lightness on his body. Jaishur Yukatake's Ryutsu confronted Beilang's Ryutsu, directly reducing the pressure on Shibakayan's spiritual body. Shibakayan glanced at his master gratefully, and also released the soul-cutting sword and said, "Let the water and sky roll backwards, flower." The trident-style soul-cutting sword appears again in the hands of Shibakayan. Only Ichimarujin has not liberated the Zanzant. Well, it actually doesn't make sense for him to liberate the Zanzant. His Zanzant is the kind of one-hit kill type. The moment it is used, it is released and its power becomes stronger. Maximize. However, Ichimarujin also released his Ryutsu, and the three of them together could barely fight against Beilang, who did not release the Soul Zantoto. Beilang shook his head slightly and pulled out his soul-killing sword. "Since you don't plan to surrender, I won't be polite. When the Dragon of Courage and the Flaming Sword meet with fire, the true red sword will pierce evil. The Flaming Sword of Blazing Fire." In an instant, the soul-cutting sword in Beilang's hand turned red and white, and the circular pressure increased several times again. Beilang waved the soul-cutting knife, and a wall of fire surrounded the five people. It was completely different from the absolute temperature fire wall of Yamamoto Genryusai. Beilang's fire wall was a sacred flame, which highlighted an adhesive property. As long as it got on it, it would not be affected by it. Burning to ashes will not stop. So even Jaishur Yukatake would be in trouble if caught in flames. Jaishur Yukatake saw Beilang slowly walking towards the three of them with a knife, and slapped Shibakayan and Ichimarujin with both hands. He shouted softly, "Ding! This is not Sun Wukong's body-holding technique, this is the rule of the Spirit King's right arm. It can completely fix the physical condition of the two people at this point in time. Even if they are sliced into pieces by Beilang with the soul-killing knife, they can still return to their original state as if they were going back in time. Moreover, this ability does not consume Jaishur Yukatake's own power, but consumes the spiritual power of the entire Soul Society. In other words, theoretically, this thing can be activated infinitely. Unless someone's power can surpass the entire Soul Society. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages, that is, the target Ryutsu cannot be more than Jaishur Yukatake, and the target of this move cannot be more than 3 people, otherwise Jaishur Yukatake himself can fight with a group of guys who are not afraid of death. Beilang is still very satisfied with Jaishur Yukatake's development of the Spirit King's power. In this case, he won't be afraid of killing his apprentice when he chops people up. At this moment, Ichimarujin suddenly felt a little chilly. Even though he could be said to be immortal now, he still felt a chill. Shibakayan became brave and rushed towards Beilang with the trident. One of them stood out. "You have been strengthened. Go and send it." Jaishur Yukatake didn't mean to stop him, and he just wanted to test whether this ability worked. After all, since Jaishur Yukatake developed it, he had only used it for himself and never let anyone else use it. However, Shibakayan is not an absolute fool, waving the trident in his hand while running. Counting until the water rushes towards Beilang, it seems to want to block Beilang's forward direction. But Beilang didn't even have the intention to dodge these attacks. Before the water flow hit Beilang, it was completely evaporated by the temperature around Beilang. The temperature on the fire sword Agni is no worse than the temperature on Yamamoto Genryusai's Ryūjin Jakka Shikai. Seeing this, Shibakayan quickly retreated and said helplessly, "Captain Beilang's ability is too restrained for my soul-cutting sword. The water flow formed by my Ryutsu vaporized without even having a chance to touch Captain Beilang's body." Ryūjin nodded slightly, don't worry about this. Use your Zanpakuto with all your strength. Shibukayan quickly waved the trident with both hands. Starting 1 meter in front of Beilang, a huge tornado-shaped wave enveloped him. Ryūjin took advantage of the situation and chanted Kid, beast bones scattered everywhere. Spires? Red crystal? Wheels of steel. What moves is the wind, what is still is the sky. The sound of spears striking each other resounds throughout the virtual city. 63 of Had. Fiery lightning howl. A huge yellow lightning was fired from Ryūjin's hand, directly covering Shibukayan's giant waterspout, turning the entire waterspout into an electric tornado. Ichimarujin seized this opportunity, took out his soul-cutting sword and took a stance, shoot him. Shins. In an instant, Shins was covered with a layer of armament haki and directly pierced the entire waterspout at a speed that was many times faster than the speed of sound. But unfortunately, this blow did not cause any trouble to Beilang at all. Still stretching out 2 fingers, Beilang easily caught Ichimarujin's attack. And not only that, Ryūjin surged around Beilang's body, and the electrically charged waterspout was instantly cleared by Beilang with Ryūjin. It was as if it had never existed. Ryūjin was secretly frightened. Although it was just a tentative attack, looking at the uninterested Beilang in front of him, Ryūjin couldn't help but sigh, how strong he is. However, that sentence was just a tentative attack. The real battle has just begun now. Kyan, Bankai. Ryūjin said directly and seriously. Ryūjin knows very well that only the Shibukayan after Bankai can pose a threat to Beilang. The current Shibukayan cannot be said to be no threat to Beilang. It can only be said that it is completely the king's clothes. On the other side, Unohana Retsu also led Hitsugaya and her vice-captain Katetsu Aizen towards Central 46. Master's wife, where are we going? Hitsugaya asked with some confusion. Because this time, Hinamori Momo is no longer Aizen's vice-captain, so Hitsugaya was not written by Aizen as the mastermind behind his murder. The message Aizen left for Kira Izuru was just to let him go to Central 46 without anyone knowing. So Hitsugaya has no chance to explore the possibility that Aizen is not dead. Go to Central 46, I have something I want to verify. Unohana Retsu said gently. Central 46. Hitsugaya said without feeling too cold. It's really not surprising that Hitsugaya looks down on Central 46. It's different from when Yamamoto Genryusai was the captain of Godai 13. Since Beilang came to power, Central 46's status is not to say shit, but it can be considered precarious. It's very simple. 3 of the 4 major families that control Central 46 are influenced by Beilang. The only Tsuneyashiro family that is not controlled by Beilang has been killed by Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. Now only Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, a seriously ill patient, is still thinking about making trouble, and the impact on Central 46 is basically non-existent. Coupled with the Spirit King token in Beilang's hand, Central 46 is now worse than one of Beilang's dogs. 0. Please give me flowers. This is not because Beilang looks down on Central 46. In fact, the dogs Beilang raised are now captains of Godai 13. Komamura Seijin, are you polite? The entire Central 46, they had to do whatever Beilang wanted them to do. This is why Byakuya Kukaki and Ichimarujin didn't take Rukia Kukaki's matter as a big deal at all. It wasn't until Central 46 started going crazy that everyone realized something was wrong. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many actors here to perform in a big drama, just to make Aizen, a great smart guy, look like shit. When Unohana Retsu went to Central 46, it was time for things to come to an end, and the lead actor Aizen needed to appear in person. Once this actor finished his performance, the entire Godai 13 really became one piece. The 3 of them acted very quickly, and soon arrived at the gate of Central 46 under the leadership of Unohana Retsu. At this time, it was very quiet outside the gate of Central 46, so quiet that it was a bit scary. The guards who were supposed to guard this place have now all disappeared. As soon as they arrived at the gate, Hitsugayichware and Unohana Retsu felt something was wrong. A breath of death lingered here. Hitsugayichware just feels cold, but Unohana Retsu is too familiar with the breath of death. Let's go in. Unohana Retsu took the two of them in directly. After all, with her here, there is no place in Seoul society that she can't go. As soon as they entered the lobby of Central 46, Hitsugaya Winterwolf and Katetsu Aizen were dumbfounded. How could this happen? The sages of room 46. Katetsu Aizen looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Because all the members of room 46 have now been killed in the hall of Central 46. Even Hitsugayichware felt chilled. Unohana Retsu's expression remained unchanged. This was just a small scene. Unohana Retsu himself had created hell drawings that were 100 times more miserable than this one. Looking at this bloodline and their physical condition, it is obvious that the sage in room 46 has been dead for more than 3 months. Unohana Retsu made the most professional judgment. 3 months? How is that possible? Senior brother Silver and senior brother Byakuya just came to Central 46 some time ago. Hitsugayichware was shocked. Haha, it seems that the recent orders issued by Central 46 are all caused by people with evil intentions. Unohana Retsu couldn't help but not panic, but seemed to understand everything. Then Master, aren't you saying that the order to execute Rukia was not issued by Central 46 at all? Hitsugayichware also came back to his senses and realized that something was wrong. Unohana Retsu nodded, it seems that we are very close to the final truth. At this time, a figure in black passed by the door. Hitsugayichware reacted quickly and said angrily, who is it? After all, whoever appears in Central 46 now is probably someone behind the scenes. Hitsugayichware chased him out instantly. Unohana Retsu shook his head slightly, this kid is still so impatient. As for Katetsu Aizen, she was already stupid. Regarding the death of all Central 46, Katetsu Aizen was frightened. Her intuition told her that something big was about to happen. Soon, Hitsugayichware caught up with the figure leaving the door. Looking at the person in front of him, Hitsugayichware was shocked and said, Kira? It's you. Kira Izuru also looked shocked, I didn't expect that Captain Hitsugaya and Captain Unohana were the murderers of Captain Aizen. You actually killed all of Central 46. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Hearing Kira Izuru's statement of generously willing to die, Hitsugayichware's expression suddenly changed and he said, oh no. This is a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The target is Mrs. Unohana. Hitsugayichware quickly turned around and ran towards Central 46. Kira Izuru saw that Hitsugayichware was so eager, and obviously felt something was wrong. He also followed Hitsugayichware back to the lobby of Central 46, but he had to go a little slower. At this time, the Central 46 lobby was quite busy. Chapter 104. Ara Allah, this kind of behavior is obviously someone I know well. You think so, Captain Aizen? No, rebellious Aizen-suk. After Hitsugayichware left, Unohana Retsu said naturally to somewhere. Ha 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 ha. You are worthy of being the captain of the 4th division, Unohana Retsu senpai. You can actually discover that my body is in disguise. Aizen stopped pretending and appeared directly in front of Unohana Retsu and Katetsu Aizen. Captain Aizen? Aren't you dead? Katetsu Aizen exclaimed. Young Ein, the person in front of us is no longer Captain Aizen, he is the rebel of Seoul Society, Aizen-suk, just 10 sinners. Unohana Retsu corrected. Yes, Captain Unohana. Katetsu Aizen said quickly. Captain Unohana, you haven't told me yet, how did you find out that I'm not dead? Aizen asked in confusion. After all, in his opinion, Unohana Retsu's Ryūtsu is at best equal to his, and there is no way to be immune to his Kaika Suijutsu. I didn't see that your body was fake, I just felt based on my experience that there was no body in front of me at all. Although Unohana Retsu's words were plain, there was a background like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood behind it. That's it. I didn't think carefully. Aizen also suddenly realized that what experience was, it was just the intuition of killing people. Can you tell me why you betrayed Soul Society? Uzawa asked strangely. Betrayal? Senior, you are too arrogant. I am not on the same side as Soul Society. From the first day of 210 when I entered Soul Society, I wanted to become a god in the sky. Aizen said confidently. Unohana Retsu shook his head slightly, an incomprehensible thought. You seem to be the arrogant person. Aizen smiled, what? Unohana-senpai, do you want to stop me here? Stop you? Don't make me laugh, Aizen-suke, you are not worthy of letting me draw my sword. Unohana seemed to have seen some joke, with a gentle smile on her face. Oh? That's interesting. What do you mean, senior? I don't have the ability to force you to draw your sword. Aizen became somewhat interested. Uzawa didn't speak, but shook his head slightly. Just when Aizen was about to say something, thousands of roars rang out, Aizen! You're not dead! Aizen turned around and saw that Hitsugaya, who had gone after Kira Izuru, came back panting heavily. Oh? Is it Captain Hitsugaya? It seems that Kira couldn't delay you longer. What an unexpected thing! Aizen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Hitsugaya to be so fast, and he actually planned to do it. Came back to Central 46 outside of time. Hitsugaya instantly drew his sword to protect Unohana behind him. Although he knew very well that his master's wife was definitely stronger than him, but how could he let his master's wife take action when his apprentice was there? Aizen looked at Hitsugaya and shook his head slightly and said, Captain Hitsugaya, you are indeed a genius, but the time for you to grow is still too short. If you were given a few hundred more years, I would be hard-pressed to be your opponent. Aizen's words were very complimentary to Hitsugaya, but Hitsugaya was not moved by Aizen's words at all. Instead, he said angrily, Aizen-suke, what on earth do you want to do? As soon as he said this, Aizen's eyes showed disappointment. Why do you think my purpose is so ulterior? Humph, if your purpose is very upright, you don't have to do these little tricks secretly. Hitsugaya retorted. Alas! It seems that no one can understand my painstaking efforts. Aizen said, pretending to be profound. It's useless to delay. As long as the master finds out, Aizen-suke, you will definitely be captured. It's better to just surrender now, and you can still seek a lenient treatment. Hitsugaya Toji Yashiki Aizen issued an ultimatum. Delaying time? If you think so, then that's it. Aizen was a little uninterested. At this time, a voice that Unohana and Hitsugaya did not expect sounded, Aizen-sama, it's almost time, we should leave. The three of Unohana followed the sound and saw that the person coming turned out to be Kiraku Shunsui. Uncle Kiraku! How could it be possible? Hitsugaya was shocked. He was indeed not an actor. Kiraku Shunsui was an undercover agent. Only Ichimaru Jin, Byakuya Kokaki, and Matsumoto Ranjaku, the three first disciples, knew that Zaraki Kenpeki was afraid of him. He has no acting skills at all. As for Hitsugaya, Bai Lang actually forgot to tell him. But it's not bad, Hitsugaya's current reaction is correct. I didn't expect you to betray Kiryu too. Unohana shook her head slightly. Betrayal? What betrayal? This Soul Society should have been mine. If Bai Lang hadn't appeared, then I, Kiraku Shunsui, should be the captain of Godi I-13 now. Kiraku Shunsui roared at Hitsugaya and the other three. Everyone in Katetsu Aizen is dumbfounded. Good guy, didn't I accompany the captain to Central 46 to investigate? Why did I get involved in this kind of thing? This is something that I, a little deputy captain, can't come into contact with. Alas! Jinraku, you see, even without Beilang, Yamamoto Genryusai is still at his peak, and you are not strong enough to be the captain. How can you become the captain? Is it possible that you can't be the captain? Can you defeat Yamamoto Genryusai in front of the entire Soul Society? Unohana shook her head, every word she said was like murder and heart-wrenching. Uncle Kiraku, it's not too late to look back. I think Master will understand you. Hitsugaichware also advised. Go back? I couldn't go back 50 years ago. At this time, Kirako Shunsui no longer had the elegance before, but looked irritable, with bloodshot eyes. Forget it, what's the point of telling you so much? One day, I will get the 5 expressions as my captain. Aizen looked at Kirako Shunsui's performance and nodded with satisfaction. Although it took nearly 50 years, Aizen is very satisfied with Kirako Shunsui. After all, this is the downline he developed personally. Okay, Shunsui, we don't need to tell them so much. One day, we will get back what we want. Aizen patted Kirako Shunsui on the shoulder. I know, Master Aizen, things are ready, we should leave. Kirako Shunsui nodded. Saying that, Kirako Shunsui took out a white ribbon, released Senbane White Snake and transferred Aizen to the 2 poles. Wait a minute. Aizen Master Kiraku. Hitsugaichware said in surprise. Okay, Chware, now immediately inform all Godi I-13 to stop fighting with Rika, and explain the fact that Aizen and Kirako Shunsui rebelled. Unohana opened his mouth to stop Hitsugaichware and said clearly. Yes, Master, I understand. Hitsugaichware calmed down and instantly used Kid, Tentenkanra. At the same time, Zaraki Kenpeki and Tosen Kaname, who were blocking people under bipolar, had a fight. Originally, Tosen Kaname came to take back Hagyaku on Aizen's order, but he was stopped by Zaraki Kenpeki as soon as he reached the double pole. Accompanying him is of course Beilang's big dog Komamura Seijin. These two are good friends and have the same concept of justice. Of course, Komamura Seijin's justice is based on Beilang. After all, for dogs, the owner comes first. So, seeing Zaraki Kenpeki stopping them, Komamura Seijin said on the spot, Captain Tosen, I can't do anything about this. Zaraki Kenpeki is my little master after all, so I can't do it. Tosen Kaname had no intention of letting Komamura Seijin attack. He was afraid that Komamura Seijin would betray him, so he nodded and said, if that's the case, then I'll do it. Captain Zaraki, I'm not like other captains. I won't use my full strength when fighting you. Zaraki Kenpeki became interested when he heard this. Good guy, what gives you the courage, Liang Jingru? A captain with a second-class spiritual power dares to bark in front of me. Komamura Seijin, who are you scolding? Zaraki Kenpeki turned to look at Tosen Kaname. The Ryūjin on his body unabashedly suppressed Tosen Kaname's actions. Tosen Kaname snorted, Hey, you're looking down on me. Yachiru and Komamura Seijin retreated to a safe distance. Bankai. Suzumushi final style in cricket. Tosen Kaname directly released Bankai to wrap up Zaraki Kenpeki and himself. Yachiru has full confidence in Zaraki Kenpeki. On the other side, Beilang continued to fight with Jaishur Yukatake. Master, Captain Beilang won't give me Bankai time. Shibakayan said helplessly. Although with the help of Jaishur Yukatake, Shibakayan was not injured, but as soon as he wanted Bankai, Beilang immediately stopped him, fighting them like a cat playing with a mouse. Ichimarujin said helplessly, my Bankai can be released instantly, but it is not a continuous fighting type Bankai. Jaishur Yukatake is also a little speechless. Is it possible that he still needs to be Bankai? I'm going to hold Junior Beilang for a while, you take advantage of the opportunity to Bankai. Jaisher Yukatake moved his feet, came directly to Beilang and shouted, "Bankai!" For a moment, Beilang's movements stopped. Not only himself, but even Beilang's clothes stopped there as if time had paused. "Now!" Jaisher Yukatake shouted. Shibakayan took the opportunity to mobilize all his Ryūjin, and shouted resolved. "Overturn the sea!" Instantly, violent Ryūjin surged. The trident in Shibakayan's hand doubled in size, changing from a long-handled weapon to a short-handled weapon. At the same time, rain clouds began to appear above the four Beilang people, and heavy rain fell down. Not even Beilang's fire wall can stop Shibakayan's Bankai. Nijibana, the Soul Society's fourth soul-killing sword with the appearance of the sky. It can control the weather and instantly turn the sky into a rainstorm. This is why Jaisher Yukatake said Shibakayan is a genius. It is also the final reason why Shibakayan can join this battle. Haha, very powerful Bankai. Beilang didn't know when he broke away from Jaisher Yukatake's stillness, looked at the heavy rain falling in the sky, and nodded with satisfaction. Jaisher Yukatake's face became a little ugly. He knew Beilang was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Even if the power of the Spirit King's right hand stopped, it only stopped Beilang for a second. For other people, 1 second is long enough, but for Beilang, 1 second. It's not even enough time to break through his defense. But Shibakayan has started his own show. Narcissus Blade. Shibakayan waved his trident, and hundreds of water blades appeared around Beilang. Shibakayan waved his hand again, and hundreds of water blades were accelerated by nitrogen, instantly bombarding Beilang's body. However, it did not leave any traces on Beilang. Shibakayan was slightly shocked. Is this the strength of the 0.0 strongest Shinigami? It's really terrifying. Shibakayan couldn't help but sigh when he saw Beilang resisting his attack without any damage. Ichimarujin started water skiing here. Anyway, this assessment has nothing to do with him. The system is not too big. In fact, it still depends on the strength of Jaisher Yukatake and Shibakayan. Beilang touched his wet hair and said with a smile, "What about your other Bankai abilities? It can't be just this one, right?" Shibakayan regained his fighting spirit, "Of course. I still have a lot of useless moves." 11. Just when Shibakayan wanted to continue, Hitsugaya's voice sounded. "Godi 13 captains and vice-captains, please listen to me. I am Hitsugaya, captain of the 10th Division, and I am announcing important facts. The captain of the 5th Division, Aizen, and the 8th Division captain, Kurako Shunsui, have now betrayed and committed the grave crime of killing all the sages of Central 46. Please stop fighting with Rika immediately, go to Double Tap Hill, and do your best to capture Aizen and Kurako Shunsui. Godi 13. Hitsugaya voice began to repeat, and Beilang reluctantly put the soul-cutting sword back into its sheath. "Okay, the news we have been waiting for is here. Let's go. Let's go to Shuangji." 11. Shibakayan reluctantly released the soul-cutting sword, and followed Beilang towards the Shuangji hill. Under the double pole, Tosen Kaname was also cut to the ground by Zaraki Kenpake's beast-like fighting consciousness. TCH. What a waste. It didn't make me happy at all. Zaraki Kenpake spat out a mouthful of blood and said unhappily. Chapter 105. At the same time, Hitsugaya voice sounded. Zaraki Kenpake and Komamura Seijin both changed their colors. They didn't even care about Tosen Kaname lying on the ground, and hurriedly rushed towards the top of the bipolar. The top of bipolarity at this time. Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kokaki, who were fighting, immediately stopped fighting. Aizen? Who is he? Kurosaki Ichigo asked in confusion. After all, since he entered Soul Society, he has never heard of Aizen's name or deeds. So when he first heard that this person had rebelled, his first reaction was, who is this person? On the other hand, Byakuya Kokaki frowned, wondering why Aizen-suk's destination was bipolar. The two of them protected Ryūjin Kokaki without saying a word, but in front of them, Aizen-suk, who was wearing the haori of the captain of the 5th Division, and Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division who was also the captain of Godi 13, and 9 Division Captain Tosen Kaname and 3 others appeared in front of Ryūjin Kokaki and 3 others as if no one else was around. Long time no see, Byakuya Kokaki, Ryūjin Kokaki, oh, and this boy who got into trouble during the trip. Captain Aizen, Captain Tosen, and Captain Kai Band. At this time, the 3 Ryūjin Kokaki looked at the 3 captains in front of them with extremely confused expressions. Byakuya Kokaki said coldly, no longer the captain of Kurako. It seems that Uncle Kurako has rebelled along with him. The sinner Kurako Shunsui. Byakuya Kokaki's words were very rude. And Tosen Kaname, who had just been chopped to the ground by Zaraki Kenpeki, appeared unscathed on the Shuangji hill. Obviously, Tosen Kaname just now was completely an illusion created by Kaika Suijutsu. Shunsui, I still have to trouble you to hold back this young man in trouble and Captain Kokaki. Aizen turned to Kurako Shunsui and Tosen Kaname. Kurako Shunsui and Tosen Kaname nodded, drew their swords and stepped forward to fight Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kokaki. Although it is obvious that Kurako Shunsui and Tosen Kaname are no match for Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kokaki, they can still do it. And Aizen is walking towards Ryūjin Kokaki step by step. I'm here for you, Ryūjin Kokaki. Aizen-suk walked step by step in front of Ryūjin Kokaki and spoke to the public. Looking for me? Is there anything in me worth looking for? I won't be just a useless person who has lost my spiritual power. Ryūjin Kokaki laughed at herself and asked Aizen. Ryūjin, don't belittle yourself too much. Of course you have what I need. To be precise, in my eyes, your existence trumps everything else. Aizen said, already putting his hand on Ryūjin's shoulder. Ah! Ryūjin struggled, and the malice of the man in front of her almost overflowed. Asshole, stay away from Ryūjin. Kurosaki Ichigo took Tosen Kaname's knife and broke through to Aizen and Ryūjin Kokaki. Aizen frowned slightly and reluctantly drew his sword and knocked Kurosaki Ichigo away. Ichigo! Ryūjin exclaimed. Yes. Look after your people. Take a deep breath. Aizen used a gentle voice to comfort Ryūjin softly. Sug. Ryūjin was stunned for a moment, then involuntarily followed Aizen's words and took a deep breath. Puff. It was at the moment when Ryūjin was taking a breath that Aizen's other hand penetrated Ryūjin Kokaki's heart. Ryūjin. Byakuya Kokaki's face also changed drastically, but Kurako Shunsui's soul's anti-ing sword ability could not be dashed away in a short while, so he could only fight hard at this time. Of course, both of them are acting. If something goes wrong with Ryūjin Kokaki, Kurako Shunsui and Byakuya Kokaki will attack Aizen together in an instant. But at this moment, Ryūjin has an idea in her heart. I don't know whether to say it or not. She makes me take a deep breath. The purpose is to dig out my heart. As Aizen withdrew his palm from Ryūjin's heart, there was a fluorescent blue jade in his hand, and Ryūjin was thrown to the ground by Aizen. Yes, Aizen's actions are simply scumbag, just throw them away after using them. Cough cough cough. On the ground, Ryūjin covered her chest and kept coughing. However, when Ryūjin's little hand gently touched her heart, the bloody hole in her heart that Aizen had dug out in her imagination did not exist. No matter how much pain she felt, she just felt that something was missing from her body. Not only was she not uncomfortable, but she felt a lot more relaxed. That guy Urahara Kisuke, hiding such a treasure in the body of a little girl, is really a waste of natural resources. As expected, Hyaku can only play its greatest role in my hands. Shunsui, Kaname, everything in the world, is no longer available. Stop me. Aizen was holding Hyaku and seemed to be in a good mood. He faced Tosen Kaname and Kurako Shunsui, who were still fighting, with a faint smile on his face, and recounted the fact that he had won. Why? Rukia Kukaki asked Aizen while lying on the ground. Rukia Kukaki, are you asking where and why? Aizen lowered his head and looked at Rukia lying on the ground, as if looking at a small insect crawling on the ground, with a hint of God's compassion for mortal things in his eyes. There are too many things I don't know. What is that thing in your hand? Why is it in my body? Why do you know that thing is in my body? Rukia Kukaki asked Aizen. This is Hagyaku, which was developed by Unohana Retsu more than 100 years ago. It is the crystallization of Shinigami technology. It is something that can help Shinigami break its limits. Aizen smiled at Rukia. Hagyaku? Unohana Retsu? Rukia was stunned for a moment. From Aizen's words, she heard a lot of information that a Shinigami of her level should not know. As for why this piece of Hagyaku appears in your body, it's because your soul, Rukia, is one of the rare resources that can hide the power of Hagyaku. Aizen smiled at Rukia. I do not understand. Rukia seemed to be possessed by Kurosaki Ichigo and preached to Aizen. Haha, Rukia, you don't need to understand what I said. You just need to know that from the moment you go to the living world, everything about you is under my control, including your encounter with Kurosaki Ichigo, including you. Therefore, you lose the power of Shinigami, and you will also be summoned by the Soul Society because of the bait that Ishida Yuri used to summon the Hollow, Minos Grande, and thus be discovered by Soul Society and forcibly taken back. Aizen continued to preach to Rukia. Don't you understand? Rukia. All your actions are under my control. The purpose is so that I can successfully recover Hagyaku. After Aizen finished speaking, he didn't look at Rukia, but he didn't mean to kill her, leaving Rukia alone with a confused look on her face. Everything about me has been manipulated. Rukia's eyes flashed in confusion as she muttered to herself. After Kurako Shunsui and Tosen Kaname saw that Aizen had achieved their goal, they no longer fought with Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kukaki, and Shunpo returned to Aizen's side. Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately held Rukia Kukaki in his arms and checked whether Rukia Kukaki was injured. Rukia's face turned red, she knocked Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Idiot Ichigo, I'm fine." Byakuya Kukaki also came to Rukia at the same time. He was relieved at first, and then his blood pressure soared again when he saw the interaction between the two. As for Aizen, well, to put it bluntly, Byakuya and the others just wanted to hang Aizen out. I didn't expect that you guys were the ones taking charge of everything. The captain's defection 100 years ago was probably also your fault. Byakuya Kukaki looked at the three Aizens and said calmly. As expected of Captain Beilang's beloved disciple, he understood everything in an instant. But, what's the use of knowing it now? Aizen said with a calm look. Just when Byakuya Kukaki was about to say something more, Zaraki Kenpeki and Komamura Seijin were the first to arrive at Zhuangji Hill. Aizen Suk. Kurako Shunsui. And Tosen. Komamura Seijin said with disbelief. As expected. I was just wondering why the Tosen Kaname who fought with me just now is so weak. Come on, just in time, how about we fight again? Zaraki Kenpaki's fighting spirit surged, and he looked like he wanted to continue fighting with the three Aizens. The meaning of Aizen smiled softly, it's really fast. Captain Zaraki, Captain Kashiwamura. Aizen. Were you the one who bewitched Tosen? Damn it! God's damnation! Komamura Seijin was also impatient and immediately drew his sword and slashed at the Aizen trio, but Aizen Suk didn't panic at all and just stretched out a finger to catch Komamura Seijin's attack. What? How is that possible? Komamura Seijin said in disbelief. The gap between the second-class spiritual power and the first-class spiritual power is really too big. Even a powerful soul-slaying sword like the King of Heavenly Punishment cannot shake Aizen's share. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in Aizen's eyes, and he came to Komamura Seijin in an instant. Except for Kurosaki Ichigo, everyone else seemed to have not seen Aizen Suk move. "Hey! That dog uncle, run!" Kurosaki Ichigo shouted anxiously. "What?" Komamura Seijin was stunned, and finally saw Aizen in front of him. Had S90. Black coffin. Aizen raised a hand and said calmly. I saw a black barrier suddenly rise around Komamura Seijin and wrap it in it. Komamura Seijin exploded. Ryutsu wanted to penetrate the black coffin, but he couldn't do it. With two muffled sounds, Komamura Seijin fell to the ground, blood spurting out from his huge body. You are truly worthy of being Captain Aizen. Even had number 90 can be released without chanting. Kurako Shunsui is definitely a qualified compliment, and he immediately gave the words. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Aizen shook his head slightly and said, "No, it failed." The power of black coffin that gave up chanting was only less than 1/3 of that of full chanting. It was an absolute failure. But what is surprising about 287 is that, except for Kurosaki Ichigo, others still did not react at all, as if Aizen did not attack Komamura Seijin. The next moment, exclamations sounded. Captain Komamura! Zaraki Kenpeki felt a bit of disharmony and frowned slightly. Oh? As expected of Captain Zaraki. He discovered something was wrong so quickly. Yes, this is the true power of my soul's Ankan-TT, complete hypnosis. Anyone who has seen my soul's Ankan-TR Shikai will be impressed by my 5 senses. Complete manipulation. Aizen said calmly. What? How is that possible? Byakuya Kokaki and Zaraki Kenpeki were both shocked. This means that they can't attack Aizen at will. Because they can't confirm which one is the real Aizen. However, just when Aizen was getting carried away, 2 soul-cutting swords were placed on Aizen Suk's heart and neck. Don't move. Move again. I want your life. It's your Yuaki and Sui Feng who have arrived. Even Aizen Suk didn't see how these two came to him. At this moment, Aizen Suk's expression changed unexpectedly. Something unexpected happened. Mr. Yuaki. 2 mistresses. Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kokaki spoke at the same time, and then looked at each other at the same time. Byakuya Kokaki had a flash of enlightenment and emotion in his heart. Kurosaki Ichigo followed the path of his master and his wife and entered Soul Society. Kurosaki Ichigo is curious about Yuaki's true identity. He is indeed the commander-in-chief of 2 secretive maneuvers. Captain Beilang really married 2 good wives. Aizen had to sigh, he really didn't react just now. Beilang, boy, let's find out more about devil fruit technology. Not only Aizen, but Hisagi Shuei, who has never been seen, also put a knife on Tosen Kaname's neck. The same is true for Kurako Shunsui, except that it was his good friend Jaishur Yukatake who did it himself. Sorry, Master Aizen, Tosen and I were also controlled. Haha, it's okay, Shun Shui. Aizen still looked unhurried and Tianfen was calm. The captains and deputy captains of other divisions also arrived at the scene at the same time. Everyone stood in a row in an orderly manner. Not far away, Yamamoto Genryusai and Beilang appeared on stage with Ishida Yuri and others. Oh? Have the 2 captains arrived already? Aizen was slightly surprised. Yamamoto Genryusai and Beilang came a little too fast. Chapter 106. Haha, whatever you, Aizen, had planned, it has become meaningless now. Now that I have arrived, your plan can be terminated. Everything will end here. Yamamoto Genryusai took the lead in speaking with the soul-slaying sword. Aizen's eyes looked at Yamamoto Genryusai with fear, because he discovered that Yamamoto Genryusai's 5 senses were not under his control at all. Even Yamamoto Genryusai had also seen Kaika Suijutsu. No longer a normal Shinigami's Yamamoto Genryusai, Ryutsu has exceeded everyone's imagination. Aizen, no matter what plan you have, it's already too late now. Bei Lang said calmly. Yes. Everything ends here. After hearing Bei Lang's words, Aizen suddenly smiled. I mean, it's almost time. Before he finished speaking, Yoryuki's expression changed and he shouted, let them go quickly. In an instant, the four Yoryuki quickly moved away. The moment Aizen's words fell, a huge dark gap suddenly opened in the sky, and countless heads of subordinate Minos Grande Killian suddenly emerged from the gap. Behind that Killian, there seemed to be several more faintly, the figure of Minos Grande in human form, and the Ryūjin released by Minos Grande, once made all the Shinigami present look shocked. Void. Jaishur Yukatake and Shibakayan looked at each other, with shock that could not be hidden in their eyes. They never imagined that Aizen would actually have a backup player, Minos Grande from Hueco Mundo. Before anyone could think about it, 3 golden rays of light fell from the sky, enveloping the figures of Aizen, Kurako Shunsui, and Tosen Kaname. The golden light exuded infinite mystery, as if to separate Aizen and others, and the entire Soul Society. Isolated. It's negation. Anyone who has fought with Minos Grande knows this skill. This is the ability used by Minos Grande to save their companions. Once negation is activated, we will not be able to contact Aizen and others in negation. Yes. Yuan Liuzai explained while looking at the golden light in front of him. Damn. Can we just watch them leave? Zaraki Kenpeka said angrily. Unfortunately, I have no other choice. Yuan Liuzai shook his head helplessly, this was a world rules level Ningli. Tosen. Komamura Seijin, who was cured by a new Orium, roared to his friend immediately. But Tosen Kaname just said calmly, Komamura, this is a necessary journey to achieve justice. Aizen, you actually joined forces with Hollow, you are really depraved. Jushiro looked up at the sky, the Minos Grandes who kept calling Aizen, and yelled angrily. Jushiro, you are too arrogant. In this world, no one has stood in the sky from the beginning, whether it is you, me, or even God. But the empty period of the throne of today will also end with my arrival. From now on, I will stand in the sky. As he said this, Aizen used his hair gel skill, instantly changing his previous hairstyle and crushing his glasses. Then goodbye, Shinigami, goodbye, fellow traveler boys, I hope you can open your eyes vigorously in the future and witness my rise. Aizen's look was so calm at this time. However, a sneer sounded, haha. Will you stand in the sky? Bei Lang pulled out his soul-cutting knife. In an instant, the soul-cutting sword in Bei Lang's bag turned into a holy sword. Aizen suddenly had an ominous premonition when he struck the soul-cutting knife in Bei Lang's hand and changed. Get down here! Bei Lang suddenly waved the 10 sacred blades. I saw the 3 golden negation, which is said to be indestructible, instantly shattered. The 3 of Aizen lost their balance instantly. Even Aizen didn't expect that Bei Lang was strong enough to penetrate negation. At this moment, Aizen's color suddenly changed, because Ryūjin Jakka, one of Soul Society's oldest soul's antiing swords, was already burning. Stay! Aizen Suk. Yamamoto Genryusai suddenly waved Ryūjin Jakka, and 7 walls of fire quickly surrounded the Aizen master team. Damn it! 5 swirling dragons of destruction. Aizen didn't dare to hold back at this moment, and directly activated his strongest had to hit Yamamoto Genryusai's Ryūjin Jakka. Then the 3 of them flew towards the black cavity at high speed. But at the same time, Bei Lang's slash has arrived. A black-red slash with a violent aura hit the Aizen trio steadily. Even with the protection of Hagyaku, the 3 of them were still sent into the black cavity in the sky like dead dogs. The dark cracks floating in the sky above Soul Society finally slowly stitched together and disappeared without a trace. If Bei Lang's Ryūjin hadn't remained between heaven and earth, it would have been as if nothing had happened. Captain Bei Lang. All the Shinigami looked at Bei Lang who had just taken action with fanatical expressions. Even Yamamoto Genryusai looked at his apprentice like a monster. Just after he said that the negation could not be destroyed, he was slapped in the face on the spot. His apprentice chopped the negation into pieces in an instant, almost leaving Master Aizen behind. All the captains and deputy captains will follow me to the first team for a meeting later. Young people who are traveling in trouble, come too. Bai Lang put away the soul-killing knife and said calmly. Just like Aizen betrayal has no big impact on Soul Society. Yes, Captain Bai Lang, the captains and deputy captains said quickly. Bai Lang nodded and turned to look at Kurosaki Ichigo, who looked puzzled. I know you have a lot of questions, young man, and I will answer them when the time comes. These young men are not the enemies of our Soul Society. They are the ones I specially come from. Foreign aid invited in this world must be treated with courtesy. After saying that, Bai Lang Shunpo left. Kurosaki Ichigo just nodded blankly. Sure enough, things were much more complicated than he thought. Soul Society, the Shirai where Shinigami and nobles live. It had been 3 hours since Aizen, Tosen, Kiriko and Minos Grande launched a rebellion. The entire Shirai is in operation, and all Godai 13 team members have entered a first-level alert state. According to records, the last time the entire Godai 13 entered a first-level alert state was 1,000 years ago, when Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was in power. At that time, the Quincy King Yohabok led the entire Empire of Light to invade Soul Society. So on the surface, Bai Lang still seems to take the betrayal of the 3 Aizens very seriously. What happened? How come the captain and the vice-captains were all called to the meeting? All the team members were puzzled as to why they suddenly became so nervous. You know, even when Kurosaki Ichigo and the others invaded Shirai, Bai Lang only strengthened their patrols. So who is our enemy? Apart from the travelers who invaded Soul Society this morning, are there other people who took advantage of the chaos and invaded Soul Society? Never heard of it. But obviously, those few humans from this world alone will never let Godai 13 enter the first-level alert state. The Shirai at the moment must be encountering some huge crisis that we don't know about. But for the specific situation, it seems that we have to wait until the captains have finished their meeting before asking. Also, Captain Bai Lang has already said that the young people in trouble are the helpers he specially invited, and they are our Soul Society. We can't be polite to our guests. No. Stop chatting there. Step up patrols for me. After all the captains and deputy captains were called away by Bai Lang, these senior officers ranked 3rd, 4th and even 5th seats replaced the captains and became the commanders of each division. He gave orders to these ordinary team members. Of course, this does not include the 3rd and 5th seats of the 11th division. After all, these two, Ryūjin, have barely reached the 3rd level of spiritual power, and can be regarded as vice-captain level Shinigami. First team, team leader room. Kurosaki Ichigo and others were temporarily placed in the lounge, while the other captains and deputy captains stood solemnly in the conference room. Bai Lang and Yamamoto, the 2 captains, stood quietly at the front, looking at the active captains and deputy captains. Among them, it seemed that because Yuan Ryūjin was too old, Bai Lang thoughtfully prepared a chair for Yuan Ryūjin, but Yuan Ryūjin was of no use. He stood beside Bai Lang extremely stubbornly, quietly look at the people coming. In the words of Yamamoto Genryusai, the boss has not eaten enough to move. In addition to Yamamoto Genryusai and Chijiro Sasakaibe, several other wives of Bai Lang, Shihao and Yoriyuki and Shiba Kyuzuru also came to the scene. Bring the young people from this world over too. Bai Lang said. It's finally our turn, I'm almost impatient to wait. Outside the conference room, Kurosaki Ichigo moved his neck and muttered impatiently. It was obvious that Kurosaki Ichigo did not understand the current situation at all and was about to ask what was going on. Kurosaki, this is not a place where we can run wild. Ishida Uriu said quickly. Don't worry, I know. Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath and calmed down. Everyone quickly followed Kurosaki Ichigo into the conference room. Beilang nodded. Now that everyone is here, the meeting officially begins. Today I have a total of 2 things to say. The first thing is that Central 46 was completely wiped out. According to the investigation of Captain Unohana, Captain Hitsugaya, and Vice Captain Katetsu, Central 46 was all dead 3 months ago. In other words, the orders issued by Central 46 in the recent period were all attributed to the 3 of Aizen. This is a great shame to the entire Godi 13. Beilang said angrily. This time the whole army of the 46th room was wiped out first, which can be regarded as a reminder to us. If the 46th room is too weak, it will be used by the enemy to attack us Siridi from the inside. So in order to ensure that from now on, Room 46 will not be guided by others, will not be easily influenced by the enemy's ability, and do things that are detrimental to Seoul society. So starting today, I decided to change Room 46 the selection system of the room. From the original selection of people who can be called virtuous among the major nobles in the Siridi, it was changed to the Godi 13, the captains and deputy captains who have actively performed meritorious services or retired, and voted to be promoted to 40 Room 6. This is the first thing I called you here today. I wonder if you think what I said makes sense. Since the system of the 46 chambers cannot be easily abolished directly, then all the sages and judges in the 46 chambers should become his own. Beilang has no intention of engaging in politics with these aristocrats anyway. Seoul society, having a strong fist is the last word. Especially since Central 46 has died a wave now, it is a good time for reform. All the captains and deputy captains were silent, no one objected, because this is also a good thing for them, right? Zhao, even the Shihaoran family, Kokaki family, and Shiba family would not refuse. Because they themselves have fixed teams in Godi 13, the Shihaoran family is the second team, the Kokaki family is the 6th team, and the Shiba family is the first team. It will harm their interests, but it will gain more benefits. Seeing that the captains and vice captains had no objection, Beilang nodded. The last. Something about Rukia Kokaki. Since she was plotted by Aizen, after careful consideration, I decided to revoke the penalty imposed on her by Room 46. Well, today's meeting ends here. None of the captains responded, and the meeting ended. Yamamoto Genryusai coughed slightly. There is still something about Aizen that I haven't talked about. Beilang originally didn't regard Aizen's matter as a problem, but now that Yamamoto Genryusai has spoken, Beilang can only say, as for the issue of Aizensuk and the 3 of them, we will discuss it next time. Let's discuss it further. They are not too much trouble for Seoul society. Our first priority is to protect Siridi. Okay, let's break up the meeting and let the young people in this world stay. One time. The captains and vice captains nodded one after another and left the conference room, planning to go back to their own teams to contact some seniors to see if they had any ideas about entering the new Central 46. All members of the Beilang department, including Yamamoto Genryusai, are ready to have a good talk with Kurosaki Ichigo and others. Kurosaki Ichigo saw that everyone had almost left, and said impatiently, "Captain Beilang, may I ask what is going on?" Seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo and others were full of questions, Ryūjin smiled and said, "Don't worry, we will tell you everything." Chapter 107. First of all, there is the issue of my identity. Yes, I am indeed Beilang's wife and the former captain of the 2nd Division. Ryūjin said calmly. Then why is Mr. Ryūjin helping us? Wouldn't it violate Seoul Society's laws by taking us into Seoul Society? Inu Orium asked the first question. No, just like what Beilang said, I'm going to help you. Beilang asked me to go. In fact, this has a lot to do with Kurosaki Ichigo. Ryūjin nodded. Me? Kurosaki Ichigo looked at everyone in confusion. Your father, Shiba Ishin, was personally invited by me from the Shiba family to go to I-13 to serve as captain of the 10th Division. He can be said to be my old subordinate. Beilang explained. As for you, Ishida Yuri, your family is also one of the rare Quincies who have been specially approved by me to not be wanted by Soul Society. Beilang turned to look at Ishida Yuri. Ishida Yulong was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that there was something about him involved. For the specific situation, you can go back and ask your family members. I think Yuxin and Longxian will be willing to tell you these things. Beilang continued. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, while Ishida Yuri was lost in thought. As for Rukia, it is indeed Shinigami sent out by Central 46. However, it has been destined from the beginning that she can only carry out this mission in the 13th Division. Aizen has long discovered the specialness of Rukia, so you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Ms. Hiwa continued. It can be said that your meeting is inevitable by fate, and meeting each other is the greatest fate. Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki glanced at each other, clarifying each other's intentions. Kurosaki Ichigo, the Kukaki family would like to thank you for helping Rukia, but this does not mean that the Kukaki family will agree with you and Rukia. Byakuya Kukaki also said the same. Brother. Rukia blushed, now is the time to say this. That's right. If you want to marry my apprentice, it depends on your ability, Kurosaki Ichigo. Except for the former captain of the 10th Division, there is no case of Shinigami marrying a human. Ichimaru-jin said the same. Hinamori Momo 967 also showed that she would never let her best friend get married easily. Kurosaki Ichigo was sweating profusely, and Anu Orium was a little disappointed. Only poor Abarai Renji is still receiving treatment in the 4th team's team building. Well, after all, Unohana and Anu Orium, the two god tiers in the field of treatment, are still meeting in the first team. Seeing that Beilang was about to collapse, he coughed and said, as for Aizen's problem, Kurosaki Ichigo, you don't have to worry about it, the Tohunkai will deal with their rebellion. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, but he was still a little worried. After all, the words Aizen said before leaving seemed to have targeted him. Matsumoto Ranjaku said, Urahara Kisuk has sent a message. The Hugyaku obtained by Aizen will take at least half a year to unblock. In other words, Aizen will not start a war until winter at the earliest. Everyone nodded, and Zaraki Kenpeiga said excitedly, Great! Now, we can fight happily. Okay. Xiaojian likes fighting the most. Yaqian Liu also cheered. Everyone looked at the fighting maniac Zaraki Kenpeiga with black lines on his face. For Zaraki Kenpeiga, protecting Soul Society? This is not within the scope of his consideration at all. Fighting is the most important thing. Yamamoto Genryusai snorted coldly, and Zaraki Kenpeiga calmed down instantly. It was true that one thing was better than another. Yamamoto Genryusai tortures Zaraki Kenpeiga a lot. Shohei, since Tosen Kaname has rebelled, you are ready to take over the position of captain of the 9th Division, and you are given the right to find the deputy captain on your own. Beilang turned to Hisagi Shuai. I understand, Captain. Hisagi Shuai still knows how to do his job properly when working. Kurosaki Ichigo, Soul Society thanks you for your help this time. Sui Feng, bring up the prepared gifts. In an instant, Sui Feng came to Kurosaki Ichigo with a special badge and handed the badge to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo took the badge in confusion. What is this for? This is the Shinigami Agent badge. You are now a Shinigami Agent recognized by Soul Society. When you encounter a hollow, you can use this badge to fight without the body. By the way, this badge also has the function of talking to Soul Society. If you encounter important events, you can contact Soul Society directly. Yuryuaki explained to him personally. I know, thank you, Mr. Yuryuaki, Uncle Beilang. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a smile. Impolite guy. I have to call him captain. Sui Feng said dissatisfied. But Bai Lang waved his hand, you don't need to be so open-minded. As for Inu Orium and Sato Tehu, you two have been specially granted priority for extradition by Soul Society. After your death, Shinigami will take you to Soul Society as soon as possible. Inu Orium and Sato looked at each other in confusion. Why do these words sound so awkward? Okay, there is nothing else to do. Please stay here, Kurosaki Ichigo. I will talk to you about some personal matters later. Bai Lang also asked the others to leave first, preparing to chat with Kurosaki Ichigo alone. Everyone didn't think much and stood up and left. Only Bai Lang's ladies looked at Bai Lang with strange expressions. So Lang said decisively, the ladies can listen. After all, everyone present knows that Kurosaki Ichigo's soul's antiing sword belongs to the holy sword Zangetsu. If you want to say that it has nothing to do with Bai Lang, that is simply impossible. Kurosaki Ichigo looked confused, and at the same time he was shocked. After all, Yoryuki had told him at the time that the soul's Anbing sword was usually inherited from his father or mother. His soul's Anbing sword obviously came from his father, and Yoryuki had said that Shiba Ishin's soul-cutting sword doesn't have so many fancy functions. For a moment, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He was really afraid that he would have an extra father out of nowhere. Seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo was very nervous, Bai Lang waved his hand slightly and said, "Don't be so nervous. According to your seniority, you should call me brother-in-law." Brother-in-law. Kurosaki Ichigo was even more dumbfounded. What a great guy. Kaku, you have met her. Her full name is Shiba Kaku. She is your father's niece and your cousin. At the same time, you also have a cousin who is the vice-captain of Godai 13. Shiba Kyan. Bai Lang also directly told the story about the Shiba family, allowing Kurosaki Ichigo to digest it. Yes, Ichigo, I am indeed your cousin. How is your uncle recently? The last time I saw him was when he just married Aunt Masaki. Shiba Konkeku also said with a smile. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded blankly and said, "Dad, he is fine. Although he still acts like a child every day, he is in good health." Really? Uncle, he is still the same. But that's right, according to Soul Society's age, Uncle is just a child who has just grown up. Shiba Konghe was stunned and smiled even happier. Uncle Bai Lang, I'd better call you that. This isn't the question I want to ask, it's mine. Kurosaki Ichigo's words were directly interrupted by Bai Lang. You want to ask about your soul's antiing sword? Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. As for your Zanpakuto, just go back and ask your parents. Your Zant does have some of my power, but the source is still your father and mother. About them I can't say anything about it, so I'd better let them tell you personally. Okay, I understand, thank you Uncle Bai Lang. Also thank you Mr. Yoryuki and my cousin for your help. Kurosaki Ichigo bowed politely. Although he looks yellow-haired, Kurosaki Ichigo's tutor is very good. Although Shiba Ishin looks unattractive, he is one of the 5 nobles, not to mention Kurosaki Masaki, who is a noble pure A-blood Quincy, given the name of a princess, cannot be bad at etiquette. There was nothing else to do. Bai Lang also asked Kurosaki Ichigo to play around in Siritai. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't wait to meet Rukia Kukaki. Too many things happened today, and he hasn't had a good talk with Rukia Kukaki yet. Abarai Renji from Division 4, ah. Why do I feel like the color of my hair has changed? Kurosaki-san. Ishida Yuri and others are still waiting for him to come out outside Mina. During this trip to Soul Society, it's hard to say Ishida Yuri's master is Shimizu's life. It's true that they were a bit unlucky. They met Yamamoto Genryusai, a big boss, and they died before leaving the battle. They had no room to perform. Instead, they were trained well by Yamamoto Genryusai. The one who improved the most was Ishida Yuri. The main reason was that Yamamoto Genryusai was so familiar with Quincy techniques. Teaching Ishida Yuri, who seemed to have not yet entered adolescence at Yamamoto Genryusai, was simply too much. Take it easy. Don't worry, it's nothing. It's just that Uncle Bailang came to talk to me about some household matters. By the way, I'm going to see Rukia. Do you want to go together? Kurosaki Ichigo didn't mention his relationship with Bailang either. He mainly talked about it. He seems to be a close relative, and Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't like this feeling very much. When everyone heard that Kurosaki Ichigo was going to see Rukia, they all wanted to go with him, but Ishida Yuri assisted and let Kurosaki Ichigo go to Kukaki's house alone. Inu Orium was slightly disappointed, but quickly cheered up. Kukaki house, Tuk Hall. Byakuya Kukaki and his wife put on their home clothes and just sat on the chairs looking at the two little ones in front of them. After Kukaki took a sip of tea, he said lightly, "Tell me, Rukia, how you met." Although Kukaki Hyojin knew the crime for which Rukia was arrested, he didn't know the specific situation. Now Kurosaki Ichigo took the initiative to come to the door. Of course Kukaki Hyojin wants to find out. Since retrieving his sister, Kukaki's attitude towards Rukia has become more and more like a mother towards her child, fearing that the sister she raised will be abducted by Huang Mao. Although Byakuya Kukaki has initially approved Kurosaki Ichigo, in this matter, Kukaki Hyojin, who has always obeyed Byakuya Kukaki, rejected Byakuya Kukaki's intercession, so he must investigate for himself. Byakuya Kukaki gave Rukia Kukaki a helpless look. His eyes were watching his nose and his mind was wandering. Anyway, in the beginning, his attitude towards the yellow-haired Kurosaki Ichigo was average. When he thought about his little cotton-padded jacket being worn away, Byakuya Kukaki's heart still hurts. "Oni-sama, it's like this. At that time, I just went to the present world to investigate why Karakura town has not been haunted for many years." Rukia Kukaki did not dare to hide anything, and told her about her encounter with Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo could only laugh beside him. He was really frightened by this enlarged version of Rukia Kukaki. Although the lady looks gentle, Kurosaki Ichigo's attitude toward him doesn't seem so friendly. Slowly, after Kukaki Hyojin beautified part of the content through Rukia Kukaki, the eyes he looked at Kurosaki Ichigo were no longer so sharp, and gradually softened. After all, this Huang Mao risked his life to come to Seoul society to save his sister, although this incident itself was a new long. But the 2 stabs he received in this world were real, and Byakuya Kukaki had no intention of being soft at all. Abarai Renji cried and fainted in the toilet again. "Didn't I also risk my life to save Rukia Kukaki? How come no one cares about my feelings? I am the second male lead, right? Ishida Yuri, you are a piece of shit." Second, Laozi is the second male lead. Not only on this set, but also on the set next door, Laozi is also the second lead actor. Yuri's voice actor plays the second lead actor next door, the old lead Jinkraki. At first, Kukaki Hyojin was still a little angry with Kurosaki Ichigo. After all, in her opinion, if it weren't for this yellow hair, her sister would not be involved in this trouble, but listening to Rukia Kukaki's description, Kukaki really felt that this yellow hair was not so unacceptable. However, it was impossible for Kukaki Fei to change his face in an instant. He was not an old Sichuan artist, so he just said lightly, "That's it." Byakuya-sama didn't pay close attention to me when he came back. Say it. Byakuya Kukaki was also shot while lying down. This was the first time he heard what happened. But seeing his wife's expression, Byakuya Kukaki stopped talking for a moment. It was nothing else. My wife squeezed her too hard. Even with the secrets taught by her master, she could only fight to a draw with Kukaki Hyojin. In order not to let his waist suffer, Byakuya Kukaki decisively took the blame. However, we have to carefully consider the matter between you and Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo, the eldest daughter of the Kukaki family is not so easy to marry. 11. Ahem, Hyujin, this kid is a child of the Shiba family. Byakuya Kukaki whispered. Chapter 108. Kukaki was obviously stunned for a moment and looked at Byakuya Kukaki with an expression of "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Byakuya Kukaki could only start pretending to be dead again, not daring to say anything. Seeing that his man didn't speak, Kukaki was speechless for a while, but after all the words were spoken, he had to let Kurosaki Ichigo know what he was saying. "What I mean is, no matter what your status is, if you want to marry my sister, you must obtain our consent." Kukaki Fyujin was a little weak. After all, no matter from the perspective of identity, ability, and personal conditions, Kurosaki Ichigo is really not bad. Born in the Shiba family, the next head of the Shiba family branch house, he is also a first-class Shinigami, and can also be regarded as the half-disciple of the captain's wife, Shihoran Yoichi. She is really qualified to marry the eldest daughter of the Kukaki family, not even as a bride-in-law, but as a daughter of the Kukaki family. Rukia blushed even more. "Sister, what are you talking about? I don't." As she talked, Rukia herself felt very embarrassed. It was really embarrassing for a funny girl to talk about marriage. However, Kurosaki Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief, and this meeting was successfully completed. After another week in Soul Society, Kurosaki Ichigo and others are about to return to the present world. After all, he is still a high school student. Abarai Renji was ecstatic about this. He had long been unhappy with this yellow hair, but Rukia Kukaki was brought back to the 3rd division by Ichimarujin after Kurosaki Ichigo left Soul Society. Ichimarujin was ready to speed up the recovery of Rukia Kukaki's Shinigami power. Speed. Abarai Renji cried and fainted in the toilet, still unable to have a good talk with Kukaki. However, Kurosaki Ichigo and others did not stop after returning to the living world. Baunt, who was once researched by Blue Island, a member of the 12th Division, began to attack Soul Society in order to change the regime. But to be honest, even the strength of Baunt's boss, Karyagami, is only a 3rd-level spiritual power. He still has to strengthen his strength to reach this level. This time, Yuta Uriuhu did not lose his strength when he encountered that female Baunt. So just relying on the 4 living Kurosaki Ichigo, they have easily killed this gang of Baunt and captured the boss of Baunt, Karyagami. Kurotsuka Mayuri was so ecstatic that she immediately brought Nairunamu to the present world and directly received Korea God, preparing to transform him and let Korea God fight for Soul Society. The rest of the Baunt, except for the one who looked very similar to Blue Island, were all killed. Not only that, Shinigami Ichinomaki of the former Division 11 who defected from Godai 13 was also arrested, and Zaraki Kenpeki personally led people to capture him. Although Ichinomaki still does not approve of Zaraki Kenpeki, he can continue to challenge Zaraki Kenpeki after serving his sentence. Zaraki Kenpeki doesn't care about this, after all, he has never been afraid of anyone challenging him. Baunt's plan was completely shattered by Kurosaki Ichigo and others before it even started. It can be said that he died before he even started. First Team, Conference Room. Aizen's problem has not yet been resolved, so Beilang held another meeting of captains and vice-captains. Today's meeting has only one topic, that is, how should we deal with Aizen's rebellion? Beilang said solemnly. "Old man, just let me go. I will lead the 11th Division to go directly to Hueco Mundo and kill Aizen and the rest." Zaraki Kenpeki was the first to speak. Beilang glared at Zaraki Kenpeki speechlessly, and Ichimarujin quickly said, "Captain Zaraki, don't be so reckless. We don't know anything about Hueco Mundo's Aizen forces. We still need to have some intelligence to formulate an action plan. We can't act rashly." Byakuya Kukaki nodded and said, "I propose that since Aizen has set his sights on Karakura town, then since he wants to destroy Karakura town, we must protect Karakura town. I think we should send a team of experts, went to Karakura town to be stationed. I think Aizen will not be able to resist launching an attack on the living world. Beilang nodded in approval. This is what a smart person would say. Look at Zaraki Kenpeki, after so many years, he is still a reckless man. Hitsugaichware nodded and said, I agree with Captain Kokaki's plan, but regarding this expert team, you must choose carefully. Then what else do you choose? I'll lead the team and that's it. Zaraki Kenpeki asked for a fight again. The main mission of this team is to protect Karakura town, not to fight. Captain Zaraki, you are obviously not suitable. Shibakayan also said. Jaishur Yukatake nodded, agreeing with his vice-captain's point of view. Kuratsuka Mayuri smiled sinisterly, if you have any fights with Aizen's men, don't forget to leave me some of your opponent's body tissues. I will study them carefully. The captains had no objection to Byakuya Kokaki's proposal. Hisagi Shuei, who had just taken over as captain of the 9th Division, also said, then let me lead people. I just took office, and I must make some achievements. Beilang thought for a moment and knocked on the floor with his soul-killing knife. Okay, I already have an idea about the candidates for the team. Seeing Beilang speak, everyone fell silent. Command, the 11th Squadron's 3rd seat Madarame Ikeku, the 5th Squadron Ayasukawa Yumichika, the 13th Squadron's 3rd seat Rukia Kokaki, the 6th Squadron Deputy Captain Abarai Renji, the 10th Squadron Captain Hitsugaichware, and the 1st Squadron Deputy Captain Matsumoto Ranjaku. Go to the living world to be stationed, and the funds will be allocated by Central 46. Beilang directly selected the candidate. Regarding the fact that the Captain Hitsugaichware is also commanded by the Vice-Captain Matsumoto Ranjaku, no one has any opinions. After all, Hitsugaichware knows that he can never defeat his senior sister, and Matsumoto Ranjaku's status is quite special, and others are more. There is no point in refuting. Yes. Okay, since there are no objections, let's go back and implement it. The meeting is dismissed. The captains and vice-captains left one after another. Matsumoto Ranjaku also said excitedly, is this the real world? This is my first time to go to the real world. After all, Beilang's Ranjaku has been with Beilang since childhood and has never participated in the Spiritual Arts Academy's real-life assessment, so this is really the first time to go to the real world. Similarly, Rukia Kokaki became happy after knowing that she was going to live in the present world. Rukia Kokaki, who had recovered her spiritual power and made further progress with the help of Hagyaku, had long wanted to come to the present world. If Kokaki Hyojin hadn't been watching closely, this girl would have secretly used the Kokaki family's affairs to escape and show up in Kurosaki Ichigo. The last time Kurosaki Ichigo sent Karayagama to Soul Society, he only had a brief meeting with Rukia Kokaki. Now both of them have begun to miss each other. Abarai Renji thought it would be a good thing to go to the present world with Rukia Kokaki this time, but he never expected that Rukia Kokaki had no intention of going with them. This world. When school started again, Kurosaki Ichigo looked out the window boredly. Kurosaki Ichigo, who returned to the hometown of the king, couldn't help but miss Rukia Kokaki. Although they haven't seen each other for only half a month, Kurosaki Ichigo always feels that time has passed so long. Hey, I wonder how Rukia is doing now. Kurosaki Ichigo looked listless. After getting along with Rukia Kokaki, Kurosaki Ichigo is also working hard to make himself better. He was originally at the bottom of the class, but in just 1 month, he has become the top 10 in the class. Of course, he is not the same as Ishida Uryu. The first place in 10,000 years cannot be compared, but for him, it is already a big change and progress. Even Kurosaki Ichigo's good gay friend Kojima Mizuru and the others looked at Kurosaki Ichigo as if they had seen a ghost. Ishida Uryu, Sato Yazutora, and Anu Orium formed a small group and secretly observed Kurosaki Ichigo's behavior. Ring ring ring. Phew, school is finally over. Let's go home and see what delicious food my mom made today. Kurosaki Ichigo walked towards his home carrying his school bag. As soon as I entered the door, I heard a silver bell-like laughter. Yeah, Aunt Masaki, Ryugo, he will still be like this. Haha. Hearing this familiar voice, Kurosaki Ichigo rushed to his kitchen in 2 steps. Sure enough, the girl he had been dreaming about was helping Kurosaki Masaki cook together. Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo said in surprise. Ichigo, you're back. Rukia showed a bright smile to Kurosaki Ichigo. 0, please give me flowers. The two just looked at each other. If Kurosaki Masaki hadn't been there, they would have hugged each other immediately. Ichigo. Don't look at Rukia like that. Go and change your clothes. We'll be ready to eat later. Although Kurosaki Ichigo had 1,000 words to say, under the pressure of his mother, he had to change into regular clothes and in an instant resurrected, he came to the living room excitedly. At this time, Kurosaki Ishin also picked up Kurosaki Ichigo's 2 sisters and returned home. When he saw Rukia Kokaki, he was also slightly startled. Although Kurosaki Ichigo told his parents that Rukia Kokaki was now completely safe after returning, the couple still expressed deep regret that they could not bring Rukia Kokaki back after all. But within a month, Rukia Kokaki came back on her own, and also asked Kurosaki Ishin to look at Kurosaki Ichigo, as if he was worthy of being my son. Sister Rukia. Yuzu was also surprised when he looked at Rukia. After all, Rukia's aristocratic style is really in line with Yuzu's wishes. Although Xiaoli was also very happy, she didn't show it. Rukia, how long can you stay here this time? Kurosaki Ichigo is most concerned about this question. If Rukia could only stay here for 1 day, she would not be happy for nothing. I may stay here for a longer time this time. I hope you won't find it objectionable. Rukia Kokaki pretended to be a lady again and smiled. Kurosaki Ichigo was ecstatic in his heart, and Kurosaki Masaki also smiled and said, it would be great if we could stay for a little longer. The longer we stay, the better. Kurosaki Ichigo has a lot to say, but he still can't say it at the dinner table. After all, he doesn't want Yuzu and Xiaoli to get involved in these things. But this is actually inevitable. Both Yuzu and Xiaoli contain huge spiritual power in their bodies. Xiaoli can clearly see various souls when she is only a junior high school student. In addition to not having the power of Hollow and Spirit King, he is completely a smaller version of Kurosaki Ichigo. Moreover, Xiaoli has the talent to become a Quincy, while Yuzu's spiritual power is not that outstanding, but he still has spiritual power. After the meal, Rukia Kokaki still planned to live in Kurosaki's closet. The two of them were living together, but they both had a tacit understanding and did not mention this matter. After checking that no one was eavesdropping, Kurosaki Ichigo also asked, Rukia, why are you stationed in the real world again? What? Don't you welcome me here? Rukia Kokaki teased. Of course not, I'm just curious. Kurosaki Ichigo explained hurriedly. Haha, I'm kidding you. This time we followed the captain's order and went to Karakura town to station and guard Karakura town. After all, Aizen-suk's goal is obvious, which is the spiritual place of Karakura town. Rukia Kokaki is also simple. Explained. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo is a Shinigami agent, and Karakura town is his scope of work. This matter must be told to Kurosaki Ichigo. Beilang is not Yamamoto Genryusai. Without that awkward self-esteem, Beilang will not waste any of the power he can mobilize. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, it turned out to be Uncle Beilang's order. Rukia Kokaki was speechless for a while. They were obviously the same generation, but Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned to think that he was a generation below him. Wait, you're talking about you? Kurosaki Ichigo asked strangely when his hearing loss suddenly healed. That's right, it's not just me this time, the 1st Team Deputy Captain Matsumoto Ranjaku, the 10th Team Captain Hitsuga Ichware, and the 6th Team Deputy Captain Abarai Renji, the 11th team 3rd and 5th seats Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika are together sent to garrison in this world. So many Shinigami. Kurosaki Ichigo smacked his lips. After all, the above-mentioned Shinigami all know Bankai, so they can be said to be quite powerful in combat. But, Rukia, has your spiritual power recovered? Kurosaki Ichigo asked slightly worriedly. Stop looking down on others. This time I got a blessing in disguise. I was raised from subordinate pressure to earth-level subordinate authority at once. Even being the captain is more than enough. Rukia Kukaki said confidently. After the two of them had finished chatting about serious matters, they now had to talk about some personal matters. The next day, a special guest came to Ichigo's house. Chapter 109. Well, this is my home. Kurosaki returned to her home after school with a boy who was slightly taller than her. Yuzu looked at Hitsuga Ichiware, who was brought back by Natsurai, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Hello, you are Yuzu, Xiaoli's sister. My name is Hitsuga Ichiware. Please take care of me. Hitsuga Ichiware showed a smile that he thought was brighter. After all, Hitsuga Ichiware was adopted as a son by Kurosaki Ishin. Now that he has come to this world, Hitsuga Ichiware must pay him a visit in person. Ah! Mom, Dad is not good. Brother, Sister Rukia, come here quickly. Unexpectedly, instead of expressing kindness to Hitsuga Ichiware, Yuzu yelled and called the whole family over. What's wrong? What's wrong? Kurosaki Ishin heard his precious daughter's voice and rushed out of the room in a hurry. Alas, Xiaoli has learned how to bring boys home. Kurosaki Masaki still looked open-minded. After all, when she met Kurosaki Ishin, she had just entered high school. She was older than Xiaoli, but not a lot, so I accepted it instantly. Of course, Kurosaki Masaki does not know the identity of Hitsuga Ichiware. Kurosaki Ishin was stunned when he saw Hitsuga Ichiware. Just when he was about to say something, Kurosaki Ichigo also hurried downstairs with Rukia Kukaki. After seeing Hitsuga Ichiware, the two of them were obviously stunned, and then Kurosaki Ichigo's face darkened. Chware. Xiaoli is still a child. Kurosaki Ichigo felt as if his heart had been shot through at this moment. There is reincarnation in the way of heaven. Byakuya Kukaki's boomerang accurately hit Kurosaki Ichigo's heart. It hurts so much, my little cotton-padded jacket is going to be taken away. Rukia Kukaki, on the other hand, doesn't know what to say now. Should she speak as her sister-in-law, or in what other capacity? Anyway, she stood there sweating profusely. After all, if Hitsuga Ichiware really had something to do with Xiaoli, wouldn't her junior uncle have become her brother-in-law? Wait, what? Kurosaki Xiaoli helplessly covered her forehead. She knew that her precious family members would cause trouble. Hitsuga Ichiware was so angry that he couldn't hold back his Ryūjin. After so many years of not seeing each other, his dear Captain Shiba Ishin is still so unreliable. What's even more outrageous is that his family members are also unreliable. What are you thinking about? Chware is here to find his father. Kurosaki Xiaoli reluctantly told the truth. However, Yuzu's brain circuit is very strange. Looking for his father? Is this his father's illegitimate son? As soon as these words came out, Kurosaki Masaki's eyes suddenly became sharp, and even Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki looked at Kurosaki Ishin with something wrong. Wait, what? Hitsuga Ichiware is a disciple of an old friend of mine. What are you thinking about? Kurosaki Ishin also panicked and explained quickly. As soon as these words came out, Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki understood that their enemy, Hitsuga Ichiware, was an old subordinate of Kurosaki Ishin, and it was normal for them to come and see the old captain. Although Masaki Kurosaki knew that her man didn't have the courage, it was still fun to scare him. Hearing what he said, she started laughing again. Ah, that's it. Yuzu finally understood. He didn't know why, but he felt a little disappointed. Maybe it was because he didn't get enough food. Kurosaki Ishin, Taka. You are such a filial daughter. But Hitsuga Ichware was instantly relieved when he saw Kurosaki Ishin's happy family. This may be the reason why Kurosaki Ishin did not return to Soul Society. Of course, Hitsuga Ichware did not expect that Kurosaki Ishin would never come back. It was not until recently that he found his Shinigami power. Before, he had no way to return to Soul Society unless he died. Since there was nothing to eat, Kurosaki Ichigo also took Rukia Kokaki back to the room. It seemed that Hitsuga Ichware had something to talk to Kurosaki Ishin. Kurosaki Masaki also took his two daughters back to the house, leaving only Kurosaki Ishin and Hitsuga Ichware in the living room. Kurosaki Ishin invited Hitsuga Ichware to sit down and told him everything that had happened to him in the past few decades. At the same time, he also made it clear that it was not that he didn't want to return to Soul Society, but that he really couldn't go back. Hitsuga Ichware also expressed his understanding, but seeing that the old captain was living so happily now, he was relieved. After all, this guy had disappeared for so many years, and Hitsuga Ichware had to wonder if Kurosaki Ishin had died. After having a meal, Hitsuga Ichware also said goodbye and was about to leave. The funds provided by Soul Society this time were very sufficient. Except for Rukia Kokaki who stayed at Kurosaki Ichigo's house, everyone else had already found a place to live. Of course, this is all thanks to Yura Harakisuke, who arranged all the accommodation. However, before Hitsuga Ichware left, Kurosaki Xiaoli went to see him off. This incident made Kurosaki Ishin petrified. He always felt that something bad would happen. And Kurosaki Ichigo's face was also very ugly. Even though Hitsuga Ichware promised that he had no other relationship with Kurosaki Xiaoli, the two people's faces did not improve at all. Of course, Kurosaki Ichigo still met with other Shinigami stationed in the present world, such as Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika. Needless to say, they knew about the tie between Zaraki Kenpeki and Kurosaki Ichigo. So these two have a very good impression of Kurosaki Ichigo. After all, Team 11 relies on their fists to speak. Matsumoto Ranjiko looked at Kurosaki Ichigo as if he was helping his best friend. After all, Rukia Kokaki's seniority is quite special. Although she is a disciple of Ichimaru Jin, she is also Byakuya's sister-in-law. Even Hinamori Momo, the quasi-teacher wife, and Rukia Kokaki are peers, not to mention Matsumoto Ranjiko. These three are very close best friends. But for Kurosaki Ichigo, Matsumoto Ranjiko is still very satisfied with Rukia Kokaki's vision. Counting from the time he obtained his own Shinigami power, the speed at which he reached the first level of spiritual power can be said to be unique in the entire Soul Society. In addition, for it was only after he saved Rukia Kokaki that he bravely entered Soul Society. This kind of thing is so destructive to girls that even Kokaki Hyujin's biological sister has to admit that Kurosaki Ichigo is a man. So after a simple exchange, Matsumoto Ranjiko recognized Kurosaki Ichigo. It was just a bitter experience for Abarai Renji. After all, Abarai Renji was not in the same circle as them. Abarai Renji who played well with him was in the circle of vice-captain level. Madarame Ikeku, Ayasukawa Yumichika, Kira Izuru and others all have a good relationship with Abarai Renji, but for the high-end circle of Rukia and the others, it is still a level lower. So Abarai Renji is now the bitterest of bitters. He was obviously the one who came first. How did it become like this? The main reason is that the Kokaki family and Ichimaru Jin have a great influence on Rukia Kokaki. Slowly, Rukia Kokaki has become the star that Abarai Renji cannot catch up with. This is a typical case where King Mei cannot defeat Tianxiang, let alone Tianxiang is still a yellow hair. Of course, Soul Society is taking action, and Aizen is not idle either. Although Bai Lang's knife nearly chopped all three of them into pieces when they finally escaped from Soul Society, relying on their own Hagyaku, the three of Aizen recovered from their injuries quickly. After recovering from his injuries, Aizen immediately held an Espada meeting. The meeting was attended by One Blade, Lily Knight. Why not Star K? Because this time Lily Knight was discovered by Jijiba before she could split into Star K. The lonely Lily Knight directly met her partner. Of course, Jijiba was attracted by Lila Knight's Ryūjin. Originally, he wanted to eat Lily Knight, but he didn't expect that Lily Knight would only hit this little girl with such a strong electric shock. Just half a pound. Since they didn't know each other without fighting, the two of them acted together. The second blade is still Baragan. This person is not the one who has been subdued by Jijisuba. This person did not deal with Jijiba at first and was defeated by Aizen. 3 blades, Shark Sister, Haribol. It is Minos Grande who has already grown up, and it is Minos Grande who I met specially. We have also not known each other before, and have become good friends and companions with Lily Net. After all, with a body like one-tail Shikaku's, Jijiba doesn't look like she could be a best friend at all. 4 blades, Niliel, also known as Nilu. Nilu, who was supposed to be attacked by Neutra, was also a member of Minos Grande's best friend group this time. This time, Neutra did not have the courage to attack Nilu at all. With multiple tile-level Minos Grande together, Neutra felt that she still wanted to live longer. Year 5 blades, Ulkila Sifur. GGG Ba's friend has been met by GGGBA since he was born, and quickly developed into offline, and now he has gradually developed his own feelings. 6 blades, Sayalaporo. Although it split once and is now only an Ajich's level Minos Grande, he still became an Espada thanks to his excellent research ability. Of course, this time he was defeated by the government of Tianjin. A non-staff member of the Bureau of Science and Technology Development, Kuratsuka Mayuri almost scared Sayalaporo to death with his superhuman medicine, so he joined after being defeated. Sayalaporo surrendered decisively. After all, he also discovered that the already defunct Minos Grande group was really a little too outrageous. 7 blades, Lorca Paramaya. It is a virtual creation created by Sayalaporo's technology, but its power is even more powerful than that of Sayalaporo himself. And now it has evolved into a tile-level Minos Grande, which cannot be more powerful. In theory, this person is the strongest among Espada, but he doesn't like fighting, and he is also a member of the Vesu's sisters. 8 blades, Neutra is the one who calls me Little Cockroach. Neutra, who originally planned to attack Nelilu this time, couldn't find anyone to join forces with, and he didn't dare to attack the Minos Grande sisters. Anyone who came out could easily kill him. 9 blades, Grimjo. Good GE6, turned into GE9, there is no way, there are too many perverts, this is Minos Grande who was convinced by Ulquiera's physics. Although he is still a Jichas now, there is the possibility of continuing to evolve into a tile-level Minos Grande. Ulquiera also let him go. Grimjo, who was pursuing power, joined Denjiki Denba's team under the deception of Jijihuba. Espada is also a 0 blade. Minos Grande is also the most powerful among the Espadas. He has already done it. This guy was given the command to unify Hueco Mundo for his use by Beilang, so he has been looking for a virtual character that meets the conditions. Beilang is also preparing to use Aizen's help to make his team go smoothly. When the time comes, Aizen leads the Minos Grandes to invade Karakura town and give him a big surprise. No surprise, your Espada is all mine. Now this Espada, except for one Baragan, the other 0.9 are all Beilang's Minos Grande. You think it is your Aizen's Espada, but you are wrong. This is my Beilang's Espada. Even Baragan wants to kill Aizen day and night. He can't accept a Shinigami sitting on his head. Just like this one can't beat Lily Knight. All she can do is be incompetent and furious. Lila Knight's abilities are just too supermodel-like. Infinite Zero, even Baragan, can't handle it. And not to mention Lily Knight, there are several Espadas who can beat Baragan, but all of them are hiding under the leadership of Jijihuba. Woke up. Sui Palace. Espada meeting. Aizen also had a headache when he looked at this group of women menos grande. Each of these women menos grande was really tormenting, and none of them was easy to talk to. Looking at Ulquiera with a stern face, Aizen felt that this was his best subordinate. Ahem, Ulquiera, I need a new Orium, bring her to me from this world, remember to keep Aizen intact, ordered Ulquiera. I understand, Lord Aizen, I will bring this woman back. Ulquiera said calmly. With that said, Ulquiera turned away and went to find his subordinate Yami. This time Yami was not selected as Espada, and is currently Ulquiera's subordinate officer, but Ulquiera trusts Yami. After all, this kind of brainless hollow is best controlled. In Sui Palace, a group of women, menos grande, were making a lot of noise and expressed their dissatisfaction with Aizen's orders. They said that they also wanted to go to the real world and have fun. Chapter 110. If Tosen Kaname hadn't scolded them, these women menos grande would have continued to cause trouble. Kurako Shunsui was helpless for a while. He really had nothing to do with girls. He simply stood there and said nothing, pretending to be an expert. Anyway, if you ask me, I am right, yes, 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 yes. Present world, Karakura town. Kurosaki Ichigo is greeting some of his friends to go camping. Rukia Kokaki also returned to school, which also made Kurosaki Ichigo's classmates very happy. After all, Rukia Kokaki is pretending to be the eldest lady in Kurosaki Ichigo's class, without her usual cold expression at all. Of course, Inu Orium is happy and sad at the same time. He is happy because his friend Rukia Kokaki is back again, but sad because his friend is living in the same house with the man he likes. Ishida Uryu and Sato Yasutora are happy from the bottom of their hearts. As two good gay friends of Kurosaki Ichigo, there is nothing better than watching their gay friends be happy. So this camping trip, everyone was very happy until... Ha 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 ha, is this the real world? It looks really fragile. A rough voice sounded. Yami, be honest, we have a mission here. Ulquiera's emotionless voice sounded. It's okay, Ulquiera, this mission is so simple, it doesn't matter even if we play for a little longer. Yami said nonchalantly. Don't underestimate the present world, Yami, Master Aizen has said that there are many masters hidden in the present world. Aizen-sama. Aizen-sama. It's just a Shinigami. Damn it. Although Yami muttered unhappily, he still calmed down, there was no other way, the hollow was like this, the hierarchy was extremely strict, and a powerful hollow could do it at any time devour other weaklings. Campsite. Inu Orium stretched out. The huge chest made Rukia Kokaki, who is also a woman, feel a little inferior. However, thinking that her sister looks almost exactly the same as herself, and her sister is not a flat girl, Rukia Kokaki also became more confident. After all, she still has a long time to grow. Even if she's not as big as her sister and Inu Orium, she's not too small either. As for Matsumoto Ranjaku, he is truly gifted. He can transform the dead tyrant into a three-dimensional one, which would make even Inu Orium dizzy. It's better to go camping. Inu Orium sighed, releasing all the pressure in his heart. Kurosaki Ichigo and 3 others are playing with the barbecue grill. They are preparing to barbecue and let Rukia Kokaki have a taste of what modern barbecue is like. Urahara store. The moment Ulquiera and Yami appeared, Urahara Kisuk's instrument had already captured 2 Minos Grands Ryutsu. Hey, 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 this is Ryutsu. 2 big guys are here. Urahara Kisuk said, holding on to his bucket hat. But Kurosaki-san should be able to handle it. Urahara Kisuk murmured. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryutsu is already stronger than him. His Urahara Kisuk is stronger in brains, not in combat. Not only Urahara Kisuk sensed it, but Kurosaki Ichigo and others who were closest to Yami and Ulquiorra also sensed the Ryūjin of the two Minos Grande. This is... what a terrible Ryūjin! Rukia Kokaki stood up immediately, her face looking a little ugly. Because Yami's Ryūjin is already a third-class spiritual power and will soon be a second-class spiritual power, and Ulquiorra will directly reach the second-class spiritual power. Hollow's panel is the highest among the three types of Shinigami, Quincy, and Hollow. Although the abilities he masters are not so strange, he stands out as one who can defeat all magic with one power. Even Ulquiorra before her death was not something that ordinary captains could deal with. The moment Rukia Kokaki stood up, Orium also felt the Ryūjin like the vast ocean. Unlike Rukia Kokaki, who is a second-class spirit, Inu Orium feels like she is suffocating. The gap between Ryūjin is really too big. Kurosaki Ichigo and the other three were also very excited. This was the first time they knew that a hollow Ryūjin could be so tall. Moreover, these two pieces of Ryūjin are actually straight and vintage. They are here. Rukia. Inu-san. Are you okay? Kurosaki Ichigo also quickly dropped everything in his hands and ran to Rukia's side. He had forgotten that Rukia Kokaki was now the strongest among the five of them after him. Rukia Kokaki shook her head slightly and said, "I'm fine, but Inu-san feels a little uncomfortable." Ishida Yuri and Sato Yasutora also became serious. No matter which one of these two Ryūjin it was bigger than the Ryūjin of the two of them. For a moment, Ishida Yuri and Sato were a little sad. They couldn't help much in Soul Society. Although they felt involved when they beat Ba'ant, it was just because Ba'ant was too weak. To put it bluntly, it sounds great. Kurosaki Ichigo Ryūjin can kill all the Ba'ant in 3 minutes with full power. Now they meet Minos Grande whose Ryūjin is beyond their imagination. Ishida Yuri and Sato Tehu are a little disappointed. Both of them are secretly determined to become stronger. Only in this way can they be able to help Kurosaki Ichigo. They are not support characters like Inu Orium, but they still really want to fight alongside Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kokaki sensed the rapid approach of the two Ryūjin. They looked at each other, took the Jihun pills and disembodied together to become Shinigami. Coming. Just after the two were ready, Yami and Ulquiorra also arrived. "Which one of you is Inu Orium?" Yami said with his mouth wide open. Seeing Yami and Ulquiorra, Kurosaki Ichigo and others were all stunned. Because these two Minos Grande, who exude danger, are completely different from the hollows Kurosaki Ichigo and others have seen before. They no longer look like grotesque beasts, but instead look like humans. It's just that there are more or less traces of the false mask on the body. "Who are you?" Kurosaki Ichigo did not answer Yami's question. Instead, he frowned and asked. "Who are we?" "Ha ha 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 ha. It's so funny. There are still people who don't know my identity." Yami kept saying like a gossip. "Since you asked, I will mercifully tell you that I am Su, Arrancar. I am Minos Grande who is loyal to Master Aizen." Yami laughed. "It's just that this stupid kid told everything." In an instant, Kurosaki Ichigo and others had an initial understanding. Minos Grande? It doesn't look like it at all. Instead, it looks like a Shinigami. Rukia and Kurosaki Ichigo cooperated tacitly and continued to talk. "That's right. Shinigami, you are very discerning. Our Arrancar is the Shinigami version of Su." As he said that, Yami also showed off the soul-cutting sword-like thing on his waist. "The person standing next to me is one of the Espadas who belong directly to Lord Aizen, the five-blade Ulquiorra Sefer." Yami said it all as if he was possessed. Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kokaki looked solemn and transformed into Shinigami. This is simply shocking. This is also the reason why Ulquiorra brought Yami out, because this guy is basically an answer star. He has no brains and dares to say anything. "That's enough, Yami. You talk too much. Ulquiorra said, pretending to be dissatisfied. Ah, yes, I got a little carried away. Yami calmed down after being scolded. Ishida Yuri and Sato Tehu were both shocked. Sure enough, what they perceived was right. The little man was even more powerful than the big man. Okay, Kurosaki Ichigo, don't waste your time, let's take a new Orium away. Ulquiorra saw that the information was almost transmitted, and said directly. You want to take away Anu-san? Do you think I'm dead? Kurosaki Ichigo sneered, this guy is so provocative. In fact, Ulquiorra was not provocative, he just couldn't speak. Rukia Kukaki pulled out her soul-cutting sword, and was about to show off her strength to her man, but Kurosaki Ichigo stopped Rukia Kukaki. Rukia, you go protect Anu-san, I'll meet him. Kurosaki Ichigo said, and also drew out his holy sword Zangetsu. Looking at Ulquiorra with a fighting spirit on his face, he also wanted to see how strong this Arrancar was. Now Kurosaki Ichigo has become smarter and knows that intelligence collection is essential, so he comes up personally to test Ulquiorra. Ishida Yuri and Sato Tehu are also protecting Anu Orium. Although they have basically no protective ability, Kurosaki Ichigo is ready to take action. If they can't beat them, they won't be scared. But they really don't want to experience this powerless moment again. Seeing that Ulquiorra was about to take action himself, Yami had no intention of helping. After all, he had not forgotten that the target was Anu Orium. He wanted to take Anu Orium away while Kurosaki Ichigo was fighting Ulquiorra. Kurosaki Ichigo, didn't you understand what I said? Hand over Anu Orium. Ulquiorra also drew his sword. Although he was an undercover agent, he had to act realistically. Then try it yourself. Kurosaki Ichigo moved his feet, and the holy sword Zangetsu in his hand struck Ulquiorra directly. Ulquiorra knew how powerful Kurosaki Ichigo was and faced him with a sword in both hands. But it's a pity. Ulquiorra is no match for Kurosaki Ichigo, who has been strengthened many times by Beilang. He was sent flying by Kurosaki Ichigo's sword. If the steel skin on her body hadn't been so hard, Ulquiorra would have been injured with just one blow. What a powerful force! Ulquiorra was secretly shocked. Before coming, Aizen had already said how powerful Kurosaki Ichigo was, but this kind of power was still beyond Ulquiorra's imagination. What's wrong? Arrancar, no, Ulquiorra, do you only have this ability? Kurosaki Ichigo said with some dissatisfaction. After Waka's power fell asleep, Kurosaki Ichigo felt that he was becoming more and more influenced by Zangetsu. Unconsciously, the desire to fight was aroused. When he saw Ulquiorra, his first reaction was the same as Zaraki Kenpei's, which was to see if this Arrancar was strong. Ulquiorra steadied himself in midair and dived from top to bottom, hoping to use this speed to compete with Kurosaki Ichigo. Well done! Kurosaki Ichigo was not surprised but overjoyed. He rounded the holy sword Zangetsu from the bottom up. The two swords collided in the air. The violent collision caused the surrounding forest floor to begin to collapse. Kurosaki Ichigo used his strength to push Ulquiorra away again. This time, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't wait in place, but directly jumped into the air. After all, the world is not as resistant as Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't want to be defeated in a fight. When Ulquiorra held Kurosaki Ichigo's holy sword Zangetsu with both hands and struggled against Kurosaki Ichigo. If Ulquiorra had read the original script, she would have exclaimed, "There's something wrong with this script. I'm obviously the one who has the upper hand." Yami, who was watching the battle on the ground, was also shocked. At first, he really didn't take this mission seriously, thinking that he could complete it casually, but he never expected that Kurosaki Ichigo was so strong. No, we can't go on like this. It's hard for Ulquiorra to beat Kurosaki Ichigo, I'm going to take action. Although Yami is a reckless man, he can still judge the most basic situation, so Yami instantly turned around and stared at Anu Orium. Come here. Yami rushed towards Anu Orium. This makes Rukia Kokaki very angry. Good guy, I don't care about each one of them, right? Kurosaki Ichigo is her man, she can't say anything, but you, a little Yami, dare to look down on me. Rukia Kokaki slashed with anger, sending Yami flying straight into the forest. She knocked down many trees before she stopped. A path was opened directly in the forest. Terrible woman! This woman's strength is no worse than Ulquiera. Yami secretly cried out. But on the surface, he stood up in anger and said, Damn it! Damn woman! This is the true strength of Beilang's third-generation disciple, Rukia Kokaki. Yami knew that force was too much, so she had to think of a way. Therefore, Yami gathered Ryūtsu in her fists to form energy bombs, and kept waving her fists to hit Rukia Kokaki. Die to me! Damn Shinigami! Eat my blank bullets! Ha 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 ha! Chapter 111. This move has quite a feel to the prince's tactics on the set next door. However, Yami obviously has not heard a word, that is, the prince's tactics are not advisable. Because there is another element in the prince's fighting method, that is, there is smoke but no injury. Ha 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 ha! How about my move? Yami couldn't help laughing. In his opinion, Shinigami didn't have such an outrageous steel skin. Even though Rukia Kokaki's Ryūtsu was superior to him, he was hit by so many false bullets. He must be unable to move now. When the smoke dissipated, the petite onion slowly walked out holding a flawless white soul-slaying sword, and there was not even a trace of wrinkles on the Death Tyrant costume on his body. Yami's laughter stopped suddenly. She looked at Rukia Kokaki as if she had seen a ghost. Ling Wu, Sodi no Shirayuki. Rukia Kokaki said slowly. Although she had just chanted to free the soul-cutting sword, in order to show off, she still said the name of the soul-cutting sword. The false bullets just now did not hit Rukia Kokaki at all, they were all frozen into spiritual power by Sodi no Shirayuki and dissipated. Sodi no Shirayuki, the ice and snow soul-cutting sword. Just like Rukia Kokaki's character, funny, impatient, and ladylike, in fact, these are not Rukia Kokaki's character at all. When Rukia Kokaki lived alone in Soul Society, her character was already fixed. Coldness is her true face. If it weren't for Kurosaki Ichigo, that frozen heart would never be opened. Of course, it's not that Rukia Kokaki has no feelings, she just doesn't have love. As Abarai Renji, who personally pushed Rukia Kokaki into Kokaki's home, he has not had any communication with Rukia Kokaki for decades. This is the real reason why her heart becomes cold. If it weren't for Ichimarujin and the Byakuya couple to fill these gaps in an instant, Rukia Kokaki's heart would still be cold. Until she met Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia Kokaki's frozen heart began to melt. In the daily life of the original work, Rukia Kokaki had no feelings such as friendship with classmates. This is why Abarai Renji said that Rukia Kokaki is becoming more and more like a human being. As for not getting together with Kurosaki Ichigo, that's entirely Kurosaki Ichigo's problem, not Rukia Kokaki's. Does Kurosaki Ichigo have any regrets? He definitely does. Otherwise, in the official novel, after learning that Rukia Kokaki was getting married, Kurosaki Ichigo would not have said, "Be happy, Rukia." If Kurosaki Ichigo really has no idea at all, his reaction should be, "Congratulations, you will definitely be happy Rukia," and then show a sunny smile instead of a sullen face. Of course, things are completely different now. Rukia Kokaki moved her feet and instantly jumped behind Yami. An extremely wide icicle instantly blocked all Yami's movements and froze him inside. "First dance, Uebi," Rukia Kokaki said coldly. Although Sodi no Shirayuki is the most beautiful soul-cutting sword, it does not mean that Sodi no Shirayuki's ability is weak. In fact, although Sodi no Shirayuki's ice ability is not as good as Haranmaru's, it is still outstanding. Yami was frozen in the icicles and could not move at all, as if her mind was completely frozen. When Inu Orium saw Rukia Kokaki's big blow to Kamui, she was also excited and said, "So strong. Kokaki-san." Only Ishida Yuri and Sato looked at each other with bitterness in their eyes. Not to mention helping Kurosaki Ichigo, they can't even beat Rukia Kokaki now. As for Rukia Kokaki's knife just now, neither of them was sure they could dodge it. In other words, even they will end up being frozen. Rukia Kokaki breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the battle between Ulquiorra and Kurosaki Ichigo in the sky. At this time, Xiaowu was completely suppressed and beaten by Kurosaki Ichigo, and there was no performance at all in the original work in which he tortured Ichigo with one hand. The current Ichigo is really a little too outrageous. He can't even use half of his strength to deal with Ulquiorra. He's so powerful that he will fly away and fall forever. Ulquiorra was slashed away by Kurosaki Ichigo again. She was about to continue fighting Kurosaki Ichigo, but she looked down and almost lost her temper. Yami was actually fucked by Rukia Kokaki in such a short period of time. This is something Ulquiorra didn't expect at all. There was no other way. Ulquiorra could only release Zero to force Kurosaki Ichigo back, then quickly turned to the frozen Yami, and rescued the frozen Yami with his sword. So fast! Rukia Kokaki was startled. At Ulquiorra's speed just now, even she needed to deal with it carefully to catch Ulquiorra's trajectory. After Yami was unblocked, he shuddered and looked at Rukia Kokaki with lingering fear. He never expected that Rukia Kokaki, whom Aizen had never mentioned before, was so powerful. Kurosaki Ichigo also quickly came to Rukia Kokaki's side. The two of them looked at Ulquiorra and Yami with frowns. "Yami, let's go back, we can't complete this mission today," Ulquiorra said calmly. "But, Ulquiorra, where is Lord Aizen?" Yami asked with some confusion. "I will explain it to Aizen-sama personally. I didn't expect Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kokaki to be so powerful. Yura Harakisuke and others hidden in the world have not yet appeared. Just the two of us have no way to take Inu Orium away," Ulquiorra analyzed rationally. "Damn it!" Yami roared angrily, and the Ryūjin in his body increased, but Ulquiorra had already said so, and Yami did not dare to refute. Ulquiorra opened his black cavity and prepared to run away. "In this world, you can come and leave whenever you want." Kurosaki Ichigo became very angry when he saw Ulquiorra acting like no one was around. "Stay!" Crescent Moon Celestial. A blue-white half-moon shaped slash flew directly towards Ulquiorra and Yami. Ulquiorra and Yami launched Zero together to fight the crescent moon, and each had an arm cut off, and flew into the black cavity in a panic. Ulquiorra did not take away his arm, but Yami grabbed his own arm. "Go back! Damn it! Let them run away!" Rukia Kokaki said with the same anger. This happened today, and of course the camping trip had to end on bad terms. By the time Hitsugaichware and others arrived, Kurosaki Ichigo and others had already packed up and were preparing to go back to their homes. Seeing the crowd arriving, Rukia Kokaki said, "We will discuss the specific situation when we get back to the big news." Matsumoto Ranjaku nodded, "Then let's talk about it when we get back." Of course Ishida Yuryu and others went home to rest, while Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kokaki had a meeting with Matsumoto Ranjaku and others. Today we met two special hollows. They claimed to be Arankar under Aizen. The little one was called Espada by the big one, and they were said to be Arankar, the most powerful 10 insects under Aizen. Kurosaki Ichigo briefly summarized. Combined with Rukia Kokaki's abstract paintings, all the Shinigami present also looked at Rukia Kokaki's masterpiece with blank faces. Fortunately, Kurosaki Ichigo explained it clearly enough, otherwise they would really not understand Rukia Kokaki's abstract masterpiece. Arankar? Espada? Aizen is really capable of causing trouble. Hitsugaichware frowned slightly. The strength of these two hollows is not bad. The small one has the second-level spiritual power, and the big one has the third level spiritual power. When placed in Godi 13, that is also the level of captain and vice-captain. Rukia Kukaki also added. If Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki were weaker today, Inu Orium would really be taken away by Ulquiorra and the others. Matsumoto Ranjaku nodded and said, I understand, I will report it to Captain Beilang. Abarai Renji obviously wanted to say something to Rukia Kukaki, but seeing Rukia Kukaki whose eyes were now full of Kurosaki Ichigo, Abarai Renji sighed helplessly in his heart, and finally said nothing. Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika, two fighting madmen, became excited. Great! Next time I meet them, I will definitely have a good fight with them. Madarame Ikeku said excitedly. Although Ayasukawa Yumichika is not as bellicose as Madarame Ikeku, he is still interested. It's a pity that Ayasukawa Yumichika cares more about beauty than strength. Otherwise, with his talent, his current strength would not be like this, and at the very least he would be a captain of inferior spiritual power. Ayasukawa Yumichika is the first person to have such a wrong approach with his own soul-cutting sword. Not to mention Zaraki Kenpeki. Zaraki Kenpeki loves his soul-cutting sword crazily. In Beilang's opinion, Zaraki Kenpeki should not be his apprentice, but should be the apprentice of Nyamea Wangyu. These two people have the same XP. After Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki finished their meeting, they also went home directly. Madarame Ikeku patted Abarai Renji on the shoulder sympathetically and said nothing. Regarding Abarai Renji's secret love for Rukia Kukaki, maybe everyone in Siritai knows about it, but Rukia Kukaki doesn't know about it. But does Rukia Kukaki really don't know about it? She may just not know how to face Abarai Renji. After all, Rukia Kukaki didn't catch Abarai Renji, and he is now fully devoted to Kurosaki Ichigo. Soul Society, First Team. I understand. You should pay more attention in this world. When encountering a battle, you are allowed to break the seal directly. Beilang warned after listening to Matsumoto Ranjaku's report. It had to be said that Aizen's speed was a bit beyond his expectation, and he did not expect Aizen to take out Arankar so quickly. But thinking about it, it seems right. I sent Jijiba to Hueco Mundo to help Aizen collect these Minos Grande in disguise. It is normal for Aizen to speed up a little. Of course, Beilang doesn't pay much attention to this matter, and the matter has not gone beyond Beilang's plan. There is a new thing to deal with tomorrow, that is, the Hueco Mundo expedition team, which has left Soul Society for 100 years, is finally coming back. Tomorrow Beilang will take Godi 13 to clean up the expedition team. At the same time, he will also have to deal with the problem of the expedition team leader, Amagai Susuke. This issue can be regarded as a historical issue left by Yamamoto Genryusai. Back then, Yamamoto Genryusai sent his disciples and subordinates to investigate the secret weapons of the Kazumataji family. Unexpectedly, his disciples fell into the scheme of the Kazumataji family's butler. Controlled by the taper Yao knife. In order to free his disciples, Yamamoto Genryusai had no choice but to kill his disciples, but this incident was seen by the young Amagai Susuke, who always thought that Yamamoto Genryusai was his father-killing enemy. But he never expected that Yumwa from Kazumataji's family was his real enemy. In the end, this man burned himself to death after learning the truth. He died of a complete misunderstanding. Of course Beilang will not let this happen. Well, in fact, Tianbei Zaihuzu is considered a talent, and he has already reached the second-class spiritual power at a young age. Still in Chuohoking, he spends part of his time fighting under the circumstances. Coupled with the special Tapi Raya sword in his hand, he is completely a replica and weakened version of Muramasa. Beilang wants to keep him to fill the gap in Godi 13. The next day, all members of the expedition team returned. As the commander-in-chief, Beilang of course rewarded the three armies and let them go home to rest. After all, they have been fighting in Hueco Mundo for 100 years, why? Why don't you let people go home to see their wives and children? However, when Amagai Susuke, the captain of the expedition team, saw Beilang, he looked confused. What happened? Yamamoto Genryusai died before I could take revenge? Seeing the confused look on Amagai Susuke's face, Beilang also said, Captain Amagai, come with me, I have something to tell you. Then he turned and walked towards the first team captain's room. Amagai Susuke was stunned for a moment and quickly replied, Oh, Captain, I'll be right away. Amagai Susuke also followed Beilang into the captain's room with a lot of questions. After all, he had lost contact with Seoul Society for a long time and had no idea what was going on in Seoul Society. What? Captain's room. There was only Beilang, who smiled and said to Tianbei Shu, Captain Tianbei, sit down, I have something to say to you. Tianbei Zaihuzu sat down in silence, not knowing what Beilang wanted to say. Beilang looked at Amagai Zaihuzu up and down. Well, yes, he is indeed a second-class spirit. After using the Tapi Raya sword, there will probably be a wave of growth in Ryutsu. Captain Amagai, you want to ask where the former Captain Yamamoto Genryusai went? Beilang's first words shocked Amagai Susuke. The kid almost thought he had been exposed. Beilang burst out laughing. Chapter 112. Ha 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 ha, don't be so surprised. When Captain Amagai left Seoul Society, Captain Yamamoto was still in office. Just 100 years later, the captain was replaced. Captain Amagai wants to know where the previous captain went. It's a normal thing. Beilang also comforted him. Ambei Zaihuzu was relieved, but Beilang's next words made him feel excited again. Captain Tianbei, I know your past, and I also know what you want to do when you return to Seoul Society. Beilang made it clear to him directly. Beilang doesn't have the time to play the game of pretending to be a house drinker with Ambei Susuke. For people like this who are disturbed by misunderstandings, the best thing to do is to just clear the whole class. Tianbeiziu's face darkened when he heard what Beilang said, Captain, how much do you know? Seeing that Amagai Susuke was no longer pretending, Beilang smiled and said, Look, what are you so anxious about? Aren't you just coming back to find Yamamoto Genryusai to avenge the murder of your father? Seeing Beilang reveal his purpose, Ambei Zaihuzu's face became even more gloomy. Do you want to stop me? Captain Beilang. Stop you? Why should I stop you from taking revenge? The hatred of killing your father is irreconcilable. Even the laws of Seoul Society will not stop you. As soon as these words came out, Ambei Zaihuzu was stunned for a moment. But are you sure that Yamamoto Genryusai is really the enemy who killed your father? Beilang's rhetorical question made Amagai Susuke uncontrollable. Of course it's him. Yamamoto Genryusai, who I saw with my own eyes, killed my father. Right in front of my eyes. Amagai Susuke's emotions became excited, as if the pain of the year was happening again. Look, you are impatient. It is because of this impatience that you found the wrong enemy who killed your father. Beilang said calmly. Hey! Amagai Susuke forced himself to calm down. After all, the current captain in front of him is not to be underestimated. The taper yao knife, you know this thing, right? Of course, I have this on hand. Since you have a Tapi Raya knife in your hand, why can't you figure it out? Beilang asked. What do you want to understand? Amagai Susuke frowned even more. Although he was a little reckless, he was not completely brainless, otherwise he would not have become the captain of the expedition team. Of course it's the shortcoming of the taper yao knife. I don't think you know it clearly, right? Beilang's words go straight to Ambei Zaihuzu's heart. Shortcomings. In an instant, Amagai Susuke's face turned ugly. Of course he knows the shortcomings of the taper yao knife. The biggest problem with this thing is that making a perfect taper yao knife requires Shinigami's vitality. The 5 semi-finished Tapi Raya swords that have absorbed the power of Shinigami are fused together to make it finally complete. It will not have any impact on the user and denies the user's body. Let's treat it as a secondary design, otherwise it would not be possible to explain why Amagai Sushik can resist for so long, absorbing 5 times the life force. He would have done it as an adult long ago. Moreover, as the taper Yao knife absorbs Shinigami's power, it will slowly control Shinigami's mind. What do you mean? Zyasuk said in disbelief. He instantly understood what Beilang meant. After all, he had seen Shinigami who went crazy after being controlled by the taper Yao knife. Impossible. How could this happen? It's impossible for my father to be controlled by the taper Yao knife. Amagai Susuk couldn't believe it at all. If this is really the case, then wouldn't he, Amagai Sushuk, be the biggest clown in all these years? Seeing that Tianbei Zaihuzu still didn't believe it, Beilang shook his head helplessly. Old man, you should tell him yourself. Before he finished speaking, Yamamoto Genryusai walked out of the room behind Beilang. After seeing Yamamoto Genryusai, Amagai Susuk acted like a madman and said angrily, Yamamoto Genryusai, it's all you. Tell me quickly. What he said is not true. Hey, kid, I didn't expect you to be here. Yamamoto Genryusai still felt a faint pain in his heart when he thought of his disciple's death. My child, your father is my disciple. I sent him to Kazumioji's house to investigate the matter of the taper sword. Yamamoto Genryusai said with some regret. Back then, your father discovered that the Kazumataji family was secretly manufacturing secret weapons. Although the Kazumataji family was not one of the 5 great nobles, it was still an family after the 5 great nobles. For Godi 13 at that time, such a noble family rebellion, that must be a big problem. So, I sent your father to Kazumatalu's house to investigate secretly, but I didn't expect that he was controlled by Kyumwa of Kazumatalu's house with a Tapi Raya sword. Seeing that his disciple was turned into a human and a ghost, I feel really sad. Yamamoto Genryusai looked into Amagai Sushik's eyes and said word for word, your father asked me to kill him. Let me kill my own disciple. As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderbolt struck Amagai Zyasuk's head, so much that Amagai Zyuzuk could no longer speak. My heart was in great pain, but looking at the tortured disciple, I had to cruelly end his life. Until the moment the child died, he was still saying thank you to me. Yamamoto Genryusai was also in pain, even he couldn't accept the matter of killing his disciple with his own hands. At this moment, Amagai Susuk believed it, because his dusty memory had awakened. Before his death, his father did indeed say, thank you, and left with a smile. Zyasuk stood stunned on the spot and said angrily, what have I been doing for the past 100 years? Zyasuk still couldn't accept this fact for a while, and grabbed his hair in pain. Beilang patted Amagai Zyasuk's shoulder and said, that old guy from Yunjing was hacked to death by me myself a few years ago. Kazumatalu's family no longer has a Tapi Raya knife. I believe your father will also know about it after he knows about it. You will definitely feel more and more happy every day. After hearing this, Amagai burst into tears. As for the fact that Yamamoto Genryusai and Beilang lied to him, he thought it was impossible from the beginning. It is impossible for someone as stubborn as Yamamoto Genryusai to lie to others. Even Amagai Suosuk, who had a huge misunderstanding of Yamamoto Genryusai, believed him. After Amagai Susuk controlled his emotions, he said, Captain Beilang, I apply to withdraw from Godi 13. Beilang was stunned for a moment. No, the person he was looking for was going to run away, so he quickly opened his mouth and said, exit. Where do you want to go? I want to go to a place where no one knows me and spend the rest of my life. Ha 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 ha. Amagai Sushuk, I didn't expect you to be such a coward. Your father will be ashamed to have a son like you. What? Even if you are Captain Beilang, you can't insult me like this. Then why are you leaving? Isn't it good to inherit your father's legacy, protect his beloved Godi 13, and protect Seoul society? You want to die at the slightest setback. If you are not a coward, who is? Bai Lang didn't tolerate him and scolded him, which also woke up Ambai Zyuza from scolding him. Amagai Susuk was very ashamed and said, I understand, Captain, I am willing to continue to serve in Godi 13. Bai Lang also nodded with satisfaction. In that case, Tian Baiziu will listen to the order and appoint you as the captain of the 5th Division. You will take office tomorrow. Captain. Amagai Susuk was surprised. He thought he was going to start from a small soldier in Godi 13. After all, he had wanted to assassinate the former captain, but he didn't expect Bai Lang to be so generous and directly let him take the position of captain. What? You don't want to? Of course not. I mean, I took on the role of captain as soon as I entered Godi 13, right? Your merits are enough to make you the captain, and with your strength, you can become the captain soon. Anyway, it will be yours sooner or later, so why not give you a step to get there? Amagai Susuk nodded and said firmly, I understand, Captain Bai Lang, Master Yuan Liuzai, I will work hard to lead the 5th Division. Oh, by the way, the Vice-Captain Kifuri I brought back, this guy is a guy with evil intentions. He was originally one of my chess pieces, but now that it's like this, let's deal with this guy. Amagai Susukia directly told Kifune about it. Bai Lang and Yamamoto Genryusai looked at each other and were very satisfied with Amagai Suk's approach. Ha 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 ha, you don't have to worry. Your vice-captain, Kira Izuru, has already killed Kaibuniri. It is estimated that Kaibuniri will have been cremated by now. The thing is indeed as Bai Lang said, Kira Izuru hacked Kaibuniri to death in 3 strikes, 5 and 2. Although Kaibuniri was good at Ryūtsuo and entered the realm of the 4th level of spiritual power with the help of the Tapi Raya sword, it's not at the same level as Kira Izuru, a 3rd-class spiritual power. Kira Izuru didn't even use Bankai. He hacked him to death with Shikai. Of course, the core of Kaibuniri's Tapi Raya sword was also sent to the first team. Bai Lang did not confiscate the Tapi Raya knife that Ambai Zyuza carried, but let him continue to use it. The Tapi Raya knife that Ambai Zyuza carried was a fully developed Tapi Raya knife, which was also good for him. Not only that, because the Tapi Raya sword has different abilities on different people, it is obvious that the Tapi Raya sword that can seal the power of Shinigami on Amagai Susuk is quite pervert. If it is given to other people, it may not be possible. It's useful for Amagai Susuk. The next day, Bai Lang also announced Amagai Susuk as the captain of the 5th Division at the captain meeting. Of course, everyone would not have any objections. After all, Amagai Susuk doesn't look like he can understand intelligence work. It is normal to serve as the captain of the support team. Kira Izuru also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, his captain was rebellious, which made the current 5th Division a little embarrassed in front of other teams. With a new captain, who knows, it can also change the mental outlook of the 5th Division. Of course, Amagai Susuk was overwhelmed on the first day he took office. No one expected that the big man Ambai Zyuza could pour a cup. Ichimarujin and Byakuya Kokaki thought they would have one more person to drink with them in the future, but they didn't expect it to be a noob. There was no other way, the two of them started drinking Shibukayan again. Zaraki Kenpeki was completely an alcoholic. He drank from the vat. They couldn't afford to offend him. As for Hitsugayichwir, well, Zyobai is still alive, and he is still a child. If you dare to trick him, do you think Mrs. Unohana's knife is not sharp? An invisible crisis was easily resolved by Bai Lang. Although Amagai Susuk could not cause much damage, the assassination of the former captain was really too bad in nature. This is also a big blow to Yamamoto Genryusai's prestige. If such a thing doesn't happen, it's better not to happen. On the other hand, I have not been idle during this period of time in this world. Although Aizen did not continue to send people to invade the present world, Kurosaki Ichigo's life is still so colorful. The missing girl Akane Shizuku appears in the lives of Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kokaki. The girl is not a real human being, but a scattered collection of human thoughts and memories. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo and others were also attacked from within the broken world. Malong wanted to lead people to destroy the three realms, but the current three realms were already in a state after Beilang had strengthened them, so of course they could not do it with their strength. They paid attention to Akane Shizuku as the missing rosary. But what they didn't expect was that because the three realms were more stable, Chien Shizuku and the others couldn't handle it at all, and were not even a match for this little girl. But Chien Shizuku learned about the existence of the three realms from Milong and others, and slipped out of the broken world to see the real world. So, as fate would have it, Akane Shizuku and Kurosaki Ichigo met. At the same time, this was also due to Kurosaki Ichigo's romantic luck. After all, he is the child of destiny, and there are more different girls who like him. It is very normal to fall in love with him. But Milong was in bad luck. Originally unable to defeat Kurosaki Ichigo, a third-class spiritual power, Milong led his family into a collision with Kurosaki Ichigo, a first-class spiritual power, and Kurosaki Ichigo, a second-class spiritual power. Rukia Kokaki, and that doesn't include the also second-class Shinwei Kyuajhen. So their glorious group was destroyed without any splash. Of course, Akane Shizuku's identity was also known by Soul Society, and the little girl had to temporarily separate from Kurosaki Ichigo. Because theoretically speaking, Akane Shizuku is neither a human nor a Shinigami. She is more like a sword spirit created by Nakia Wang Yu. To be precise, her existence is like Kuzujishi Yachiru, except that she will not disappear because of other people's bankai. Beilang was also curious about Chien Shizuku's existence, so he asked Chien Shizuku to come to Soul Society first to register. Chapter 113. After all, Chien Shizuku's existence is an unexpected situation among extremely special accidents. In terms of probability, it is infinitely close to the impossible, but it happened to her. Just like the elemental dragon in the Holy Blade is not in the future seen in the Dark Moon at all. It is something that changes the future. This made Beilang very curious and wanted to see this girl who broke the rules of the world, because in a sense, Chien Shizuku's existence is more like a god and closer to the essence of the Spirit King. Of course Kurosaki Ichigo was reluctant to give up, but he also knew that having Soul Society recognized and not having Soul Society recognized were completely different concepts, so he could only reluctantly let Akane Shizuku go to Soul Society. Of course, Rukia Kokaki is also jealous. After all, a girl appears out of nowhere and falls in love with her boyfriend. Anyone would be jealous. Kurosaki Ichigo also promised various unequal treaties, and it took a long time to make Rukia Kokaki happy. Soul Society, First Team. Beilang and his wives are looking at this little girl Chien Shizuku. Although this little girl is very lively in front of Kurosaki Ichigo, in front of Beilang and the others, the little girl is very reserved. After all, in terms of age, she is only 10 days old. Although she knows a lot, in theory, she is still a baby. Well, in this sense, Kurosaki Ichigo can be regarded as an old cow eating young grass. Beilang has no choice but to be convinced by this luck, good guy, childhood sweetheart ×2, K2 from the sky. Even he, Beilang, doesn't have so much luck. Chien Shizuku was a little panicked by being stared at. After all, Beilang's Ryūjin was a bit too big. There was no one in the room with less than a first-class spiritual power. Even Chien Shizuku couldn't bear it. It had to be Unohana. Seeing Chien Shizuku's nervous look, she smiled and said, "Don't worry, little girl, we have no ill intentions, we are just very curious about your existence." Maybe Unohana's smile infected Chien Shizuku, and Qian Shizuku also breathed a sigh of relief. Bei Lang entered the state of the Blade King and sensed Qian Shizuku's information, and he understood clearly. Sure enough, it was no different from what he thought. Qian Shizuku's existence was more like a natural god with strong growth potential. Judging from the form of her soul-cutting sword, it should be close to the combination of Wind system and Buddhism. After all, her soul-cutting sword, Murokumaru, looks like a 9-ringed tin staff. As for her body, after Unohana's inspection, there is no difference from the ordinary summoning body. It's just that in addition to the power of the soul-cutting sword, this little girl also holds the authority to stabilize the world. In other words, in fact, this girl is still the fault of the old Yin Bailing King. The meaning of this girl's existence is that even if something goes wrong with the Spirit King himself, as long as Qian Shizuku is around, she can consume her spiritual power to stabilize the entire 3 realms. This is the important reason why she appears next to Kurosaki Ichigo, the son of the world. In essence, her existence is no different from Xiaoyu and Jinda in the hands of Urahara Kisuke, but she is more advanced than them. Obviously, this is another game between the Spirit King and Bei Lang, and the Spirit King has sensed the danger. After all, according to the past time Spirit King, Bei Lang in the future has already mastered half of the omniscience and omnipotence. The most important thing is that this power is not in him, but in his sword. This means that the Spirit King has no way to control Bei Lang, let alone make him the next Spirit King. After all, in the eyes of the Spirit King, Bei Lang, who is completely invulnerable, is the best person to stabilize the world. However, the Soul King had no idea that he would lose his wife and his army. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had obtained the power of the Bei Lang Blade King sword, was naturally close to Bei Lang. The girl who was originally sent to Kurosaki Ichigo for his protection was actually Kurosaki Ichigo was delivered to Bei Lang in the blink of an eye. If the Soul King could speak, he would definitely say Kurosaki Ichigo, you bastard. In the final analysis, it is because of the omniscience and omnipotence of the Spirit King that he cannot transcend Bei Lang's power. As for why the Spirit King is so anxious, it's entirely because Bei Lang is completely out of his control now. Half of the omniscience and omnipotence of the Blade King's sword is nothing to the Soul King. But unfortunately, just after Aizen rebelled, Bei Lang finally mastered the ultimate power zone of the fire sword Lihuo. Fantasy all in one book. This big book even has the power to recreate the world. It completely surpasses the omniscience and omnipotence of the Spirit King, or in other words, this book includes the Spirit King's omniscience and omnipotence. What's even more outrageous is that this power is constantly being updated. In other words, as long as someone creates a power that does not exist in this world, the newly created power will appear in the Fantasy Omnipotent book. This is something the Spirit King cannot accept. What he loves is the 3 realms he created, not other people's 3 realms. The Spirit King is now particularly afraid that Bei Lang will directly destroy the 3 realms if he disagrees with her. His power is now completely within Bei Lang's control, so he created Akane, a girl who should not exist. For the Spirit King, the 3 realms are the most important. What he loves is his world, not all the living beings in the world. But for Bei Lang, the world is just a house. What he loves are the furniture and people in the house, not the house. With Bei Lang's current ability, he can completely package the 3 realms into a fantasy world and create a brand new 3 realms after destroying the 3 realms. This is something the Spirit Master is not willing to do. Because the recreated 3 realms are no longer his 3 realms. That's why the Soul King was so sick that he sought medical treatment and created Qian Shizuku, the god who stabilized the world. Put her next to Kurosaki Ichigo and let her have feelings for Kurosaki Ichigo, just thinking that if there is a problem in the 3 realms, Qian Song will stabilize the world for Kurosaki Ichigo City. One link within another, all trademark is calculated, he is indeed an old Yinbai certified by Bei Lang. However, fortunately, Bei Lang is superior in skills. Kurosaki Ichigo, the son of the world, now has a closer relationship with Bei Lang. This is something that the omniscience and omnipotence of the Soul King cannot do. Beilang, this alien Shinigami who transcends omniscience and omnipotence, is really devoid of martial ethics. In this game, Beilang once again won a small victory. As for Akane Shizuku, after all, she can be regarded as an indigenous god in the Shinigami world, and her intelligence and physical talent are beyond question. If the monk saw this girl, he would probably want this girl to take over his position. After all, even the monk himself does not have the ability to stabilize the world. He is not qualified enough. Although Beilang himself has no intention of teaching Chien Shizuku, several of his wives still have this idea. The ladies headed by Mao's Hiwa, apart from competing with Beilang every day, only have to work. They have not had a serious apprentice for many years, and they are really not used to it. Just in time, Chien Shizuku arrived, giving all the ladies a way to display their talents. After Akane Shizuku was not accustomed to it at the beginning, she later got used to the life of Soul Society. The four Unohanas also taught this girl everything they knew. Like Kurosaki Ichigo, Akane Shizuku is a born Shinigami. She can learn everything quickly and well. She is a grandmaster in Zukenzuki. Such apprentices not only have trouble-free teaching, but also have a full sense of accomplishment. Akane Shizuku also wants to become stronger faster so that she can return to Kurosaki Ichigo as soon as possible. After the Spirit King of the Spirit Palace lost this game, he didn't dare to do anything anymore. After all, his 3 realms were now in Beilang's hands. What if Beilang really pressed him? Your second thoughts will definitely disappear immediately. In this world, a man wearing a light grey mink coat, who looked like someone with kidney deficiency sometimes after overwork, was looking around for something. Wait for me, Xianghe. I will definitely rescue you. The man swore secretly. That's right, he is Kukiki Xianghe's soul-cutting sword, an absolutely loyal soul-cutting sword, that's right. It seems that I can't find the ceiling location of Xianghe in this world on my own. Then, I have no choice but to go to Soul Society. Muramasa murmured. Then, Muramasa firmed up his expression, opened his voice, and walked in. Soul Society, Guanling Ting. After Akane Shizuku came to Soul Society, the world and Soul Society became peaceful again. Aizen's rebellion did not seem to have any impact on Soul Society. The new captain of the 5th Division, Susuke Amagai, is leading the 5th Division to change the way other divisions view the 5th Division. In addition to leading the 5th team to complete their assigned tasks diligently every day, Amagai Susuke also led the team members to accept various chores. 0. Please give me flowers 0. Such as finding lost kittens, helping other teams repair fences and other chores. Kira Izuru didn't understand this at first, but Amagai-suke told him that in order to regain the lost credibility, they had to work hard to let other divisions speak truthfully. Only in this way can we change everyone's stereotypes about Division 5. It has to be said that Amagai Suosuke's leadership skills are really extraordinary. Even the 5th Division, which is heavily marked with Aizen, has subtly transformed into Amagai Susuke. Well, it's hard to say whether this is Aizen being helped by Amagai to help the Minotaur. Hey, Captain Amagai, let's go have a drink together tonight. Ichimarujin and Hinamori Momo were on their way home from get-off work when they met Amagai Susuke, who had just gone to the 11th Division to renovate the training ground. Spare me, Captain Ichimaru, I'm really not good at drinking. Amagai Susuke gets all excited when he thinks of drinking. Ichimarujin and Byakuya Kukiki always encourage him to drink, every time. The memory of drinking it all made Amagai Susuke smile bitterly and quickly begged for mercy. Silver. Hinamori Momo also glared at Ichimarujin in annoyance. Ichimarujin showed a big smile at this. When he was free, he teased Shusuke Amagai, an honest man, but he was a little more mellow. Before Ichimarujin could say anything more, Byakuya Kukiki, who had made an appointment with Ichimarujin to have dinner together, also came over with Kukaki Hima. Captain Amagai, what a coincidence, do you want to drink together tonight? Similarly, Byakuya Kukaki also initiated the invitation. Amagai Susuk's face became even more bitter, and Hyujin also gave Byakuya a helpless look. Just when Amagai Susuk was about to refuse, the alarm in Siridi suddenly sounded. Alert! Alert! There is a travel disaster invading Seoul society, currently in the West Ryukanga. Alert! Alert! Ichimarujin and the other three people's expressions changed. Hey, we won't be able to survive today. Hinamori, please send Mrs. Kukaki back. Ichimarujin scratched his head and said to Hinamori Momo next to him. Don't worry. Hinamori Momo gave Ichimarujin a look that just leaves it to me, and a shunpo came to Kukaki's side. Excuse me, Vice Captain Hinamori. Byakuya Kukaki was also very polite. Who doesn't know that the vice captain will soon be promoted to the captain's wife, let alone his sister-in-law? Byakuya Kukaki is not too polite. After exchanging glances with Ichimarujin and Amagai Susuk, the three of them headed directly to the first team with Shunpo. Let's go back to Hinamori Momo said with a smile after watching Ichimarujin and the other three leave. Kukaki is not too worried. The number of Shinigami in Seoul society who are stronger than her men can be counted on one hand. Besides, there is also Captain Beilang here. Well, let's go. Come on, Hinamori. First team, conference room. Beilang also held an emergency meeting. Although he didn't know who was invading, he still had to respect it. All the captains also rushed to the first team one after another. Even Kuratsuka Mayuri put down the experiment in his hands and rushed over. Seeing that everyone was here, Beilang nodded. Captain Nai, tell me what the situation is now. Kuratsuka Mayuri quickly said, our Science and Technology Development Bureau has detected the presence of a huge Ryūjin in western Ryukanga. The detection results show that it does not belong to any registered Shinigami. So the Science and Technology Development Bureau initially determined that it was a travel disaster invasion incident. The intruder Ryūjin is not low level, he is a second-class spiritual power, and we don't know what methods he has. 11. Captain, let me take someone to take a look. West Ryukanga is the area our 9th Division is responsible for patrolling. Hisagi Shuae also volunteered. Beilang nodded, okay, Captain Hisagi, you will lead the 3 senior officers and the deputy captain to investigate and find traces of this travel disaster. Hisagi Shuae nodded and left the conference room. The rest of the captains must also prepare for battle. Okay, let's break up the meeting. All the captains also left one after another. Byakuya Kukaki frowned slightly. He always felt that this incident had something to do with their family. But there was no evidence, it was just his intuition. Therefore, Byakuya Kukaki did not tell anyone else and followed the other captains to leave the king. Chapter 114. Seoul Society, West Ryukanga. At this time, Muramasa was not here in Nishi Ryukanga. After entering Seoul Society, he hid directly and sneaked into Siridi. It must be said that Muramasa's ability was really useful in the civil war. Like now, even if he sneaked into Siridi, no one would notice. Now in the West Ryukanga, there is a team composed of several soul-cutting swords that have materialized. Their purpose is to delay the incoming Shinigami and give them a wrong message. Not only that, this team of soul-killing swords is still having a meeting, but well, the members in the meeting, well, none of them seem to want to talk properly. The Soul's anti-ing swords currently in Nishi Ryukanga are, Kuratsuka Mayuri's soul-zapping sword kills Jizo. This one is completely like a bug baby. He is golden in color and can't speak at all. He can only utter some hesitant words. Simple sounds come. The second one is Hisagi Shuae's soul-cutting sword. This person is dressed no differently than a ninja. He is completely wrapped in black clothes. The most important thing is that this person is a man who cherishes his words like gold. people. The third one is the five-element head of Omada, the vice-captain of the 2nd Division. This soul-cutting sword is almost carved out of the same mold as Omada. He has the same strong body, but his whole body is full of muscles, which is comparable to Omada's. The image of a completely fat man looks much more pleasing to the eye. The remaining one is even more heavyweight. It is Jaishur Yukate's Soul's Antiing Sword Zgyo no Kotori. Zgyo no Kotori is indeed a double-blade Soul's Antiing sword that is very rare in the entire Soul Society. After the other Soul's Antiing swords were materialized, there is one person named Sanwoo-san, and there are two Zgyo no Kotori, but they are two children who look to be only 3 or 4 years old. Just think about what effective combat plans this combination can discuss. The only normal one, Zgyo no Kotori, looked at their team and said helplessly, "Do you have anything to say?" "Hey! Kasadagarba made a voice that no one could understand. The two little ones turned their heads decisively and looked at the next one. They cherished the words like gold, but they gave a reliable answer. "West Rukanga, Division 9 is in charge, Hisagi Shuae will be here." Then he began to close his eyes and rest. The faces of the two little ones that were originally happy suddenly fell down, because Feng Shi stopped talking. The two helpless little ones could only turn their heads and look at the last one, the 5 elements head, but the result was, "Damn Shinigami! Finally gave me a chance to kill them." The two little ones covered their foreheads and thought to themselves, "Can't you send us some reliable teammates?" The two little ones didn't know what to say. They were still having a meeting with this lineup. The 3 of them couldn't come up with an idea. However, the information about Feng Shi still gave Zgyo no Kotori some inspiration. "Since Hisagi Shuae will come, let's give Godi I-13 a big gift starting from him." Zgyo no Kotori directly finalized the battle plan. "I have to say that the 9th team is really in trouble. Starting from Meguro Makensei, it has always been at the forefront of the conspiracy. Meguro Makensei and his vice-captain were directly plotted to disappear. Tosen Kaname was even more amazing, he was a rebel. Now that I have finally reached Shuhei, I still have to be plotted by the soul-cutting swords." But at this time, Hisagi Shuae didn't know that his soul Zantoto was waiting for him. He had just rushed back to the 9th Division team building and called his deputy captain to go to West Rukanga together. As for why they are not called senior officers, the main reason is that there is a big difference in strength between the senior officers and the captain and vice-captain. Not every senior officer in every 10 divisions is called Rukia Kukaki. Even senior executives like Madarame Ikeko and Ayasukawa Yumichika are exceptions. As for Hisagi Shuae's vice-captain, he is actually a heavyweight character. "Captain Hisagi Shuae. I'm ready, let's go." Shinigami, a female with short dark green hair and a death assassin outfit, smiled and came to Hisagi Shuae's side. This hairstyle happens to be Byakuya Kukaki and Kurosaki Ichigo's favorite onion. Byakuya Kukaki, Kurosaki Ichigo, slander. He slandered me. This is the split soul of Yuzaki Osu, Kyujo Nozomi, a girl who is also Kurosaki Ichigo Momo. However, in the Godi I-13 ruled by Beilang, it is difficult for Yuzaki Osh to appear again, because the other Yuzaki Osh branch called Inaba Keijirozuo has been killed by Beilang himself and was replaced by Kuratsuka Mayuri. 3 scientists, Yura Harakisuke and Sail Aporo, jointly researched and used Hikifun Kiryu's technology to completely integrate it into Kyujo Mokimi's body. From this moment on, Kyujo Nozomi is Kyujo Nozomi. He will never become anyone else, he just inherits the relevant knowledge. Moreover, this child's Ryūjin has successfully broken through to the 2nd level spiritual power. If it weren't for the fact that this child is still too young and has no more work experience, Beilang would have wanted to mention this child to the captain. After all, Kyujo Nozomi's Soul's Antiing Sword is an extremely special Soul's Antiing Sword for the entire Soul Society. Her soul-cutting sword can be freely released into 2 soul-cutting swords with completely different functions. Of course, these two functions can also be integrated and released into the third soul-cutting sword, and its abilities are even more pervertible to the extreme. However, Beilang, who had already accepted a closed disciple, did not accept this child as a disciple, but asked Ichimarujin to teach her. After all, Ichimarujin was considered experienced. The main reason why he didn't appear in Soul Society some time ago is because this kid has been in the 9th team's team building and fused with the big tonic modified soul made by Inaba Shadow Rozo. This is also the reason why Hisagi Shuai didn't show up at all in the Rukia Kukaki incident. He wanted to watch his little sister in Division 9. I've told you so many times, just call me senior. Hisagi Shuai looked at his junior sister helplessly. Now Kyujo Nozomi is not under so much pressure, so she is still the sunny and cheerful little girl. Not to mention, this person looks a bit like Rukia Kukaki, with the same steel plate figure. Anyway, Beilang feels that he is not as good looking as his apprentice Ranjaku. It seems that all his ladies, except for Swafon, whom he has known since the beginning, have a broad mind. Okay, I understand, senior brother. Kyujo Nozomi blinked at Hisagi Shuai, and the two of them moved quickly towards the West Rukanga. West Rukanga. Coming. Tsugayo no Kotori, who was in charge of the alert, felt the Ryūjin emanating from Hisagi Shuai. After Feng Shi heard these words, he stood up and looked into the distance. At the end of the street, two figures, one large and one small, were slowly walking towards the soul-killing swords. I said, you guys don't even demonstrate your own Ryūjin? You're too arrogant. Kyujo Nozomi said dissatisfied. As early as from a further distance, Hisagi Shuai and Kyujo Machi had already sensed the existence of the soul's anteing swords. In an instant, the two of them became angry. Good guys, they didn't hide their anger at all. They don't take our Godi 13 seriously. However, what surprised Hisagi Shuai and the two was that the Bureau of Science and Technology Development said that there was only one travel disaster, but the Ryūjin they sensed were 5 travel disasters. Moreover, each Ryūjin is not low, even the weakest 5 elements head has the strength of a 3rd level spiritual power. Arrogant? Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid it's you who are arrogant. The two freshman captain and vice captain dared to come directly to the door. Wu Xingtu laughed and reprimanded angrily. Hisagi Shuai never spoke but frowned and looked at the several intruders of different shapes opposite. He always felt that Li Xi opposite him gave him a very familiar feeling. Especially the one who wrapped himself in black clothes, that Ryūjin really seemed to be his own. What? Kyujo Nozomi became even more angry. He was caught and still so arrogant. Little girl, you are a new face. But, it doesn't matter. You are going to die here anyway, the weakest Wu Xingtu said in the most arrogant way. However, Feng Shi, who had been silent at this time, suddenly stood up, pointed at Hisagi Shuai and said, leave him to me. All the soul-slaying swords were stunned. Tsugayo no Kotori smiled and said, yes, he is yours. But Tsugayo no Kotori didn't finish speaking, but Hisagi Shuai had already reacted. You are Feng Shi. Although he was surprised, Shuhei Segi clearly stated Feng Shi's identity. That's right. Feng Shi said in the same way. Hisagi Shuai's brows furrowed even more. What happened? Why did his soul's anteing sword suddenly materialize? He was obviously still doing sword meditation last night. Hey? Senior brother, is this your soul's anteing sword? Kyujo Nozomi was not afraid at all. He looked at Feng Shi across from him in surprise, as if he had seen something weird. However, the killing of Kasadagarba and 5 Elements head has blocked their escape route. It is obvious that they do not want Hisagi Shuai to leave. What a pity. We thought we could hit more captains this time. Didn't we expect you were the only one? Tsugayo no Kotori said helplessly. Hisagi Shuai sneered and said, don't make me laugh so hard. You just want to ambush more captains. Saying that, Hisagi Shuai burst out his Ryutsu, overwhelming the soul's anti-ing swords present and making them breathless. So strong! How can he be so strong? Zugayo no Kotori said in disbelief. Although Jaishur Yukatake is very powerful now, Zugayo no Kotori is not that strong, because the power in Jaishur Yukatake's body now comes more from Mimi Haki, the Soul King's right hand, not from his own soul's anti-ing sword. So Zugayo no Kotori never expected Hisagi Shuai to be so powerful. However, Zugayo no Kotori soon calmed down, and the two little ones sneered together, but even so, you can't be our opponent. Hisagi Shuai and Kyujo Nozomi drew their swords at the same time. Kyujo Nozomi was the first to attack, slashing at Wu Xing's head with his sword. The head of 5 elements was shocked. They didn't expect that this Shinigami they had never seen before could be so powerful. However, Wu Xingtu also reacted extremely quickly, and the meteor hammer in his hand directly met Kyujo Nozomi's soul-cutting sword. When Wu Xingtu was actually knocked out by a single blow. How is that possible? Gu Xingtu, who fell to the ground, looked at Kyujo Nozomi in disbelief. Although he didn't use all his strength, it wasn't something that just a Shinigami could do. After all, if he is placed among the senior officials, he will still be killed indiscriminately. Kyujo Nozomi had no intention of paying attention to the 5 elements head, and turned around to continue attacking Zugayo no Kotori. However, Zugayo no Kotori had no intention of fighting Kyujo Nozomi. Instead, he called out to Jizo, "Come and help me." The baby-like Jizo quickly flew towards Zugayo no Kotori, holding a golden soul-zapping sword in his little hand that was larger than itself. Zugayo no Kotori flies directly into the sky. Although it is powerful, it really has not experienced much actual combat. After all, Jaishur Yukatake, under normal circumstances, there is really no need for such a thing as a soul's anti-ing sword. Moreover, Jaishur Yukatake usually uses the soul-cutting sword in battles, but now he directly uses the power of Soul King's right hand. In other words, Zugayo no Kotori Kong 2.4 has a body of his own, but he is not very good at using it. Otherwise it wouldn't be in this state. Just as Zugayo no Kotori thought, Jizo could not stop Kyujo Nozomi's attack at all. After all, Jizo's ability was stronger. Most of them are the various poisons prepared by Kurotsuka Mayuri, and their frontal combat capabilities are not that powerful. Please, you are so weak. Aren't you going to ambush us? Do you only have this little strength? Kyujo Nozomi was also speechless. She didn't expect that these soul-cutting swords with such strength would dare to ambush a captain or a vice-captain. It's true that all the captains of Godi 13 are just short-changers. On the other side, Hisagi Shuai was still confronting Feng Shi. When Hisagi Shuai was surprised, although Feng Shi asked other souls anti-ing swords to hand him over to him, Hisagi Shuai did not. I feel more threats and malice from Feng Shi. Feng Shi, what do you want to do? Hisagi Shuai asked in confusion. What are you doing? Fight. Draw your sword. Feng Shi's words are still so concise. He had already picked up 2 sickle-style weapons in his hands. Seeing this, Hisagi Shuai knew that mouth escape would not work, and said helplessly, "Then let's have a fight. Split it." Kazushige. Hisagi Shuai naturally asked to free the soul-cutting sword. But this time, the soul-cutting sword in his hand did not change at all. Hisagi Shuai's heart sank and he said clearly, "That's it. I understand." Feng Shi nodded in the same way, moved his feet, and drew the sickle in his right hand directly towards Xuanziu Mozia Sheng's cheek. Chapter 115. But such an obvious movement was of course impossible to hit Hisagi Shuai. Hisagi Shuai just turned his head slightly and easily dodged Feng Shi's attack. At the same time, the scythe in Fuxie's left hand also attacked Hisagi Shuai, this time with a chain attached to it, just like a seducing Shinigami. Hisagi Shuai calmly swung his sword and knocked the sickle back with one blow. He said helplessly, Feng Shi, you have to fight more seriously. This kind of tentative attack has no ability to defeat me. I know. Feng Shi still looked indifferent, but this time he picked up the chain with both hands, and the sickle blade in his hand started to rotate like a small fan. That's right. This is the real battle. Hisagi Shuai nodded approvingly. On the other side of the battlefield, Kyujo Nozomi slowly moved the battlefield away from Shuhei Suzuaki. She doesn't want to interfere with her senior brother's battle. However, just by killing Kasadagarba and 5 Elements Head, there is really no way to defeat Kyujo Nozomi. Even if Kyujo Nozomi has no intention of liberating the soul-cutting sword, he can only rely on the slaying technique. The 5 Elements Head and Jisha Kasadagarba are already a bit stretched. Even if it was 2 against 1, Kyujo Nozomi could easily suppress it. As for Sugayo no Kotori, well, given his combat experience, it would be nice if he didn't come up to cause trouble, but it would be completely unhelpful. He could only use his own abilities to find Kyujo Nozomi's weaknesses on the side. Moreover, Sugayo no Kotori's fighting spirit is not that strong, and these 2 little ones regard this battle more as a prank. After Kyujo Nozomi and Hisagi Shuai fought against the Soul's anti-ing swords, Tori also realized that something was wrong. What happened? Isn't there just one travel disaster? Why did 5 powerful Ryutsu reactions suddenly appear at once? Kuratsuka Mayuri shouted dissatisfied at the third seat Akon. Sorry, Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri, we did only detect one huge Ryutsu before. These new Ryutsu only appeared not long ago. 11 Akon also explained quickly. Okay. Meng, go and tell the captain what happened. Nairi also knew that the matter was serious, and quickly called his deputy captain and daughter. I understand, Lord Kuratsuka Mayuri. Na Yunmyo quickly went to report to Beilang without saying a word. Kuratsuka Mayuri looked at the many giant Ryutsu displayed on the detection device and sneered, what an interesting thing. Soon, the alert level of the entire Shirai was raised again. This time the threat was much greater than the small fight between Kurosaki Ichigo and the others. 4 to 5 captain-level enemies invade Soul Society, which is no small thing. After receiving Beilang's order, Amagai Susuke, the captain of the 5th Division, immediately took his deputy captain Kira Izuru, captain of the 3rd Division Ichimaru Jin, and deputy captain Hinamori Momo to Nishi Rukonga to support Hisagi Shuai. Although Ichimaru Jin has confidence in the strength of his disciple, but the ants will kill the elephant, Ichimaru Jin is really afraid that his disciple will capsize in the gutter. The group quickly rushed out of Shirai and ran west to Rukonga. But as soon as they got out of Shirai, they were directly stopped by another team of materialized soul-killing swords. West Rukonga Battlefield. Kyujo Nozomi led away 3 groups of soul-cutting swords by himself, leaving only Fushi and Hisagi Shuai 1v1. Although he can't use his own soul-cutting sword, Hisagi Shuai's methods are still endless. 62 of Bakud, King of 100 Steps. Silver-white beams of light kept appearing in Hisagi Shuai's hand and he threw them at Feng Shi, trying to completely block Feng Shi's path. Not only that, Hisagi Shuai's head is also coming one after another. Head S11th, decorated with thunder and lightning. Head number 31, red fire cannon. A ray of electricity went directly to the sickle blade in Feng Death's hand. The electric current made Feng Death almost lose his grip on the sickle in his hand. The red artillery caused great interference to Feng Shi, making it impossible for Feng Shi to catch Hisagi Shuai's movement track so easily. Even without the soul-cutting sword, Shinigami is not useless. The endless stream of Kid has made Feng Shi suffer a lot. Until now, he has not touched Hisagi Shuai even once. The various moves left Feng Shi with no room to get close. The only time he had a chance to meet Hisagi Shuai was at the beginning of the battle. As the master of Feng Shi, Hisagi Shuai knows the advantages and disadvantages of net death very well. Although it is a direct attack type soul-cutting sword, Feng Shi's attack distance is not short, but it has a fatal weakness, that is, it is difficult to lock on the enemy when the attack target is lost. After all, the soul-cutting sword is not Hisagi Shuai himself. Hisagi Shuai can make up for his shortcomings through observation haki, kid and other methods, but Feng Shi can't. He is just the entity of the soul-zipping sword, and all he possesses is the power of the soul-zipping sword. It can be said that Muramasa's ability is really ancestral to those Shinigami who rely entirely on the soul-cutting sword to fight, but for the Beilang sect, the soul-cutting sword is part of their strength, but not all, or in that case, how can Shinigami's battles be limited to something as inconvenient as the soul-cutting sword? Kazushi was also tortured by Hisagi Shuai and couldn't stand it anymore. He said angrily, "Bankai! Kazushi no rope!" The image of Kazushi was not originally adapted from the animation, because there is no such thing as a bomb among Kazushi's abilities. Then it was completely done by the animation team. The setting of Feng Shi is based on the comics and official novels. It is a direct attack soul-cutting sword. In an instant, the wind-dead Ryūjin burst out, directly blocking the space around him and Hisagi Shuai, and the entire space was filled with various chains. Whoosh! The chain links Hisagi Shuai and Fushi. Hisagi Shuai said with some distress, "Did I let you Bankai?" Indeed, even Hisagi Shuai, the master, absolutely does not want to use his Bankai ability. His Bankai has only one ability, which is to forcibly link his own Ryūjin with the opponent's Ryūjin, and the pain is completely shared. Both Ryūjin become weaker together until the Ryūjin is completely consumed. So in fact, this Bankai also has a prerequisite, that is, a reliable teammate. Only teammates that he can completely trust can come forward to finish the damage after the enemy Ryūjin has been consumed. He is the only Bankai in the entire Shinigami who ignores the basic combat setting of Ryūjin. As long as they are linked together by the wind-dead rope, the competition is no longer spiritual power and moves, but the willpower of both parties. Whoever has strong willpower can win the final victory. Even people like Hisagi Shuai don't want to use Bankai on their enemies at all. This is an absolute lose-lose type of Bankai. No matter strong or weak, as long as Bankai is defeated, there is only one end, and that is to die together. It was hard for Feng to die, but he still said, "You forced me to do this. Humph! Let's see who has stronger willpower." As he said that, Shuhei Onzuaki ignored Feng Shi's attack and slashed towards Feng Shi. Neither of them can defend themselves, and the link of Feng Death Rope will repair all injuries of both of them. But there will be no pain. Now is the time to compete in willpower. Sensing the death of Bankai's Ryūjin, Kyujo Nozomi helplessly shook his head and said, "If that's the case, then I'm going to take action. Senior brother is still waiting for me. Let's sway." Fading red Shiger. After all, Muramasa didn't know the existence of Kyujo Nozomi at all, so Kyujo Nozomi could still use his own Soul Zanken sword at this time, just like Kurosaki Ichigo. Muramasa wanted to meet the owner of the Soul Zanken sword that he didn't know. Only then can you activate your own abilities. Otherwise, Muramasa can't activate his abilities in this world, and all Soul Society's soul-cutting swords will go berserk. Moreover, Muramasa's ability also has a small weakness, that is, if the soul-cutting sword has been betrayed once, if it is beaten into submission again, it will not betray it a second time. A typical representative is Senbonzakura. After being beaten once by Byakuya Kokaki, he stopped following Muramasa's orders. The soul-zapping sword in Kyujo Nozomi's hand glowed pink. After the light dissipated, a soul-zapping sword with the tip of the blade changing into a cross shape appeared in front of all the soul-zapping swords. Damn it! We don't have any information about her Zanzant. We don't know what kind of abilities her Zanzant has. Zgayo no Kotori cursed secretly. But Jizo and Five Elements Head had already charged forward. These two men didn't care whether Kyujo Nozomi had freed the Soul Zanbing sword or not, they just grabbed their weapons and charged forward. This is in line with Kyujo Nozomi's wishes. Although Shiger's complete soul-cutting sword is not hers, it is more than enough to deal with the few in front of her. When Kyujo Nozomi kept waving the soul Zanbing sword to collide with the five elements head and Bashijizo. The red Shiger in his hand slowly absorbed the spirit of the five elements head and Bashijizo. All of this did not attract the attention of the soul Zantying swords. After all, before Shikai, Kyujo Nozomi also fought like this. It's just that Kyujo Nozomi became even more powerful after Shikai. This gave the soul Zantying swordsman the illusion that Kyujo Nozomi's Hikaru Shiger was a direct attack soul zapping sword. On the other side, the two captains and vice-captains who came to support were also in trouble. Oh my, isn't this our Captain Ichimaru-jin? Where are you going in such a hurry? A lazy woman with a group of soul-cutting swords blocked the way of the four Ichimaru-jin. Who are you? Ichimaru-jin looked at the woman opposite with a strange expression. He couldn't remember when he had met such a woman. Hinamori Momo became wary, not because of anything else. The dress of the woman opposite seemed completely immoral to Hinamori Momo. Hey, this lady, I don't know you. Besides, I have something very important to do now. Ichimaru-jin said quickly. Oh, what a heartless person. After you got someone else's body, you ignored them. The woman opposite pretended to have met a scumbag. Ichimaru-jin is full of questions. Where did this guy come from? Why are you talking so much nonsense to them? A man carrying a big iron ball on his back said angrily. I'm talking to him. What's the matter with you? 543 The leading woman became furious instantly, and the Ryūjin emanating from her body was already approaching the first-class spiritual power. The man carrying the big iron ball instantly became obedient and did not dare to speak anymore. The rest of the people also did not dare to say a word, for fear that the leading woman would take her anger out on them. Amagai Susuk felt the leading woman's Ryūjin, and he was shocked and said, Hey, Captain Ichimaru, this person is not a good person. Ichimaru-jin also nodded solemnly. It was obvious that the other party was coming for them. A woman wearing a plum blossom-style kimono walked up and said with a smile, Sister, don't be so excited. We don't mean any harm. After hearing what this woman said, the leading sister snorted coldly and put away her Ryūjin. Turning to look at Ichimaru-jin, he said, Look, people have scolded them for you, and you don't even remember them. It's really sad. After hearing this, Ichimaru-jin's pupil shrank, as if he remembered something, and said in disbelief, Are you Shins? Oops. Captain Ichimaru finally remembered his name. The sister named Shins said with a smile. What? Shins? Isn't that your soul-cutting sword? Hina. Maritao said in surprise. If she is Shins, then aren't you a flying plum? Hinamori Momo pointed at the plum blossom kimono woman who just stopped the fight. Haha, Daisy is better, I can recognize her identity at a glance. Fime said with the same smile. What's going on? Why did our Zanpakuto suddenly materialize? Ichimaru-jin frowned, something was obviously wrong. Of course, Shins brought not only the soul Zantying swords of the two vice-captains, but also a soul Zantying sword wearing armor. This is none other than Byakuya Kukaki's soul-cutting sword, Senbonzakura. After all, Muramasa doesn't know the information about Amagai Suosuke, and he doesn't yet control Amagai Sushik's soul-cutting sword. Wait a minute, since you have materialized, doesn't that mean that? Ichimaru-jin seemed to have a terrible suspicion. That's right. You are worthy of being Captain Ichimaru. You are right, you are unable to free the Soul Zanto now. After all, we are the Soul Zanto itself. Shins although he was smiling, but his words made everyone present fall silent. Why? Who released you? Ichimaru-jin asked. Oh, do you want me to ask this question when I just come out? Shins looked at Ichimaru-jin with a resentful look on his face. Stop it, Shins, I am your master. It was. Chapter 116. What does it mean to be? Ichimaru-jin had a bad feeling. Ha 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 ha, my Captain Ichimaru, I have made it so clear, why haven't you understood it yet? The so-called ones is that I don't want you to be my master anymore. Shins's words directly silenced Ichimaru-jin. So, the one who fought Shuhei and the others was also a soul-cutting sword? Ichimaru-jin asked. As expected of Captain Ichimaru. Now he wants to get information from me. Shins also continued to joke. Seeing that Shins wasn't talking, Ichimaru-jin reluctantly pulled out his short sword. Can't he get out of the way? I don't want to fight my own soul-cutting sword. Unfortunately, I can't. I'm just following orders, so I have to stop you here. Watch Ichimaru-jin draw his sword. Amagai Susuke, Hinamori Momo, and Kira Izuru also draw their swords. Senbonzakura, who had never spoken, said calmly, Shins, stop playing. Hurry up and capture them. Seeing what Senbonzakura said, Shins reluctantly took out the short sword, pretending to be pitiful and said, there is no way, Captain Ichimaru, you are stronger than others, just be patient. Hinamori, go support Shuhei and the others. Just leave this place to me. I see. With that said, Hinamori walked directly past Shins and others without even looking at them, trusting Ichimaru-jin's words very much. That's not possible. I can't let you pass. Shins narrowed his eyes, and the soul-cutting sword in his hand was already pointed at Hinamori Momo. But before she could take action, Ichimaru-jin came directly to Shins with a shunpo, pressed Shins's hand with one hand and held the short sword and said, where are you looking at? Shins. Shins was startled and was about to explode with Ryutsu, but was suppressed by Ichimaru-jin with one hand. Bakud 1, Sai. Bakud easily suppressed his soul-cutting sword with just the simplest technique. This is the value of Ichimaru-jin, the chief disciple of the captain. Tabayam saw that Hinamori Momo was about to run away, and a branch-like soul-cutting sword appeared in her hand at the same time, but at the same time, Ichimaru-jin's conquerors and Ryutsu exploded at the same time, directly pressing towards Tabayam. At this moment, Tabayam could hardly hold the sword in her hand. She quickly mobilized her Ryutsu to fight against Ichimaru-jin. But she was still suppressed by Ichimaru-jin. As for Senbonzakura, he is already fighting with Amagai Sushuk. Amagai Sushuk's soul's anti-ing sword has not been materialized, so he can still fight against Senbonzakura. Of course, if he wants to take down the opponent, it is also very simple. Just use the Tapi Raya knife, but of course this trump card must be used at critical moments. Therefore, the two of them also tacitly agreed to a tie. The only thing left is the man with the big iron ball on his back. This is Kira Izuru's soul-cutting sword, Wabisuke. Of course, he also fought with his master Kira Izuru. After all, after the soul's anti-ing sword materialized, the first thing he did was to fight his master to see who was the ruler. This is the core strength of Muramasa's instigation of rebellion against the soul's anti-ing swords, which is to allow the soul's anti-ing swordsman to gain a higher status. Seeing that Hinamori Momo had disappeared, Ichimaru-jin also turned to Shins and Fime and smiled and said, okay, now we can continue the battle between us. Remember to tell me later who sent you here. Oh. Although Ichimaru-jin has a smile on his face, in the eyes of the two souls anti-ing swords, it looks like a devilish smile. Shins can be said to know Ichimaru-jin's existence best. After all, she lives in Ichimaru-jin's heart. Seeing Ichimaru-jin showing such a smile, he instantly realized that something was wrong and quickly exploded. Ryutsu opened Bakud. But just when Shins was about to leave, Ichimaru-jin put his hand on Shins's face and said, why are you so anxious? Didn't you say you won't make a soul's anti-ing sword anymore? Fime looked at this scene and really didn't dare to move. She didn't even see clearly how Ichimaru-jin came to Shins. Shins showed an unnatural smile. Captain Ichimaru, this joke is not funny at all. Although Ichimaru-jin's movements were very gentle, Shins was so scared that he almost collapsed, fearing what Ichimaru-jin would do to him. Although her performance was very unruly at first, now, Shins has lost her previous charm. Muramis's brainwashing ability is so powerful that it actually made Shins forget what a terrible person Ichimaru-jin is. As for Tabayam, the impact caused by Ryutsu and Conqueror's haki on Tabayam cannot be recovered in a short time, just like Yuki Onna was split apart by Zoro, unable to move at all. If Hinamori Momo had not left, he would have easily conquered his soul Zantoto now. It's just a pity that Ichimaru-jin and the others don't have clear information, and they don't know that after being defeated by the master, the soul-cutting sword will surrender again and become the master's power. It was a mistake. But it's actually not a big problem, because Hisagi Shuai's side is about to decide the winner. First came Kyujo Nozomi. Kyujo Nozomi, who had already accumulated a large amount of spiritual power, was worried that something would go wrong with Hisagi Shuai, so he seized the moment when Five Elements Head and Jizo stepped forward to attack. The soul-slaying sword in his hand glowed green, and a slash similar to the crescent moon struck straight at Wu Xingtu and Jisha Jizo. Zugayo no Kotori immediately sensed that something was wrong with this attack, but the distance between the two of them was too far, and they were unable to activate their abilities to save Five Elements Head and Jizo. All I could do was shout, "Be careful! You can't block this blow!" However, the distance between Five Elements Head and Basha Jizo and Kyujo Nozomi is really a bit too close. It's too late! Kyujo Nozomi shouted, and this slash stably hit the Five Elements Head and the Kasadagarba. With just one move, these two soul-killing knives lost their fighting ability. Also these two souls anti-ing swords are just too weak, and the only powerful souls anti-ing sword, Zugayo no Kotori, has little combat experience. The two little ones also retreated with the two souls anti-ing swords with gloomy faces. If it weren't for the souls anti-ing sword, even Shinigami, who was at the same level as Kyujo Nozomi, would have been declared dead after taking this move. The one who was hit is definitely hopeless. Kyujo Nozomi also felt it was a pity, but now Hisagi Shuai is the most important. After all, she knows Hisagi Shuai's Bankai ability. If some bastard really takes the chance and Hisagi Shuai capsizes in the gutter, there really will be no place to cry. Just as Kyujo Machi was about to go to Hisagi Shuai's location, Hinamori Momo's voice sounded, "Hisagi Shuai, wait for me, I'll go with you." Kyujo Nozomi saw Hinamori Momo running over and said in surprise, "Master Hinamori, you are here to support us." Hinamori Momo directly acquiesced to this title. Anyway, this will soon become a fact. "Where is Zyubei?" Hinamori Momo asked immediately. "Senior brother is fighting his soul's anti-ing sword. I have repelled a wave of soul's anti-ing swords and am about to go find him." "Then let's go." Hinamori Momo's expression changed. Hisagi Shuai's Bankai ability is not a secret among the Beilang sect. Everyone knows that Hisagi Shuai's soul's anbing sword ability is no different from that of the same death. Beilang originally thought that after passing the position to Ichimaru-jin, Shuhei could be the next captain to take over, but he did not expect that even if he changed so many things, he could not improve Shuhei's soul-cutting sword ability. Changes occur. After all, Ichimaru-jin and Byakuya Kokaki's soul-zapping sword abilities are different from those in the original work. So when the time comes, I can only let Ichimaru-jin choose another disciple to be the captain. If that doesn't work, why not pass it on to Kurosaki Ichigo? Anyway, Rukia Kokaki will marry Kurosaki Ichigo sooner or later, and it is very normal to pass it on to Kurosaki Ichigo. If Rukia Kokaki and Kyujo Nozomi are strong enough, then it is not impossible to have the first female captain. Anyway, that will be Ichimaru-jin's business at that time. Beilang will ignore it anyway. It's a pity Hisagi Shuai. His ability is not suitable for being the captain. He can pull people to blow himself up at every turn, which is not what the captain should do. Yamamoto Genryusai, someone seemed to be calling my name. Xiu Bing here. It has to be said that the ability of Wind Death Rope is pervert when taken out alone. Although it is not suitable for large-scale combat at all, this 1v1 ability is really a bit unsolvable. Shuhei's willpower is just too strong. When he learned Bankai, he only learned it after defeating Feng Shi. This is also the reason why Feng Shi didn't want to Bankai at first. After all, he had already lost once, but he was really beaten and had no choice but to Bankai. Xiu Bing! You are so strong! Feng Shi couldn't help but sigh. As expected of his Wind-Dead master, his willpower is tenacity. It's a pity that the Ryūjin of these two people still has 1 point. Although both of them have no mobility, they still stare at each other. Seeing that his Ryūjin was about to bottom out, Feng Shi continued, if my Ryūjin is exhausted, I will lose. Hisagi Shuai was slightly stunned, not understanding what Feng Shi meant. I lose, you are still the master. Feng Shi's words were still so concise. Hisagi Shuai understood after hearing this, are you saying that if the master personally makes his Zanzant surrender, then the Zanzant will obey orders again? And I won't betray you again. Hisagi Shuai was overjoyed when he heard the news, but now he has no extra energy to act. He can only hope that Kyujo Nozomi can come over quickly. As for Kyujo Nozomi being unable to defeat those soul-cutting swords, Hisagi Shuai never thought about it, it was impossible. Kyujo Nozomi cannot be stopped by those soul-cutting swords. After all, Kyujo Nozomi's soul-cutting sword ability is a bit too perverted. Come quickly. Hope it's true. It must be before I lose consciousness. Hisagi Shuai prayed. Maybe his prayers had an effect. Just before Hisagi Shuai and Feng Shi were about to faint, Kyujo Mojumi and Hinamori Momo rushed to the scene. Xiu Bing! Brother Xiu Bing! Hinamori Momo directly drew Shunpo's sword and went to Feng Shi's side, and was about to chop Feng Shi to death. Wait! Don't kill him! Hisagi Shuai said weakly. The soul-cutting sword defeated by its master will surrender and will never betray again. After saying these key words, Shuhei Segi fainted. As for Feng Shi's hanging rope, it had already dispersed, and Feng Shi had fainted a long time ago. Brother Shuhobing! Kyujo Nozomi exclaimed. Don't worry, Shuhei just overexhausted Ryūjin, just take a rest. Hinamori Momo knew Shuhei's soul-cutting sword ability better than Kyujo Nozomi and said directly. Kyujo Nozomi breathed a sigh of relief, Mrs., hurry up and tame your own soul's anti-ing sword. I will take brother Shuhei back to Siridai. No, let's go back together. The matter of the soul-cutting sword is not urgent. Let's report the news to the captain first. Hinamori Momo clearly prioritized and said. Kaze Shiyaju, Takuno Hao, took on the form of a soul-cutting sword and returned to Hisagi Shuai's sword. The two women also took Hisagi Shuai directly back to Siridai, with no intention of supporting Ichimarujin and the others. Both of them were too confident about Ichimarujin's strength. They didn't believe it. Just a few soul-cutting swords can defeat Ichimarujin. Siridai, Shuhei was sent directly to the 4th Division and was treated by Katetsu Aizen. Kide can restore Ryūjin, so Hisagi Shuai's face looks good to the naked eye. Of course, Kyujo Nozomi and Hinamori Momo came to the first team captain's room immediately. You said that the enemy is the soul-cutting sword. That's right, Lord Captain, the enemy we encountered is the soul-cutting sword of each captain. Currently we are encountering the captain and deputy captain of the 3rd Division, the deputy captain of the 5th Division, and the captain of the 6th Division. The soul-cutting swords of the captains of the 12th and 13th Divisions. The enemy's abilities can match them. Moreover, the captain of Division 9 even fought against Bankai, who used his own Zanzant, and regained control of his own Zanzant. According to the report made by the captain of Division 9 before he fell into coma, as long as the soul-cutting sword is reconquered by its master, it will never be betrayed again. The two women also reported quickly. I understand. Immediately notify all divisions to be careful with their own soul's anteing swords, especially the captains and deputy captains. Their soul's anteing swords are extremely powerful and can easily attack Sirei. Cause huge damage in the palace. We will report this matter to each division immediately. Hinamori Momo said quickly. Also, pay close attention to the movements behind the soul-slaying sword. I have a vague feeling that there is someone hiding in it. Although Bei Lang knew the plot, he had no way to tell it. He could only guide others to discover it. Chapter 117. Hinamori Momo and Kyujo Nozomi nodded, and when they were about to inform the other divisions, Bei Lang stopped them and said, "Tell Byakuya the news about Senbonzakura, and ask him to conquer his soul-cutting sword first. Now that these few have been caught, there is a soul-cutting sword with an owner, so it's better to take it back first." Hinamori Momo and Kyujo Nozomi nodded and immediately used Tentikura to notify the other divisions. Byakuya Kukaki, who was searching for information at Kukaki's house, made up his mind after receiving Tentikura. "Hijhen, you go to the first team later and tell you what I just told you. I'm going to subdue Senbonzakura first." After Byakuya told Hijhen what he found out, Shunpo went directly to Ichimaru. Rush in the direction of Jin. Although for Shinigami of the level of Ichimaru Jin and Byakuya Kukaki, the inability to use the soul-cutting sword will affect some of their combat effectiveness, but it is not as serious as imagined. The most typical example is Team Zero, all of them cannot use their Soul Zantoto Bankai abilities. But this did not overly affect their combat effectiveness, and they were even completely used to it. The same is true for Yamamoto Genryusai now. He cannot use the full Bankai, but he is still powerful. Therefore, Byakuya Kukaki actually has another purpose. That is what he found in his own information about his uncle Kukaki Xianghe. Obviously, in this soul's anteing sword materialization incident, the ability used by the enemy is almost exactly the same as Kukaki Hibiki's soul's anteing sword Muramis's ability. Byakuya Kukaki knew that Kukaki Xianghe was not dead, but was sealed by his grandfather and master. His target was the shame of the Kukaki family, Kakishu Nanga. After Byakuya left Kukaki's house, Hijin took action immediately and went directly to the first team to tell Unohana about the matter. Master's wife, Byakuya believes that the mastermind behind this Soul Zantoto materialization incident will be the shame of the Kukaki family, Kukaki Xianghe. Kukaki Hyejin also told all the information she knew. Unohana nodded, this is not a small thing. Forkyun, Muramis's ability can be said to be useless, but for Shinigami, Muramis's ability is really too incomprehensible. After all, even 230 Zaraki Kenpeki fights with his own soul's anteing sword. Not to mention other Shinigami. If it weren't for some Shinigami currently stationed in the present world, the entire Soul Society might have even more physical Zanzant. I will tell your master about this right away. Hyejin, don't go back either. Just stay with the first team for a while. Ms. Hiwa made the best judgment in an instant. I understand, master, but Byakuya said he was going undercover and would not come back with Senbonzakura. He said he wanted to kill the Kukaki family with his own hands. Hyejin nodded, but she was still a little worried about Byakuya Kukaki, even though she knew Byakuya Kukaki is one of the strongest in the entire Soul Society, but Hyejin is not a combatant after all, so he is still very worried about Byakuya Kukaki. Don't worry, with Kukaki Xianghe's strength, even if Byakuya doesn't use the soul-cutting sword, Kukaki Xianghe will not be his opponent. Unohana comforted Hijhen. Hyejin nodded, and then Hwa hurriedly told Beihen about Kukaki Xianghe and Muramasa. Bei Lang also didn't expect Byakuya Kukaki to make the decision to go undercover alone, but this does not affect the overall situation. It is not difficult for Byakuya Kukaki to kill Kukaki Xianghe with his own hands. West Rukonga. Both Shins and Tabayam were breathing heavily as they looked at Ichimaru-jin, whose uniform kakuzu was not scattered, with shocked expressions on their faces. So strong! How could he be so strong? Fime said in disbelief. How could Shinigami, who not only teaches her disciples but also teases her master every day, become so powerful? Fime has a standard strength of 1 card of Kensei, and Shins has the strength of more than 100 cards. With the addition of 2 soul-cutting swords like this, at the same time, I didn't even touch Ichimaru-jin's clothes kakuzu once. Hey, you 2 souls anteing swords are really bad at learning. You are definitely no match for me. Come on, tell me who the person behind you is. Ichimaru-jin looked at the 2 swords with a smile. Soul-cutting knife. Tabayam and Shins looked at the other 2 battlefields. On Amagai Susuk's side, Shikai was already fighting with Senbonzakura, and there was no hope that Senbonzakura would free up his hands. Wabisuk's side is even more hopeless. Kira Izuru is a rare person with balanced abilities among the vice-captains. In addition to the power of his soul's anteing sword, the 4 basic skills of Zankinzuki are also absolutely average. In addition, Kira Izuru knows Wabisuk's power too well and does not allow Wabisuk to touch his own abilities, so now Wabisuk is also being kited by Kira Izuru. Fime and Shins looked at each other, both of them showing helpless smiles. Since others can't count on you, you have to rely on yourself to get through the difficulties. Shins. Shoot him. Shins also activated the soul-cutting sword's ability on his master. In an instant, the short sword in Shins' hand stabbed Ichimaru-jin at extremely fast speeds. However, for Ichimaru-jin, who is the strongest among Beilang's disciples, he even has time to yawn and dodge such an attack. But he didn't hide, instead he just stood there, raising his index and middle fingers with his left hand, and easily caught Shins. Of course, Ichimaru-jin does not have the physical strength as pervert as Beilang. He has armament haki attached to his fingers. At this moment, Ichimaru-jin felt Beilang's happiness. It felt a little refreshing to sandwich the opponent's attack like this. Damn it! Shins tried hard to reclaim himself, but found that he couldn't do it. Tabayam took the opportunity to throw multiple fireballs at Ichimaru-jin. The branch-shaped soul-cutting sword in her hand was like a big net, and she kept releasing various flame attacks at Ichimaru-jin. But all of this is in vain in front of Ichimaru-jin. Ichimaru-jin is also a little helpless. He doesn't know why they are fighting like this. The 2 soul-cutting swords on the opposite side still have no intention of surrender. It's obvious that the opponent can't win. Even if Shins uses his hidden power, he will never be his opponent. What are you insisting on? Ichimaru-jin asked in confusion. Neither Shins nor Fime had any intention of speaking, but the attacks on their hands became even faster. Ichimaru-jin has had enough fun and is about to kill the 2 souls anteing swords on the opposite side with 1 strike when Byakuya Kukaki arrives. Silver. Defeat your own Zanzant personally and make it surrender again. The Zanzant will never betray you again. Byakuya Kukaki came up and told the most critical information. Ichimaru-jin smiled and said, I know, Byakuya. Byakuya Kukaki nodded without saying a word, but a Shunpo killed Amagai Sasuke on the battlefield. Of course Amagai Sasuke also heard what Byakuya Kukaki said just now, and he smiled heartily and said, in that case, then you can subdue Senbonzakura. Thank you. Byakuya Kukaki nodded in greeting. He came to Senbonzakura at a speed that Amagai Sasuke could not see clearly. He knocked Senbonzakura away with a punch, and then chased after him instantly. Seeing this scene, Sasuke Amagai couldn't help but smacked his lips and said, You are worthy of being Captain Kukaki. He is so powerful. Seeing that Ichimaru-jin was about to take action, Shin smiled bitterly and said to Tabayam, Run. I'll stop him. But you are definitely no match for him. Fime also said a little eagerly. I had no intention of killing him anyway, just go back. Shin said with a carefree smile. Okay, I get it. Fime stopped being pretentious and ran directly into the distance. Ichimarujin had no intention of intercepting it. It would be better for Hinamori Momo to take back the soul-cutting sword herself. After all, Hinamori Momo is not a woman without any fighting ability. This is the strongest shield in the Shinigami world handpicked by Beilang. Okay, Shins, since we are the only two left, just surrender obediently. Ichimarujin continued to try the mouth escape. After all, he said that the soul-cutting sword can be surrendered. Persuasion is also surrender. Stop joking. Pick up the sword and fight me. Shin said although he was ready to lose, but he was still full of fighting spirit. It's really troublesome. Ichimarujin reluctantly pulled out his short sword. In this case, he would not hold back in order to get back his soul-cutting sword. On the other side, Senbonzakura was violently taken away by Byakuya Kokaki. If Ichimarujin wanted to, he could do this, but Ichimarujin just wanted to get more information, otherwise he wouldn't have been with Shins and Fime Moji for so long. That's enough Senbonzakura. Stop making trouble. Byakuya Kokaki directly opened Ryutsu and Conquerors. He thought that this would make Senbonzakura wake up, but what he didn't expect was that although Senbonzakura was severely oppressed, he had no intention of surrendering at all. Instead, he pulled out the soul-cutting sword Shikai and stood up. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Senbonzakura stood up to Byakuya Kokaki's Ryutsu and Conqueror's Shikai and had a good fight with Byakuya Kokaki. Byakuya Kokaki became even more angry. He no longer wanted to overwhelm Senbonzakura, but instead kept having Kid on his hands. Head number 4. White Thunder. A bolt of white lightning burst out from Byakuya Kokaki's fingertips and hit the mask on Senbonzakura's face. Senbonzakura waved his hand quickly, and the sakura flowers instantly formed a sakura flower shield in front of Senbonzakura, firmly protecting Senbonzakura's body. Really? Then I want to see how much you can resist my attack. Byakuya Kokaki's expression turned cold. He planned to fight quickly. After all, his target is Kokaki Hibiki. He doesn't want to waste more time on Senbonzakura. Head 33. Blue Fire Pendant. Head number 54. Waste Flame. Head number 63. Fiery Lightning Howl. Head number 73. Double Lotus Blue Fire Pendant. Byakuya Kokaki instantly transformed into a magic machine gun and kept releasing various head at Senbonzakura. From small numbers to large numbers, I basically used it all over the place. Senbonzakura could use Shikai to block at first, but gradually he couldn't hold it anymore. He had no choice but to directly Bankai against Byakuya Kokaki. Head number 88. The Flying Dragon strikes the thief and the sky-shattering thunder cannon. A huge beam directly penetrated Senbonzakura Kageyoshi's defense. Byakuya Kokaki seized this opportunity and instantly chanted. The thundering carriage, the gap of the spinning wheel, this thing has lights clustered and divided into 6. Bakud 61. 6 sticks of light. This is the Bakud that Byakuya Kokaki likes to use the most. It is also the Bakud that he uses most easily and skillfully. The moment Senbonzakura's defense was opened, 6 pieces of light instantly immobilized Senbonzakura's movements. Byakuya Kokaki took advantage of the situation and pulled out the soul-cutting sword. Armament Haki Conqueror's Haki was double-wrapped on the soul-cutting sword, and a shunpo was placed on Senbonzakura's neck. Said lightly, Senbonzakura. You lose this time. At this moment, Senbonzakura's eyes suddenly became clear. Byakuya Kokaki sensed the changes in his soul Xanthit, retracted the soul Zank and released the 6-wand light prison. Master! Senbonzakura instantly knelt down on one knee. It's my wrong, master, I actually drew my sword on you. Senbonzakura said very guiltily. No, this is not your problem, Senbonzakura, come on, tell me what happened that led to your betrayal. Byakuya Kokaki didn't care about this. Want to verify whether the news he found is true. It's master. I was living well in your heart. Suddenly, a man wearing a grey long coat appeared. He easily bewitched me with his words and magnified my heart. The malice and desire in my heart made me draw my sword against you. Senbonzakura did not dare to hide anything and told everything. Is that true? Have you seen the person behind this man in grey? Byakuya Kokaki asked. The person behind this man in grey. Senbonzakura was stunned for a moment, then thought about it carefully and said, there is no master. After I materialized, I found myself in the West Rukanga. The guy named Muramasa, the man in grey, asked me to follow Shins and the others to stop the captains who were going to the rescue. No? Wait, Rukanga, did you see the man in grey again? Byakuya Kokaki discovered the point. Because in the description of the Kokaki family, the village can only be seen by the Kokaki Zyonghe River. But according to Senbonzakura's description, it is obvious that the current village actually exists. Byakuya Kokaki frowned slightly, this was somewhat different from what he knew. Could it be that Muramasa was leading everything? Now Byakuya Kokaki believes that his undercover behavior is very necessary. Chapter 118. Okay, Senbonzakura, next, let's do this. Hey? Master, this is a bit too risky. I'd better go alone. Just leave. I'll go with you. Byakuya Kokaki didn't let Senbonzakura persuade him. Senbonzakura was helpless and could only agree to Byakuya Kokaki's plan. Byakuya Kokaki subdued Senbonzakura, and Ichimarujin's actions were not slow. Although Shins wanted to use another power, Ichimarujin didn't give her this chance at all. With a sword that predicted the future with his knowledge, he instantly let Shins wake up. Silver? What happened to me just now? Why did I draw a knife on you? After Shins woke up, she was also in a panic. She even felt that she was not herself at all. Don't worry, this is the enemy's conspiracy, but it has been cracked now. Ichimarujin doesn't care about these things, as long as Shins doesn't use his hidden power. Shins also stood obediently behind Ichimarujin, looking honest. On Kira Aizaru's side, Wabisuk realized something was wrong and ran away. Kira Aizaru wanted to catch up, but was afraid of an ambush, so he held firm. Seeing that Ichimarujin only left his Zanzant behind, he was not disappointed. After all, this was an encounter and he was not particularly well prepared. Ichimarujin was able to subdue Shins only because his own strength was strong enough, otherwise he would not have been able to do so at all. Can't do this. Captain Amagai, Kira, when Byakuya comes back, we can report back to the first team. Although he let a few Soul's Anteing swords run away, Ichimarujin was still in a good mood, and he still had time to talk to Amagai Sushuk. Check out the Kira Aizaru festival. Yes, I think Captain Bailang should know the origin of the enemy by now, otherwise Captain Kokaki would not be allowed to come to support. Amagai Susuk understood these things in an instant. After all, he had been watching the battle just now. After Senbonzakura was taken away, there was nothing left to do. When the three of them were discussing the Soul Zanto, Byakuya Kokaki came back with Senbonzakura. Hey, Byakuya is very fast. His strength is still the same as before. Ichimarujin also used to tease Byakuya Kokaki. Senbonzakura exploded at this time, don't talk to Kokaki-sama like that. Ichimarujin looked at the angry Senbonzakura, and looked at Byakuya Kokaki with a question mark on his forehead. Stop it, Byakuya, it won't be fun if you do this. Silver. Please go back and tell teacher Bailang that I will not go back to Siridii. Byakuya Kokaki said calmly. Are you kidding me? Byakuya, are you kidding me? Ichimarujin looked at Byakuya Kokaki in disbelief. But Byakuya Kokaki closed his eyes and said nothing. Now, Ichimarujin became serious. Hey! Are you serious? Ichimarujin was a little angry. That's right, I want to join the ranks of the Soul's Anteing Sword. From today on, we are enemies. Byakuya Kokaki said seriously. Ha 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 ha. Senbonzakura didn't blow your brains out of your head. Why did you start talking nonsense? Ichimarujin laughed angrily and mocked directly. He still doesn't believe that Byakuya Kokaki would betray Soul Society. This thing is a bit too explosive. Silver, I'm not joking with you anymore. Byakuya Kokaki's tone became cold. Ichimarujin also became serious. I'm not kidding you. Come back with me, Byakuya. If anything happens, we'll tell you in front of Master. You still don't understand. Silver, I won't go back. Then I will take you back with my own hands. The two of them broke out and the Ryūjin collided. Not only the Ryūjin, but also the conqueror's haki of the two collided fiercely. One is the head of the Kokaki family, the head of the nobility, and the other is the current crown prince of the Godai 13. Although Ichimarujin's conquerors is slightly worse, it can still compete with Byakuya Kokaki. Amagai Susuk and Kira Izuru were both frightened by their Ryūjin. Amagai Susuk never expected that his two drinking buddies would be so powerful. Kira was even more unbearable and even felt like she had difficulty breathing. This is the difference between third-class spiritual power and first-class spiritual power. Captain Amagai, Kira, please return to Siridi first. After I take down this bastard, I will naturally take him back to Siridi. Ichimarujin said calmly. Kira Izuru wanted to say something, but Amagai Susuk nodded and said, I understand, Captain Ichimaru, we will report this matter to the captain. After saying that, Amagai Susuk took Kira Izuru and rushed towards Siridi. The captain's personal disciple and the head of the noble family defected. This incident is worse than the defection of the three Aizen Suks. On the way back, Amagai Susuk had already used Tentiakura to contact the first team. West Rukonga. Senbonzakura and Shin stood behind their master respectively, both with serious expressions. Well, of course, Senbonzakura was wearing a mask, and others could not see his expression. Both of them know that this battle must be fought. In an instant, the two of them drew their swords at the same time and rushed toward each other. Ska! Armament haki and Conqueror's haki are wrapped around their soul-cutting swords. Although there is no weapon collision, haki's collision resistance has already made the sky of Soul Society tumble. The Ryūjin of the two can be fully felt even in Siridi. After receiving the report from Amagai Susuk, Beilang was speechless. Byakuya didn't even say hello to Ichimarujin in advance. No wonder Ichimarujin misunderstood. However, this is fine. After such a drama, the credibility of Muramisa's rebellion against Byakuya Kokaki will also increase a lot. There is no need for Byakuya Kokaki to cut off Sodi no Shirayuki as a vote-getter. In a sense, Ichimarujin blocked his apprentice's soul's anti-ing sword once. Of course, Ryūjin Kokaki is no longer in Soul Society, so Muramasa probably still doesn't have Sodi no Shirayuki. Not only Sodi no Shirayuki, but also the current batch of Shinigami and Soul's anti-ing swords should be able to be used freely now. However, one wave has not subsided, and another wave has arisen. Beilang has just received a report from Amagai Susuk, and Chur Sasakaibe has arrived on the other side. Captain Beilang, do you know the whereabouts of former Captain Yamamoto? Chur Sasakaibe was obviously very panicked and asked directly without waiting for Beilang to ask him to speak. What's wrong with Mr. Yamamoto? Isn't he roasting sweet potatoes at Spiritual Arts Academy? Beilang was slightly startled. This time it was not a lie. He really forgot that Muramisa's target was Yamamoto Genryusai. He thought that Muramisa's target would be him, and Beilang would not react soon. Muramasa wanted to control Ryūjin Jakka to find the sealing place of Kokaki's Iyonghi in the real world. Beilang would be of no use to him. No, Mr. Genryusai has been missing since last night. And he didn't leave any clues. Chur Sasakaibe said quickly. I know, I will send someone to find Mr. Yamamoto right away, Sasakaibe. Don't worry, there is no Shinigami in the entire Soul Society who can be the opponent of Mr. Yamamoto. Beilang also comforted Chur Sasakaibe. After all, this old gentleman has always been following Yamamoto Genryusai. Yamamoto Genryusai is missing. It is normal for Chur Sasakaibe to be panicked. Chur Sasakaibe also calmed down his emotions. After all, the possibility of Yamamoto Genryusai being taken away was too small. Even Beilang couldn't do it now if Yamamoto Genryusai was taken away without a trace. It's even more impossible. Therefore, when Yamamoto Genryusai left, he must have left by himself. He must have encountered some trouble to do this. Beilang knows the reason, but as he said, he can't explain it. He can only analyze it rationally and let everyone not panic. The battle between Ichimarujin and Byakuya Kokaki also became fierce. In the beginning, the two of them were just fighting at a warm-up level, but as they fought, they both showed real fire. One wanted to leave Shiba and bring the other back to Siraidai. He really used all his apparent strength. Bankai. Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Bankai. Kamishinai no Yuri. The soul-cutting sword behind the two of them, Bankai, has long since become part of his master's power again. Of course, even though they showed real fire and did not forget to hide their moves, the two of them still fought with half the strength of Bankai. Even each of them only used about 50% of his strength and B. However, West Rukonga is miserable. The ground was plowed by two Ryūjin. There is no intact land around anymore. Please give me flowers. As for Zhenggeng, he didn't dare to get close to the direction of the battle. Let alone getting close, even taking a look from a distance would risk death. MJU 4 NDA 2 NTA 0 MJI 1 NDA 3 MZC 1 OJ equals. Go back with me. Ichimarujin said angrily. The Kamishinai no Yuri in his hand was not polite at all, constantly attacking Byakuya Kokaki at 500 times the speed of sound. If it weren't for Byakuya Kokaki's Senbonzakura's outstanding defense ability, it would have been easy to be taken down by Ichimarujin accidentally. Impossible. Silver, don't waste your efforts. Byakuya Kokaki also said very seriously. Ichimarujin was so angry that he could hardly speak. This was the first time he discovered that Byakuya Kokaki was such a stubborn guy. Although there is a murderous stone inside Siraidai to isolate Ryūjin, the Ryūjin of the two helpless people is far beyond the imagination of ordinary Shinigami. So even inside Siraidai, you can still feel the vastness of the two Ryūjin like the ocean. These two groups of Ryūjin are, senior brother Ichimaru and senior brother Kokaki. Why did the two of them fight? Zaraki Kenpeki, sensing all this, frowned. This kind of mental thing is not Zaraki Kenpeki's fault, so after thinking for a while, he couldn't think of a reason. Zaraki Kenpeki shook his head and said, "Forget it, don't think about it anymore, go ask. The old man knows it." Thinking of this, Zaraki Kenpeki called out, "Yachiru, let's go to the first team." "Okay. Xiaojian, let me lead the way this time." Yaqian Liu leaned on Zaraki Kenpeki's shoulder with a smile. "You will only get lost if you lead the way." Zaraki Kenpeki complained. "What? Xiaojian, you don't trust me. You are obviously the biggest road idiot." Yaqian Liu said to Zaraki Kenpeki. "Is it really okay?" Kokaki was worried as he felt the collision of Byakuya Kokaki and Ichimarujin's Ryūjin. "Don't worry, Fyujin, they and the brothers know it well." Mao's Hiwa said calmly. That's right, that's right. Byakuya and Jin are both students of our education university, and they won't really fight to the death. With the current Ryūjin's strength, the two of them are only using half of their strength. Your Yuaki is also right. Kokaki Fyujin enlightened. Is such a huge Ryūjin only half of its strength? Although Kokaki Hyojin is also a third-class spiritual power now, her third-class spiritual power was completely eaten, and her combat power is basically negligible. She can't tell the difference. How much Ryūjin do Byakuya Kokaki and Ichimarujin have? Byakuya Kokaki also felt that the performance was almost done, and he passed it in the performance, so he said, if we keep fighting like this, we won't win or lose even if we fight for a week. How about deciding the outcome with one move? One move will determine the outcome? Okay. Just one move will determine the outcome. Ichimarujin also agreed. After all, the strength of the two of them is indeed far greater than theirs. He Shinigami, the two of them don't dare to go all out in Ryukanga, otherwise the entire Ryukanga will die under their Ryutsu. If you grind it slowly, it will take too much time. It is better to decide the outcome with one move. Byakuya Kokaki took a deep breath and added most of his spiritual power and conqueror's weapon color to his soul Zankent. The same goes for Ichimarujin opposite. The two quickly gathered their strength and shouted at the same time. God avoids. Buto blades. A black-red half-moon-shaped slash and a white slash collided instantly. The shock waves generated by the two forces even shook the entire Soul Society. The violent impact caused both of them to fly out, but one flew towards the Serenity Palace, and the other flew towards the depths of Ryukanga. Ichimarujin knew he had been fooled when he faced this move. Byakuya Kokaki took this opportunity to play the Golden Cicada escape directly under his nose. Byakuya Kokaki! Ichimarujin made an angry voice. But Byakuya Kokaki has hidden himself for a long time, and even Ichimarujin's knowledge and color have not found any trace of him. Helpless Ichimarujin had no choice but to find Byakuya Kokaki. He still had to go back to hear what was going on and what exactly caused Byakuya Kokaki to betray him. Soul Society. Ichimarujin couldn't figure it out. He knew that Byakuya Kokaki was not someone who made decisions so easily. There must be an important reason for this. Chapter 119. First Team, Captain's Room. After Beilang found out why Byakuya Kokaki went undercover, Ichimarujin laughed angrily. This bastard! Can't he discuss it with me in advance? Ichimarujin didn't know what to say and kept scolding Byakuya Kokaki. Okay, please stop acting in front of me. This matter is Byakuya's family matter after all, and it is most appropriate to let him handle it. Beilang said calmly. Just as Beilang and Ichimarujin finished talking about Byakuya Kokaki, Zaraki Kenpeki and Yachiru finally arrived at the first team. I don't know how these two guys did it. Ichimarujin was drinking tea when he came back, and these two guys were obviously closer to each other before they arrived. Old man! What is going on? Why are the two senior brothers fighting? Zaraki Kenpeki asked directly without being polite. Beilang was also speechless for a while, pointed at Ichimarujin and said, You can ask your senior brother directly. I just explained it to him once, and I don't want to have to explain it a second time. As he said that, Beilang also threw a bag at Yaqian Liu. Jinping Tang. This thing is Yachiru's favorite, and Shinigami won't have tooth decay problems anyway. Zaraki Kenpeki also sat down and prepared to eat. If he could have a fight, it would be the best thing for Zaraki Kenpeki. Ichimarujin had no choice but to tell Zaraki Kenpeki again. After listening to this, Zaraki Kenpeki frowned and said, It's so complicated. If we just cut them all, wouldn't we be able to find out the mastermind behind it? Ichimarujin looked like he was playing the piano to an ox, and Yachiru also laughed at Zaraki Kenpeki and said, How stupid! Little sword! Hey 653! You kid! You are so stupid! Zaraki Kenpeki said helplessly. Yaqian Liu hid directly behind Beilang and made a face at Zaraki Kenpeki. Zaraki Kenpeki was so angry that he wanted to take Yaqian Liu back and spank him. However, considering Beilang's presence, Zaraki Kenpeki had no choice but to endure it. Anyway, senior brother Byakuya didn't really betray, right? Zaraki Kenpeki also clarified what happened. Ichimarujin nodded, while Zaraki Kenpeki instantly lost interest and said, That's boring. I thought I could have a good fight with senior brother Byakuya. Are you sure this is a fight, not a one-sided abuse? Ichimaru-jin smiled. Zaraki Kenpeki was speechless. Indeed, without Bankai, he really couldn't defeat these two senior brothers. But he, Zaraki Kenpeki, really can't use Bankai. Moreover, Yachiru will not return to Zaraki Kenpeki's body until Zaraki Kenpeki is in real danger. Yachiru is really similar to Akane Shizuku, because Yachiru, this outrageous soul-zantying sword entity, actually has his own soul-zapping sword. There is a soul-cutting sword, but this infinite nesting doll. But Zaraki Kenpeki was also wary. Ever since he knew that Yachiru was his Bankai, Zaraki Kenpeki never mentioned asking for Bankai again. Yachiru's existence was of great significance to him, even if he now has a new family, but Baekhyun Liu is still an irreplaceable existence in his heart. If you meet Muramasa, there will be no problems with Baekhyun Liu. Not even Beilang can guarantee this. However, if Muramasa's power can be used by Beilang, then Baekhyun Liu's problem can be easily solved. By then Zaraki Kenpeki can go one step further and truly use his own Bankai. In this world, Ichigo's family. Such a big thing happened in Soul Society, but Kurosaki Ichigo's family is still so peaceful. After all, they have no intelligence channels to know what happened in Soul Society. Until Hitsuga Ichware came to visit again. Why is it Hitsuga Ichware? On the one hand, Hitsuga Ichware is young and he is good with Byakuya Kukaki. On the other hand, well, he was actually pulled over by Kurosaki Natsurai when he met Lu. It was Matsumoto Ranjaku who was supposed to come, but Hitsuga Ichware had already gone, and Ranjaku didn't go. After all, Hitsuga Ichware has a relationship with the Kurosaki family, but she, Matsumoto Ranjaku, does not. Matsumoto Ranjaku has been serving as Beilang's vice-captain all his life, and he doesn't know Kurosaki Ishin at all. Seeing Hitsuga Ichware coming to the door again, Kurosaki Ichigo's family had very strange expressions. The first time you came to visit, Hitsuga Ichware, it could be said that you came to see the old leader. What reason would you have for the second time? Admit it, Hitsuga Ichware, you just have a crush on Kurori. Of course, Hitsuga Ichware had no such idea at all. After being teased by the Kurosaki family for a while, Hitsuga Ichware said, Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia Kukaki, I have something to ask you. Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki looked at each other, knowing that Hitsuga Ichware must have something serious to say. Kurosaki Ishin also greeted the others to leave the living room, leaving only Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki. What's wrong? Captain Hitsuga? What happened? Although Rukia Kukaki didn't know what happened, she had a bad feeling. Kurosaki Ichigo also sat next to Rukia Kukaki with a curious look on his face, looking at Hitsuga Ichware personally. Rukia Kukaki, you have to be mentally prepared. Hitsuga Ichware said calmly. What happened? Rukia Kukaki continued to ask with a confused look. Your brother and brother-in-law, Byakuya Kukaki, betrayed Godi I-13. Hitsuga Ichware said as emotionlessly as possible. What? Rukia Kukaki stood up directly. Impossible. How could my brother betray Soul Society? Rukia Kukaki couldn't believe it. Chware, you are not joking. I have fought with Byakuya, he is definitely not like this. Not to mention Rukia Kukaki, even Kurosaki Ichigo didn't believe it at all. You two, calm down. I'm not kidding you. Senior brother Byakuya did betray him. He disappeared after fighting with senior brother Ichimaru. Senior brother Ichimaru cannot lie. Hitsuga Ichware also told the truth. Rukia Kukaki's face turned pale instantly. She would never believe others, but her master told her the story, so her credibility level skyrocketed. How could this happen? Kurosaki Ichigo asked in confusion. Hitsuga Ichware also told the two of them what was happening in Soul Society. Now Godi 13 has entered a state of combat readiness. It is preliminarily speculated that since the master has defeated the Soul Zantoto, he can make the Soul Zantoto surrender and stop betraying. Of course, after the Soul Zantoto defeats the master, can he also make the master surrender? And betray Soul Society? Hitsuga Ichware said Kuratsuka Mayuri's deduction. Byakuya, will he lose to his own Zanpakuto? Kurosaki Ichigo didn't believe it. Although Hitsuga Ichware also thinks this conclusion is outrageous, it has happened, so you have to believe it if you don't believe it. No, I want to go back to Soul Society. Where is my sister? After my brother's betrayal, where is my sister? Rukia Kukaki grasped the key point. Mrs. Hyujin is currently recuperating in the first team. She has been crying all day long. Rukia Kukaki, it is only human nature for you to want to go back. If you want to go back, you can go now. Hitsuga Ichware didn't stop her either. Rukia, I'll go with you. Kurosaki Ichigo said quickly. Okay, Ichigo, let's go together. Of course Rukia Kukaki needs someone to accompany her now, and Kurosaki Ichigo is the most suitable candidate. After the two of them said hello to Kurosaki Ishin and others, they went directly to the Soul Society through the boundary gate of Kukaki's house. Neither of them told other companions about this matter. After all, it was Rukia Kukaki's private matter, and Kurosaki Ichigo was also involved in a special capacity. It's just that Abarai Renji was miserable. Originally, he was waiting for Rukia Kukaki to go back with him, but he didn't expect that Rukia Kukaki went directly to Kurosaki Ichigo without any intention of saying hello to others. Seeing the anxious Rukia Kukaki, Kurosaki Ichigo also became anxious, and the two of them crossed the barrier at extremely fast speeds and arrived at Soul Society. But Kukaki Hyujin, who was crying at Hitsuga Ichware's mouth, is now chatting with Akane Shizuku. After all, Akane Shizuku also got along with Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki for a while. Although they were a bit of love rivals, overall, they got along harmoniously. Akane Shizuku also told Kukaki Hyujin a lot of interesting stories about Rukia Kukaki and Kurosaki Ichigo. Therefore, when Rukia Kukaki and Kurosaki Ichigo saw Kukaki Hyujin, what they saw was not Kukaki Hyujin with tears on his face. But it was Kukaki Hyujin who had a rosy complexion and a smile on his face. Ah, it's Rukia and Ichigo. Come and sit down. After seeing the two of them, Kukaki also greeted them with a smile. Rukia Kukaki and Kurosaki Ichigo looked at each other, both of them were speechless. You call this crying? The gums of this smile are almost exposed. Sister, what is going on? Rukia Kukaki sat helplessly next to Kukaki Hyujin. Akane Shizuku was also very excited after seeing Kurosaki Ichigo, but the girl's reserve prevented her from seeing Kurosaki Ichigo and directly hugged Kurosaki Ichigo. Akane Shizuku, how are you doing in Soul Society? Kurosaki Ichigo was very happy after seeing Akane Shizuku and asked quickly. Ichigo, I'm living a good life in Soul Society. After I finish learning all the knowledge, I will go to the real world to find you. Chien Shizuku said with a smile. That's great, you have to work hard. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled equally happily. The confused Rukia Kukaki only realized that her brother-in-law and elder brother had gone undercover after Kukaki Hyujin explained. Rukia Kukaki breathed a sigh of relief. When Captain Hitsuga told me about this, my first reaction was that I didn't believe that he was really pretending to betray me. Kurosaki Ichigo was also relieved after hearing Kukaki Hyujin's words. After all, Byakuya Kukaki's defection was really too serious. However, Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki, who just came to Soul Society, have no intention of returning to the present world directly, otherwise everyone would know that there must be something fishy behind this matter. Of course, Bai Lang also held another captain meeting. First, he explained the problem of the Soul's Antiing sword, hoping that the captains and deputy captains could retrieve their Soul's Antiing swords as soon as possible. Secondly, ask ordinary team members not to move around at will. After all, Muramasa's ability is really accurate for dealing with ordinary Shinigami. Ordinary Shinigami have no ability to resist Muramasa. Only Shinigami who are deputy captain or above can resist Muramasa's abilities. Because only Shinigami who are vice captain or above can have a soul-cutting sword that can materialize. At this time, Muramasa, the mastermind behind the scenes, was also in an extremely unhappy mood. Ahem! Damn Genryusai! Where on earth are you hiding? Muramasa cursed secretly. He can act with a physical body, which is entirely due to the power of fusion with the void. Otherwise, he would not be able to materialize on his own, but his fusion method is too simple and crude. There is no technical content at all. He relies on his own huge spiritual power to suppress the erosion of the void. Once he cannot suppress the erosion of the void, he will enter the hollow state. So in fact, Muramasa doesn't have much time. 2.7, which is why when he enters Seiridai, he directly looks for Yamamoto Genryusai. After all, the old man Kukaki Jinling has gone to retire somewhere now. Not even Byakuya Kukaki can be found. To him, let alone Muramasa. So his target can only be Yamamoto Genryusai. Only he and Kukaki Gingling were the parties involved in sealing Kukaki Xianghe, and they know the specific seal location of Kukaki Xianghe. It's just that Yamamoto Genryusai disappeared on the day Muramasa entered Soul Society. Even if Muramasa could talk to the soul-cutting sword, no trace of Yamamoto Genryusai was found. Master Muramasa, Tsugyo no Kotori and the others are back. The person talking to Muramasa was an elf-like being flying in the sky. The elf is dressed in yellow and is Sui Feng's soul-cutting sword Suzumibaki. Oh? Let them come over. Later, Muramasa saw the very embarrassed Tsugyo no Kotori and other soul-cutting swords. Kazushi, Senbonzakura and Shins haven't come back yet? Muramasa asked. They have been reconquered by their master. The two little ones of Tsugyo no Kotori complained to Muramasa, complaining about how unreliable their teammates were. The head of 5 elements didn't get used to Tsugyo no Kotori, and started to quarrel with the two little ones, while Fime looked frightened. Muramasa is so big that he has 1 head and 4 heads. Okay. Be quiet. Muramasa shouted with a frown. In an instant, all the soul's anteing swords fell silent. This is Muramasa's strength. He has too much control over the soul's anteing swords. Chapter 120. However, Muramasa's frown did not relax. It was obvious that the strength of Ichimaru Jin, Byakuya Kukaki and Hisagi Shuai was beyond his imagination. After all, whether it is Shins, Senbonzakura or Fushi, among the soul's anteing swords that Muramasa currently has, they are all considered to be powerful soul's anteing swords. But even such a soul-cutting sword was easily conquered by its master. However, it can also be seen that, except for Beilang, the rest of the Shinigami are not so strong that they can conquer their soul's anteing swords again for the first time. At least Wabisuk was not conquered by Kira Izuru. Although Wabisuk was always suppressed and beaten by Kira Izuru, at least he came back smoothly. Just when Muramasa was thinking about how to find Yamamoto Genryusai, a cold voice sounded. Are you the leader of these soul-cutting swords? Who? Muramasa was shocked. If someone hadn't spoken, Muramasa wouldn't have noticed anyone approaching him. If the person who came here had malicious intentions, wouldn't it be possible to sneak attack him directly outside his range of perception? Thinking of this, Muramasa was frightened for a moment. Don't be so nervous. I don't mean any harm. You should know it very well. The voice rang again. Byakuya Kukaki slowly walked over from the woods with Senbonzakura. Tobiam's expression changed. Mr. Muramasa, he is Byakuya Kukaki. Muramasa looked at the pincers on Byakuya Kukaki's hair and the silver-white windflower gauze around his neck, and instantly determined Byakuya Kukaki's identity. As Kukaki Hibiki's soul-cutting sword, it is understandable that the Kokaki family's exclusive attire is obvious. It turns out to be the current head of the Kokaki family, captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kokaki. What's the reason for you coming here? You don't want to kill us all. Although Muramasa knew that Byakuya Kokaki might not have any ill intentions, after all, if Byakuya Kokaki had malicious intentions, 11 he could have made a sneak attack just now. Of course, it may also be because Byakuya Kokaki is an upright person and disdains such things as sneak attacks. Byakuya Kokaki and Senbonzakura were getting closer and closer, and all the soul-zapping swords became vigilant. I came here to join you. I also want to overthrow Siridiai's rule. Byakuya Kokaki's words made everyone present believe it. All the soul-killing swords burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The head of the Kokaki family really knows how to joke. How is this possible? He must be the disciple of Captain Beilang. However, Muramasa did not smile, but looked at Byakuya Kokaki cautiously. Humph. My master doesn't even bother to lie. Just now, we fought with Ichimaru Jin. The entire Soul Society should have felt the aftermath of the battle. Senbonzakura immediately stood up and revealed the identity of his master. There is indeed no lie in this matter, the Soul's anteing swords will never forget the vast Ryūtsuo of Ichimaru Jin. To put it bluntly, none of the soul-cutting swords present are confident that they can withstand Byakuya Kokaki's attack. Muramasa nodded, he had nothing to do, he didn't even have one of the top soul-cutting sword entities around him right now. Muramasa doesn't have any of Beilang's soul's anteing sword, Yoryuki's soul's anteing sword, Unohana's soul's anteing sword, or the living soul's anteing swords of Hitsuga Ichware and Matsumoto Ranjaku. This is also the reason why Muramasa is still hiding now. There is no way, he is not strong enough. Senbonzakura, Shins, and Kashi are already the strongest soul's anteing swords that Muramasa currently has in his hands. In addition, there are two small ones of Tsukuyo no Kotori and Nijibana, which are considered powerful soul-cutting swords, but Tsukuyo no Kotori is not good at fighting, and Nijibana's abilities are not suitable for assassination. Wazumasa really needs a reliable high-end combatant now calendar. As for the purpose of Byakuya Kokaki, Muramasa doesn't care. Anyway, its ultimate purpose is not to destroy Soul Society, but to release Kokaki Zyonghe, the unlucky guy who has been imprisoned for hundreds of years. As for Soul Society, does it have anything to do with Muramasa and me? Thinking of this, Muramasa looked at Byakuya Kokaki, nodded and said, okay, in that case, I agree with you to join us. However, you must stop at least one Shinigami of Ichimaru Jin's level when attacking Siridiai. No problem. Byakuya Kokaki agreed on the spot. In a sense, Byakuya Kokaki and Muramasa's goals are really the same. The village is just to release Kokaki Hibiki, and Byakuya Kokaki is the same. It's just that one wants to save him and the other wants to kill him. Although the Soul's Anbing swordsman still felt that something was not right with Byakuya Kokaki, their boss Muramasa had already spoken, and the Soul's Anbing swordsman did not dare to say anything more. After all, the situation is stronger than the person. Even if Muramasa takes action himself, he may not be Byakuya Kokaki's opponent. But if other Soul's Antan swordsmen know that Muramasa is now invading Soul Society with great fanfare just to save their master, will these Soul's Anzan swords directly rebel? After all, when you Muramasa encouraged the Soul's Anteing swords to rebel, you said you wanted to break away from the control of your master. It turned out that your own purpose was to save the master. Then wouldn't it mean that those of us who rebelled against you became the soul-zapping swords? Pure Oda. Moreover, Muramasa has not yet instigated the rebellion of a heavyweight soul's anteing sword. Neither Beilang's 10 sacred blades nor Unohana Retsu's Nun Yunwei have been instigated by Muramasa. But it is estimated that Muramasa really has no idea about Minajiki. After all, Unohana Retsu has not been touched personally for nearly 800 years. Now Siridiai, maybe only the old Shinigami who has lived for a long time know how powerful Shinigami Unohana Retsu is. Muramasa probably has no idea at all about Minajiki, a soul's anti-ing sword that has no fighting ability at all. After all, this thing looks useless compared to killing Jizo. They are soul-cutting swords. Even if they are injured, they can just sleep. If they are hacked to death, they will be resurrected directly in their master's body. Therefore, Minajiki's ability, not to say it is useless, can only be said to be useless at all. Of course, if Muramasa saw all of them, he would probably regret it. Although all of his abilities may not seem strong, but in the hands of Unohana, this ability is the strongest ability. However, with the addition of Byakuya Kokaki, Muramasa can do more things, and he feels a little more confident. Returning to Soul Society this time, Muramasa was shocked. Are Godi 13 already so rolled up now? Even the third-class souls can't be captains, they can only serve as deputy captains. Before Kokaki's Iongi was sealed, the main writer Li Wei was a standard captain. Of course, Muramasa has no intention of going head-to-head with Godi 13. After all, his purpose is to save people, and his primary goal now is to find Yamamoto Genryusai. This is the most important thing. Even Muramasa didn't expect Yamamoto Genryusai's reaction speed to be so fast. As soon as he entered Soul Society, the old guy had already disappeared. This is the power of Team Zero. However, Yamamoto Genryusai still chose to close his heart and protect himself. Yamamoto Genryusai's brain is still very easy to use. He knows too well that Muramasa's the target is him. But in fact, Bei Lang still wants to try Muramasa's ability. Don't misunderstand, Bei Lang just wants to see what his soul-cutting sword will look like when it materializes. Although the ancient dragon can communicate with Bei Lang, the ancient dragon is a child. Every time he talks to the ancient dragon, Bei Lang feels like he is coaxing a child. The 10 sacred blades cannot speak. Although Bei Lang has mastered fantasy omnipotence, there is still a problem, that is, there is no Luna in fantasy omnipotence. This made Bei Lang very unhappy, so he really wanted to see if the 10 sacred blades could be materialized. Muramasa also made arrangements intensively. He sent all the soul-cutting sword entities to cause trouble in Siraidii in order to muddy the water. And the person leading them is none other than Byakuya Kokaki. Now that you are undercover, you must be mentally prepared. Byakuya Kokaki agreed without saying a word, and Muramasa also directly sent Byakuya Kokaki and the soul's anti-ing swords into Siraidii. This process is silent and no one notices it. Division 12, Captain's Room. Kuratsuka Mayuri is in a particularly bad mood recently because his Zanzanto Jizo can no longer be used. Although for a scientist like Kuratsuka Mayuri, the Zanzant is dispensable, and not all of his strength lies in the Zanzant, the problem is, I can do without it, but you can't live without it. Especially the inexplicable mutiny of his soul-cutting sword is something that a scientist cannot accept at all. Just when Kuratsuka Mayuri was irritable, Nyinmya walked in directly and said the emergency situation coldly. Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri, a large number of travel disasters have suddenly appeared among the Siraidii, and are currently causing damage to the Siraidii. What? How is it possible? How did they enter the Siraidii through the murderous stone? Kuratsuka Mayuri listened to Nirvana's report with an expression of disbelief. Siraidii's protection has been reinforced many times by Kuratsuka Mayuri and Urahara Kisuke, and now the enemy can break through the protection and enter Siraidii without knowing it. This is even more outrageous and terrifying than the invasion by Kurosaki Ichigo and others. After all, even Kurosaki Ichigo and the others came in through something powerful like the Hanakuru cannon, which works miracles, instead of appearing quietly among the Siraidii. Moreover, this time, Muramasa also asked all the soul-cutting swords to go directly to their masters. For the soul-cutting sword, other enemies are imaginary, and only defeating one's own master is a real thing. Although I don't know what will happen if the Soul Zanbing sword defeats its master after it materializes, but every Soul Zanbing sword believes that as long as they defeat their master, they can gain true freedom. Not long after Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kokaki returned to Soul Society, Hitsuga Ichware also rushed back with the Shinigami stationed in the present world. After all, even the captain's disciples like Byakuya Kokaki have rebelled, and Soul Society is definitely in need of manpower now. But Karakura town cannot leave without 497 people, so Matsumoto Ranjaku, the strongest among them, can only be stationed in Karakura town alone. After all, based on the current strength, it is estimated that Matsumoto Ranjaku's strength alone is almost the same as the combined strength of Yubanyachware and other Shinigami stationed in the world. However, it was also the return of Hitsuga Ichware and others that Muramasa also made a few more admiral. Zabimaru, the Glazed Peacock, Hazukimaru and Harinmaru also turned into entities and appeared in the Seireitei. However, they have not yet found any trace of Hitsuga Ichware and others. Since a group of soul-killing swords directly chose to invade Seireitei, Beilang also directly ordered each team to stick to their own team buildings, and only after defeating the invading enemy was they allowed to help other teams. The first to bear the brunt is the 2nd Division. The 2nd Squadron is a covered mobile team, which can be said to be the mouthpiece of the entire Seireitei. Even when the 1st Squadron conveys orders, members of the 2nd Squadron will be used to deliver messages unless it is an urgent order. So Suzumibaki directly took the strong man Wu Xingta to the 2nd Division, just to kill the current 2nd Division Captain Suifeng and her unlucky Vice Captain Omida first. Although the food of Omikami is a bit too good. But he is lucky. After all, he has been able to survive so many battles without even being seriously injured. I have to say that this is also a talent. Ha 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 ha. Finally I found you. Captain Suifeng. The elf-like Suzumibaki directly stopped Suifeng and Omida who were about to support other teams with his 5 elements head. Are you, Suzumibaki? Don't blame Suifeng for not recognizing Suzumibaki's identity at the first time. Suifeng ate the Feng Feng fruit given to her by Beilang, and fused it with a brand new soul-cutting sword. It can be said that he has almost forgotten the name of his own soul-cutting sword. If Suzumibaki hadn't appeared in front of her, Suifeng wouldn't have been able to call her by name. After all, her current soul-cutting sword is no longer called this name. As for why Muramasa didn't summon Suifeng's current soul-cutting sword, after all, Muramasa is not an omniscient and omnipotent existence, and he has no idea that Suifeng's current soul-cutting sword is completely different. It can be said to be a very wonderful misunderstanding. But things were completely different here. Wu Xingta started to ridicule. I said, Omida. After so many years, you still look like such a useless snack. Omida was of course furious when she heard what she said about her soul-cutting sword, and instantly said angrily, Really? Then let me show you the ability of this good-for-nothing like me. Chapter 121. 2 strong men who looked like Chen Qiahan looked at each other. In fact, among the ranks of vice-captains, these 2 men could be said to be at the absolute bottom in terms of strength. It is estimated that Kirako Shunsui's vice-captain, Kirako Shunsui's niece Nanao, is stronger than Omida, even if Nanao does not have a soul-zantying sword. After all, Nanao's soul-cutting sword is not used to kill people, she is used to kill gods. Seeing the small and exquisite Suzumibaki, Suifeng was a little nostalgic at first, and he didn't say so seriously, Suzumibaki, do you really want to be my enemy? The current soul-cutting sword of Suifeng is actually similar to that of Kurosaki Ichigo. Of course, it does not refer to the current Kurosaki Ichigo, but the double sword Ichigo who returned from Soul King Palace. Now Suifeng's soul-cutting sword is also 2 soul-cutting swords. After Shikai, one will become Suzumibaki, and the other, let me give you a hint, will come out soon. You still remember me? My dear Captain Suifeng. I thought you had completely forgotten my name. Suzumibaki said this with great resentment. But it is actually quite normal. After all, Suifeng should have only had 1 soul-cutting sword. Now he has an extra one for no reason. Of course, the original Sui Feng will be dissatisfied. This is why Suzumibaki directly approached Sui Feng. The cause of the wind. As soon as these words came out, Sui Feng herself was a little embarrassed, but she usually communicated with her soul-cutting sword. After all, even if it is fused, she still needs to cultivate the relationship honestly to be able to bankai. Of course I won't forget you, Suzumibaki. Don't be stubborn and fight alongside me again. Sui Feng advised. She still didn't want to do anything to her soul Zanbing sword. After all, she was still a little unreasonable. Otherwise, according to Sui Feng's character, even if her soul Zanbing sword was hostile to soul society, there would be nothing else to say. One kill. Seeing that Sui Feng still wanted to persuade her to surrender, Suzumibaki sneered and said in annoyance, "Stop being so pretentious. Come on, come and have a good fight with me. You haven't forgotten my abilities, have you?" Saying this, Suzumibaki, who was originally an elf, released the soul-cutting sword in his hand that was shorter than Ichimaru Jin. Sting and kill the enemy. Suzumibaki. In an instant, the right half of Gongfeng's body suddenly turned into golden armor. The weapon that originally looked like a claw in Sui Feng's hand was like an armor on Suzumibaki's body. There was no way, Suzumibaki was just too small. Sui Feng's pupil shrank, knowing that he had no choice but to fight with all his heart, so he reluctantly pulled out his soul-cutting sword. Captain Sui Feng. Die! Suzumibaki was like a bumblebee, stabbing Sui Feng's body directly with the spikes on half of his body. Suzumibaki's ability is very simple, it is a two-hit kill. As long as Suzumibaki hits the same position twice, the enemy will die directly. Of course, this two-hit kill also has an upper limit, that is, the opponent who exceeds Sui Feng Ryutsu's two-hit kill is invalid. Again, except for Hisagi Shuai's Bankai. When others fight, in the final analysis it is Ryutsu's fight. Sui Feng easily put down Suzumibaki's attack with the soul Zanged, give up. Suzumibaki, you are no match for me. It will be the same even if I don't release the soul Zanged knife. Humph. Then you should give it a try. Sui Feng saw that Suzumibaki was not good enough and said angrily, then don't blame me for being rude. Although part of her soul-cutting sword has materialized, there is still a soul-cutting sword given to her by Beilang. Sing it! Feng Xiao. In an instant, a short blade appeared on Sui Feng's left hand. The blade was engraved with a pattern like a flowing cloud pattern. At the moment when the soul-cutting sword was released, it seemed that the air around Sui Feng had become thinner. Humph! That's it. If it weren't for its existence, you wouldn't have forgotten me. Suzumibaki said unhappily. Suzumibaki, I have not forgotten your existence. Sui Feng said coldly. After all, the hand Feng Xiao appears in is his left hand, and his right hand is completely free. It is actually prepared for dual wielding. Originally, Sui Feng planned to wear Suzumibaki on his hand. Suzumibaki didn't say anything and continued to attack Sui Feng. As for Bankai, Suzumibaki has not thought about it, mainly because of its current size. If Bankai were like an ant carrying an elephant, it would not even have the ability to move, let alone lock on the enemy. And for Suzumibaki, the difference between Bankai and dying together is not that big. After all, I have never heard of someone who can return alive after being launched by a missile. Therefore, it is destined that the fight between Suzumibaki and Sui Feng can only be in the direction of Shikai. Moreover, if Sui Feng Bankai is a bit too bullying, Sui Feng will not be like this to his own soul-cutting sword. Seeing Suzumibaki continue to attack, Sui Feng just raised the corner of his mouth, waved his left hand, and a hurricane went straight towards Suzumibaki. In any case, Suzumibaki's size is both an advantage and a disadvantage. For large enemies, Suzumibaki's existence is completely invisible to Jillian, but for Shinigami like Sui Feng, who is not that big, Suzumibaki's the advantage is not that big. If you fly around in a circle with exhaustion, they will turn around and lock the target again. Moreover, Suzumibaki has another disadvantage. As it is now, after encountering a hurricane, Suzumibaki has no way to stabilize his figure because of his light weight. The attack originally launched against Sui Feng was disintegrated in an instant. The battle between Wu Xingtu and Omida is completely different. Not to mention the main dish, the soul-cutting sword is not much better. The five elements head can only attack continuously with his own hammer, which is a great advantage. After all, Omida's kit is not good, Shunpo is not good, White Hits is not good, there is basically nothing reliable about it. But one thing is that Omida's life-saving ability is extremely good. So Wu Xingtu has no way to hit Omida. After all this, Wu Xingtu was at a disadvantage because he had to use a heavy hammer. This is something neither of them expected. If you don't say that the knife is stupid, then people are also stupid. This guy Omida has somehow gained an advantage in the situation. Although he is quite good, fighting with the soul-cutting sword is definitely much easier than fighting with the five elements head. Although Wu Xingtu's physical fitness was slightly better than his, it wasn't much better. After playing for a while, Wu Xingtu was the first to run out of energy. This is also the reason why Kyujo Machi-Izumi can defeat Gosho Jizo with only Shikai. On the one hand, Kyujo Machi-Izumi is really strong, but on the other hand, it's because these two soul-cutting swords are too weak. The screen switches back to the battlefield between Sui Feng and Suzumibaki. Damn it! Look how easily I can break through your defense. Suzumibaki increased his power and prepared to break through the hurricane that Sui Feng released at will. There is no way, her Suzumibaki is a direct attack type Soul's Antiing sword, without any long-range means at all, and there is no way to use a Soul's Antiing sword like Kid. Not every soul-cutting sword is called Yachiryu. For so many years, there is only one special case like Yachiryu in the entire Soul Society. Of course, the sword dance troupe of Nimeya Wangyu is another one. This is an outside master and does not belong to the category of normal Shinigami. No matter how much Suzumibaki wants to get close to Sui Feng, he will be unable to get close due to the airflow that Sui Feng mobilizes around him. Suzumibaki was so angry that her teeth itched. When had she ever been so angry in so many years? Ah! Damn hurricane! Suzumibaki said, very dissatisfied. Sui Feng can't help it. After all, Suzumibaki is just a part of her soul's antiing sword. It can hold up to the sky, which is close to the strength of a second-class spiritual power. With this Ryutsu's strength, even if Sui Feng stood there and let her fight, Suzumibaki might not be able to do it. There is absolutely no way to break the defense. Give up. Suzumibaki, my right hand still has room for you. Sui Feng also consoled him. No. I will never give up. As long as you let me get close to you, you will never be able to defeat me. Suzumibaki still looked unyielding. Sui Feng sighed helplessly and said again, Feng Xiao, imprisoned. With a wave of Sui Feng's left hand, Suzumibaki was instantly squeezed together by the air around him and suspended directly in mid-air, as if an invisible big hand was holding it. This, what kind of power is this? Suzumibaki said unwillingly. After all, when Sui Feng was developing another soul-cutting sword, Suzumibaki had no personal experience, so she had no idea what Feng Xiao's ability was. This is just a simple use of Feng Xiao. Suzumibaki, your potential is unlimited. Come back and develop your potential with me. This time, Suzumibaki was silent. Although Sui Feng had not completely killed her, Suzumibaki had begun to waver. Sui Feng saw that Suzumibaki was wavering. With a wave of his left hand, an air cannon-like attack landed directly on the ground, making a big hole in the ground. Suzumibaki, you and Feng Xiao have different strengths. You can't do such a large-scale attack, and Feng Xiao can't do it with a two-hit kill. You are both my strength, why can't you use your strengths together to make up for your weaknesses? Sui Feng continued. This time, Suzumibaki's eyes sobered up, I understand, master, I will work hard. Seeing Suzumibaki return to normal, Sui Feng also smiled. Although he used a brand new Shikai, it was not Sui Feng's full power. It can be said that Sui Feng only exposed a small part of his power and successfully made his own sword. Soul Knife surrendered, everyone was happy. Sui Feng waved his hand, and Suzumibaki turned back into an elf and sat on Sui Feng's shoulder. Just when Sui Feng was about to go to other teams to help, Omida, who had finally defeated Wu Xingtu, ran over and said excitedly, "Captain Sui Feng. I have restored Wu Xingtu. Normal." Sui Feng nodded with satisfaction. "Let's go to the 5th division to help." "Why is it the 5th team? The 3rd team has Ichimarujin and the 4th team has Unohana. Of course, these two do not need her help." In the 3rd division, in order to stop Ichimarujin, Muramasa directly asked Byakuya Kukiki to block the door with Senbonzakura and Tabayam. When Ichimarujin saw Byakuya Kukiki with Fime, his expression was also very complicated. On the one hand, he knew that Byakuya Kukiki was an undercover agent, but on the other hand, he felt that he was really not a good actor. This is true. After all, Aizen knew from the beginning that Ichimarujin was an undercover agent. He just wanted to see what kind of moves Ichimarujin would use to betray him and give him a fatal blow. But now that Byakuya Kukiki is here, we have to continue acting. Shins and Hinamori Momo stared at each other with wide eyes. After all, Ichimarujin never told her that his soul-cutting sword was for his sister. Looking at the majestic waves on Shin's chest, Hinamori Momo looked at the little peach on her chest and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Fortunately, Ichimarujin even explained, which made Hinamori Momo not so sad. But Hinamori Momo is not very jealous of Shin's grandeur. Ichimarujin could only smile bitterly at this, not knowing what to say. After all, whatever he said, in this situation, it seemed not so satisfying. "Byakuya, don't be stubborn. Come with me to see Teacher Beilang. I don't think the teacher will blame you," Ichimarujin persuaded. Since fighting is not possible, chatting is another way to delay the time. After all, Ichimarujin is still very confident in the current Godi 13. The current Godi 13. You will definitely be able to conquer your soul-cutting sword very quickly. Byakuya Kukiki also wanted to buy time and let Muramasa go find the people and information he was looking for. Therefore, Byakuya Kukiki didn't take any action. Anyway, it was just to hold back Ichimarujin and prevent him from supporting other divisions. "Silver, you are too naive. I have no possibility of turning back," Byakuya Kukiki said coldly. "Hinamori Momo seems to be unable to fight, and she is not here to watch these two acting. She has not taken back her soul-cutting sword yet. However, Tabayam is very timid." Of course, Tabayam was still very confident at the beginning, but in the battle at Nishirukanga, Ichimarujin broke her guard. After all, Tabayam never expected that she and Shins would be no match for Ichimarujin if they teamed up with the two soul-cutting swords. That doesn't even make Ichimarujin happy. "Fime, I don't want to fight you. You'd better come back directly." Hinamori Momo also saw Tabayam's struggle and directly persuaded him to surrender. It seems that people related to Beilang are used to talking trash before the war, and it seems that if they don't talk about it, something is wrong. Hinamori Momo originally thought that Fime would not react at all, but what she didn't expect was, "Okay, my master. I have wanted to return to your arms for a long time." Tabayam immediately gave in, which made Hinamori Momo, who secretly wanted to use Kid, stunned. Chapter 122. Even Ichimarujin and Byakuya Kukiki cast strange glances at Tabayam. Good guy, they have seen many people who refuse to surrender, and this is the first time they have seen someone who surrendered as soon as they came up. Not to mention Byakuya Kukiki and Ichimarujin, even Hinamori Momo blushed a little. Why is his soul-cutting sword so spineless? He doesn't even have the courage to fight head-on. Shins and Senbonzakura even looked at Fime with contempt, but Fime didn't care about their looks at all. Although he could be resurrected after being chopped down, he could not die. It's better not to die. Tabayam is not a masochist. Besides, Hinamori Momo is quite good to her. Moreover, Tabayam has a hunch that even her own Bankai will definitely not be able to defeat Hinamori Momo, even if she takes a step back. What will happen if I beat him? Ichimarujin is not a fool and doesn't know how to do it. He helps his wife teach him how to use the soul-cutting sword. Fime thinks this is not a difficult thing. Hinamori Momo is a little regretful. She actually wants to see how her Bankai will perform in actual combat. After all, Hinamori Momo has just learned Bankai not long ago, but it seems that Hinamori Momo has to wait for the right time to use her own Bankai. At the same time, the Soul's Anteing swords of the living team that had just been summoned by Muramasa also met their masters in Siraidai. This one is relatively easy to find. After all, except for them, the rest of the Shinigami have obeyed the orders of the first team to guard their team buildings. Only the current team has just returned and is heading towards their own team. The living team that was moving forward in separate directions happened to encounter their own soul-killing swords. Madarame Ikeku. I'm here to take your life. A big red-haired man who looked much stronger than Madarame Ikeku came to Madarame Ikeku. At the same time, there was a man with green hair next to him, who looked like a peacock in full bloom. Oh ho ho, I don't have the same thoughts as you, Yasukawa Yumi Chika, surrender to my beauty, the glazed peacock said with a smile. Different from the original work, the current Yumi Chika does not hate his soul-cutting sword. After all, the soul-cutting sword of his deputy captain does not look like a direct attack type soul-cutting sword. So Yasukawa Yumi Chika uses her original Shikai and does not have any conflict with her soul Zankin 417, but the problem is that the glazed peacock thinks she is more beautiful than Yasukawa Yumi Chika. You can question Yasukawa Yumi Chika's strength, but you can never question his beauty. At this moment, Yasukawa Yumi Chika said directly, "What? Are you more beautiful than me?" The two soul-cutting swords directly faced their masters. However, the foundations of Madarame Ikeku and Yasukawa Yumi Chika are still good, and they are not at a disadvantage right from the start, but facing their own Shikai soul-cutting swords, they also become a bit difficult to parry. Abarai Renji was stopped by a strange combination of a wild woman and a child with a snake tail on his back. "Are you, Zabimaru?" Abarai looked at the soul's anteing sword entity in front of him in disbelief for the first time. Not all soul's anteing swords appear in the form of humans. For example, when Abarai Renji was practicing Bankai, what appeared was a combination of a baboon and a snake, so some people could not recognize their own soul-zapping swords at a glance. Is also a normal thing. "Yes, it's me, Abarai Renji," the wild lady said dissatisfied. "You are just too weak, Abarai Renji. With your strength, you simply cannot use my full power." This sentence is absolutely correct. Byakuya Kokaki made it clear when fighting Abarai Renji that Bankai was really too early for Abarai Renji. Which captain's Bankai is not used in battle after being tempered many times? Abarai Renji pursued power so much that his Bankai was actually only half completed. The Baboon King, Zabimaru, can actually be heard from the name. Since the baboon is the king, why is Snaketail not the king? But Abarai Renji didn't notice this, thinking that he didn't practice enough, and wanted to polish his Bankai. He didn't realize it himself, but his Bankai was so fragile. Ryutsu's link has always been a huge problem. This is also the reason for Zabimaru's betrayal this time. Abarai Renji is really too good. In the same 7 days, Kurosaki Ichigo was promoted from the second-class spiritual power to the first-class spiritual power. Not only did Abarai Renji, BBBC, Wei Qian has just taken one step forward. Of course it cannot be compared like this. After all, perverts like Kurosaki Ichigo are only in the minority. Even geniuses like Ichimarujin and Byakuya Kokaki will need thousands of years of training to advance to the 10th level of spiritual power. This point is that Zabimaru was a little too anxious. Maybe he saw a better existence, but he couldn't accept it for a while, and his mentality was unbalanced. Abarai Renji was so angry after hearing what Zabimaru said. However, the battle still has to be fought. Abarai Renji believes that he is no longer the same person as he used to be. Hitsugaichware's group is the funniest. After Hiranmaru materialized, he did not recognize Hitsugaichware as his master at all. Hiranmaru lost the memory of Hitsugaichware. Looking at the little Douden in front of him, he did not think that he had the ability to control his own power. However, Hitsugaichware is not convinced. It's not his problem that he has always been this tall, it's your problem, Hiranmaru. If it weren't for Ryutsu inhibiting Hitsugaichware's growth, how could he not have grown taller for so many years? This is the role of Ryutsu. In a sense, Hitsugaichware is still in its infancy and has not yet entered adulthood. The two of them are simply performing a Kaiang Yao play here. I am your master, you trust me, you trust me. No, I won't listen, I won't listen. All it takes is a trick, you are ruthless and unreasonable. However, Hiranmaru has no intention of fighting Hitsugaichware. He feels that Hitsugaichware is too weak and is no match for him. In a sense, Hiranmaru is actually suppressed, otherwise he would not lose his memory when he materializes. In fact, both of them need further running in, and they have not yet entered the real power period of Hitsugaichware. Division 5. Amagai Susuke and Kira Izuru looked at the enemy in front of them. Kira Izuru still has an old rival here, his own soul-cutting sword Wabisuke, and Amagai Susuke is in front of him. Amagai Susuke, who had fought Senbonzakura once, finally faced off against his own soul's antiing sword, Thunder Fire. As soon as you hear the name, you know that it is an output-type soul-cutting knife. After materializing, he transformed into a 2-meter-tall strong man. Wearing a red and white jacket, with her breasts exposed, she looked very untouchable. What a sharp contrast to that cheerful Amagai Susuke. Ha 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 ha. Tianbei, I have long wanted to have a good fight with you. Lei Huo was gearing up for a while, and sparks popped out from time to time between his fists. Amagai Susuke didn't mean to have a solemn expression. After all, if he couldn't beat him, he could still use the Tapi Raya knife to force Lei Huo to offline. But it was too shameless to play like this, so Susuke Amagai also smiled and said, "That's really great. Let's go to the sky and have a battle." Amagai Susuke knows his soul's antiing sword very well. The destructive power of his soul's antiing sword is considered to be at the top even in the entire soul society. If we don't find a suitable battlefield, the 5th team will have to completely renovate it after the war. Kira Izuru is already prepared to fight Wabisuke. After all, as long as he is careful, Wabisuke's ability is not easy to activate. The old way of playing, just fly the kite and it's over. As for my Bankai, to be honest, it is indeed very powerful, but the consumption of Ryutsu is really too much. If Rukia Kokaki's special move can only last 4 seconds, then Kira Izuru's Bankai is even worse. His Bankai can only last for 1.8 seconds. Less than 2 seconds. But in less than 2 seconds, he can adjust the gravity around his enemy at will. This is very scary. It can be said that Kira Izuru's ability is really suitable for killing at first sight. Even if the opponent knows his ability, there is no way to target him. Moreover, Kira Izuru's soul's antiing sword has huge room for growth. This is the basic force, gravity. Kira Izuru can completely play the gravity sword and other operations. It's just that he is limited by his own talent limit, so he can't do this yet. It can be said that a very powerful soul-cutting sword is a bit useless. Apart from anything else, if Aizen is given a direct attack type soul-cutting sword, he won't need so long to plan the layout. With Aizen's ability and talent, he can become invincible just by relying on the soul-cutting sword. This is what Aizen envies Yamamoto Genryusai. If nothing else, the Zanhuo Taishao is just too scary. Ahem, that's too far off topic. The thunder and fire in the sky looked at Amagai Zyasuk, who was confident of winning, and a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his heart. He knew that he would definitely lose to the Solzang Kent. After all, the Tapere aide in Amagai Su's assistant can be said to be the nemesis of Shinigami's power. Even Yamamoto Genryusai would be restrained by this thing before he evolved. Just say how outrageous this thing is. Beilang estimates that until Aizensuk is fully integrated with Hgyaku, Amagaisuk's Tapi Raya sword will be effective on him. Of course, this thing also has an effective range. It is only effective within a 2-kilometer radius of itself. With Aizen's ability, he can completely activate Kaika Suijutsu in advance. However, Amagai Suijutsu has never seen Kaika Suijutsu. It's just that this guy's basic strength is a bit too poor, and he can't compare with Aizensuk. Otherwise, Amagai-suk can be said to be Aizen's perfect nemesis. Hey! Amagai, do you dare to fight me without a taper knife? Lei Huo also put forward his own conditions. Although it is shameless to say this, Amagai Shusuk's taper knife mode. He really has no power to resist. Shusuk Amagai thought for a while and said, I can give it a try. But I won't completely give up the power of the taper Yao sword. Lei Huo nodded, as long as there are restrictions. That's good. Tianbei, we two old friends won't do anything imaginary, just skip the test and warm up exercises. Bankai Thunder Flame Shell. Lei Huo has no intention of testing, just Bankai. A huge hook-shaped weapon with red and white colors appearing in Lei Huo's hands. It looks like an arm guard, but it's actually a rotating sword. Seeing Lei Huo coming up and entering Bankai, Amagai Susuk was not polite and directly entered Taper Yao knife mode. Of course, instead of using the mode that prohibits the power of Shinigami, the Tapi Raya sword is turned into a long black sword. Come on! Fight! Amagai Susuk was the first to rush out. For Susuk Amagai, who has been fighting in Hueco Mundo, encounters are a daily routine for him. There is no temptation or investigation, just do it when you encounter it. The last word is to kill the opponent. If you can't beat it, then it's totally your own fault. It's the last word to go back and practice more. In an instant, Reiwo and Amagai Susuk collided, and the Ryūtsu on both sides collided violently. 5th Division. At this moment, the team members fully realized how powerful their new captain was. I have to say that Amagai Susuk is also very powerful among the captains. This is why Beilang likes him. Only those with strength will gain the attention of others. The black knife collided with the giant red and white hook, and the two of them used their strength to bounce each other away. Then without any hesitation, he continued to rush towards the opponent. Thunder Flame Bullet. As Lei Huo charged, he kept firing fireballs at Amagai Susuk from his hook. Amagai Susuk kept waving the long black knife in his left hand. After the fireball hit the Tapi Raya knife, it was chopped and disappeared. Although there is no effect of actively using the Tapi Raya sword, it has a restraining effect on Shinigami's power. Lei Huo also glanced at Shusuk Amagai's Tapi Raya knife in displeasure, but he really couldn't do anything about it. Damn it! How could there be such a pervert thing? Lei Huo roared in displeasure. Come on, come on! Thunder fire! Let's have a good fight! Instead, Amagai Zyasuk became excited and rushed towards Lei Huo. Lei Huo also directly shook the giant hook in his hand. Ryūtsu attached to the hook violently, and it was obvious that he was going to have a violent collision with Amagai Susuk. However, Amagai Susuk suddenly laughed. Chapter 123. How could Amagai Susuk not know about his soul-cutting sword? This is the reason why I chose to fight in the sky with Lei Huo. After all, whether it is Che Yan Longya or Hong Yan Longya Yan, they are bottom-up attacks. Such an attack is of course invincible in Hueco Mundo. Because of the special terrain of Hueco Mundo, the entire Hueco Mundo is a huge desert, and the only place with forest is underground in Hueco Mundo. In this case, the threat from underground attacks to the virtual world is extremely huge. This is also the reason why after Amagai helped Bankai, some of his moves were made from the bottom up. But it's different in Soul Society. Every floor in Siritii is a Ryūjin floor made of spiritual energy. The solid floor seriously affects the explosive power of Thunder Fire's moves. In addition, Amagai Susuk chose the sky as the battlefield, which made Lei Huo somewhat confused. After all, standing in the sky, even thunder and fire have no way to guarantee that the soul-cutting sword in his hand can lock Amagai Susuk without him noticing at all. So when Lei Huo was forced to spin his soul-cutting sword in an attempt to confront someone head-on, Amagai Susuk smiled and was extremely happy. Amagai Susuk didn't give Lei Huo a chance to continue to accumulate power. After putting a certain distance away from Lei Huo, he started singing. The end of Senju, the dark hand that cannot be touched, the archer of the sky that cannot be reflected, the path of shining light, the wind fanning the fire, when we gather together, there is no need to be confused, just follow my instructions, the light bullet 8 bodies Kyujo Tianjing Hai Bao Dalun, great turrets, lead the bow into the distance, dissipate brightly away Hat S91. Senju a bright sky destroys the cannon. Countless pink halos instantly appeared around Amagai Susuk. These halos were like rocket launchers, constantly attacking Lei Huo, and violently exploding around Lei Huo. This is Amagai Susuk's number 90 head with all his strength. This move consumes more than 50% of Amagai Susuk's spiritual power. Even Thunder Fire can only activate the Ryūjin he just gathered to fight head-on. However, due to mental calculations and unintentional calculations, Lei Huo was plotted by Amagai Susuk and was unable to gather enough Ryūjin to defend. With just such a move, he was directly hit hard by Mikon Susuk. It was just a small mistake, and Lei Huo was instantly at a disadvantage. He was crippled by Amagai Susuk without being able to show off his strength. Amagai Susuk takes advantage of your illness to kill you. The battle in Hueco Mundo is so cruel. Su will not talk about benevolence and morality with you. If he can sneak attack, he will never fight you in person. So, when Lei Huo was stunned by the explosion and fell downwards, Ambai Zaihuzu had already Shunpo came under Lei Huo, and the Tapi Raya knife in his hand did not show mercy at all, and pierced Lei Huo's chest straightly. In the body, Lei Huo didn't even hum, and directly turned into a sword spirit again and entered Amagai Susuk's soul-cutting sword. Amagai Susuk was relieved when he saw the thunder fire disappeared. This battle seemed very simple. In fact, Susuk used up all his abilities in a short period of time. After all, he is the villain of a unit, so he understands the consequences of showing mercy. Although the knot has been resolved now, this style of behavior is still retained, and as the captain of the support team, he is suitable for such a leader. The same goes for Kira Izuru below, who consumed a lot of Ryūjin before Wabisuk could even Bankai, forcing Wabisuk to have no ability to Bankai at all, and was directly defeated by Kira. Throughout the entire Zanzant chapter, there are still very few actualizations of Bankai's Zanzant. This is of course due to the fact that 98 at the time had not drawn some of the captain's Bankai. But it is undeniable that most captains and vice-captain level Shinigami are too familiar with their soul's anti-ing swords. They can completely force their Zanken not to use Bankai and then easily defeat their own Zanfer. Things are basically over for the 5th team. In the 6th division, the captain betrayed and the vice-captain had just rushed back to Soul Society. The soul's anti-ing sword did not target the 6th division. Komamura Seijin of the 7th division also started fighting with his own soul's anti-ing sword, Tensei Mayu. It's just that the soul-cutting sword of the King of Heavenly Punishment is itself a very fragile soul-cutting sword. Although the attack power is very powerful, it is also very weak and was easily defeated by Komamura Seijin. The 8th division did not have a soul's anti-ing sword invasion. As the vice-captain, Ise Nanao had no idea what a soul's antiing sword was. Even the sealed state created by Nigia Wang Yu had no reaction to Ise Nanao. Kurako Shunsui is having fun in Hueco Mundo right now. Division 9, Captain Hisagi Shuae is recuperating in Division 4, and Vice Captain Kyujo Nozomi met his soul-cutting sword, take Shijir. Shijir is a gentle-looking big sister-type entity. Unlike Kyujo Nozomi's barren chest, she has a broad mind and her hair color is pink, but what about her strength? Well, that's about it. Fat red Shijir. Kyujo Nozomi frowned slightly as he saw the soul-cutting sword in front of him materializing. It seems that the materialization of the soul-cutting sword is not as pervert as she imagined. After all, Taehung Shijir is only part of her soul's antiing sword. If part of Sui Feng's soul's antiing sword comes from Beilang and is protected by Beilang and therefore has not been materialized by Muramasa, then Kyujo Nozomi's side, Muramasa really doesn't have the ability to materialize Kyujo Nozomi's soul-cutting sword. After all, Kyujo Nozomi's soul-cutting sword now is not Hikaru Shijir, but Moue Hun. Of course, it may also be because Shijir of the Dark Ages is the soul-killing sword of Kyujo Nozomi, so Muramasa's ability is not necessarily effective only on her. After all, both the Zangetsu that Waiwak calls himself and Muramasa's abilities are effective on him, so it's possible that Muramasa's abilities are only effective on the power called the Soul's Anbing Sword. Taehung Shijir looked at the master in front of him and said helplessly, Wangshi, I really don't want to fight you. Kyujo Nozomi waved his hand helplessly, Shijir, in this case, just give in. You know very well that you can't defeat me. Shijir said helplessly, no, I can't give in directly. So, I hope you must defeat me as soon as possible. Kyujo Nozomi pulled out the soul-cutting sword and shouted, roll over, Mou is dizzy. A weapon that looks very much like the Dynasty Warrior's 5 flying double-headed snake spear appears in the hands of Kyujo Nozomi. This long-handled weapon has 2 semicircular handguards in the middle, which looks very hacky. Kyujo Nozomi said to Fahung Shijir, I didn't expect that you were the only one who materialized. If Mou fainted, the threat to me might be greater. Shijir, who was fading away, also said helplessly, it's useless to talk more, come on, fight. Let's splash down. Fading red Shijir. Kyujo Nozomi looked at the liberated soul-cutting sword in front of him and said calmly, it's only half the power. You can't do anything about it. Bang Kai, Shijir. But Shijir clearly didn't want to say anything to Kyujo Nozomi, so he rushed straight towards Kyujo Nozomi. Kyujo Nozomi turned his wrist, and the black moon halo in his hand rotated. In an instant, a light green circular space crack appeared in front of Shijir. Shijir's slash landed in the space rift without any accident, and had no impact on Kyujo Mokimi behind him at all. When Kyujo Nozomi opened the dimensional rift, it was as if he and Shijir were not in the same space at all. Shijir was even more helpless after fading away. She knew that she was no match for Kyujo Nozomi, but she didn't expect that the gap was so big. With just this move, her direct attack type soul-cutting sword was unable to do anything to Kyujo Nozomi. Got it. Kyujo Nozomi was like teasing a child, waving his hands to Shijir, and said, come on, Shijir, Shijir. If you finish the fight early, you can come back early, right? Shijir's face turned green and white, his silver teeth clenched secretly, and he continued to attack Kyujo Mokimi. But after all, she is a direct attack soul-cutting sword, so it has no effect on Kyujo Nozomi. Watching Shijir fade away once, Kyujo Nozomi continued to move his wrist this time. But this time, it's the complete opposite direction from before. The same space rift, but a person exactly like Shijir rushed out. Face to face with the genuine Shijir who has faded away from fame. The genuine Shijir, who has faded away from fame, was chopped away by the pirated version that rushed out of the crack in this space. This is Moue Hun's ability. Not only can he use space to leave traces of the opponent, but he can also strengthen the opponent's attack and bounce it back. Use the same moves as you but more powerful against yourself. This is a soul-cutting sword that even a pervert like Kurosaki Ichigo has to control with his hands. Even a player like Kurosaki Ichigo, who is an absolutely powerful brick-flying player, can't break through Tsukuri's defense with stronger moves. There was no fluctuation in Kyujo Nozomi's heart. Just like what she said, the outcome of the battle had been completely determined before the battle. It just needed a small process. After 3 rounds, Shijir surrendered with scars all over his face. There is no way, it's not that Shijir is not strong enough, it's just that Mouyuehan's ability is too unsolvable. Fading Shijir doesn't have the speed of Kurosaki Ichigo. He can step forward and directly grab Halo's body, but he can only be beaten passively. However, before Shijir faded and returned to Kyujo Mokimi's soul-slaying sword, he smiled and said, "Mokimi, I hope you can face your heart. You like him, right?" Although it was a question, Shijir used an affirmative tone. How is it possible? Don't you know who he is? How could I like him?" Kyujo Nozomi's reaction was very intense. After fading away, Shiu helplessly shook his head and said, "Wangshi, I haven't said who it is yet." When Kyujo Nozomi heard these words, he was stunned for a moment. After turning red, Shijir gave Kyujo Nozomi a slightly meaningful look and returned to Kyujo Mizuki's soul-cutting sword, leaving only the last words. 0. Hopefully, don't deceive your heart, I live in your heart. Kyujo Nozomi's face instantly turned red, but he quickly returned to normal and went back to rectify the affairs of the 9th Division. On the other side, Rukia Kukaki and Kurosaki Ichigo, who originally accompanied Kukaki in the first team, were galloping towards the 6th team. It's quite speechless to say that the captain and deputy captain of Division 6 are currently absent. Now the Shinigami that the entire aristocracy can rely on the most is actually Rukia Kukaki, the adopted daughter of the Kukaki family. Now that it is known that Byakuya Kukaki is just an undercover agent, Rukia Kukaki still has to help with the matters of the 6th Division. Therefore, when the Soul Xantos invaded Soul Society, the two of them went directly to the 6th Division. After all, they still don't know that Abarai Renji is also rushing to the 6th Division. However, the two of them were stopped halfway. Moreover, the person who stopped them was none other than the leaders of the Soul Zanker, Muramasa. Muramasa originally wanted to go directly to Beilang. After all, he is the current captain and must know something about Kukaki Xionghe. But Muramasa was directly persuaded by Byakuya Kukaki. "Muramasa, if you still want to conquer Soul Society, I advise you to face Teacher Beilang finally. Even if Teacher Beilang doesn't have the soul-cutting sword in his hand, the entire Soul Society will. No Shinigami is his match." As a disciple of Beilang, Byakuya Kukaki will definitely believe what he says. After all, Muramasa doesn't have any confidence that he can beat Byakuya Kukaki, so Muramasa can't even think about how powerful Beilang, which even Byakuya is so afraid of, will be. So Muramasa gave up decisively. After all, his goal was to rescue Kukaki Hibiki, so it was the best thing not to conflict with Shinigami, the strongest in Soul Society. Therefore, Muramasa decisively changed his targets to Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo, the new Shinigami agent, Muramasa has heard about. He completed Bankai training in 10 days and tied with the current Kenpeki. This kind of achievement. The power is not something that ordinary Shinigami can have. Speaking of Zaraki Kenpeki, Muramasa was very puzzled because there was no sword spirit in Zaraki Kenpeki's Soul Zanpachi. It's like someone released the sword spirit in advance and materialized it. But Zaraki Kenpeki can still use Shikai. This really gave Muramasa a headache. This was the first time in so many years that he saw such a strange Shinigami from Zaraki Kenpeki. After all, Yachiryu has a Soul Zantying sword, and Muramasa was so tired that he never thought that this little girl with a Soul Zantying sword would be the physical form of the Soul Zantying sword. Kurosaki Ichigo, Kokaki. Hello. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kokaki were speeding forward, Muramasa appeared.